On the surface, Lu Pingin appears to be a dismal student who sleeps through classes every day. In truth, he is the Beastmaster who reigns over the entire Blue Star. After countless simulations, his little green snake ultimately evolved into the majestic Hurricane Dragon King, soaring through the skies. His Thunder Dog transformed into the Purple Flame King, commanding both fire and thunderous power. His Ice Snow Spirit Fox became the cherished darling of frost and snow, the Ice Empress. Thousands of years later, as Lu Pingin gazed at the numerous Beastmasters who regarded him as a myth, he sighed helplessly. This is all merely due to my relentless dedication to the art of sleeping. Chapter 1. The World of Beastmasters, Script Simulation. Lu Pingin slowly awoke, a sharp pain coursing through his head. As he opened his eyes, he found himself in an environment that felt both strange and familiar. Stacks of books cluttered the desk, and as he lifted his gaze, he saw a slightly elevated teacher's podium and a blackboard scribbled with chalk. A classroom? Lu Pingin thought, perplexed. It was identical to the classroom from his high school days. Even the seating arrangements were unchanged, and he could no longer recognize the faces of his classmates, their names. Eluding him. Did I hallucinate after gaming too much last night? This is quite the deception, he muttered, tugging at his own cheek. Ouch. It hurt a bit. This didn't feel like a dream. Lu Pingin, the teacher, who had been observing him for quite some time, adjusted her glasses, her expression darkening. Sitting in the front row and still daring to be distracted? Don't you realize how urgent this is? In just 3 months, the Beastmaster College entrance exam will take place, and you're daydreaming here. Her voice dripped with disappointment. You answer this question. Huh. Lu Pingin tilted his head, rubbed his neck, and glanced at the key symbol marked beneath the line of white chalk on the board. His body stiffened, and his eyes widened. The interrelations of Beastmaster attributes. This topic surely seemed out of place for a classroom discussion. Had the teacher been lost in a game last night? Fire counters ice. Water extinguishes fire. Water vaporizes fire. Ice freezes water. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Pingin hesitantly spoke. The earlier part was acceptable, but what was that last bit? The teacher shot him a glare before turning back to continue writing. Some students, even when seated in the front row, failed to pay attention. Besides the practical scores in Beastmaster combat, these theoretical concepts are also crucial. Lu Pingin scratched his head. What on earth were they discussing? Practical combat. Did this imply a fist fight, taking turns to see who could endure longer? Wait, Beastmaster? Lu Pingin picked up a book from the desk, closed it, and stared at the vibrant title. Postpartum Care for Beasts. Slightly skeptical, he set it down and picked up another. On the potential methods of beast evolution. On the efficacy of Beastmaster sequence talents. What? Was it him who was out of place, or was it this world that fell amiss? The text within the books was recognizable when examined individually. Yet together, the meaning eluded Lu Pingin. Seeing Lu Pingin's earnest demeanor, the teacher nodded to herself. At this age, children should be treated with strictness. Look, hasn't Lu Pingin finally awakened? Though a bit late, it is certainly better than not at all. On the blackboard, a flurry of chalk letters appeared. Class monitor, please answer. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingin lifted his head to read the line. A turning point in the history of the Great Xia. History often provides the most comprehensive interpretations of the world. From prior observations, Lu Pingin had begun to glimpse certain truths. This world appeared not to differ much from the one he once inhabited, save for the introduction of a new element. Beastmasters. Everything revolved around Beastmasters. The study of Beastmasters encompassed not only the analysis of their attributes and evolutionary paths, but also research into their reproduction. Of course, at this stage of learning, Lu Pingin found the material quite profound. As the teacher's voice faded, a graceful girl seated beside Lu Pingin stood up. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and with a mere blink, she captured the attention of the boys in the classroom. Even some students who had been napping opened their eyes, captivated by her elegant silhouette. 600 years ago, Beastmasters descended upon the world. At that time, humanity was utterly defenseless, and territories continued to shrink. The girl, eyes closed, recited this segment fluently, as if reading poetry. Wherever the ferocious beasts roamed, not a blade of grass could survive. It was not until the Great Xia's totem revived, infused with a legacy of power, that humans could carve out Beastmaster spaces and forge contracts with the beasts. After forging the contract, the cultivation speed within the Beastmaster space is approximately double that of the outside world. Due to various reasons, some ferocious beasts chose to enter into equal contracts with humans, marking a pivotal point in history. The subsequent context was self-evident. Liu Ping nodded thoughtfully. It was easy to predict the ensuing narrative. The contracted beasts would develop at a much greater pace than before, with shared interests naturally resolving the crisis. Everyone, take a break. In 10 minutes, we will commence the second simulation exam. Anyone scoring below 50 will face the punishment of standing in the office corridor for fresh air. The teacher took a sip from her teacup, surveying the students. Students in the ordinary class often had weaker foundations, relying on straightforward questions to compensate for their practical score deficits. Weekly tests had become a tool for evaluating their levels. In an exam, Liu Pingyan had just risen to his feet before sitting back down. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the girl beside him. As the class monitor, her academic performance must surely be commendable, right? However, what was her name again? He had forgotten after all these years. Excuse me, could I borrow your answers for the multiple choice questions later? After class, Liu Pingyan smiled innocently and kindly asked. He couldn't submit a blank paper and return home otherwise. The principal might very well have his head. In his previous life, Liu Pingyan was raised by the director of an orphanage in the southern suburbs, who had tirelessly supported him through college. Were it not for the scholarships, he would have likely dropped out and started working long ago. The director was exceptionally concerned about academic performance. Upon hearing his request, the girl remained seated, casting a cold glance at Liu Pingyan, her eyes devoid of any emotion. There are no multiple-choice questions. Liu Pingyan, great, this is a disaster. What now for the simulation exam? Arriving in a familiar yet foreign environment, only to face an examination right away. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Beastmaster simulation system. Beastmaster life forms not detected. After the host formulates the final evolution path, they may conduct script simulations of contracted beasts through this system. Note: upon completion of the script simulation, the host may choose one from multiple rewards, and the world of the script simulation will be generated based on the evolution path selected by the host. The sudden voice ringing in his ears left Liu Pingyan momentarily stunned. A system, and it could simulate contracted beasts to obtain rewards? Yet the next moment, Liu Pingyan found himself plunged into existential doubt. Did he possess a beast? Or rather, where could he possibly acquire a beast? Chapter 2. Choosing the Evolution Path, Hurricane Dragon Sovereign. The process of the mock examination was rather enjoyable, given the significance of the Beast Master entrance examination. It was rare for students to contemplate cheating or copying answers from their peers during such a crucial moment. In the actual Beast Master entrance examination, they would not have such an opportunity. The current mock exams were mere simulations, devoid of real value. Even achieving a perfect score held no meaning. Liu Pingyan shared this sentiment. However, if he possessed some knowledge and could fill up the paper, it would certainly be better. Unsurprisingly, apart from his name, class, and student ID, the rest of the paper was as blank as the tender skin of a young maiden. As night deepened, a boy leaned against the office wall. Liu Pingyan gazed helplessly at the teacher grading the papers. Why grade them so late at night? It would be better to do it tomorrow. Liu Pingyan. Through the glasses frame, he could sense the ire in the teacher's eyes. Teacher Lin adjusted his glasses and emphatically marked a large cross on Liu Pingyan's paper with a red pen. After a moment, as if recalling something, he took a deep breath and looked at Liu Pingyan. You are still submitting a blank paper. What will you do for the Beastmaster entrance examination? Will you go directly to work after graduation? With insufficient beast mastery, which beast company would want you? Teacher Lin spoke earnestly. He had a rather favorable impression of Liu Pingyan. Aside from his lackluster academic performance, he was considered a good student in many respects. Liu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. Insufficient beast mastery? Did he have a beast? Teacher Lin, do I have a beast? He asked, catching on to the key phrase. Have you forgotten? You contracted a little green snake in your first year of high school. Teacher Lin replied tersely. Since then, you have been self-destructive. Even if the quality of your beast isn't great, you should study hard and aim to get into a Beastmaster Academy. At this point, a hint of frustration seeped into Teacher Lin's tone. At that moment, Liu Pingyan's mind was consumed with the thought of the little green snake. He had a beast. This meant that upon returning, he could engage in script simulations, allowing his beast mastery to soar. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Lin. From today onward, I will certainly strive to improve, practicing daily with my beast. Liu Pingyan suppressed a smile and bowed deeply to the teacher. Awakening from a slumber, he found himself overwhelmed by a multitude of events that were too much to process in such a short time. He planned to sort through everything over the weekend. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lin sighed softly. Unlike other students who had affluent backgrounds that could secure stable jobs through familial connections after graduation, Liu Pingyan had only himself to rely on. In Dongli City, in the southern suburbs, there stood an orphanage. The director, a beast master who had once participated in the war against fierce beasts, ensured that the orphanage received substantial annual funding for this very reason. At the dining table lay remnants of food and dishes that had been set out early. "Why are you back so late today?" The director, leaning on a cane, asked sternly as he looked at the boy at the door. Upon seeing his only guardian, Lu Pingin's heart skipped a beat, and he bit his lip. "The teacher kept me after class," Lu Pingin replied calmly. "I apologize, Teacher Lin." In his past life, failing the entrance examination had left a lingering guilt within him, ignited by the disappointment in that elder's gaze. Although the old man was strict, Lu Pingin was well aware of his kindness. His ability to attend secondary school and see the world outside was not solely due to his own excellence, but rather because he stood on the shoulders of the director, gaining a broader perspective. Unfortunately, some truths were only understood too late. The trees longed for stillness, yet the winds would not cease. Fortunately, there remained opportunities for redemption. "There will be no next time." Director Li shot him a glance before turning away. "The food is cold. If you want to eat, heat it up yourself. If not, then throw it away. All right, please rest early." Lu Pingin lifted his head, his eyes reflecting a complex expression as he sighed inwardly. "Director, is my beast at home? Where else could it be?" The director rolled his eyes. "What has it been doing while I've been at school?" Lu Pingin inquired. "It should be training diligently. After all, although this world revolves around beast mastery, there are disparities among beasts. Diligent beasts are always favored by their masters," the elder grumbled. "Sleeping and eating. Just like you. Is it gone?" Lu Pingin felt a pang in his heart. "Yes, it's gone," the elder confirmed. "Lu Pingin, this snake." After washing the dishes, Lu Pingin returned to his room, which, though simple, contained all the essentials such as bedding and a bed. This environment, in fact, filled him with nostalgia. As he approached the bedside, he heard a series of urgent hissing sounds from the little green snake. "What is wrong with my beast?" However, what was that underfoot? Why did the slippers feel so soft? The pleasant sensation made Lu Pingin inexplicably approve. Hiss hiss. The next moment, sensing something was amiss, he turned on the light. Beneath Lu Pingin's feet lay a small green snake, glistening with emerald hues. Ding. Detecting the contracted beast with the host, "Please select the final evolution form." The voice in his mind momentarily stunned Lu Pingin. Was it a free choice? This could be interesting. "Little green snake, I apologize," Lu Pingin said, gazing at the snake with a mournful expression, cradling it in his hands. Though small, it held a significant intimidation factor for those who feared snakes. A glimmer flickered in Lu Pingin's eyes as he envisioned a series of radiant worlds in his mind. In his past life, he had watched countless animations related to beasts, and with his imagination, dazzling and extraordinary figures flashed through his thoughts. "It's decided then, Hurricane Dragon Sovereign, the sovereign of the winds, possessing the power to traverse dimensions." Hiss, hiss. In Lu Pingin's hands, the little green snake tilted its head, its elongated eyes filled with bewilderment, mirroring Lu Pingin's own confusion upon awakening. "The script has been generated. The rewards for completing the script and the survival time of the beast depend on the beast's advancement within the script world. May the host's beast successfully navigate its challenges. Note, the script simulation will reset in 3 days. 3 days? This time frame was neither too long nor too short. Work hard. Endure and cultivate." Lu Pingin gently stroked the little green snake. The next moment, the latter felt a wave of drowsiness wash over it and flipped onto its back, falling asleep. Simultaneously, a series of templates manifested in Lu Pingin's vision. At birth, the little green snake was the first to hatch from a batch of eggs and subsequently found a place to quietly cultivate. Seeing this scene, Lu Pingin nodded in satisfaction. "Truly exceptional, my beast." However, the next few lines of text caused the smile on his face to gradually fade. Chapter 3. The First Script Simulation. At the age of 1, a human cultivator entered the cave where snake-type beasts resided, under the pretense of taming mounts, but in reality, engaged in rampant slaughter. The little green snake narrowly escaped. At the age of 2, the little green snake wished to cultivate quietly, but could not suppress its inner excitement, thus spending the year in turmoil. At the age of 3, the little green snake felt humiliated and sought revenge, yet with a clear understanding of its own limitations, could only train its body day after day. At the age of 4, the little green snake felt it had endured enough and attacked a human adventurer in the forest, only to be instantly killed by the opponent's wind-type beast. At the tender age of 4, the little green snake met its demise, yet just before its passing, it experienced a fleeting epiphany regarding the wind attribute, thus acquiring the skill, Wind Vortex. The simulation concluded, and the host could choose one reward from the following 3 options. Wind attribute skill, Wind Vortex, the growth potential cultivated by the little green snake over 4 years, or the little green snake's survival instinct. Lu Pingin surveyed the options before him, feeling a sense of contentment. However, he pondered whether 4 years was rather brief. With a gentle sigh and a shake of his head, he decided to embrace the gains he had made. Choosing one among the three options was not a daunting task. He resolutely opted for the first choice. Wind Vortex 1. This skill allows the user to concentrate the power of the wind before them, creating a vortex that continually slices at enemies, inflicting ongoing wind elemental damage. It is classified as a mid-level skill. Its drawback lies in the specific requirements it places on the user's spiritual energy. A mid-level skill? Lu Pingin's hand, poised in the air, lingered momentarily. In the realm of Beast Tamers, the skills possessed by beasts are categorized into levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, royal, celestial, and divine. Yet, to think such an impressive skill is merely classified as mid-level? Before Lu Pingin, the little green snake, just awakening and somewhat bewildered, twitched its body and flicked its tongue in confusion. Who am I? Where am I? The current little green snake appeared disoriented in the wind, recalling the fierce gust that had just swept through. What were those images flashing in its mind? Had it truly learned a skill? Wind Vortex, a wind attribute skill. By now, you should possess some combat capability. Lu Pingin gently stroked the little green snake, patiently elucidating. Subsequently, he examined the information regarding his beast. Beast name: Little Green Snake. Beast attribute: Wind, beast level, unranked skill. Wind Vortex 1. Talent: none in this world. Every beast tamer can directly inspect the attribute panel of their beast, saving Lu Pingin considerable effort and expense in acquiring detection instruments. His gaze fixated on the beast level section. Those under the age of 22, upon reaching the first tier of Beast Tamer, receive a monthly subsidy of 500 Xia coins. Though modest, it constitutes a substantial sum for Lu Pingin at present. As the beast's level increases, so too does the amount of the subsidy, capping at 5,000 Xia coins. The beast levels range from 1 to 9, with the extraordinary tier following the 9th. However, for Lu Pingin, that goal still seems distant. Moments later, the lights in the room dimmed. Lu Pingin tucked himself under the covers, gazing into the familiar serpentine eyes. Rest well. In 3 days, we shall await the next simulation, he whispered softly. In the quiet room, only his hushed voice could be heard. Good night. The next day, due to the intermittent honking of vehicles outside, Lu Pingin awoke unusually early. Upon awakening, he found himself momentarily stunned. What is this? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have slept for 6 hours. There remain 2 days and 6 hours until the next simulation. Wait a moment. 2 days and 6 hours remaining? Did my sleep reduce the cooldown time of the script simulation by 18 hours? During slumber, the cooldown time flows at 3 times the usual speed. Lu Pingin's hand, gripping the bedsheet, trembled slightly as he glanced at the sleeping little green snake beside him. So, it means that by sleeping, I can grow stronger? Good morning, old man. Lu Pingin arose early, yearning for rest to expedite the cooldown time of the script simulation. Alas, sleep eluded him, or perhaps he simply could not rest easily. The little green snake, still nestled in slumber, squinted its eyes in a daze. In the courtyard, an elderly man reclined in a lounge chair, leisurely basking in the sun. What an utter waste of time, sleeping in so late. The old man's voice carried a tone of admonishment. Hearing this, Lu Pingin couldn't help but chuckle. In this world, Director Li's status bore little difference. He was a retired veteran from the Beast Tamer army, and also a beast tamer. He had grown accustomed to rising early each day, even in retirement, still seeking to engage in meaningful endeavors, despite his advanced age and diminished combat prowess. Rising with the sun each day seemed a pleasant routine. By the way, old man, if you have time, could you feed the little green snake for me? Lu Pingin inquired. What? You still need to feed that beast? Some ordinary food should suffice, right? The old man turned over, scratching his back. Lu Pingin, even if the little green snake seems insignificant now, it deserves better than that. He mumbled. Though it may not seem useful at present, the potential of the little green snake is boundless. Beasts, unlike humans, require more nutritious sustenance. Ordinary food is indeed insufficient. Then you can feed it yourself? It seems the old man heard Lu Pingin's muttering, responding with irritation. Sigh. Lu Pingin sighed softly. If I must feed it myself, so be it. After all, during his school days, the little green snake had not gone hungry. So it should be relatively easy to care for. I'll head out now, hoping to return early. With that, Lu Pingin departed. In the courtyard, the old man slowly opened his eyes, watching Lu Pingin's retreating figure, snorting softly. This rascal. The next moment, Director Li turned over, rising from the lounge chair. With his hands clasped behind his back and a faint smile on his face, he strolled towards Lu Pingin's room. Inside, the little green snake remained asleep. Its eyes still squinted, appearing drowsy. Even the creaking of the open wooden door failed to rouse it. Instead, it merely adjusted its position slightly. Hee, little green snake. Grandpa has come to see you. A gentle smile graced Director Li's face as he produced a ginseng from behind his back. The price of ginseng hovers around several thousand xia coins, roughly equivalent to the old man's living expenses for several months. Sensing the aroma, the little green snake's eyes gradually opened, excitement evident within them. Hiss hiss. A green figure darted like the wind before the old man, eagerly gnawing at the ginseng. Slow down, this is quite nutritious. Director Li gently caressed the little green snake's body. After you finish eating, be sure to train diligently. That boy Lu Pingyan has become quite useless. You will have to look out for him in the future, so you must work hard. Director Li spoke earnestly. Little Green Snake. Chapter 4. Good, good. Purchasing medicine is indeed wise. Lu Pingyan strolled through the streets of Dongli City's outskirts, observing the familiar yet slightly altered surroundings. Everything here is intricately connected to the world of Beast Tamers. The Beast Tamer Association stands as the most formidable force within Xia, an official organization distributed across various provinces. Even in Dongli County, where Lu Pingyan resides, a branch exists. Once he attains the first tier, he should be able to come here to collect the subsidies for Beast Tamers. Lu Pingyan sighed softly, clutching 2 crumpled 100 xia coins. Due to the prevalence of beasts, individuals who become Beast Tamers possess significantly enhanced physical abilities compared to the past. Consequently, the prices of certain medications, owing to their improved efficacy, have risen considerably. Excuse me, sir, do you sell sleeping pills? Lu Pingyan approached the counter of a pharmacy, producing 200 xia coins to inquire. Yes, we do. May I ask what type and attribute your beast possesses? A kindly middle-aged man in a white coat responded with a warm smile. Beast? Lu Pingyan's hand, holding the xia coins, gradually paused. Do you have any for humans? The customer is joking. Who would take sleeping pills for no reason? The middle-aged man maintained his smile. In this era, due to the unique constitution of Beast Tamers, very few individuals rely on medication, and even fewer engage in physical training. For them, nurturing their own beasts serves as the finest form of exercise. Can Beast Tamers consume the medicine meant for their beasts? Lu Pingyan pondered before posing the question. Upon hearing this, the uncle who had just lifted a cup of tea trembled slightly. Is that even possible? Yes, it can be done, but I would not recommend it. The potency is too strong. Sometimes, it could result in sleeping for an entire day. After speaking, the uncle glanced at Lu Pingyan. Since opening his practice, he had never encountered such an unusual individual. The question of whether humans could consume beast medicine seemed absurd coming from the lips of a seemingly delicate young boy. Lu Pingyan stood there, shocked by the doctor's words. Sleep for a day? Could it really be that beneficial? This drastically reduces the cooldown period for simulating scripts. He calculated the time. If he took one now, he might be able to simulate again before school next week. Boss, I'll take a box. Lu Pingyan declared. A box? Are you certain? The uncle, clad in a white coat, looked at Lu Pingyan with a peculiar expression. Such sleep aids for beasts are exceedingly expensive. A single dose could fetch several hundred xia coins. Moreover, for the beasts themselves, there is hardly any enhancement, which is why few beast tamers purchase such medicines from pharmacies. Is this kid unwell? Although the xia laws do not classify the legitimate sale of beast medicines as harmful, the uncle would feel guilty if anything were to go awry with this boy. I am certain, Lu Pingyan nodded. Seeing this, the uncle ceased his objections, opened the cabinet, and retrieved a box of sleep medicine from the transparent shelf, placing it on the counter. This is the Wu Shun brand of beast sleep aids, containing 12 pills, priced at 5,500 xia coins. The expression on Lu Pingyan's face gradually stiffened as he felt the coins in his pocket, pinched between 2 fingers. This was his hard-earned pocket money. He couldn't even afford a box of medicine. Boss, just 1 pill for now, Lu Pingyan said through gritted teeth, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He had not anticipated that expenses related to beasts would be so exorbitant, making it difficult for him to produce the requisite amount. Primarily, merely meditating does not count as sleep acknowledged by the system, failing to achieve the desired effect of reducing the cooldown for script simulation. After paying, Lu Pingyan wrote down some of his information on a white form. A year prior, the Xia government had enacted laws regarding beast medicines, instituting strict controls and records for the sale of any related products within the Xia territory. The same applied to beast sleep aids. After Lu Pingyan left, the uncle in the white coat furrowed his brow slightly, still perplexed about why the boy would want to take such a thing. Is he a student from Donglin County Beast Tamer High School? The uncle muttered as he picked up the form containing Lu Pingyan's information and deftly entered a phone number on his mobile device. As a beast doctor, his professional ethics compelled him to address this matter seriously. On his way home, Lu Pingyan felt the weight of the fateful sleep pill resting quietly in his upper pocket. Lu Pingyan? A somewhat surprised voice caused him to halt. What are you doing out here? A robust young man approached. Lu Pingyan recognized him. Wang Wu, a beast tamer with an iron-armored lizard, the class leader of Class 3, and a fellow student. Wang Wu's academic performance in cultural subjects was average, not particularly outstanding. Yet his beast was a third-tier creature that had garnered the school's considerable attention when contracted. He was considered a key talent for the school's cultivation program. If he performed well, he might even gain admission to a prestigious university. In contrast, Wang Wu had a very different social standing. He was well-liked among his peers, whether they were talented beast tamers or those struggling academically. Buying medicine, are we? Wang Wu exclaimed. Buying medicine is excellent. At our level, obtaining beast potions can lead to significant improvements. For instance, my iron-armored lizard achieved third-tier status thanks to an expensive beast potion. Wang Wu nodded in agreement with Lu Ping'an's statement. What I purchased was a beast sleep aid, Lu Ping'an replied. Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback, but a smile quickly returned to his face. Sleep aids are great. Only after the beasts have rested well can they train more diligently. As students of Class 3, we should strive together. Even if your beast is merely a small green snake, there remains potential for greatness. Wang Wu encouraged him. Seeing you like this brings me joy. Lu Ping'an sighed softly, choosing not to respond further. What else with the sigh? Work hard, and you too can chase after my shadow, Wang Wu said, giving Lu Ping'an a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Though it may be challenging to secure a guaranteed spot in a top-tier provincial university like I did, there is still hope for admission to an ordinary Beast Tamer university. Thank you for your concern, class leader. I'll head back now. Lu Ping'an replied with a sidelong glance, his tone indifferent. Watching Lu Ping'an walk away, Wang Wu remained silent. He possessed a third-tier iron-armored lizard and had been pre-admitted to a prestigious provincial Beast Tamer university, whereas Lu Ping'an had contracted a non-tiered small green snake. Struggling with his grades, both had bright futures ahead of them. Chapter 5. Advanced Skill, Wind's Blessing. In the outskirts of Donglin County, at the Southern Orphanage, Lu Ping'an returned home to find the elderly man watching the latest news on a black-and-white television in the hall. Lu Ping'an glanced at the news headlines flashing across the screen, momentarily taken aback. What is this? Shocking. A certain celebrity beast tamer actually. Shocking. An Earth-type beast howling in the dead of night. Is this a moral decline or a manifestation of human malice? The sensational headlines were indeed attention-grabbing. Old man, has my small green snake been fed? Lu Ping'an inquired. Yes, it has, the elder replied, rolling his eyes as he picked up the remote. Thank you. Lu Ping'an smiled, but chose not to say more. I will take a nap in my room. I'm a bit tired. If dinner is ready, don't bother calling me. Before heading upstairs, Lu Ping'an glanced back at the elder changing the channel. Who cares about you? The elder huffed lightly, his gaze fixed on the television screen. Lu Ping'an chuckled and shook his head. Moments later, Lu Ping'an returned to his room to find his small green snake sprawled on the bed, its little belly protruding as it enjoyed a life of eating and sleeping. Lu Ping'an, still not having reached the first tier of Beast Tamer, could not yet allow the small green snake to reside with him and had to leave it at home for now. Rest well, we will continue the simulation shortly. Lu Ping'an took out the pill, hesitated for a moment, then swallowed it. If he slept for a day, he would likely be able to conduct the second script simulation before school resumed. Soon, both he and his beast lay on the bed, sharing the covers. It must be said that the medicine was indeed effective, allowing Lu Ping'an to sleep soundly even in such a noisy environment. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, Lu Ping'an felt somewhat dazed. Ugh, my head aches. He opened his eyes to find an overwhelming brightness flooding the room, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Why is it still so bright? The scorching sun was unchanged from the previous day. Has only an hour passed? This can't be real. Glancing at the clock on the wall, he froze in disbelief. 200 coins, just like that? No wonder he felt so dizzy. Sleeping for merely an hour. It would be astonishing to feel refreshed. A familiar mechanical sound resonated in Lu Ping'an's ears, stirring him from his slumber. The cold voice jolted his mind into awareness. Oh, a day has passed. Lu Ping'an turned his head, noticing a small crack in his door, indicating that someone had entered. On the modest desk lay a plate containing 2 steamed buns, accompanied by a small bowl of pickles, emitting steam that suggested it had been brought in recently. Awake? To sleep an entire day away during the weekend, such laziness surpasses even that of a pig. And your beast, too, is utterly disappointing. With the creaking of the door, an elderly voice entered. Dean Li regarded the disheveled Lu Ping'an with disdain, letting out a cold snort. After eating, remember to tidy up. Lu Ping'an blinked, momentarily taken aback by the elder's retreating figure. In the next instant, he grasped the small green snake beside him. Time to rise. The small green snake responded with surprise. Moments later, Lu Ping'an sat across from his beast, holding a steamed bun filled with pickles. Warm just right. Last time, you could consider it a game. Lu Ping'an mused. Providing an explanation, the small green snake tilted its head, confusion evident in its serpentine eyes. A game? Yes, an open-world exploration game, which I shall tentatively name Yuan Shou. This realm differs significantly from our reality. In the Yuan Shou world, the longer you survive, the more abundant the rewards. Try to endure. Do you understand? Lu Pingyan earnestly instructed. The small green snake flicked its tongue, still bewildered. Never mind, you'll get used to it after a few tries. Lu Pingyan sighed lightly. You should utilize your skills more often. I've witnessed your level 1 wind vortex, and its power is considerable, granting you a measure of combat ability. I wonder if consistently using this skill in the scripted world will enhance its proficiency. With a thought, a black luminescent screen appeared before him, causing the recently awakened small green snake to faint once more, drooling slightly. Beep, detecting updates in beast information, generating script world. At birth, the small green snake opened its eyes, gazing vacantly at this familiar world before choosing to sleep again. At 1 year, the small green snake recalled something significant and began practicing the skill wind vortex. At 3 years, the small green snake continued to practice wind vortex but felt something was lacking. Unable to break through, and acquired the gray talent, bottleneck. At 5 years, while foraging, the small green snake accidentally swallowed a wind lantern grass, upgrading wind vortex to level 2. At 10 years, the small green snake encountered humans in the mountains and chose to close its eyes, witnessing the massacre of serpent beasts, leaving it with profound psychological scars. At 15, after 4 years of recuperation, the small green snake recovered, continued training wind vortex, and was invigorated by a spring breeze on the cliff, comprehending the skill wind's blessing. At 20, the snake mountain was developed by humans, and the small green snake was discovered by several human knights, refusing to submit and fighting to the death. Simulation ended. 20 years. Progress has certainly been made since the beginning. Lu Pingyan nodded slightly at the white, elegant script displayed before him. In the script, the humans who were supposed to arrive at 4 years of age did not appear until 10, indicating that the developments in that world might be significantly altered by the slight swaying of the snake's tail. Human knights? The dynamics there seemed to lack the harmony found in the beast world. Simulation concluded. The host may choose one of the following 4 rewards to retain. Skill, Wind Vortex, 2. Gray Talent, Bottleneck. Note, beasts encounter bottlenecks in their training, hindering breakthroughs. Skill, Wind's Blessing. The growth potential of the small green snake over 20 years. Without hesitation, Lu Pingyan opted for the third option, although the level 2 Wind Vortex seemed enticing. In the scripted world, one could enhance proficiency and level through skill usage. Once the small green snake evolves, or levels up, improving skill levels should become significantly easier. For now, it was unnecessary. As for the new skill, it should elevate the small green snake's combat capabilities further. Wind's Blessing, a wind attribute status skill that enhances the beast's attack, defense, and agility by 5% for 10 minutes. A high-level skill, 5%. The emergence of this skill brought a spark of joy to Lu Pingyan's heart. While 5% may seem minimal at present, seasoned players know that percentage increases become increasingly crucial as one progresses. 10 minutes is also a sufficient duration. Moreover, this is merely the first-tier effect of Wind's Blessing. The small green snake slowly regained consciousness. Hiss. The sensation of its mind being filled was quite uncomfortable. There's another bun. Would you like to eat? Snakes can eat, right? Lu Pingyan presented a bun before the small green snake, uncertain if such simple fare could meet a beast's energy needs. However, the small green snake had been resting at home, so it likely hadn't expended much energy. Hiss. The small green snake turned its head, displaying an air of pride. It refused. Lu Pingyan responded, really not going to eat? He shook the warm bun in his hand. Hiss. The small green snake flicked its tongue, and then, seizing the moment when Lu Pingyan wasn't paying attention, devoured it in one bite. Next time, remember to leave the forest early and continue your training. Lu Pingyan said with a smile upon witnessing this. He had yet to fully understand the scripted world, but since evolution into the Hurricane Dragon Emperor was possible in this realm, it must be intricate. This implied that the small green snake had yet to venture beyond the novice village. Considering this, Lu Pingyan halted his actions, his eyes brightening. To have learned 2 skills without leaving the novice village, one intermediate and one advanced, was remarkable. Although the small green snake's level had not risen, its combat prowess might rival that of certain first-tier beasts. Hiss hiss. The small green snake shook its head slightly. It was resolute in its refusal. Lu Pingyan warned. If your performance is lacking, you won't eat for 3 days. He cast a sharp glance at the small green snake and continued. Hiss hiss. The small green snake grew anxious. How could it possibly function without food? If you perform well, I'll treat you to a feast. The small green snake responded. This was more agreeable. After eating, Lu Pingyan began to sift through his memories. This world revolves around beasts. The elevation of a beast's level can be achieved through various means, including the consumption of potions or physical training. Wait. Suddenly, Lu Pingyan recalled something. After several years, even with a lax approach, merely consuming food daily should suffice for the small green snake to reach the first tier. Why, then, had it not progressed? Lu Pingin's gaze sharpened as he looked at his beast, clearly signaling his displeasure. What are you doing? Hiss. The small green snake tilted its head, perplexed. What is it to you? Lu Pingin frowned at the small green snake's slightly protruding belly. Next time, I expect you to train diligently in the scripted world, understood? His voice rose several decibels. There would be no tolerance for laziness. The small green snake protested. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Time passes swiftly, and before one realizes it, the weekend has come to an end. The tranquilizer that Lu Pingin ingested appears to possess some additional effects, such as rendering him somewhat lethargic. This particular outcome brings Lu Pingin immense joy. Over the span of 3 months, even the most gifted individuals would find it impossible to master all knowledge pertaining to beast taming from scratch. If such a prodigy truly existed, they would have long been granted admission to the prestigious Daxia Beast Taming Academy. This institution stands at the pinnacle of the Daxia Beast Taming world, and graduates are highly sought after by various beast taming factions within Daxia. Lu Pingin has no intention of studying relentlessly around the clock to improve his academic performance. However, should his academic scores remain abysmally low, gaining admission to a reputable beast taming university would be an arduous task, nearly insurmountable. Nevertheless, for Lu Pingin, the beast taming entrance examination is not a necessity. His growth is unrelated to such matters. During morning self-study, Lu Pingin arranged his belongings, placing 2 books atop his desk as makeshift cushions. He then succumbed to slumber. In this state, the cooldown time for script simulation flows at 3 times the normal rate, imparting to Lu Pingin a simple yet profound truth. By sleeping, he could enhance his own strength and that of his beast. Thus, time could not be squandered. Consequently, the youth rested peacefully at his desk. This apparent indolence of Lu Pingin did not escape the notice of Wang Wu, who observed the scene from the back row. Muttering softly, within the classroom, only one student lay sprawled over his desk. Just the other day, when he encountered Lu Pingin, he had admonished him to study diligently, not only to motivate him, but also to prevent him from inciting lethargy among his peers at such a critical juncture. In moments like this, every fleeting moment must be seized. With the scores for practical beast taming already low, how could one aspire to enter a beast taming university with poor academic performance? In an instant, numerous gazes turned toward the boy resting in the front row, filled with envy, disdain, and contempt. Beside Lu Pingin, a girl with long hair cascading over her shoulders cast a surprised glance at him. Sleeping? With the beast taming entrance examination looming so closely, dozing off during self-study was a clear act of self-sabotage. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent. She was not well acquainted with Lu Pingin and would not sacrifice her own time for him. Lu Pingin's slumber lasted half the day. At such a pivotal moment, even the most unruly students would not draw excessive attention from teachers. This time must be devoted to those with hopes of entering a beast taming university. The school bell rang, yet it failed to rouse Lu Pingin from his dreams. At present, he could think only of sleeping to expedite the cooldown of the script simulation. Lu Pingin, a somewhat hurried footfall approached, accompanied by a voice tinged with annoyance that echoed throughout the classroom. Students who had been joking around instantly straightened up, their expressions serious as they turned to face the approaching teacher. Good morning, Teacher Lin. The glasses perched atop Teacher Lin's nose did little to conceal the ire in his eyes. What's going on? Is school over? Lu Pingin rubbed his eyes, still feeling drowsy. He had slept for quite a while. Glancing at the panel in the lower left corner, he noted that only a day and 16 hours remained in the script simulation cooldown. If he slept a bit longer, he could engage in simulation once more the next day. With a swish, a piece of chalk traced a graceful arc through the air. And given the proximity of the first row to the blackboard, there was little chance of evasion. A sharp intake of breath echoed through the classroom, though the sound did not originate from Lu Pingin. My apologies. Lu Pingin turned to the boy behind him, who was now cradling his head in apparent distress. Previously, he had managed to dodge the chalk, only for the boy seated directly behind him in the second row to suffer the consequences. After class, come to my office, Teacher Lin said, momentarily taken aback before fixing Lu Pingin with a cold gaze. Chapter 7. The matter of not wanting to sleep after class. A space opened up in the classroom. This fellow slept the entire day. How excessive, someone couldn't help but murmur. Fortunately, the attendance for the day had been lenient, considering Wang Ji's influence, avoiding any deductions. Wang Gu, should we teach him a lesson? A student leaned toward Wang Wu, gesturing with a clenched fist. There's no need. Wang Wu shook his head. With only 2 months remaining, everyone has their own aspirations. Since he has no intention of attending a beast taming university, there's no need to concern ourselves with him. That's true, the student agreed. In the office, Lu Pingin returned to the familiar environment. Standing upright, he thought that standing would make it easier to sleep later. Opposite him, Teacher Lin sat at his desk, perusing his lesson plan with a serious expression. Speak up. Why were you sleeping in class? Teacher Lin did not look up, continuing to flip through his notes. However, he could not comprehend it. During such a critical period in senior year, even a brief review of problems could quickly enhance scores. How could Lu Pingyan, that troublesome boy, dare to sleep during class? Teacher Lin, would you believe me if I said I was trying to improve myself to become an excellent beast tamer? Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment before responding. You must be joking. Teacher Lin, having just set down his book and taken a sip from his teacup, nearly spat it out. Sleeping? Improving yourself? This boy is becoming increasingly absurd. Teacher Lin wiped his mouth and shot Lu Pingyan a glare. Sleeping in class every day? Do you still wish to become an excellent beast tamer? With such a level of performance after graduation, neither a beast taming university nor a corporate position would accept you. How do you expect to survive? If I don't sleep, how can I become an excellent beast tamer? Lu Pingyan lowered his head, blinking innocently. If I don't sleep, how can I reduce the cooldown time of the script simulation? Without reducing the cooldown, how can I quickly enhance the strength of the little green snake? Although he possessed two somewhat extraordinary skills, Lu Pingyan clearly remembered that the little green snake's strength had yet to reach the threshold. Sleeping was imperative. Get out of here. Teacher Lin's expression hardened, unable to restrain his profanity. From today onward, pay attention in class. I will personally supervise you. Every evening after school, you will stay at school for an hour while I provide you with guidance. Teacher Lin huffed, casting a serious look at Lu Pingyan. With only 3 months left. Lu Pingyan, you certainly don't want your habit of sleeping in class to reach Dean Li's ears, do you? Lu Pingyan pursed his lips. Indeed, he did not wish for that. However, attending class was out of the question after taking the tranquilizer. Reducing the script simulation time was far more efficient than listening to lectures. Don't feel too pressured. With 2 to 3 months remaining, there is still some hope. Given that practical beast taming scores hold significant weight, the cultural subjects are not particularly challenging. As long as you follow my lead, there will be substantial improvements. Though Teacher Lin maintained a stern demeanor, a gentler hue flickered in his gaze. If you have time, please extend my regards to Dean Li. Teacher Lin sighed wistfully, a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan pondered deeply. The Dean? Dean Li? Do they know each other? A series of questions danced on Lu Pingyan's face. It seemed that Teacher Lin held a degree of respect for the elder. Could it be that Teacher Lin's rigorous demeanor was due to his connection with the elder? Lu Pingyan's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Although such treatment is indeed commendable, it is utterly unnecessary for him, Lin Laosher. Furthermore, I am aware of the matter regarding the purchase of the Yusho on Mianyao. Lin Laosher adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and let out a cold snort. Even in the case of insomnia, such substances should be used sparingly. Otherwise, one would end up like today, listless in class. Do you understand? I understand, Lu Pingyan nodded after a moment of contemplation. If one cannot sleep in class, then one ought not to sleep during class. In the afternoon, another seat remained vacant in the classroom. When the teacher entered, he immediately noticed this glaring discrepancy and, with a stern expression, slammed the book he held onto the desk. What is going on? The teacher surveyed the timid students before him and spoke in a deep voice. How could anyone dare to skip class in his presence? Even the class monitor, Wang Wu, did not dare to provoke the teacher, opting instead to lower his head and focus on the problems in his hands. Lu Pingyan's audacity was rather excessive, was it not? Skipping class? That could be forgiven at ordinary times, but with merely 2 months remaining until the Yusho Gaokao, skipping class? Is this something one can dare to do? Today, if you do not bring that fellow back, do not even think about attending class. In Donglin County Yusho No. 1 High School, this teacher had a notoriously volatile temper and often acted according to his own whims, sometimes disregarding even the principal's authority. Teacher, let us begin the class first. We do not know where Lu Pingyan has gone. At this moment, the cool and aloof girl sitting beside Lu Pingyan spoke up. In her eyes, there was no trace of the fear that other students exhibited towards the teacher. It was Rin Shui, so let us proceed with the class. No matter how serious the matter, it should not disrupt your studies, right? The teacher turned towards the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, Rin Shui's expression remained indifferent, as if everything happening around her had nothing to do with her. Wow. Rin Shui is impressive. She can even sway this teacher. Someone beside Wang Wu remarked in awe. Wang Gu, why didn't you think of pursuing her back then? A voice from the back teased Wang Wu, their eyes filled with mischief. To them, it seemed that only Wang Wu had the qualifications to pursue such a cool and detached girl. Hearing the words of his surrounding admirers, Wang Wu was momentarily stunned, his eyes darting around before he quietly coughed and replied, "She is not my type." Truly, it is commendable that even a beauty like Rin Shui does not catch Wang Ji's fancy. In an instant, Wang Wu's words earned him the admiration of his peers. In response, Wang Wu merely chuckled lightly and discreetly glanced at the girl with round-framed glasses in the third row, a hint of pride flickering in his eyes. At that moment, The girl was elegantly brushing aside the hair that obstructed her view, her serious demeanor captivating. Sometimes, it is not mere beauty that draws admiration. Personality and habits also play a significant role. After a moment, Wang Wu's gaze turned cautious as he regarded Rin Shui's silhouette. However, even with Wang Wu's pride, he had to concede that Rin Shui's prowess was indeed formidable. Had she not relinquished her opportunity for direct admission, it remained uncertain who would possess that coveted spot. Chapter 8. The Woman in Red. Gentle sunlight spilled onto the ground, and a soft breeze caressed the creek, bringing a refreshing coolness. In summer, this was the perfect time for a nap. Lu Pingyan shared this sentiment. Beside a small creek within the school, he rested his head on a stone table. Shaded by a willow tree, the sun no longer glaringly hot. Occasionally, a spring breeze would pass, soothing his senses. After a moment, Lu Pingyan felt a gentle prodding at his side. Could it be that someone was calling him to wake up? Xiao Qingxi, do not cause a ruckus. Lu Pingyan swatted away the object touching him, only to unexpectedly encounter a soft texture. This sensation did not seem to belong to Xiao Qingxi. Her form was slippery and smooth, not possessing such softness. Moreover, he seemed to be at school, and Xiao Qingxi was not by his side. A faint fragrance wafted from his palm, rousing Lu Pingyan's consciousness. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes and turned his head, only to behold two long, fair legs. The red skirt added an alluring touch. Lu Pingyan looked up to see a girl holding two thick books, her cheeks slightly flushed, her water-like eyes glaring at him with mild annoyance. Excuse me, why are you disturbing my sleep? Lu Pingyan took the initiative to speak. There was no one else around. That previous sensation must have originated from this woman in red. After finally finding a place without a teacher to rest and refresh the cool down for his script simulation, he had been interrupted. With this thought, Lu Pingyan felt a surge of irritation. Having suffered such a significant loss, he ought to assert some authority, right? Aye. The girl holding the books was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting Lu Pingyan to respond in such a manner. Disturbing his sleep? She was the one at a disadvantage, was she not? The atmosphere between them became somewhat delicate, sinking into a profound silence. The girl in red bit her lip, her watery gaze fixed on Lu Pingyan, remaining speechless. Lu Pingyan, too, was scrutinizing this unexpected visitor. Her beauty was remarkable, easily scoring a 9.9. Her figure was undeniably captivating, drawing one in like ripe fruit begging to be picked. In the school, she would undoubtedly be regarded as a campus belle. Even without any talent for Yusho, her appearance alone would attract countless brilliant Yusho masters. Lu Pingyan yawned. I should be going. This classmate, is it not class time now? The girl in red, clutching her books, addressed Lu Pingyan. Indeed, Lu Pingyan nodded. Seizing this opportunity, the girl continued her inquiry, her eyes narrowing like a crescent moon. Then why are you skipping class? To sleep, Lu Pingyan replied instinctively. No, wait, why should he answer her questions? Was it merely because she was attractive? The girl in red slightly nodded, her delicate finger pointing at Lu Pingyan. You, which class are you in? What is your student ID? What is your name? Come with me to the office. The rapid-fire questions left Lu Pingyan momentarily speechless. The office? Teacher. Goodness. Ding ding ding. The cheerful bell rang, marking the end of class. And students began to exit the classroom to relax. Lu Pingyan glanced at the corners of the room. No cameras. Run. In the blink of an eye, Lu Pingyan melted into the crowd, vanishing from sight. All that remained was the girl in red, standing alone in the spring breeze, flustered. Truly, an interesting person. The girl in red twirled a strand of hair that had drifted across her forehead, her pupils shimmering with a faint blue light. That evening, Lu Pingyan indeed remained in the classroom, engaging in intimate tutoring with Lin Laosher. After all, he did not wish for the old man to discover his drowsiness in class or the purchase of Yusho on Yinyao. Upon returning home, Dean Li maintained a stern expression, awaiting Lu Pingyan's arrival. The old man, Lu Pingyan, said with a wry smile. Speak. Smack. Dean Li waved his teaching baton, striking it against the door with a sharp crack. Lin Laosher kept me behind for one-on-one tutoring, hoping to improve my academic performance. Lu Pingyan swallowed hard, deciding to come clean. That Lin fellow. Why didn't he take you to the secret realm to enhance your Yusho level? Dean Li rolled his eyes, looking at Lu Pingyan with a cold snort. Old man, Xiao Qingxi is still not at the entry level, so I cannot access the secret realm. A bitter expression crossed Lu Pingyan's face. Humph. Upon hearing this, Dean Li let out a soft snort and tossed aside the teaching rod in his hand. The rice is in the pot. Finish your meal and tidy up afterward. Excellent. The bitterness on Lu Pingyan's face instantly vanished. At last, he had managed to evade scrutiny. After a simple meal, Lu Pingyan returned to his room. The moment he opened the door, his expression darkened. As anticipated, the little green snake was exercising, albeit in its own peculiar manner. For instance, it was writhing on the bed, occasionally nibbling on snacks nearby. Lu Pingyan found this perplexing. With so many methods available, why choose such a frivolous one? Practicing skills would suffice. Those 2 skills were not merely for show. However, considering the little green snake's innate talent, it would likely require decades of practice in reality to see any improvement. How awkward. Lu Pingyan sighed softly. The sight before him was indeed somewhat comical. Hiss, hiss. The little green snake paused, tilting its head to look at Lu Pingyan, filled with confusion. Wasn't it you who encouraged me to train diligently? Lu Pingyan replied, Get some rest and do what you enjoy. He lay down on the bed. Today, there was ample time for sleep. After a night of rest, he would have the opportunity for a 3rd script simulation before heading to school in the morning. Hiss. Noticing Lu Pingyan's lack of enthusiasm, the little green snake slithered closer, rubbing its smooth head against Lu Pingyan's palm. Hiss. What happened? Lu Pingyan withdrew his hand, ignoring it. Time for sleep. There was neither too much nor too little time left. If he delayed his slumber any longer, the next script simulation would have to be postponed. Just like stamina. If you leave it unused, it remains the same, but if you utilize it, it refreshes in 3 days. Hiss. Sensing Lu Pingyan's emotional detachment, the little green snake turned away and flicked its tongue. Sleep is sleep. How could it fear sleep more than that? Chapter 9. Reality Simulation. Early the next morning. Upon waking, Lu Pingyan found that the number of script simulations had refreshed. Little green snake, rise and shine. Lu Pingyan reached out, gently pinching the tip of the little green snake's tail. The latter shivered, awakening from its slumber, its eyes wide with surprise as it glanced around. Are you ready? Lu Pingyan asked with a smile, pressing down on the still drowsy little green snake. Hiss. The little green snake shook its head. It was far from ready. This was the 3rd time, and it was still somewhat anxious. No worries, you will get used to it soon. Ding. Detecting updates on the beast's information. Generating the script world now. At the sound of this notification, the little green snake twitched and fell back asleep. The 3rd simulation passed neither swiftly nor slowly. For 30 years, the little green snake survived in this instance. Nothing unexpected occurred in the script world. Over the span of 30 years, the little green snake had ventured out of the snake mountain early on and had diligently trained, mastering the skills of wind vortex and wind's protection. In its 30th year, it encountered a rival species of beastmasters, leading to a conflict that resulted in its demise. 30 years, you say? That is indeed a groundbreaking advancement. Compared to the previous 2 instances, it had survived for a longer duration, and the little green snake had continuously progressed. Although no particularly special rewards were triggered, it was still commendable. After the simulation concluded, Lu Pingyan opted not to select the 2 skills for level enhancement, but rather chose the 30 years of training experience accumulated by the little green snake. After all, given the current strength of the little green snake, it could not be expected to survive as long in every script simulation. In the next moment, the little green snake slowly opened its eyes, gazing lifelessly at the ceiling. It had grown accustomed to this feeling of tearing pain. Despite the suffering, it found joy in it. Since resistance was futile, it might as well enjoy the experience. In Lu Pingyan's eyes, the beast panel appeared. Beast name, Little Green Snake. Beast attribute, Wind. Beast level, 1st rank 2 stars. Skills, Wind Vortex, 1, Wind's Protection, 1. Talent, none. Observing the modifications on his beast's panel, Lu Pingyan felt a surge of excitement. 30 years. The little green snake had finally progressed from being unranked to achieving the 1st rank. At this moment, Lu Pingyan could truly be considered a legitimate beastmaster. Although it took 30 years to reach the 1st rank 2 stars, this was merely the reward from 1 script simulation. This confirmed Lu Pingyan's hypothesis that training in the script simulation world could indeed elevate the rank of a beast. Ding. Congratulations to the host for the little green snake's completion of 3 script simulations, granting 1 reality simulation opportunity. Reality simulation, based on the host's real world. Conduct a simulated projection of the beast. The voice echoing in his ears filled Lu Pingyan with joy. Script simulations unfolded in a world shaped by the final evolutionary forms set by the host. It was virtual, allowing the little green snake to simulate survival and earn rewards. However, reality simulations differed. According to the data displayed on the panel, a reality simulation provided an additional chance for survival, and Lu Pingyan existed within this reality simulation. This meant he could glimpse the trajectory of his future in the script of the reality simulation. Reality simulation activate. Lu Pingyan acted without hesitation. Loading reality simulation. After breaking through to the 1st rank beast, you are placed in the beast space by your beastmaster. You are filled with excitement on your first venture into the outside world. On the 6th day, your beastmaster encounters provocation on campus and battles with a 1st rank beastmaster, emerging victorious thanks to your mastery of 2 skills. On the 6th day, due to your alluring physique, you attract the attention of an infatuated admirer. On the 14th day, your school suffers a terror attack, Your Beastmaster is killed, and you perish. Survival time too short. No rewards obtained. Given that this is the host's first reality simulation, you receive a consolation prize, 1 reality simulation opportunity. Lu Ping'an exclaimed, what? He sleeps in class every day and still gets provoked? That is utterly absurd. Nevertheless, at least he won. That is what matters. But what on earth is an infatuated admirer? A snake fetish? Are there really people with such peculiar preferences? Lu Ping'an cast a meaningful glance at the little green snake. This fellow seems to have quite the charm. Hiss. The little green snake proudly lifted its head. Though it did not comprehend its Beastmaster's meaning, it assumed it was a compliment. It is the extraordinary and talented little green snake. Lu Ping'an continued to examine the reality simulation script on the panel, and upon reading the last line, he sank onto his bed in shock. His Beastmaster was killed? And the little green snake was gone too? No. Why is there a terror attack, even in the first beast school? This can't be real. Lu Ping'an bit his lip, gazing out at the rising sun, contemplating appropriate countermeasures. Although the Beastmaster Association in Donglan City represented absolute authority, this incident might not earn their belief. 2 weeks should still be sufficient. As for the source of the terror attack, Lu Ping'an surmised it likely stemmed from external forces. After all, if there were hazards within the school, they would have manifested long before, not waiting until 2 weeks later. The reality simulation should help clarify some matters. Observing Lu Ping'an sitting on his bed, fists clenched, the little green snake paused for a moment before lowering its proud head and slithering over, nudging Lu Ping'an's hand. Hiss. With me around, what is there to fear? Indeed. Feeling the reassurance from his beast, Lu Ping'an smiled and reached out to stroke the little green snake's back. By the way, should I give you a name? Lu Ping'an inquired. Hiss. The little green snake gently caressed Lu Ping'an's palm. Should I call you Xiaoqing? Hiss. The little green snake flicked its tongue. It is a pleasant name, but somehow it doesn't seem to match his striking appearance. It matters not. For you are destined to become the sovereign of the heavens, the tempestuous dragon sovereign, and calling you Xiaoqing, she feels inappropriate. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ping'an declared earnestly, Xiaoqing is quite fitting. Upon hearing this, the little green snake's eyes sparkled with delight. Yes, that's it. The dragon sovereign. Although I do not comprehend its meaning, it sounds truly majestic. Grandfather, I am off to school. As Lu Ping'an stepped out, he glanced at the elderly man reclining in the armchair and spoke softly. Deanly nodded, lacking any particular enthusiasm. Subsequently, Lu Ping'an left with the little green snake in tow. As a first-tier beast tamer, he was now capable of placing his beast into the beast space. And given the size of the little green snake, it should fit comfortably. After Lu Ping'an arrived at school, Dean Li watched his figure gradually fade from view before he rose and ascended to the second floor. Creak. The sound of the door being pushed open echoed as Dean Li held a piece of qingfeng grass in his hand. Such plants are highly favored by wind attribute beasts. Xiaoqing Shi, Grandpa is back. Dean Li was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the familiar surroundings, now devoid of the little green snake. Chapter 10. I will outshine you all. In Donglan County, at the first high school of Beast Tamers, during class hours, Lu Ping'an found a comfortable position and succumbed to slumber, utilizing this time to refresh his script simulation. Behind him, a girl with round-framed glasses observed Lu Ping'an intently, one hand incessantly pressing her tightly clasped pen. Occasionally, she glanced at the figure hunched over the desk, her teeth lightly clenching. After a moment, the girl raised her gaze to the teacher writing on the blackboard and then looked at the clock hanging in the corner, resolutely nodding as if making a significant decision. When the bell rang for the end of class, students began to exit the classroom one after another, except for Lu Ping'an. He remained sprawled on the desk, immersed in his dream world, eager to minimize the cool-down time for his script simulation. Classmate, could you refrain from sleeping during class? A melodious voice jolted Lu Ping'an from his slumber. Turning his head, he saw a somewhat blurry figure in a school uniform, appearing rather petite. He felt somewhat bewildered. How could he become stronger if he didn't sleep? Suddenly, realization dawned upon him, and he rubbed his eyes, gazing at the girl with round glasses, puzzled. Who is she? What is her name? Do I know her? Why? After a moment of contemplation, Lu Ping'an sighed and inquired. He did not understand. Was his sleep disrupting anyone? He believed his sleep quality was quite good. He never snored, merely resting quietly with his eyes closed. And he was certain it did not disturb his classmates. Logically, such a situation should not occur. In response, the girl adjusted her glasses and earnestly said, This is a crucial moment. The Beast Tamer entrance examination is just over 2 months away. You should not be sleeping. Her left hand tightened slightly. Lu Ping'an was taken aback. A crucial moment? Indeed, it was a critical juncture. As the terrifying attack on the first high school of Beast Tamers was only 2 weeks away, if utilized wisely, he could conduct numerous script simulations, which would greatly enhance the little green snake in terms of both rank and skills. It was precisely at such a juncture that he needed to seize every moment to sleep and reset his script simulation time. However, Lu Ping'an raised his head to meet the serious gaze of the girl with round glasses. How could he articulate this? Sleeping makes me stronger? I possess a system. I am the protagonist, unlike you mere bystanders. After some thought, Lu Ping'an reasoned that his sleep was merely a ruse to mislead them. He aspired to make a resounding impact in the Beast Tamer entrance examination. Do not be deceived by my daytime slumber. At night, I engage in combat training with beasts and review my knowledge of beast lore. Leaning in slightly, he shielded his mouth with one hand and whispered, I will outshine you all. Upon hearing this, the girl furrowed her brow slightly. Outshine? What does that mean? Although she did not fully comprehend, it seemed to suggest that Lu Ping'an was secretly studying at night. Well, all right then. Ruan Su was momentarily stunned, then bit her lip and summoned the courage to look at Lu Ping'an. Yes, I am sorry. Hearing those 4 words, Lu Ping'an quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this girl did not appear to be particularly astute, and he had managed to deceive her. Watching Lu Ping'an resume his position, slowly closing his eyes, Ruan Su blinked. She had never heard of anyone sleeping in class and then excelling in the Beast Tamer entrance examination. Moreover, sleeping during the day while working hard at night seemed counterproductive. After some contemplation, Ruan Su took a step forward, leaned down, and whispered into Lu Ping'an's ear, I don't believe you. The crisp voice startled Lu Ping'an. Don't believe me? Aren't you supposed to be not very clever? Lu Ping'an tilted his head, sighing inwardly. After half a day of class, there was a break of about 2 hours, and he did not wish to squander it. Since explanation was futile, he resolved to remain silent. Ruan Su stood beside him, her hands resting on her thighs, her lively eyes beneath her round glasses fixed intently on Lu Ping'an. In truth, she was not particularly familiar with him. Her insistence stemmed purely from the discomfort she felt every time she glanced at the blackboard and saw Lu Ping'an asleep. Noticing this, Lu Ping'an pursed his lips. What is wrong with her? Had he wronged her in any way? He felt inexplicably that this girl was rather peculiar. Actually, I am truly trying hard. Lu Ping'an raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. However, he wasn't entirely wrong. He indeed made an effort, particularly in the art of sleeping, even spending a significant amount of money on beast sleep aids. Upon hearing this, Ruan Su maintained her previous posture, her face stubbornly directed at Lu Ping'an, clearly unconvinced. What tier beast tamer are you? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ping'an sighed inwardly and asked. First tier. The girl hesitated, her cheeks slightly reddening as she lowered her voice. Her grades were not particularly impressive. Aside from excelling in cultural subjects, she was not outstanding in other areas. Come with me to the school's Beast Pavilion, and I will prove it to you. After giving it some thought, Lu Ping'an looked up at the girl and said, a first-tier tamer should have no issue with the little green snake, which possessed both intermediate and advanced skills. After all, at this stage, a first-tier beast quality should not be too high. Moreover, Lu Ping'an did not wish to offend such a striking girl too severely. Otherwise, he would likely be deprived of a good night's sleep for the next 2 months. Ruan Su exclaimed. No. How did things escalate to this point? She merely wished for Lu Ping'an to stay awake during class. This scene also caught the eye of Wang Wu in the back row, who tightened his grip on his water bottle. Bang! Under the pressure, the cap flew off. Wang Wu's expression darkened. What's wrong with you, Brother Wang? A nearby classmate asked, momentarily taken aback. What do you think of Lu Ping'an? Wang Wu inquired, gazing in the direction the two had departed. Sleeping in class and achieving dismal grades. It is said that YSHU has yet to reach the first tier, rendering him utterly worthless. After pondering for a moment, the individual spoke, his face adorned with a sycophantic smile, utterly incomparable to Wang Ge. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu drained the remaining half bottle of mineral water and gazed toward the direction in which the two departed. He had previously expressed his feelings to Ru Ns, but she had consistently refused on the grounds of her studies. Yet now, she had ventured out with LP Ying. Where could they be headed? The Grove? Chapter 11. A triumphant first battle. Although there are explicit regulations in D.C. forbidding YSHU masters from summoning their beasts at will, certain special locations permit it. The YSHU Pavilion is one such place, utilized in YSHU No. 1 high school for resolving conflicts among students. One-on-one or group battles are both permissible. In Class 3 of YSHU, LP Ying, a first-tier YSHU master, stood facing Ru Ns, determined not to squander time. He aimed for a swift resolution, unwilling to waste even a few minutes. As his words fell, a flash of azure light illuminated the area, and a small green snake appeared beside him. Hiss! The small green snake's eyes exhibited confusion as it tilted its head toward LP Ying, clearly questioning its surroundings. Little green, defeat her, and I shall prepare a delectable meal for you, LP Ying encouraged the serpent. Hiss! The small green snake turned its head disdainfully, flicking its tail. A single meal? Who does he think he is fooling? Its appetite had long been spoiled by the director's indulgence. No matter how exquisite the dish, if it lacked substantial nutrition, it served merely to satiate hunger in the eyes of the small green snake. Anything below 1,000 Dishi coins. You may eat whatever you desire, LP Ingin added thoughtfully. Hiss! A sharp sound erupted. The small green snake abruptly turned its head, its eyes glaring menacingly at Ru-Ns. Hoo-hoo. Across from it, the girl adjusted her round glasses, which were fogged slightly, breathing heavily. After stepping out of the classroom, LP Ingin quickened his pace considerably, leaving her struggling to keep up. Class 3 of YSHU, Ru-Ns. As her words echoed, she summoned her own beast, a rabbit radiating flames. Gigi. The fire rabbit's prominent front teeth twitched as it turned to look at its master. Ru-Ns bit her lip, locking eyes with her rabbit. She was at a loss for how to explain the situation to her beast. How embarrassing. Why had she inexplicably ended up here? Ru-Ns sniffled. Go forth, fire rabbit. Fire rabbit. Little green, wind's blessing. Although LP Ingin had some confidence in the current strength of the small green snake, he still felt it prudent to enhance its status first. As his words resonated, gusts of wind enveloped the small green snake, imperceptible to the naked eye yet palpable in sensation. Fire rabbit. Ru-Ns wished to articulate something. But in the next moment, astonishment flickered in her eyes. The flames surrounding the fire rabbit were a low-level skill, sufficient to grant it an advantage over beasts of the same tier. Yet now, the faint red flames on the rabbit were slowly converging toward the small green snake, as if they were about to extinguish at any moment. Simultaneously, droplets of blood began to surface on the fire rabbit, as wind elements sliced through the beast's exterior. This sight rendered Ru-Ns's complexion pale. It was her first encounter with such a scenario. Even during previous practical examinations, she had never felt this powerless. Now, do you believe? LP Ingin raised a hand, speaking with a hint of exasperation. As his words settled, the small green snake turned its head, its eyes gleaming with excitement. Hiss hiss. Don't forget our agreement. Before LP Ingin, the girl appeared despondent, her gaze hollow as she looked at him. Her talent, it seemed, was indeed not remarkable. Moreover, despite LP Ingin's habitual napping in class, his rapid progress suggested he had exerted considerable effort behind the scenes. Ru-Ns lowered her head, a glimmer of sorrow in her eyes. Exiting the YSHU pavilion, the girl kept her head down, trailing behind LP Ingin. Throughout the journey, she remained silent, neither throwing a tantrum nor causing a scene, simply following him with her gaze cast downward. Sensing the atmosphere, LP Ingin sighed and lowered his head. He had not wished for this. It was she who had intruded upon his slumber, and now she was in a state of despondency. Indeed, women are undeniably troublesome beings, more so than the small green snake. I apologize. Halting in her tracks, Ru-Ns addressed LP Ingins back. It matters not. As long as you refrain from interrupting me in the future, LP Ingin shrugged. While this girl might be somewhat bothersome, at least her heart was not wicked. There was no instance of her seeking vengeance by rallying a group after losing to him. Ru-Ns stood still, momentarily stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She recalled that on the very first day of entering Class 3 of YSHU, the teacher had warned them that this world was far more brutal than they could imagine. Among YSHU masters, life and death could determine relationships. After losing, Ru-Ns had envisioned a scene where she would be subjected to harsh treatment. Yet unexpectedly, LP Ingin seemed unconcerned. Perhaps she ought to offer something in return. Otherwise, her heart would remain uneasy. That doesn't seem right. Ru-Ns hesitated, speaking softly. What is wrong with that? We are all classmates. There is no need to engage in a deadly rivalry, wouldn't you agree? LP Ingin turned, a smile gracing his face. He had learned the girl's name. Ru-Ns. Upon arriving in this world, he had heard tales of her reputation. Somewhat pedantic, she was known to be stubborn. Yet it was this very tenacity that afforded her commendable results in YSHU culture classes and a respectable standing among her peers. Upon hearing this, Ru-Ns pressed her lips together, at a loss for words. Perhaps, after a moment of contemplation, Ru-Ns looked at LP Ingin, her cheeks flushing slightly. How about you take something from me? Even something of significance to me would suffice. LP Ingin regarded her with astonishment. Something of significance? What could such a Navi girl, viewed as a model student by her teachers, deem important? That seems inappropriate. You are still quite young, he gently coughed, shaking his head slowly. Indeed, she appeared rather petite, her development seemingly stunted, likely still a minor. More importantly, such matters would hinder his ability to reduce the cooldown period of his script. After all, the physical stamina of YSHU masters is quite robust, and the time consumed may indeed be more substantial. Ru-Ns was taken aback. She struggled to comprehend the connection to age. Moments later, she hesitantly spoke. Then, How about this? Consider it an apology. Ru Ns produced a simple jade pendant from her waist, radiating a subtle chill. This is called the HNBing I wear it to invigorate myself during classes. And it also serves to refresh the mind when venturing into secret realms. Ru Ns's clear eyes, partially concealed by her round glasses, looked at LPing with trepidation as she posed her question. I possess many such items. There is no need for concern. LPing, what a peculiar notion of invigoration. Do I truly require it? However, after a moment's reflection, he resolved to accept it to avoid further complications. After all, sleep was of utmost importance. Chapter 12. This phrase sounds somewhat familiar. Upon returning to the classroom, Lu Pingyan decisively chose to lie down and continue his slumber. With over 2 days remaining until the next script simulation, he had placed the icy jade pendant in his drawer, wrapped in a black cloth bag. While carrying it, he had felt a subtle chill emanating from it. In such circumstances, how could one possibly sleep? However, besides the cold aura, there was also a faintly enchanting fragrance, ideal for steeping in water. Meanwhile, Wang Wu's gaze was fixed on Lu Pingyan, his expression somewhat gloomy, yet he made no move. Time passed in this manner. With the ringing of the bell, the crisp sound of footsteps approached, reminiscent of high heels clicking against a marble floor. Many students turned their attention to the classroom door. Calm, astonished, and even enthusiastic. Wow, that girl is stunning. Some boys were left drooling, occasionally wiping their mouths as they gazed at the figure in red. With an impeccable figure and a beauty that was nothing short of mesmerizing, she captivated many, even drawing the attention of younger girls. Beside Lu Pingyan, Rin Shui cast a casual glance. No matter how breathtaking or astonishing, she held no interest. It was not due to her being of the same gender. In Rin Shui's eyes, both men and women were equally dull. Hello everyone. The teacher for Beast Mastery History is unwell, so I will be substituting for this class. The woman in red gracefully approached the podium, gently placing her lesson plan on the desk, her hands resting as she surveyed the students. My name is Ning Yulan. You may call me Teacher Ning. Wow. Instantly, the classroom erupted into a wave of excitement. Beautiful, melodious voice, captivating figure. Where could one find such a wife? Such a teacher? The 3 years at Beastmaster High were already mundane. Had they had such a teacher earlier, their grades in Beast Mastery History would not have suffered. Not to mention, with just this subject scores, they could reach the level of the Great Xia Beastmaster Academy. A smile lingered on Ning Yulan's face, amused by the students' reactions. Unfortunately, Ning Yulan's gaze caught an oddity. It appeared some students were unresponsive to her arrival. Confident in her allure, she felt a sense of familiarity with one particular profile. After a brief search, 2 faces fully aligned in her mind. A playful smile graced Ning Yulan's lips. Sleeping? In the next moment, she glided over to Lu Pingyan's side, a sight that elicited envy from countless male students. Ning Yulan leaned down, brushing her hair aside, and whispered into Lu Pingyan's ear, "Dear student, why are you sleeping in my class? Is my teaching insufficient? If there's anything lacking, please let me know, and I will make the necessary adjustments." Her alluring eyes sparkled with innocence, reminiscent of a girl who had erred. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids, stirring one's heart. Lu Pingyan stirred awake, feeling somewhat dazed. After finally dozing off, he had barely reduced his cooling time before being disturbed. Quite displeased. Moreover, his ears were itching. He rubbed his ears, sensing the classroom's unusual silence, and turned to look. What the heck? What a striking face. Beautiful, and somewhat familiar. In an instant, countless murderous glances were directed his way. They were merely observing from a distance, yet Lu Pingyan dared to think. The last in the rankings, what audacity. Student, please come to the office after school. Ning Yulan's hand rested lightly on Lu Pingyan's shoulder, delicate and soft, causing the male hormones in the classroom to spike. Before Lu Pingyan could respond, she added, "You wouldn't want the homeroom teacher to find out about your skipping class, would you?" Ning Yulan leaned in closer, her smile radiant. It seemed she had completely ensnared this innocent boy. This sounded a tad familiar. "Teacher, if I go, can I sleep during class?" Lu Pingyan pondered seriously before asking. The atmosphere thick with masculine tension abruptly ceased, leaving the classroom in silence. Sleep? With such a beautiful and alluring teacher. How could one even think of sleeping? At this age, how could one possibly doze off? Ning Yulan's smile gradually froze at this moment. That is not permissible. Dear student. She raised a finger to the center of her crimson lips, smiling sweetly. Oh, Lu Pingyan nodded. Yen Su, seated diagonally behind, glanced at Teacher Ning's figure before lowering her head, feeling a twinge of dejection. Quite a bit lacking. However, Yen Su regarded Lu Pingyan with curiosity. He seemed indifferent to everything, save for sleeping. This was different from those she had encountered before. For other students, a class felt exceedingly brief, glancing at the teacher, then at the board, and back to the teacher, and the class would be over. For Lu Pingyan, However, it dragged on, in his boredom. He could only take out 5 years of beast mastery, 3 years of simulation to practice. As time flowed, the class eventually concluded. Sigh. After the departure of the woman in red, a long and regretful sigh resonated through the classroom. What a pity. At this moment, Lu Ping'an lay his head on the desk once more, continuing his deep slumber, nay, continuing to refresh his time. That was a threefold time flow. Even a single second was too precious to squander. After school, Lu Ping'an made his way to the office. He pushed open the door to find a resolute-looking man sitting inside, who glanced at Lu Ping'an and spoke. Did you bring 5 years of beast mastery, 3 years of simulation? Yes, Lu Ping'an nodded slowly, retrieving the set of exercises from his bag. Today, we will work on the capital exam. While it is not overly difficult, it is crucial for building your foundation at this stage, Teacher Lin explained gently. Lu Ping'an's performance in recent days had been commendable. Lu Ping'an nodded, having heeded Teacher Ning's words and coming to the office, though not her office. As for old Lin, knowing he had slept during class, so be it. While working on the exercises, Lu Ping'an glanced at Teacher Lin. After all, the latter should be accustomed to it, whether or not he mentioned it. It wouldn't make much of a difference. Chapter 13. His time is indeed invaluable. As dusk fell, Lu Ping'an walked along the path leading out of the school, his shadow elongated by the setting sun. After finishing the set of exercises under Teacher Lin's astonished gaze, Lu Ping'an emerged. Although beast mastery history and certain other subjects remained somewhat obscure, the fundamental knowledge was not overly challenging for him. While not yet second nature, he was close. It was not particularly taxing, and his scores had seen a significant improvement compared to a fortnight ago. Why were there so many people standing at the entrance? Moments later, Lu Ping'an stopped, gazing at the school gate, where approximately 10 individuals had gathered. They occasionally glanced inward, seemingly waiting for something. A few among them appeared somewhat familiar. Lu Ping'an was a classmate of his. He pursed his lips and pondered for a moment. Surely, they could not be waiting for him. After all, his reputation among the students of Class 3 of Beast Tamers was not particularly stellar. As for being surrounded, Lu Ping'an typically maintained a cordial distance from them. Why would they encircle him? It couldn't possibly be for a spar, could it? Although Xiao Qing, with her current strength, could manage, Lu Ping'an felt there was no necessity for such an encounter. After a brief contemplation, he turned to his left and quickened his pace. His time was invaluable and could not be squandered. At the school gate, a throng had gathered, comprising both outsiders and students from Class 3 of Beast Tamers. Li Ho, did that guy offend Wang Go? A young man asked, perched on the edge of a flower bed, cigarette in mouth. A distinct claw mark marred his face, lending him an intimidating appearance, reminiscent of a beast's mark. In this era, even petty delinquents relied on beasts for territorial disputes and face-saving. If caught by the patrolling beast tamers of the Beast Tamer Association in Donglin County, they might find themselves sipping tea for a spell. Yes, the student referred to as Li Ho nodded. It's this kid. Not only did his poor grades block Wang Ji's view, but he even dared to target Wang Ji's woman. He must be tired of living. Isn't that Lu Ping'an? Someone pointed at the youth turning away in the distance, uncertainty evident in their tone. Upon hearing this, Li Ho turned his head. Not good. He's trying to slip out the side door. Let us go quickly. Li Ho's expression shifted in an instant, and he urged the crowd to disperse. Meanwhile, in the school's monitoring room, an elderly man and a young one sat quietly, observing the screen. The movement on the display elicited a soft sigh from the older man. He rose and approached the sofa, gently nudging the sleeping youth. Young man, they've left. You should wake up now, the elder said with a hint of exasperation. Thank you, sir, Lu Ping'an replied as he sat up, rubbing his eyes and smiling at the elderly gentleman whose hair had turned white. Oh, you young people, the elder remarked, dressed in formal attire and shaking his head. As a security guard, his duty was to disperse the students, but here, at Yusho Yizhong, how could these proud beast tamers heed the words of an ordinary person? Be careful, run quickly, don't get caught, he cautioned as Lu Ping'an departed. Got it. Lu Ping'an nodded. With no obstruction at the gate, his steps became lighter. Upon exiting the school, he did not linger but proceeded directly home. Sleep was of the essence. On the 5th-floor office window, a striking figure in red stood, arms crossed, accentuating her silhouette. Ning Yuelon smiled as she watched Lu Ping'an leave, delicately tapping her jade fingers on her fair arms. Quite intriguing, her soft laugh, devoid of the daytime allure, took on a somewhat eerie quality. Li Ho, do you think it's possible that we were outsmarted by this kid? A half-hour later, the claw-marked youth pondered aloud. Surely not, Li Ho replied, momentarily taken aback. But having been here for half an hour, it is plausible. Blast it. I'm going into the school now. Old Lin should have returned. I'll dig up Lu Ping'an's address and confront him. Li Ho's frustration mounted, and he slammed his backpack to the ground, fuming. What are you all doing gathered here? A familiar voice interrupted. Li Ho turned to see a flattering smile spread across his face. Wang Gu, what brings you here personally? Rest assured, we'll teach Lu Ping'an a lesson. Unnecessary. Wang Wu replied with a slight shake of his head. Are you implying to involve his family as well? That may not be wise, Li Ho stammered, momentarily flustered. Although Beast Tamers held a lofty status in the Great Xia, it did not grant them the liberty to trample upon the law. Some Beast Tamers had faced repercussions. Silence. Wang Wu shot him a cold glance. What time is it? Do we still have time for such matters? Do you still wish to be admitted to the Beast Tamer University? His words made Li Ho lower his head, too intimidated to respond. As for Lu Ping'an, you need not interfere. I will find a time to challenge him, Wang Wu said nonchalantly. Do not presume that becoming a first-tier Beast Tamer is something remarkable. The world outside is vast. Donglin County is but a small part of the city, and in the Great Xia, it is merely a drop in the ocean. Focus on your studies and prepare for the cultural exams. Wang Wu approached and patted Li Ho on the shoulder. Put aside those misguided thoughts. It is time for serious work. Yes, Wang Gu. Li Ho nodded respectfully, as did those behind him. They were aware of Wang Wu's talent and his standing as the second young master of the Wang family in Donglin County, with resources at his disposal. Wang Wu's world was one that ordinary students of Yusho Yizhong could scarcely comprehend. Chapter 14. The Two Evolutionary Paths of Shaoqing Snake. In the orphanage courtyard, Lu Ping'an leaned against the wall, on the verge of tears. You brat, you actually know to come back. He was confronted by Director Li, who sat across from him, glaring with wide eyes. The teacher went over time again. Where is Shaoqing Snake? Where did you take it? You do realize that carrying a beast privately is against the law, right? Director Li's tone was grave. I know, Lu Ping'an nodded, knowing yet still taking it out. If you were caught and sent to the Beast Tamer Detention Center, do you realize you would lose your chance to attend university? Would those Beast Tamer universities still accept you after that? Director Li clenched his fist and struck the armrest in frustration. Well, I have become a first-tier Beast Tamer. Before Director Li could finish, Lu Ping'an interjected. A first-tier Beast Tamer? What's so great about that? Director Li instinctively scoffed, but then paused, realizing the implication. You've broken through to become a first-tier Beast Tamer? Yes, Lu Ping'an replied, a smile spreading across his face. In the next moment, a faint azure light flashed, and Shaoqing Snake appeared above Lu Ping'an's head, coiling its body and gazing innocently at Director Li with its serpent-like eyes. Hiss, Grandpa, what's wrong? Lu Ping'an's smile widened further. Surely, this time he could not be reprimanded, could he? As a first-tier Beast Tamer, his beast space could now accommodate beasts. This was surely a cause for celebration in the elder's eyes. Never mind, my dear grandson. Come here, let Grandpa have a look. The anger on Director Li's face vanished in an instant, replaced by a smile as the wrinkles on his face gathered, as the sound of the wind whispered. The small green snake appeared in Dean Li's hand, squinting slightly as it relished the moment. LPing in, my good grandson? Shouldn't that refer to him? He remarked, irritated. What are you staring at? Stand properly. With a cold glance, Dean Li let out a huff and, cradling the small green snake, rose to head indoors, leaving LPing momentarily stunned. Sighing softly, LPing shrugged his shoulders in resignation before standing at attention. Moments later, a gentle voice called from within. I've saved you some food, just heat it up. Startled by the soothing tone, LPing's face broke into a smile. Sure thing. The following day, LPing encountered no distressing incidents. After receiving the cold jade pendant from Ruin-S, he had kept it safely in his bag, ready to respond if questioned. However, he had no intention of wearing it. Why would he don something that merely invigorated the mind? In a dream, LPing suddenly felt a poke on his body. Ruin-S murmured softly. Osh is calling for you in the office. He glanced at the clock upon hearing her words. Wasn't it just the afternoon? Why was old Lin so impatient? Absurd. Upon entering the office, LPing was met with a barrage of scolding. LPing, did you sleep in class again? And skip class too? What is wrong with you? Osh bellowed, slapping the desk with a loud voice. Don't think that just because your grades in Beast Mastery have improved a bit, you can rest easy. You are still far from qualifying for Beast Master University. If you don't strive for full marks in your cultural subjects, how can you elevate your overall score? LPing stood at the door, momentarily stunned. Sleeping in class? Skipping class? After connecting the dots, a figure in red flashed through his mind. Did that little brat actually report him? Osh. Actually, I sleep to become stronger, he said, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence. Nonsense. Even Osh, known for his composure, could not refrain from swearing. He had taught countless students and beast masters, yet had never heard of anyone growing stronger through sleep. It was absurd. Truly, LPing replied earnestly, gently closing the door behind him and locking it. Then, under Osh's astonished gaze, he moved behind him and drew the curtains. In the next moment, A green glow appeared as the small green snake materialized above LP Ing's head. "My little green snake has broken through to the first tier," he announced slowly. Hiss. The small green snake tilted its head proudly towards the person seated in the office chair. "Of course. Why is it so difficult to prove something?" LP Ing's heart was filled with helplessness. Why did no one believe his words? Osh, you should believe me now," he said, spreading his hands once more. After taking a breath of fresh air, the small green snake returned to its beast master space. Upon witnessing this, Osh, after a brief moment of shock, straightened his posture and retrieved a stack of white paper from the drawer, densely printed with information. "Being able to cultivate a common quality beast like the small green snake to the first tier is enough to demonstrate some of your talents," he remarked. His earlier anger dissipated with a sigh. "This document contains all the information I have collected about the small green snake, along with the 2 optimal evolution routes I filtered out. The Dishi Beastmaster Network is fully accessible to Beastmasters, featuring various discovered beast data, including detailed notes on evolution routes. However, specific queries are not free. Beastmasters must pay a corresponding fee on the site." Osh did not disclose this to LP Ing. "When you return, study it carefully. The relevant materials can only be gathered once you reach Beastmaster University." LP Ing's eyes widened slightly, a glimmer of excitement flashing across his face. Evolution routes? He recalled that he had devised an evolution route for his beast that culminated in becoming a Hurricane Dragon Emperor. Naturally, such an evolution would not be instantaneous. It would require intermediate 2nd and 3rd forms, and only a complete or super-evolved form could truly be termed as the Hurricane Dragon Emperor. "Thank you, teacher," he said, clearing his throat with gratitude. "Work hard and perform well in the Beastmaster entrance examination," Osh replied, waving his hand dismissively. "This is not assistance given from a teacher's standpoint, but rather from my personal perspective. Consider it a form of compensation." With that, Osh adjusted his glasses and sighed inwardly. Upon hearing this, LP Ing's heart stirred. Compensation? Osh must have a story. However, he said nothing further, simply closing the door behind him as he departed. Chapter 15. The Original Beast Awakens. After a long absence, LP Ing returned home directly after school instead of lingering on campus. In his bedroom, he gazed solemnly at the documents laid out on the desk. They contained the 2 evolution routes prepared for him by Osh concerning the small green snake. Though the paper was well preserved, it bore creases, suggesting it had been prepared long in advance. Small green snake, Ynming. Evolution requirements. The small green snake must reach the 3rd tier. However, due to limited testing data, it is best to wait for a higher tier before evolving. Required materials: 1 petal from the Earth Heart Lotus and a bottle of mid-grade or higher fire potion. The evolution requirements were not overly difficult. LP Ing had heard of the Earth Heart Lotus petals, which could be purchased in the market. Attribute: fire. While it may not rival other fire-type beasts, it would endow the small green snake with a degree of offensive capability post-evolution. LP Ing rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Nearby, the small green snake nudged its head closer, its eyes fixated on the evolution route. Hiss. It then turned its head to look at LP Ing, flicking its tongue. However, feeling it was somewhat unbefitting its image, the small green snake turned back to the incomprehensible document. It certainly wouldn't ask for clarification. "This is about your evolution route." Observing the small green snake's hesitance, LP Ing shook his head and gently stroked the serpent's body, chuckling softly. Yet, he had not anticipated that the quality of beasts would be classified by degrees. The quality of beasts is categorized into 5 stages: common, rare, epic, legendary, and mythical, primarily evaluated by the official beast assessment agency of Dishi. When purchasing beasts, the higher the quality, the greater the amount of Dishi currency required, making them increasingly expensive. A common-level beast like the small green snake is typically within reach of anyone. Although abundant in quantity, nurturing them is exceedingly challenging. Breaking through to the first tier demands energy and capability that is 10, 100, or even 1,000 times more than that required for beasts of higher quality. Thus, the small green snake remained stuck at the threshold of the first tier despite 2 years of energy absorption and training. However, regarding the fire attribute, LP Ing mused, a contemplative expression crossing his face. The Ynming would, after reaching the 3rd tier, consume fire attribute materials, triggering fluctuations of spiritual energy within its body to meet the evolution requirements. The small green snake itself may not possess any elemental abilities. It had only learned wind attribute skills through the simulation of the script. Although the Ynming possesses a certain level of aggression, it bears no relation to the Hurricane Dragon Emperor as envisioned by LP Ing, indicating a deviation from the intended path. Reflecting upon this, LP Ing shook his head and resumed his perusal. The entry read, Shio Qing SH Shuang Yu Bing Hu MSH. Evolution requirements. Shio Qing SH must be at least 5th rank, 5 ice blossom, 5 flame fruits, and a fragment of the heart from both a fire attribute and an ice attribute serpent beast. Attributes, dual ice and fire attributes. Possessing the auxiliary effects of an ice attribute beast, alongside the offensive capabilities of a fire attribute beast. The Beast Evaluation Agency classified both evolutionary forms of the Shi OQ Ing SH as rare quality. However, LP Ing estimated that even among rare qualities, the combat prowess of the Shuang Yu Bing Hu MSH surpassed that of the Q Ingi NM Ing, and the difficulty in acquiring the required materials was not of the same tier. What a misguided assessment, LP Ing remarked as he continued browsing. At the section detailing the Shuang Yu Bing Hu MSH, there was a line of dried ink, marked in red. Note, due to the mutually exclusive nature of its 2 attributes, the Shuang Yu Bing Hu MSH can exhibit extreme ferocity. Laboratory records indicate incidents of the beast developing a fondness for its master. The handwriting struck LP Ing as somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a warmth spread across his face. After organizing the materials, he placed them in his drawer and abruptly stood up, causing the Shio Q Ing SH, which had been dozing against his arm, to tumble. Hiss! Exclaimed the Shio Q Ing SH. Come on, let's continue. LP Ing chuckled. The cooldown period for the script simulation had refreshed. Hiss! The tone of the Shio Q Ing SH turned exuberant. Come, let us play the game. Original Beast activate. Ding! Detecting updates to Beast information. Loading script world generation. Upon birth, the Shio Q Ing SH eagerly emerged from its shell, practicing Wind Vortex after utilizing Wind's Blessing, repeating this process. Observing the text that appeared, LP Ing pursed his lips, mentally commending his beast. As expected of you, Shio Q Ing. In the real world, he was meek and resigned, yet in the script simulation, he was ready to strike with vigor. At the age of 4, the Shio Q Ing SH continued honing its skills. At 10 years old, it encountered a human from the forest who summoned a beast, leading to a fierce battle, after which the human knight retreated. At 15, a blood-colored bat appeared on Snake Mountain, which the Shio Q Ing SH defeated and consumed its blood, significantly enhancing its strength. Reward, centenary growth. At 25, the Shio Q Ing SH, feeling its strength swell, ventured into the outside world, encountering a blazing divine phoenix, which crushed it, yet imparted insights. Gained talent, fearless. At 35, the Shio Q Ing SH recovered its body, unsatisfied, soared through the skies. At 40, after flying for 5 years, it sensed the presence of the wind, like a favored child of the wind. Gained talent, wine god's favor. At 50, the Shio Q Ing SH struggled to break through, reaching the limit of its lifespan, and passed away. Simulation concluded. The Shio Q Ing SH survived to 50 for the first time and may claim all simulated rewards. Skills, Wind Vortex upgraded to 13. Skills, Wind's Blessing upgraded to 12. Talent, fearless. Talent, wine god's favor. Growth potential of the Shio Q Ing SH over 150 years. 5 rewards, marking the Shio Q Ing SH's first time receiving such abundance. Fearless, reduces the impact by 30% when facing a countering force. Wind god's favor, enhances all wind attribute skills by 15%. LP Ing could hardly contain his delight. Ha 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 ha. Consuming the blood of that blood-colored bat and achieving a century's worth of growth, surviving to 50, my level should leap ahead now. As for skill upgrades and newfound talents, they required no further elaboration. Subsequently, LP Ing examined his beast's information and astonishment washed over his face. Beast name, Shio Q Ing SH. Beast attribute, wind. Beast level, first rank, 8 stars. Skills, Wind Vortex, 3, Wind's Blessing, 2. Talents, fearless, wind god's favor. A growth potential of 150 years only reached the first rank, 8 stars. No wonder ordinary quality beasts were affordable even for LP Ing. Chapter 16, 10,000 D11 coins? Extravagantly unrestrained. Observing the beast's level, LP Ing let out a soft sigh. 150 years of effort barely achieved the first rank, 8 stars. Had this been in the real world, it would have long since been too late. The Shio Q Ing SH lay on the bed, its small belly turned up, flicking its tongue. This sensation brought it a certain pleasure. I, Shio Q Ing SH, have adapted. Bring on the challenges. I can endure. Soon. A mournful gaze from LP Ing caused the Shio Q Ing SH to stiffen and shift slightly. Hiss. Why are you staring at me? It's nothing. LP Ing shook his head. Even if the Shio Q Ing SH's innate talent was lacking, nurturing it for 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 years in the script simulation world would ultimately lead it to the pinnacle of evolution, to become the Hurricane Dragon Emperor, master of dimensions and storms. Hiss. The Xiao-Qing-sh flicked its tongue, its serpent eyes filled with skepticism. Why did it feel as though it was being looked down upon? Friday was a significant day for the students of the Beast class. After today, they would enjoy a 2-day holiday. While bracing themselves for the forthcoming Beast examination, they also needed to find moments of relaxation. The weekend was the perfect opportunity. On Friday afternoon, LP Ying remained reclined at his desk, eyes gently closed. At that moment, an inexplicable restlessness stirred within him. The effects of the Beast tranquilizer had completely worn off. In simple terms, LP Ying had slept enough. And with no teacher present during the Friday afternoon study session to invoke a hypnotic effect, he found it impossible to sleep. Sighing softly, LP Ying sat up and retrieved his set of 5 years of Beast training, 3 years of simulation. Just as he prepared to take notes, he felt a tap on his shoulder. LP Ying W spoke coolly, his eyes exuding an air of superiority. The classmates engaged in self-study lifted their heads at the sound, casting envious, jealous, and admiring glances towards W, who stood beside LP Ying. As the class leader of Beast Class 3, his strength and temperament commanded their respect. Occasionally, when conflicts arose between students of Beast Class 3 and others, it was W who intervened to mediate. LP Ying was initially taken aback, as memories of his first real-world simulation surfaced. Today marked the 3rd day. Did this imply a battle was imminent? This was of little consequence. During that previous simulation, he had witnessed the outcome. His Xiao-Qing-sh emerged victorious with ease. Yet, there was that temptress eyeing his Xiao-Qing-sh. LP Ying silently nodded to himself. I cannot go. Class leader, what is it? LP Ying raised his head, a faint smile adorning his face. Come with me to the Beast Pavilion at school for a fair competition, W replied. Casting a glance towards Ru N's location, the latter seemed to tense up, setting aside the problem she had been working on to observe them. Among Beast Masters, reputation was established through the strength of their beasts. Fair competition? LP Ying was momentarily stunned. What was there to compete for? The position of class leader? He had no interest in that. After pondering for a moment, LP Ying finally spoke. My summoned beast has yet to reach the 1st tier. I am aware that I have newly contracted a secondary pet, a 2-star at the 1st tier, which is not significantly inferior to yours, Wang Wu remarked. As his words echoed in the classroom of the Beast Summoning Class 3, a wave of astonishment swept through the room. In Ruan Su's lively eyes, a flicker of surprise also appeared. At their current stage, students typically choose to contract only one summoned beast, as their energy and resources are wholly insufficient. It is only upon entering the Beast Summoning University and obtaining certification from the Beastmaster Association that they gain additional means to gather resources. At that juncture, some Beastmasters may consider the potential of a second summoned beast to assist the first in combat. In the part of the classroom nearest to Lu Pingyan, Ren Shui remained seated, engrossed in her textbook, her eyes devoid of any emotion, as though the events around her were entirely unrelated to her. Very well, Lu Pingyan shrugged, a hint of helplessness escaping him. Hearing this, a smile flickered across Wang Wu's face, but as he prepared to leave with Lu Pingyan, the smile abruptly vanished. Class leader. I concede, Lu Pingyan declared calmly. Fair competition? He had no need for that. If the class leader sought to contend over anything, he would withdraw. Lu Pingyan raised 4 fingers, speaking with firm conviction. Regardless of the outcome, it bore no advantage for him. And there was the added risk of attracting the attention of a love-struck girl. At this thought, Lu Pingyan involuntarily tightened his grip. Wang Wu paused, seemingly taken aback, then pondered for a moment before leaning closer and speaking in a low voice. You visited the Beast Medicine shop back then, right? Given your family background, purchasing medicine might be quite challenging. When the teacher requested him to gather information at the start of the semester, he had glanced over some details about his classmates. Lu Pingyan resided in the orphanage on the southern outskirts of Donglin County, a situation that could only be described as destitute. How about this? Come with me. And regardless of winning or losing, I will give you 10,000 Xia coins. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan sprang to his feet. What is this, class leader? It is merely a spar. Let us indulge today. Lu Pingyan grinned. 10,000 Xia coins could purchase 2 boxes of summoning beast sleeping pills, ensuring a restful slumber until the beast examination, which posed no problem. What a lavish offer. He, Lu Pingyan, reveled in having such a class leader. As for the love-struck girl with designs on Xiao Qing, she should not pose much of a threat. However, class leader, if you win, could you possibly grant me 20,000 Xia coins? Lu Pingyan contemplated, determined to reap additional benefits. Earning money is never a bad idea. Such a proposition would indeed provide him with the motivation to compete with the class leader. Wang Wu looked at Lu Pingyan in astonishment. Given the latter's abilities, the likelihood of victory was exceedingly slim. Moreover, his secondary pet had cost nearly 1 million Xia coins and was a rare quality beast egg purchased at the Dongli auction house. After hatching, it consumed hundreds of thousands of Xia coins, and in terms of potential, it surpassed Wang Wu's primary summoned beast. Wang Wu harbored strong confidence in his prowess. As for 10,000 Xia coins, that was mere pocket change. Watching the throng of classmates disperse to follow Wang Wu, Ruansu sat in her seat, momentarily taken aback. No way, that fellow Lu Pingyan actually agreed. Did he not realize Wang Wu's strength? Although Ruansu's family was not as wealthy as Wang Wu's, her father held a respectable position in Donglin County and had a far clearer understanding of certain matters compared to Lu Pingyan. Rin Shui, Ruansu tentatively inquired. Shall we go take a look together? Not interested, Rin Shui replied without raising her head. However, Rin Shui, have you not always sought a compatible summoned beast? We could also take a look. Ruansu placed a finger on her lips and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke. If anything were to happen, Rin Shui could provide some assistance. Rin Shui, a summoned beast of at most rare quality, could hardly pique her interest. Chapter 17, A Splash of Water. Friday afternoons marked the time when the Beast Pavilion was least crowded, and students typically refrained from sparring within its walls. Yet, due to the duel between Wang Wu and Lu Pingyan, a considerable crowd had gathered. Ho Zi, who do you think will win? A young lad nudged Li Ho's arm and whispered, Is that even a question? Li Ho shot him a glance. Of course, it's Wang Gu. How could you think Wang Gu would lose? Li Ho was well aware of Wang Wu's strength. A Tier 3 iron-armored lizard-summoned beast was beyond the combat capability of ordinary Tier 3 beast masters, let alone their defense. But hasn't Wang Gu just contracted a new beast? Someone voiced apprehensively. You overestimate Lu Pingyan, Li Ho scoffed, crossing his arms. He regarded Lu Pingyan with disdain, deeming him weak. With an inferior summoned beast and a lack of diligence in academics, often slumbering through classes and resigning himself to failure. Such a person was beneath his notice. Although Li Ho's summoned beast was also of ordinary quality, it was of a higher caliber than Lu Pingyan's Shaoqing snake. In Li Ho's view, even he could effortlessly defeat Lu Pingyan without breaking a sweat. Once they entered the Beast Summoning University, the gap between them would only widen, akin to intersecting lines that, despite having crossed paths, would never converge again in the future. How formidable could a creature that had yet to reach the first tier, like the ordinary quality Shaoqing snake, truly be? Li Ho remarked dismissively. Others in the crowd echoed similar sentiments, nearly all leaning towards the belief that this would be a battle devoid of suspense. They had come not to witness an exhilarating duel, but to observe Wang Wu's new summoned beast. As for Lu Pingyan, lasting 5 minutes would count as a success. You go first, Wang Wu said, twisting his neck. If he struck first, Lu Pingyan would have no opportunity. Hiss. The sound of a snake echoed as the Shaoqing snake appeared beside Lu Pingyan, its proud eyes fixed on Wang Wu. It then turned its head to Lu Pingyan. Hiss. Another fight? Yes, Lu Pingyan nodded helplessly. Hiss. The Shaoqing snake's voice turned animated. What is the reward? If we win, 2,000 Xia coins. I'll share half with you, Lu Pingyan replied after a moment's thought. 10,000 Xia coins could buy a great many nutritious and delicious items. For you, this battle is merely a splash of water. Fearing the Shaoqing snake might not comprehend, Lu Pingyan clarified. Upon hearing this, the Shaoqing snake's eyes sparkled. 10,000. Last time, when it triumphed over the fire rabbit, it earned a mere 1,000, and now it had multiplied tenfold. This round, it was a windfall. You little Shaoqing snake. As that flash of verdant light flickered, the carefree expression on Wang Wu's face vanished, replaced by a hint of seriousness. Such an aura could not possibly emanate from a summoned beast that had yet to ascend to the first tier. A first-tier beastmaster. Lu Pingyan had actually become a first-tier beastmaster. Among the onlookers, some students began to sense something amiss. In Ruansu's vicinity, Rin Shui's pupils glimmered with a faint excitement, a stark contrast to her usual icy demeanor. The hands that were once clasped across her chest now slowly lowered to her sides, tightly gripping each other. Her gaze was fixated on Lu Pingyan, or more precisely, on the small green snake beside him. From the moment the latter made its appearance, Rin Shui's attention was drawn solely to it. She delicately licked her lips, a faint crimson glimmer flickering in her eyes. Rin Shui, are you all right? Ruansu asked, momentarily taken aback. Why was Rin Shui's body trembling? Was she unwell? Ruansu inquired again. I'm fine, Rin Shui replied, closing her eyes and shaking her head slightly, her mind filled with images of the small green snake. She had found it. After a brief moment of astonishment, Wang Wu also regained his composure. Even though the small green snake had reached the first tier, it remained just that, a small green snake of ordinary rank. he still held the advantage, a palpable heat emanating from him. That is, someone murmured, recognizing that the intense aura was far beyond what their beasts could rival. Wasn't that the fire-type flaming bird egg that had fetched a staggering price of 980,000 at the beast auction? It was astonishing to see it in the hands of the class leader. This was a rare quality beast egg, and it was said that there was a research institute in the Great Xia dedicated to studying the evolution of the flaming bird. The future potential was limitless. Among the beast masters who had yet to leave, someone recognized that aura, quickly connecting it to the recent beasts and eggs on the market. That fellow is in trouble. He cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Pingyan, who stood before Wang Wu. Fire type was inherently the most powerful attribute, especially when coupled with the immense potential of the flaming bird. Flaming bird, use fire line. Wang Wu commanded decisively. With the small green snake having just broken through to the first tier, it should possess its own skills, and he decided to test the waters. Upon seeing the slow approach of the fire line, the small green snake turned its head to Lu Pingyan, tilting its snake-like head. Having sensed the wind, it could clearly perceive the trajectory, awaiting Lu Pingyan's next command. Feel free to unleash your abilities. Observing the small green snake's demeanor, Lu Pingyan pressed his palm to his forehead. The small green snake had fought numerous battles in the scripted world. Its experience was considerable, and it should have no trouble dealing with a newly hatched flaming bird. As the command was issued, the trajectory of the wind elements seemed to become discernible, the fire lines scattering in the wind. Wang Wu's expression shifted as he immediately directed the flaming bird to soar higher. For the small green snake, the flaming bird was akin to a natural enemy, one that had a countering effect. Even in a war of attrition, relying on long-range skills should exhaust the small green snake. However, for Wang Wu, this was not a particularly glorious victory. Realizing this, Wang Wu clenched his teeth. He had perhaps been too overconfident. Just as he was about to execute his plan, he noticed that his beast was flying lower and closer to the small green snake. The wind attribute skill, Wind Vortex, at level 3, had greatly increased in power compared to before. Although it was only a mid-level skill, it was the one the small green snake was most adept at. Wind Vortex could slightly gather the wind attribute, guiding its trajectory. No matter how high the flaming bird flew, it was still aided by the wind. While the small green snake could not fly, it could prevent the flaming bird from soaring. As the distance between them closed, the small green snake flicked its tail, striking the flaming bird's face. The crisp sound resonated clearly. After executing this, the small green snake turned its head towards Lu Pingyan, slightly raising its posture, like a child awaiting praise from a parent. Well done, Lu Pingyan remarked, genuinely impressed. Although it was merely a mid-level skill, the power of Wind Vortex appeared to exceed its description. Even with the flaming bird flying so high, it was still being pulled closer by the wind element. It seemed that the combination of a level 3 skill and the wind god's favored attributes was formidable. Lu Pingyan now felt that the small green snake could potentially contend with a second-tier beast. Hiss! The small green snake raised its head even higher, its eyes gleaming with a sense of superiority. Of course, this technique had been honed over a long time. A culmination of 150 years of skill. What could that worthless flaming bird withstand? Outside, silence reigned, the result taking everyone by surprise. The seemingly dominant flaming bird had been defeated in an instant. Moreover, its beast master was none other than Wang Wu, known as the Pride of the Heavens. How could this be? Li Ho, witnessing the scene, rubbed his eyes vigorously, then turned to pinch the person beside him. Wow! The exclamation echoed, causing Li Ho's mouth to slightly drop open. Brother Wang, you really lost? When the flaming bird emerged, Li Ho had felt certain that Wang Wu was guaranteed victory. Even as a secondary pet, Li Ho believed he would be helpless against the flaming bird. Thus, upon learning that Lu Pingyan had become a first-tier beast master, he felt no concern. Yet the outcome was not as he had anticipated. The reality lay before him. Class leader, my apologies. After the battle concluded, Lu Pingyan approached, an apologetic smile gracing his face. Wang Wu glanced at Lu Pingyan, surprised that he had concealed his true strength so well. If you had truly exerted your full power as a first-tier beast master, I might not have been able to win, Lu Pingyan commented with a smile. Hearing this, Wang Wu's lips twitched. To say that a third-tier beast master needed to exert full strength against a first-tier beast master, was he to lose face over such words? Tomorrow at 8, wait for me in front of the Beastmaster Association. Despite this, Wang Wu still harbored a sense of pride. That small green snake was indeed fierce. But in combat against his main pet, it might not be able to breach the defenses of his iron-armored lizard. However, Lu Pingyan certainly possessed the qualifications to converse on equal footing with him. Beastmaster Association? Lu Pingyan's gaze momentarily froze. He had intended to visit that place as well. All right, no problem, he responded readily after pondering for a moment. Meanwhile, the small green snake returned to the beast space. Lu Pingyan's eyes quietly scanned the surroundings. It seemed that no suspicious characters had appeared. Perhaps he had not attracted the attention of any overly eager admirers. Never mind, Lu Ping'an shook his head, reasoning that the absence of such distractions was indeed a blessing, providing him with more time for rest. Upon witnessing the outcome, Ruansu also let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had not anticipated that Lu Ping'an's beast would prove so formidable, seemingly stronger than during their previous spar. Ruansu still held a favorable impression of Lu Ping'an. She did not wish for him to suffer a humiliating defeat. Yet she was astonished by how effortlessly he had triumphed. Ruansu, just as she was about to leave, a cool voice called out to her. "What is it?" Ruansu asked curiously. It was unprecedented for Ren Shui to initiate a conversation with her. "Are you quite familiar with Lu Ping'an?" Ren Shui inquired, a gentle smile gracing her face. Ruansu was momentarily taken aback. The icy beauty known as Ren Shui looked exceptionally lovely when she smiled. "Not really, not too familiar," Ruansu replied, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks as she waved her hand dismissively. Even with her old-fashioned round glasses, the beauty of the young girl could not be concealed. "I see." Ren Shui nodded slightly, lowering her eyelids, concealing the emotions within her gaze. After school, Lu Ping'an once again found himself in Lao Lin's office, diligently working through a set of exercises under the latter's supervision. "Starting next week, you need not come anymore," announced Teacher Lin after grading the papers, pushing his glasses up with his index finger. "Nice work." Lu Ping'an pressed his lips together, suppressing the tumult of emotions within. Teacher Lin, why? Did I not perform adequately?" His eyes blinked innocently, resembling a naive youth. "I truly should not have engaged in a battle with class monitor Wang Wu at the Beastmaster Academy without your presence to witness, as it would have ensured the safety of both parties. Go take a nap." Teacher Lin shot him a disapproving glance. "Winning against Wang Wu, is that impressive?" "How did you know, teacher?" Lu Ping'an's expression displayed surprise. Teacher Lin rolled his eyes, choosing to ignore him. This was merely a friendly sparring match between classmates. Had he not gone easy on me, I would have most certainly been the one to lose. Wang Wu's selflessness in bolstering my confidence before the Beast Master entrance examination is truly commendable. Lu Ping'an sighed deeply, his heartfelt admiration evident. "I've never encountered someone so generous. Enough of this nonsense. Return home. From now on, if you choose to sleep during class, do so without disturbing your classmates or affecting the class atmosphere. Do you understand?" Teacher Lin looked sternly at Lu Ping'an. "Rest assured." Lu Ping'an nodded in agreement. How could he possibly influence others? As he gazed at the somewhat desolate school gate, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed he would be able to return home early today. Lu Ping'an, a cool voice called out, causing him to startle. What was happening? Who would address him in Class 3 of the Beastmasters? The voice sent a chill down his spine. "Who are you?" Lu Ping'an turned to see a girl clad in a flowing blue garment, her demeanor calm, yet striking. Although her attire did not conform to conventional feminine clothing, she wore it with an elegance that was captivating. "My name is Ren Shui, your deskmate. May I accompany you home?" Ren Shui placed her hands gently on her abdomen, bowing slightly with a soft smile. Her usual stoicism was momentarily replaced by a charming demeanor. "Accompany me home? Seeking to take advantage of me?" Lu Ping'an frowned, stepping back slightly. "What are you thinking?" "Sorry, but I am still a minor." He feigned embarrassment. According to the Great Xiao Law, Article 136, it is illegal to coerce an underage male beastmaster. As his words fell, a flicker of something unusual appeared in Ren Shui's enchanting eyes, her smile gradually fading. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Lu Ping'an said cheerfully, and without waiting for her response, he hurriedly made his exit. Running away, Lu Ping'an would not allow anyone to take advantage of him. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Ren Shui's expression remained unchanged. Yet a faint hint of obsession flickered in her eyes. "No rush, there will be other opportunities." Moments later, Ren Shui gently closed her eyes, extending her hand to grasp at the air before her, then bringing it to her face to inhale the scent. This action, seemingly incongruous with her image, instead exuded an unexpected beauty. "Little green snake, I shall possess you." After a long pause, she murmured softly. For the first time in years, she encountered a serpent-like beast that stirred her heart. Its graceful form, proud head, and the fact that it was merely a small green snake made it all the more perfect from every angle. The presence of wind elements rendered the little green snake ethereal, evoking a tantalizing sense of longing within Ren Shui's heart. In Donglin County, at the South Suburban Orphanage, Director Li scrutinized Lu Ping'an as he returned leisurely, arms crossed over his chest, a stern expression adorning his face. "Why are you back so early? No detention today?" Lu Ping'an's face stiffened. I came back early because I performed well, and Teacher Lin let me go ahead of time while the other students remain engrossed in their studies." He cleared his throat lightly. "Then why don't you continue practicing? The Beast Master entrance examination is fast approaching. Shouldn't you seize every opportunity to study?" Director Li rolled his eyes and scoffed. Look at your classmates. How can they endure studying, yet you cannot? Lu Ping'an shook his head helplessly. Well, here we go again. However, this nostalgic reprimand was somewhat comforting. Before he could indulge in his musings, further nagging ensued. What do you keep that useless snake for? It would be better off at home. Director Li pondered aloud. I'm just preparing for any unforeseen circumstances, Lu Ping'an muttered defensively. What followed was an avalanche of criticism. What unexpected situations could arise at school? You are neglecting your studies and corrupting that little green snake. In the evening, at the dining table, Director Li produced a plastic container, revealing a ginseng root. Here, feed this to your beast. Wow, old man, are you wealthy? Lu Ping'an stared at the label, momentarily stunned. 8,888 great xia coins? That could buy a box and a half of Beastmaster sleeping pills. It's enough to last me a month. You're not some hidden tycoon, are you? Perhaps the secret Beastmaster of Great Xia? Before you contracted a beast, I too believed yours would be a divine beast. One that could dominate all of Great Xia upon summoning. Director Li shot him a disapproving glance. Okay, perhaps I was overthinking it. Lu Ping'an acknowledged. What about your beast? He tentatively inquired, glancing at Director Li. In this world, everyone could contract beasts, possessing them. It was merely a matter of strength and weakness. The previous little green snake was somewhat of a decorative pet, lacking in combat prowess. However, due to its appearance, it failed to attract the admiration of many beastmasters. As his words lingered, Director Li lowered his gaze, his hand trembling slightly as he raised his teacup. It died. His voice was faint, barely audible. Lu Ping'an wisely chose to remain silent. Something seemed off with the old man's emotions, and it was best not to pry. Yet, there was undoubtedly a story there. The following morning, Lu Ping'an stretched lazily, checking the system panel. Only a day remained until the next script simulation. A short nap should suffice. Let us go. Lu Ping'an gently patted the little green snake's back, waking it from slumber. The creature squinted, flicking its tongue at Lu Ping'an. Hiss. What are you doing? We need to go to the Donglin County Beastmaster Association this morning. Hiss. The little green snake tilted its head in confusion, questioning its relevance to this matter. For safety's sake, what if I encounter danger? What would you do then? Lu Ping'an smiled. Hiss. The little green snake drooped its head in resignation. Fine. I suppose that does make sense. The Donglin City Beastmaster Association was situated at the heart of Donglin City. This year, no gifts for the festival. Instead, give the Beastmaster power pills. The large screen continuously played advertisements for various beast products, all too familiar. Lu Ping'an gazed up at the towering buildings surrounding him. They appeared just as splendid and magnificent as he remembered. Regrettably, it bears little significance to him. Lu Ping'an. Wang Wu also noticed Lu Ping'an standing there, gazing around his surroundings, and spoke up. Class monitor, you arrived quite early. Lu Ping'an replied with a smile. You need not concern yourself too much with all this. Just focus on passing the Beast Tamer University entrance exam. Once you graduate, everything will fall into place. Wang Wu comforted him, patting Lu Ping'an on the shoulder. He had previously observed Lu Ping'an's demeanor. Although they were rivals in affection, he felt a sense of responsibility to ease the hearts of their classmates. Could one truly catch up to generations of effort by merely gaining admission to Beast Tamer University? Lu Ping'an spoke in a calm tone. This left Wang Wu momentarily at a loss for words. Lu Ping'an's assertion held merit. For instance, when he contracted his beast, his family was able to provide him with rare quality beasts. Had it not been for their concern that Wang Wu might crumble under pressure, perhaps his starting point would have been even higher than it currently was. The resources Wang Wu had access to far exceeded those of ordinary students, allowing his iron-armored lizard to ascend effortlessly to a third-tier beast. His flame bird could hatch as a first-tier 3-star beast, and he was confident that before the Beast Tamer entrance examination, he could cultivate his second beast to a second tier. Such advantages were unattainable for the common folk. The atmosphere grew heavy, the bustling environment around them resembling an animated scene as the two fell into a silence. It's nothing. I was just feeling a bit sentimental. Lu Ping'an broke the silence with a smile after a moment. The 1,000-year efforts of the little green snake cannot be surpassed by mere generations. Chapter 20. I, Lu Ping'an, have no choice. Moments later, Lu Ping'an held 2 hefty stacks of cash, feeling a sense of wonder. Is this what it means to be wealthy? If it weren't for the need to purchase resources related to beast taming, 20,000 xia coins would last quite a while. The prices of beast-related potions generally start in the 4-digit range. For instance, the sleeping potion he previously bought for beasts was the most basic kind, with no other effects besides aiding sleep. Potions like the beast strength pill and those enhancing attributes were even more expensive. Such prices were far beyond what Lu Ping'an could currently afford. With this thought, he couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, the script simulation consumes little resources. Otherwise, the little green snake could have impoverished him. This time, I lost, but I will win back next time. I will not give up on this matter. Wang Wu declared resolutely, looking at Lu Ping'an. With his status, he could obtain nearly anything, and in a small place like Donglin County, he could be said to wield significant influence. Wang Wu's pride would not allow him to utter the words give up. He firmly believed that under his nurturing and the accumulation of countless resources, his flame bird would eventually surpass Lu Ping'an's little green snake. He possessed advantages that Lu Ping'an lacked. All right, Lu Ping'an responded dismissively, putting away the 2 stacks of Xia coins. Indeed. Upon hearing this, Wang Wu's eyes darkened. He remembered the day when Ruan Sui blushed while following Lu Ping'an. She was so adorable, so endearing. One could easily tell what Lu Ping'an had been up to. He must have confessed. Woe is me. Wang Wu looked at Lu Ping'an with a sense of grievance. This was the first time he felt a sense of defeat through someone else. That girl, who had been indifferent to him, displayed such expressions before another. That charming demeanor did not belong to him. The thought of this deepened Wang Wu's heartache. Indeed, you and Ruan Su. Wang Wu inhaled deeply, extending a trembling finger toward Lu Ping'an. He just knew it. If he had understood that this would be the outcome, he should have challenged him with a 3rd-tier iron-armored lizard that day at the Beast Tamer Pavilion. He felt frustrated. Noticing the atmosphere was somewhat off, Lu Ping'an paused, then turned to Wang Wu and asked, Ruan Su? Who is that? He couldn't quite comprehend. Is she a girl? However, if she were a girl, would she be as beautiful as his little green snake? Wang Wu paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth, casting a gloomy look at Lu Ping'an. This guy was still playing dumb with him. You don't know Ruan Su? Wang Wu's voice rose a few decibels, his expression serious. Is she well known? Lu Ping'an pondered for a moment. He genuinely did not remember. To be precise, he hardly remembered the names of anyone in Class 3 of Beast Tamers. For instance, he only knew that Wang Wu was the class monitor and quite wealthy. Beyond that, he was entirely oblivious. Did you not go out with her that day and confess your feelings? Wang Wu asked, somewhat incredulously. I don't recognize her. However, a girl did approach me that day, asking me not to sleep and saying I wasn't working hard enough. Then I went to the Beast Tamer Pavilion with her to show her the results of my efforts. Lu Ping'an shrugged, somewhat helplessly. It wasn't his fault. The girl was rather stubborn and refused to believe him. What could he do? He could only give her a taste of his strength before she softened up considerably. With a skeptical attitude, Wang Wu asked again, do you know Ren Shui? Should I know her? Lu Ping'an blinked, genuinely questioning. Coincidentally, he had not heard that name either. Wang Wu. After a long pause, Wang Wu finally accepted a sobering truth. Lu Ping'an was genuinely unaware of his classmates, to the extent that he didn't even know their names. For such a socially detached individual, Wang Wu felt a flicker of admiration. Even someone as powerful as he could not escape the influence of social relationships. Yet Lu Ping'an managed to remain unaffected. Once you reach the 2nd-tier Beast Tamer, you will receive a rank certificate from the Beast Tamer Association, allowing you to enter the secret realms for exploration. Wang Wu contemplated for a long moment before speaking. Secret realms? Lu Ping'an had never encountered such a concept before. Yes. Hundreds of years ago, where black mist enveloped the land, ferocious beasts rampaged, and the lives of many were lost. Then the emergence of Beast Tamers altered humanity's frail status. Lu Ping'an nodded. This was chronicled on the first page of the History of Beasts, marking the official dawn of the Beast Era. Even on the map of Xia, there remain areas shrouded in black mist, which we refer to as secret realms. Wang Wu continued. And then, Lu Ping'an asked, his expression calm. Tomorrow, my brother's team is heading to a secret realm, and there is an available slot. Would you like to join? Wang Wu decided to extend an invitation to Lu Ping'an. He found Lu Ping'an's beast quite intriguing. After returning home, he had researched information related to the little green snake and browsed through the Xia Beast Tamer network. Regardless of the evolution route, it was linked to attributes such as fire and lightning, which were more offensive in nature, or poison, which was a less common attribute. As for the wind attribute, even after thorough investigation, Wang Wu found no related information. Lu Ping'an was indeed extraordinary. After a brief analysis, Wang Wu concluded this. Even with his proud nature, he decided to lower himself to forge a connection. Although you are merely a 1st-tier Beast Tamer, with my connections, it should pose no issue. Seeing Lu Ping'an remain silent, Wang Wu continued, you can rest assured that I will handle all the procedural matters. Wang Wu was absolutely confident in this regard. Noticing Lu Ping'an's indifference, Wang Wu proposed further conditions. Do not worry, we will split the resources acquired inside equally. What do you say? Resources. This is what they most urgently require at this stage. Sufficient resources can greatly enhance their capabilities before the Beast Master entrance examination, providing them with greater confidence in practical assessments. No. Lu Ping'an shook his head without a moment's hesitation. Adventuring? Secret realms? These are not tasks meant for him. The world of scripted scenarios is far more vibrant than this place. His time is too precious to squander here. Whether it be the enigmatic human knight or the blazing divine phoenix that enlightened the little green snake, Both are not inherent to this Beast Master world, but rather birthed from Lu Pingyin's imagination, embodying greater mystery and power. If you're ready, then. Wang Wu instinctively began to speak, before abruptly realizing and stiffening. No. Did I hear that correctly? We are heading to a secret realm. A secret realm. It requires at least a second-tier Beast Master to enter. And we must be led by a fifth-tier or higher Beast Master. Do you know how rare that is? Wang Wu could hardly believe his ears. Emphasizing his point once more, the thrill and slight trepidation he felt during his first venture into a secret realm were indescribable. Presently, some of the materials related to Beast Masters in the market are obtained by teams from the Beast Master Association venturing into secret realms. Danger and opportunity coexist. While one bears the risks of entering a secret realm, substantial rewards can also be reaped. Yet, Lu Pingyin actually declined? Oh, I see. Lu Pingyin nodded. Second tier, fifth tier. What does that have to do with me? I'm tired. He added with a hint of finality. Sleep is paramount. Wait. Becoming a certified Beast Master through the association guarantees a monthly allowance of 2,000 Xia coins, and the higher the tier, the more generous the allowance. If you choose to go, I can directly issue you a certification for the tier assessment, and if you encounter difficulties, you can seek assistance from the association's Beast Masters. And your family will also be protected by the association. Wang Wu quickly stated, a stream of words tumbling from his lips. So what do you say? After speaking, Wang Wu looked at Lu Pingyin, slightly out of breath. Class monitor, that is not the way to put it. We are all classmates in the same class. Since you need my help, I, Lu Pingyin, am duty-bound. Lu Pingyin patted his chest, a radiant smile gracing his face. Wang Wu. That's not how you just said it. Chapter 21, Breaking Through to Second Tier. That night, Lu Pingyin lay in bed, gazing at the glowing screen in his hand. This device, a Xia Pineapple brand mobile phone lent to him by Wang Wu, serves to connect and search for information. And its functions are not dissimilar to what Lu Pingyin recalls. Xia Beastmaster Network, Lu Pingyin murmured. Beside him, the little green snake leaned in, curiously observing the patterns and text displayed. Lu Pingyin's understanding of this world had deepened. On the Qiandu map, he could see the territorial scope of Xia, while the surrounding areas remained shrouded in darkness, as if yet to be explored. Coincidentally, Donglin County, where Dongli City is located, lies in such a position. Tomorrow, they are to visit a beginner-level secret realm, provisionally named Nanfengji Quan. It is said that the fearsome beasts within are primarily canine beast masters, with an overall strength around the second or third tier. Subsequently, Lu Pingyin turned off the phone screen. Hiss. The little green snake in his arms flipped over, its curious eyes fixated on Lu Pingyin. Why did you turn it off? I wasn't done looking. The little green snake's tail thumped against the bed in dissatisfaction, producing a soft sound. It, too, had its moments of temper. After a moment, seeing that Lu Pingyin remained silent, the little green snake's movements gradually ceased. Then, its eyes locked onto Lu Pingyin as it crept forward and nuzzled its forehead against Lu Pingyin's cheek. Hiss. Don't be angry, I was just joking. Let us continue the simulation. This time, aim to survive for 50 years. Lu Pingyin shook his head helplessly, pondering. He had just been waiting for the cooldown period of the script simulation to conclude, and now was the perfect time to initiate it. Hiss. The little green snake's voice grew excited again. Original Beast activate. Ding. Detecting updates to Beast Master information. Loading script world generation. Moments later, Lu Pingyin calmly observed the progress of the generated script simulation world. He was quite satisfied with this simulation result, although there were no remarkable encounters. He had indeed survived to the age of 50. Beast name, Little Green Snake. Beast attribute, Wind. Beast level, first tier, 10 stars. Skills, Wind Vortex, 3, Wind's Protection, 2. Talent, Fearless, favored by the Wind God. First tier, 10 stars. Looking at the Little Green Snake's panel, Lu Pingyin contemplated. This enhancement was within his acceptable range. With some further grinding of levels, he could consider an evolution path. According to the information Lu Pingyin had gathered, a beast must reach at least the third tier to unlock the second stage of evolution, and the requirements for more formidable and dangerous forms are even stricter. The Little Green Snake, having logged out of the original beast world, lay on the bed, gazing at the ceiling lights. Hiss. The Little Green Snake emitted a stubborn call. I can continue. Continue? Lu Pingyin asked in surprise. All right, then come on. Little Green Snake. All right. He was just joking. Reality simulation loading. Tomorrow, you will explore the secret realm with your Beast Master. Your Beast Master observes the surrounding environment and deems it unsuitable for sleep. Entering the Nanfengji Quan secret realm, you and your Beast Master, along with other teams, are ambushed by canine Beast Masters. You use the skill Wind Vortex to gather them, collaborating with members of the other teams to wreak havoc. In the core area of the Nanfengji Quan secret realm, you discover a severely injured lightning-type beast and sense something amiss. prompting you to warn your Beastmaster to leave. Days later, news spreads of casualties among the Donglin County Beastmaster Association's elite team, leading to a state of high alert in Donglin County. 2 days later, the Beastmaster Academy encounters a terrifying attack, resulting in the deaths of you and your Beastmaster. Reality simulation ends. The little green snake assists in slaying over 10 canine beasts, successfully breaking through to the second tier. Lu Pingyan gazed at the simulated panel before him, gently stroking his chin. This could be considered a small gain. The little green snake had advanced to the second tier, and while its combat power may not have undergone significant change, it was one step closer to attempting evolution. However, one constant remained. There would be a terrifying attack within the Beastmaster Academy, resulting in death. This implies that such a level of attack is beyond Lu Pingyan's current capability to handle. Nevertheless, there is someone whose backing might be able to manage it. This thought flashed through Lu Pingyan's mind. Beside him, the awakened little green snake rubbed its slick head against the back of Lu Pingyan's hand. Hiss. All right, sleep. Lu Pingyan smiled gently, his hand caressing the little green snake's body. At 7 o'clock the next morning, Lu Pingyan arrived at the location Wang Wu had mentioned the previous day. A grand city gate, forged from sturdy metal, was said to have been constructed centuries ago to fend off ferocious beasts. Even after so long, it stood resiliently. This area also falls within Donglin County, albeit sparsely populated, far less prosperous than the urban district. This is my brother, Wang Wu, an 8th-tier Beastmaster. Though he appears stern, he won't say much as long as you don't cause trouble, Wang Wu whispered as he leaned toward Lu Pingyan. And under no circumstances should you disturb him while he is reading, otherwise, the consequences can be severe. As he spoke, a hint of trepidation lingered on Wang Wu's face, clearly indicating he had endured some harrowing experiences. Even with his pride, there was a hint of intimidation deep down when he faced his elder brother. A graduate of Donglin City U Beast University, and also an 8th-tier U Beastmaster, he overshadowed him from any angle. Lu Pingyan cast a curious glance at him, wondering if he truly was as formidable as they said. Not far away, Wang Wu looked at Lu Pingyan and nodded. He was taller than Wang Wu, with a stern countenance and slightly dark skin, exuding a sense of seriousness and solidity. This was Taishan, a U Beastmaster with a rock golem as his beast, a rare 4th-tier 2-star creature of the rock type. Next to him was Jiang Ning, with an emerald flower as her beast, a 3rd-tier 7-star plant type U beast. The pair, a man in his 30s, slightly plump, and a woman in her early 20s who looked as if she had just graduated from a U Beast Academy, had an average but above-average appearance, complemented by her flowing long hair, suggesting she was not lacking in suitors. When the female U Beastmaster glanced at Wang Wu, a spark of admiration flickered in her eyes, her cheeks slightly flushed, evoking a sense of warmth. Hello everyone, I am Jiang Ning. This is my younger brother, Wang Wu. She introduced, and Wang Wu added without any hesitation. As expected of Captain Wang's brother, he appears charming and exudes a sense of security. Jiang Ning's face beamed with a radiant smile. He resembles Captain Wang in his youth. Jiang Ning's words did not alter Wang Wu's expression. He continued to look at Lu Pingyan and introduced, "This is Lu Pingyan, a student from Class 3 of U Beasts, my brother's classmate." "Hello." Lu Pingyan stepped forward, nodding as he spoke. After his greeting, Jiang Ning maintained her smile, but said nothing, quietly stepping back. "Now that everyone is gathered, let us set off," Wang Wu remarked, casting a sidelong glance at her. Chapter 22. What next? The secret realm, known as the Dog of Nanfeng, was not too far from Donglin City. A drive of 3 to 4 hours would suffice. During the journey, Lu Pingyan leaned back in his seat, finding a comfortable position and dozing off. He would seize every opportunity to sleep. Observing this, Jiang Ning wore an expression of displeasure. She had been informed of the dangers within the secret realm during her time at the academy, and she had experienced it firsthand several times. How could someone like Lu Pingyan, entering a secret realm for the first time, neglect proper preparation and instead choose to sleep? Jiang Ning found it incomprehensible. After a moment of contemplation, her frustration grew, her chest slightly heaving. "Hey, keep your voice down," Wang Wu shot her a glance. "My classmate enjoys sleeping. Let him rest properly. It's better than being lethargic in the secret realm." As a 3rd-tier U Beastmaster, he regarded her with indifference. Although the number of female U Beastmasters was fewer than their male counterparts, it did not warrant Wang Wu yielding to her. In Class 3 of U Beasts, Ruan Su, Rin Shui, and others all outshone her in appearance. However, before entering the secret realm for the first time, one should attentively listen to Captain Wang's explanations. What was with his sleeping? Jiang Ning, catching sight of the speaker, moderated her temper. Though her family background was respectable, it paled in comparison to Wang Wu's association with the Wang group. And what of it? What good will it do him to know? Wang Wu looked at her as if she were foolish. A 1st-tier U Beastmaster knowing everything about the secret realm can come and go as they please? You must not believe that yourself. Jiang Ning's chest rose and fell slightly at his words. Had it been Lu Pingyan speaking, she would have exploded, but it was not. Xiao Wu, quiet down. Wang Wen, seated in the front passenger seat, set down his book and turned to look at his younger brother, speaking in a calm tone. The journey is long. Resting for a while is fine. We still have 3 hours to go. Once we arrive, I will provide them with more information. Yes, Captain Wang. Jiang Ning inhaled deeply, suppressing her emotions, and turned to gaze out of the window. Wang Wu shot her a scornful glance. He held a deep disdain for those who sought to curry favor. The only reason this female Beastmaster was present was due to the collaboration between her family and the Wang group. Otherwise, why would they bring her along? With that thought, Wang Wu's gaze returned to Lu Pingyan, who leaned back in his seat, his eyes gently closed, appearing quite handsome at that moment. Wang Wu stroked his chin, then touched his own face. Though not as striking as he, Lu Pingyan would still be considered a heartthrob among the Beast Academy. As for Lu Pingyan's personality, it was somewhat easygoing, occasionally irking Wang Wu, yet it also conveyed a sense of authenticity. Truly, he was a worthy rival. However, he would reclaim the humiliation he faced that day. The journey of 3 to 4 hours passed swiftly. Once the vehicle halted, Lu Pingyan awoke from his slumber, peering out at the dusky sky. Is it dark already? He asked, stepping out of the car and turning to Wang Wu. Yes. It has been a day and a night. I have informed the school, and you have been excused, Wang Wu replied with a smile, observing the just-awakened Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan frowned slightly. The timeline seemed misaligned. According to his simulation, 12 hours had passed, meaning he had slept for approximately 4 hours. Then, Lu Pingyan surveyed his surroundings, enveloped in dark mist that conveyed a sense of oppression. Could it be that time flows differently here? The dog of Nanfeng's secret realm? He mentally noted that he would not return. With this thought, Lu Pingyan sighed softly. It was a pity to have wasted so much time. Have you really not awakened after 4 hours? Wang Wen approached, looking at Lu Pingyan with a serious tone. Lu Pingyan was taken aback. What? 4 hours? He then turned to see the teasing grin on Wang Wu's face. Wang Wu was quite pleased. Since that day he had encountered Lu Pingyan, he had been consistently outperformed. And now he relished the opportunity to tease him. Come over. I will explain to you the matters you may encounter in the secret realm, Wang Wen instructed. Here is a map of Daxia. He casually picked up a branch and drew a large circle in the ground. 600 years ago, dark fog enveloped the land, and countless ferocious beasts descended. Most of these beasts were eradicated by Beastmasters. Wang Wu nodded. These matters had been covered in their history lessons, emphasizing that the rise of Beastmasters had spared Daxia from annihilation, which is why they held such a revered status in contemporary society. Even professions related to beasts were exceedingly popular, inspiring countless aspirations. This is what we refer to as a secret realm, where remnants of ferocious beasts may linger, but far fewer than those from 600 years ago. Wang Wen marked several small circles within the larger one. Teams from the Beastmaster Association can also find corresponding materials here, either for their beasts or to sell in the market. From here on out, follow my lead and do not stray too far. The ferocious beasts in the secret realm must be dealt with by yourselves. Unless an emergency arises, I will not intervene. Wang Wen spoke blandly. This is merely a low-level secret realm, so the beasts here will not be of high rank. Here, give this to your beasts. Wang Wen then produced 4 pale red pills. Brother, what are these? Wang Wu inquired, taking one and sniffing it lightly. Jieshan Wan can mitigate the influence of this dark mist on the Beastmasters. The ferocious beasts within the secret realm have been corrupted by this so-called dark mist. Upon hearing this, a chill ran through the hearts of the crowd. Corrupting the beasts? Wouldn't that spell catastrophic consequences for them as Beastmasters? Do Beastmasters need to eat? Wang Wu inquired. What use would human consumption have for beast medicines? You truly seem to be regressing. Wang Wen furrowed his brow and reprimanded. Wang Wu shrank his neck and fell silent. Meanwhile, Lu Pingyan thought to himself, in truth, some beast medicines are consumable. The area shrouded in dark mist appeared eerie, with faint glimmers of light providing just enough visibility to discern the surroundings. Lu Pingyan and his companions proceeded towards the depths of the dark mist, summoning their beasts in preparation for any unforeseen circumstances. Upon seeing Lu Pingyan's beast, Jiang Ning's brow furrowed slightly. A little green snake? With such weak prowess, you dare to enter the secret realm? Are you seeking death? Beasts of ordinary quality, such as the little green snake, possess negligible potential for training. Those with even a modicum of influence would not choose a beast like the little green snake. Hence, one could surmise her background. Perhaps she hailed from the rural outskirts of Donglin County. Contemplating this, Jiang Ning regarded Lu Pingyan with a glimmer of disdain. How could someone like him possibly belong in her company? The sharpness of her voice caused Lu Pingyan to frown. And then what? He glanced at her, one hand holding the little green snake while the other gently caressed its head. What are you trying to convey? The little green snake slowly opened its half-closed eyes, revealing a glint of coldness as it flicked its tongue. I just think someone with such weak strength shouldn't be here, Jiangning murmured, casting a furtive glance at Wang Wen, her voice softening. So, if I came, would you drive me away? Lu Pingyan tilted his head, smiling. Though he smiled, there was no warmth in his gaze. Jiangning found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated such sharp retorts from a mere high school student. Just then, an urgent bark echoed through the air. Clearly, their movement had betrayed them. Chapter 23, At least stronger than your beast. Prepare to act. Wang Wen leaned against a tree, calmly reading a book he had retrieved from behind. Clearly, he had no intention of intervening. This operation was meant to cultivate Wang Wu's combat abilities. The others were merely along for the ride due to various connections. They could coordinate their efforts. Tai Shan's rock element and Xiao Wu's iron-armored lizard were renowned for their defensive capabilities, able to withstand the assault of the canine beasts. Jiang Ning's beast could augment their resilience to some extent. In a mere moment, Wang Wen had deduced the optimal strategy for combat. However, he was unfamiliar with Lu Pingyan's beast and knew not how the little green snake fought. Although the Beast Research Institute had studied this species, most of their findings relied on the evolution of materials through brute energy. Before undergoing successful evolution, the little green snake's combat prowess was rather limited. Wang Wen turned his gaze towards the beast beside Lu Pingyan, his brows knitting slightly. It was then he noticed the little green snake's aura of spiritual energy. It was indeed at the second tier. Wang Wen felt a jolt of astonishment. A second-tier little green snake. How many resources must have been expended to achieve this? With such abundant resources, if one had opted for a rare quality beast, it would likely have reached the third or even fourth tier by now. Wang Wen recalled the words Wang Wu had shared with him the previous night. His gaze lingered on Lu Pingyan. Wang Wu's classmate was no ordinary individual. To cultivate the little green snake to such a level suggested he might possess the potential to become a beast cultivator. After this brief assessment, Wang Wen committed Lu Pingyan's name to memory. From a pragmatic standpoint, he qualified as a friend of Wang Wu. Let your little green snake adapt to the situation. I am unfamiliar with its capabilities, Wang Wen remarked. All right, Lu Pingyan nodded. He held a favorable impression of Wang Wen, despite his serious demeanor. He did not belittle the little green snake and treated all ordinary team members equally. There was none of the condescension typically exhibited by high-tier beastmasters towards their lower-tier counterparts. A trait Lu Pingyan found commendable. Rest assured, I shall handle this matter, as your beast is merely first tier. This battle is still beyond your current capabilities, Wang Wu approached, patting Lu Pingyan on the shoulder in a gesture of reassurance. Work hard and strive to enter the same beast university as I. I will protect you once we are there, Wang Wu encouraged. It was perfectly natural to feel a sense of defeat. He himself had felt the same when he first entered a secret realm. Moreover, just days prior, Lu Pingyan's little green snake had defeated his fiery bird. And facing such circumstances now would undoubtedly evoke a sense of disparity. In truth, Lu Pingyan wished to express his thoughts, setting aside the fact that the little green snake had already reached the second tier. It was clearly stated in the simulated script that he had slain over 10 canine beasts. How could such combat be deemed advanced? However, Wang Wu did not afford him the opportunity to speak, gently patting his shoulder once more. I understand. You care about your reputation, he discerned. When Lu Pingyan agreed to his challenge, Wang Wu had already sensed something. Was it not because he feared losing face before their classmates? Otherwise, would Lu Pingyan have accepted his challenge? Why not to keep their cards close to their chest until the Beast University entrance exams? Lu Pingyan thought to himself. You know nothing. Upon hearing Wang Wen's words, Wang Wu and the others sprang into action. The canine beast, known as the Taming Hound, was classified as a low-tier beast, mostly around the second tier. While its offensive capabilities were not particularly strong, its sheer numbers were overwhelming. Such a multitude of Taming hounds could easily wear them down. Jiang Ning's emerald flower emitted a verdant pollen that enveloped the iron-armored lizard and rock element, seemingly enhancing their already formidable defenses. However, this augmentation did not extend to the little green snake. Observing the combat, Lu Pingyan caressed the little green snake's back. This green pollen is quite unsightly. It does not suit you, he murmured, his voice low enough for only the little green snake to hear. The little green snake nodded in agreement. The thought of its slick skin being tainted by such repulsive substance sent a shiver down its spine. Given the current situation, there was no need for immediate action, so Lu Pingyan decided to allow the little green snake to rest and catch its breath. After consuming the Jeshan wand, the dark mist here had little effect on the little green snake. Furthermore, based on the outcomes in the simulated script, there were no imminent dangers within this secret realm. The only concern for Lu Pingyan was the severely injured thunder-type beast. Like the rock element and iron-armored lizard, it possessed a hard exterior. And the attacks from the Taming hounds, with their vicious teeth and claws, inflicted no substantial damage. They merely left marks on the surfaces of the two beasts. Yet, the agile and offensive Yin hounds could not withstand the counterattacks from the two beasts. A howl filled with pain echoed in the air. Moments later, Jiang Ning, relieved of some pressure, turned to Lu Pingyan and spoke mockingly. Lacking any notable ability, it would be prudent for you to remain hidden. Such realms are ill-suited for you, as your beast is far too feeble. She could not fathom why Captain Wang Wen would permit such a lackluster beast master to enter this domain, as they offered no assistance whatsoever. Even if one were to leverage connections, there ought to be a foundation of strength, would there not? Yet, this little green snake possesses nothing, neither strength nor beauty. In stark contrast, her emerald flower boasts amplification effects, making it one of the most favored beasts within the Beastmaster team. This is also the source of Jiang Ning's pride. Perhaps it is due to her prior humiliation before Wang Wu that she directs all her resentment towards Lu Pingyan. Well then, do your best. Lu Pingyan blinked, not taking her words to heart. At present, he simply sought to acquire some items within the secret realm to sell at a fair price in the outer market. Before entering the realm, Wang Wen had briefly mentioned that the items they obtained could be freely allocated. This notion greatly intrigued Lu Pingyan. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning let out a derisive snort, at a loss for words, and continued commanding her beasts to assist. Before long, an increasing number of earth flame hounds gathered, seemingly drawn by the scent of blood in the air. A third-tier beast and a fourth-tier beast found themselves somewhat overwhelmed by this formidable presence. Wang Wen slowly lowered his right hand, which held a book, his gaze firmly fixed on the unfolding scene. Should Wang Wu and the others prove unable to cope, he would not hesitate to intervene. Hey, are you just going to stand there and watch? We are teammates after all. It seems rather inappropriate for you to contribute nothing, Jiang Ning remarked, feeling somewhat strained as she glanced at the leisurely Lu Pingyan standing nearby. Earlier, her beast had suffered an injury during the battle against the Earth Flame Hounds. Despite its lack of rank, it possessed certain attributes that countered the foe. Coupled with the inherently low combat power of support-type beasts, the Emerald Flower was indeed at a disadvantage. Lacking any ability, it would be wise for you to remain hidden. This secret realm is ill-suited for me, as my beast is far too weak, Lu Pingyan calmly reiterated her earlier words. Hiss! The little green snake glared fiercely at her, with the wind elements subtly swirling around. Jiang Ning was momentarily taken aback, a flash of anger crossing her features. However, you have misstated one thing. Lu Pingyan stepped forward and spoke calmly. I do not perceive the little green snake as weak. At the very least, it is stronger than your beast. Chapter 24. The decision to continue. The severely wounded beast. Little green snake. Wind vortex. In an instant, the wind elements in the world seemed to respond to a call, gathering in a peculiar formation. Impressive, Tai Shan exclaimed, feeling the earth flame wolves being swept up by the tempest. This gathering was perfectly suited for his beast's capabilities. Suddenly, a massive stone descended from the heavens, crushing the earth flame wolves beneath it, eliciting their mournful howls. Even their attempts to break free were futile. Wang Wu was momentarily stunned, turning to gaze at Lu Pingyan's little green snake. Good heavens, this sensation is even stronger than when I faced it before. Wang Wu felt that even if he were to battle Lu Pingyan's little green snake once more with his firebird, the likelihood of his defeat was high. This wind is truly sinister. At this moment, Jiang Ning lowered her raised hand slightly, her complexion alternating between green and white, as the pollen emitted by the emerald flower attempted to augment the little green snake, only to be scattered by a gust of wind. This left her expression rather unpleasant. Wang Wen's eyes widened slightly, his serious demeanor beginning to falter. His knowledge far surpassed that of others. He had encountered wind attribute beasts before. Rare quality beasts, such as the great wind eagle and the hurricane wolf, could enhance their speed and offense through wind manipulation. Yet, few beasts could wield the wind in combat, as the little green snake did. Could it be a high-level skill? But how could the little green snake comprehend it? After a brief contemplation, Wang Wen reached a conclusion. It seemed that only a high-level skill could yield such power. Yet a second-tier beast grasping a high-level skill? Wasn't that a bit exaggerated? Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes, Wang Wen would scarcely have believed it. However, upon reaching this thought, Wang Wen's gaze towards Lu Pingyan flickered, and his hand holding the book trembled slightly, a smile gracing his lips. After dispatching the encroaching earth flame wolves, the burden on everyone was considerably lightened. Little brother, thank you. Tai Shan wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing gratitude to Lu Pingyan. Had it not been for him, given the agility of his and Wang Wu's beasts, they would have likely been delayed even longer. In response, Lu Pingyan shook his head slightly. My beast is far too weak. It is less effective than a certain support-type beast. Tai Shan scratched his head, glancing at Jiang Ning, but choosing not to comment. Well done, Wang Wen remarked as he looked at Lu Pingyan, sparing no praise. Brother, there is no need for formality between us. I am a third-tier Beast Master. And such performance is to be expected, is it not? Upon hearing this, Wang Wu chuckled as he patted his elder brother's shoulder, his head held high. Who is he? He is a prodigy among Beast Masters, a third-tier Beast Master. It is no exaggeration to say that while many students awaited the Beast Master entrance exam to be selected by Beast Master universities, he had already chosen his desired school, the Dongli City Beast Master University, the top institution in Dongli City. Though it may not boast the same renown as Tiannan Beast Master University in the Tiannan province, it is nonetheless a premier Beast Master Academy within the entire province. Who are you referring to? Wang Wen shot a look of disdain at his prideful younger brother. Wang Wu, Lu Pingyan, you are quite impressive. This time, he explicitly named him. I hope that in the future, our Wang family group will have the opportunity to collaborate with you. Wang Wen extended an invitation. This scene left Jiang Ning's complexion somewhat pale. The Wang family group is one of the foremost beast companies in Donglan County. She had come to the Nan Feng Dog secret realm to forge a good relationship with Wang Wen. Yet, what she sought was easily attainable for Lu Pingyan. Let us continue onward, but everyone must remain vigilant, Wang Wen advised. Captain Wang, with you here, we should be safe from major incidents, Taishan said, scratching his head with a naive grin. No, Wang Wen replied, shaking his head slightly. According to strategies from the Donglan County Beastmaster Forum, large groups of earth flame wolves appear only in the central regions of this secret realm. Our current position is merely the periphery. We must exercise caution above all. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan's expression sharpened. Is it due to the severely wounded Thunder attribute beast? With this thought, Lu Pingyan turned to the little green snake, gently tapping its forehead. Little green, we have two choices. One is to approach the severely wounded Thunder attribute beast. There may be opportunities, but danger and conflict are likely. The second option, Lu Pingyan cleared his throat, is to explore the area ahead at a later time. In the reality simulation, he could perceive events unfolding. But the little green snake lacked memory, a stark contrast to the scripted world. Hiss. The little green snake raised its head slightly. There was no need for deliberation. It would certainly choose the first option. To explore later? Just the thought of it made him feel somewhat nauseated. The deeper they ventured, the scarcer the beasts encountered. Within the black mist, the scent of blood lingered, causing Lu Pingyan discomfort. If he was not mistaken, it must be the aura emitted by that severely wounded beast from the reality simulation. Moments later, Wang Wen, leading the way, suddenly halted. The air was thick with the scent of blood, bearing the unmistakable trace of a Thunder attribute beast, and its rank was likely quite high. Turning around, Wang Wen's solemn expression spoke volumes. If this continued, he might not be able to protect this group. Do you want to continue? I think not, Wang Wu replied. Taishan and Jiang Ning also shook their heads slightly, fully aware of their own capabilities. Since Captain Wang Wen found the situation challenging, there was no need for them to persist. What about you? Wang Wen asked, directing his gaze towards Lu Pingyan, who stood at the back of the line. I want to give it a try, Lu Pingyan replied with unwavering determination. In some distant place, a small green snake, with a slight flick of its tail, could perhaps incite a whirlwind far away. In a simulation of reality, altering just one element could change the course of the entire plot. Hey, Lu Pingyan, are you out of your mind? Wang Wu hastily nudged Lu Pingyan with his elbow. That was a place even his older brother deemed unsafe. Yet Lu Pingyan wanted to proceed. Risk and opportunity coexist, so I wish to try, Lu Pingyan stated. If he seeks his own demise, let us return. Jiang Ning remarked sarcastically, sensing the tension in the air. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Wang Wen? Based on her understanding of Wang Wen, he harbored a strong disdain for beast masters who defied orders. It was likely that any favorable impression Lu Pingyan had painstakingly established would be obliterated. You all head back. I will accompany him, Wang Wen said, casting a deep glance at her. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning was taken aback, and a surge of jealousy welled up inside her. Why would someone like him, a beast master with a small green snake, catch Wang Wen's attention? She could not comprehend or accept it. However, the matters at hand were beyond her control. Chapter 25, is that it? Has it ended? In less than a moment, only Lu Pingyan and one other remained. Thank you, Captain Wang Wen, Lu Pingyan expressed. Do you know why I agreed to your request and stayed here with you? Wang Wen did not respond immediately, but gazed intently at Lu Pingyan before asking. Is it because my charming and striking qualities have been recognized? Lu Pingyan pondered briefly before answering. For instance, I fall asleep quickly? Wang Wen cleared his throat. Ahem, it is because of your beast, the small green snake. The small green snake belonged to the ordinary tier, more accurately described as the lower echelon of ordinary level beasts. Hiss. The small green snake hissed in displeasure. Who are you talking about? I am quite formidable, you know? The small green snake turned its head away. Had it not been for its beast master holding it back, it would have rushed over to teach that person a lesson. Lu Pingyan loosened his grip. He is an 8th tier beast master. If you are confident, then go ahead. Lu Pingyan smiled. The small green snake paused for a moment, then shook its head and nudged Lu Pingyan's hand gently. Hiss. Its tone softened considerably. Perhaps it is best to refrain. However, your little green snake is different, Wang Wen continued. It possesses wind attributes and has reached the second tier, according to Xiao Wu. Not long ago, your little green snake had not even entered the ranks. Wang Wen spoke slowly, which was one of the reasons he had sent the other three away. But your background is merely that of a solitary orphan from the southern suburbs, and during this time, you have not ventured out to gain any extraordinary experiences. Merely remaining at school, Wang Wen continued with his analysis. Meanwhile, Lu Pingyan's body gradually tensed up. He had not anticipated that Wang Wen could deduce so much merely from the surface of the small green snake. Was this the reality of the Beast Master world, so interconnected through networks? Lu Pingyan suddenly felt a sense of insecurity in this world, at least regarding his current situation. Merely revealing the prowess of his small green snake attracted so much attention. Furthermore, there existed an institute in Dixia, perhaps. As this thought crossed his mind, a chill ran down Lu Pingyan's back, and he cast a worried glance at Wang Wen. He was uncertain what astonishing remarks the latter might utter next. Sensing his beast master's emotions, the small green snake's back also tensed and curled, its serpent eyes harboring a dangerous glint. Wang Wen remained oblivious to Lu Pingyan's feelings and continued speaking. A year ago, during the testing, your small green snake's data was rather unremarkable, without any outstanding traits. Yet now it displays such exceptional performance. Wang Wen had already investigated Lu Pingyan's information after Wang Wu mentioned it the previous night. There were no notable attributes. Indeed, Lu Pingyan nodded, countering with a question. And then, however, Lu Pingyan did not harbor excessive concern. So far, the events mirrored those of the previous day's simulation, indicating that at least in the Nanfeng Ji Quan's secret realm, no issues would arise. Thus, you are a prodigy, a rare talent that appears once in a century. Seeing Lu Pingyan acknowledge his assertion, Wang Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and his speech quickened, just as those articles on the Beast Master forum describe. On your 18th birthday, or the day of the Beast Master entrance examination, the beast suddenly awakens, and a fragment of memory floods your mind, setting you on a path of triumph. Am I correct? Wang Wen's gaze flickered slightly as he hurriedly retrieved the earlier book. Look, the protagonist in this book suddenly awakens during the examination of Beast Master cultural knowledge, tapping into ancient memories. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan's lips twitched. So, this is based on a novel? That changes everything. Captain Wang, I merely had a stroke of luck. The combat prowess of my small green snake is not particularly strong. Lu Pingyan sighed lightly and stated earnestly. I understand. Wang Wen set aside his excitement, coughed lightly, and adopted a serious demeanor. However, I sincerely hope you can become a friend of the Wang group. He valued the potential he saw in Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan was taken aback. Wang Wen's sudden seriousness felt unfamiliar to him. No rush. There is plenty of time to consider, Wang Wen said, waving his hand slightly. Lu Pingyan nodded. Nevertheless, this served as a wake-up call. If a graduate of a Beastmaster University like Wang Wen could discern the uniqueness of the small green snake in such a short time, what about those more experienced Beastmasters? It seemed that he would have to wait until the small green snake's second stage of evolution before allowing it to engage in battles more freely. For now, it would be prudent to bide his time. As Lu Pingyan and his companion ventured deeper into the Nanfeng Ji Quan's secret realm, the scent of blood became increasingly palpable. The dim and eerie surroundings sent a shiver down one's spine. There, Lu Pingyan halted, gazing at a massive canine beast sprawled on the ground, breathing heavily. Its purple fur crackled with energy, reminiscent of flowing lightning. The blood pooling around it draped the earth in a crimson veil. It was no wonder they could detect the faint scent of blood in the air at the perimeter of this secret realm. Something feels off, Wang Wen furrowed his brow. Based on his assessment, the beast's strength might rival his own, unlike creatures typically found in lower-tier secret realms. Such a beast would not even be common in many mid-tier secret realms. Are you planning to slay it? Wang Wen turned to Lu Pingyan and inquired. Within its belly, there seemed to be a faint heartbeat. The sound of its heart, though minimal, was perceptible to Wang Wen, an 8th-tier beastmaster. Clearly, this was a female beast. A lightning attribute beast, whether its heart or hide, could fetch a substantial price. If there were pups within, the profit would be even greater. No. Lu Pingyan shook his head, his gaze fixed on the lightning attribute beast. The latter clearly took notice of him, emitting a low growl that stirred a cloud of blood-stained dust. However, LP Yingyin felt no hostility. Within that sound, there was a hint of pleading. Moments later, LP Yingyin gently leaped down, his feet stained with blood, and approached the fierce canine beast. Be cautious. Due to the encroachment of the black mist, these beasts may lose their sanity, Wang W.N. urged. LP Yingyin waved his hand slightly, raising his gaze to the beast, whose crimson eyes reflected his figure. Roar. Hiss. The little green snake coiled on LP Ingen's shoulder was immediately displeased. How dare it roar at him? Thud. In the next moment, the canine beast lowered its head slightly, opening its jaws wide. The overwhelming scent of blood startled LP Ingen. He felt a warm, sticky sensation on his shoulder. Turning his head, he exclaimed, "What the heck? The little green snake is gone. This can't be real." Chapter 26. The Second Beastmaster. What the heck? A herd of grass mud horses galloped through LP Ingen's mind. He clenched his fists, ready to swing, only to see the belly of the canine beast swelling dramatically. The beast raised its head slightly, a glimmer of clarity appearing in its crimson eyes as it cast a grateful glance at LP Ingen. Its massive body then collapsed with a thunderous crash, creating a whirlwind. So, was it to protect its young? LP Ingen murmured softly. At first glance, the canine beast seemed akin to the Dyn dogs, devoid of reason, driven solely by instinct to fight. Yet, the subsequent clarity in its eyes bestowed upon LP Ingen a sense of renewed life. It had already lost its vital essence, and within its abdomen, a newborn canine beast emerged. Wang Wn, standing beside LP Ingen, observed the scene calmly. No, it should be called a beastmaster. Perhaps due to the hurricane, it had completely extinguished the life of the dying beast. The little green snake had also appeared near that enormous belly, where a faint life force could be sensed. What distinguishes a beastmaster from a beast? LP Ingen turned to Wang Wn, his expression serious. The distinction between beasts and beastmasters is defined by the Beastmaster Association. Those beasts whose intellect has been eroded by the black mist are termed fierce beasts. Wang W impatiently explained. It is somewhat akin to the concept of demonic transformation in literature. To ensure LP Ingen understood, Wang W added, "You see." LP Ingen nodded, gazing at the surrounding pervasive black mist. The sky was shrouded, obscuring the sunlight, akin to a deep abyss that offered no glimmer of hope. Amid the bloodied abdomen, the little green snake stood, observing the vibrant life. The canine beast, still in its juvenile form, curled up with its eyes tightly shut. This should be the thunder dog recorded on the D11 Beastmaster network, a rare quality beast, valued at approximately 2 million D11 coins. Woo! Wang Wn's words were met with a whimper from the closed-eyed thunder dog, which opened its eyes to reveal violet irises that resembled exquisite pieces of art. Rare quality, is it? LP Ingen murmured. While this thunder dog is indeed impressive, it is not a necessity for you. Wang Wn approached, explaining gently. The future accomplishments of your little green snake will undoubtedly rival any rare quality beast. Wang Wn's firm assertion left LP Ingen momentarily stunned. So absolute? He inquired. Captain Wang, why do you have such confidence? LP Ingen could not help but ask. Curious as to why Wang Wn exhibited more faith in the little green snake than he did himself as a beastmaster. The books state that the strongest beasts of the protagonist are typically those first contracted, Wang Wn replied, one hand behind his back, the other holding a book with a serious demeanor. LP Ingen, of course, at your current stage, contracting two beasts is not particularly advantageous, as you lack the support of a beast master corporation and sufficient resources. Should you choose not to contract this thunder dog, I can represent the Wang Group and offer you 2 million D11 coins as a purchase. Wang Wn added. If someone familiar with him were present, they might be dumbfounded. In their minds, Wang Wn had never engaged in such a gamble-like behavior. LP Ingen pondered for a moment. It would be disingenuous to claim he was not tempted by such a beast pup. I want to contract this thunder dog, LP Ingen declared earnestly. Taking a step closer. Hiss. The little green snake wrapped around LP Ingen's arm, gazing at him intently, its voice urgent. The little green snake was anxious. Was one beast not sufficient? It was contemplating contracting a second beast. Beastmasters are indeed not to be trusted. Actually, this is not entirely a bad thing for you. LP Ingen replied with a hint of helplessness. Consider this. You are destined to become the Hurricane Dragon Emperor soaring through the skies. You cannot handle everything personally. Can you? Having one or two beasts to assist you would be quite beneficial. LP Ingen looked at the little green snake. His expression akin to that of a child trying to coax a favor. Hiss. The little green snake thought for a moment, its cyan tail swaying slightly. It seems to make sense. After all, he was to become the Hurricane Dragon Emperor, naturally commanding respect, while the beasts would handle the troubles for him. Then he could relax in the soft clouds and enjoy a peaceful slumber. That sounds delightful. The little green snake was ready to embrace a life of happiness. Seeing that the little green snake no longer opposed his decision, LP Ingen smiled and approached, gently cradling the slightly awakening thunder dog. Due to the lack of a contract, he could not perceive the attributes of this thunder dog. Nonetheless, even with a lower rank, LP Ying felt no worry. After 1,000 or even 10,000 simulations of beast mastery, even a pig could become a commander leading thousands of beasts. After a moment, LP Ying carefully lifted the now sleeping Thunder Dog. I will take good care of you, he vowed silently. Upon emerging and seeing the unscathed LP Ying, Wang W let out a slight breath of relief. He could not help but admire the former's courage. Had it been him, he might not have had the courage to delve deeper. Captain Wang, what is this? Perhaps due to her feminine nature, Ji Ying's observations were more meticulous. Immediately noting the Thunder Dog cradled in LP Ying's arms. This is a reward from LP Ying within the secret realm, a juvenile Thunder Dog of rare quality. Wang W had already tucked away his book. Upon hearing this, Ji Ying's mouth fell open slightly. A Thunder Dog? She had once seen a juvenile Thunder Dog at an auction, which had fetched a staggering price of 2 million. And even her backing force would find it challenging to procure one. Moreover, with her talent, she might not even be able to successfully contract it. The quality of this Thunder Dog could very well surpass that of her Emerald Flower. Captain, are we splitting the proceeds from this beast? Ji Ying swallowed hard, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Long before entering this low-level secret realm, they had agreed to split the resources they acquired. A Thunder Dog could sell for 2 million. Even after splitting, each person would still receive around 400,000. Furthermore, LP Ying was a newcomer, a student from the first class of Beastmasters. So he could certainly receive a smaller share. In an instant, countless phrases raced through Ji Ying's mind. LP Ying shook his head slightly. I'm sorry, but I do not intend to sell this beast. As soon as he spoke, Ji Ying's brows furrowed, preparing to reprimand him. Just you. Yet before she could finish, Wang W interrupted. This beast belongs to LP Ying. Ji Ying instinctively questioned. This does not align with the regulations of the Beastmaster team. How can this be allowed? What? Wang Wu cast a sidelong glance at her and said with some irritation. Deep down, he harbored a certain disdain for this woman. Her lack of beauty was one thing, but her tendency to annoy others was another. What did this rare quality beast have to do with her? She was the one who suggested leaving. The one who claimed Lu Pingyan was courting death, and now she paraded around with a rare quality juvenile Thunder Hound, insisting on sharing the profits from its sale. Does she not have any shame? If she needed money, she could use this matter as leverage to demand it from the Wang family conglomerate on behalf of the forces backing her. Wang Wen glanced at her and said coolly, Our findings are based on a comprehensive assessment of your beast's abilities. In terms of physique, this Thunder Hound is quite excellent, but its intelligence may be lacking. This placid remark left Jiang Ning unable to retort. Thank you, Lu Pingyan murmured softly. This is my contact signal. Please add me after you return. Wang Wen spoke up, further widening Jiang Ning's eyes in disbelief. How could this be? She had invested considerable effort to become Wang Wen's friend, while Lu Pingyan had merely entered a low-level secret realm once. Jiang Ning's gaze shifted to Lu Pingyan. It was her first formal look at him. She was not foolish and understood that he must possess something of significance, something the Wang family valued. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable regret stirred within her. Chapter 27. Ha? At the Beastmaster Association, Lu Pingyan stood within a building off to the side. After acquiring his qualification certificate and receiving 2,500 Xia coins, he was here to have the Thunder Hound assessed. The process of contracting a beast was not complicated, and the information about the Thunder Hound appeared before Lu Pingyan's eyes. It was not of a high rank, similar to the previous little green snake. When he saw this, he felt no sense of disquiet until he joyfully arrived at the Beastmaster Association. How could this be? Lu Pingyan exclaimed, his voice rising several decibels as he looked at the receptionist. This was a Thunder Hound. How could it be of ordinary quality? He struggled to believe his ears. The staff had just informed him that the assessment result for his Thunder Hound was ordinary quality. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Sir, our Beastmaster Association is professionally trained and typically does not make mistakes. The receptionist's voice, coming through the glass, was steady. But this is a Thunder Hound. Lu Pingyan insisted, wanting to argue further. On his way back, Wang Wu had cast an envious glance. The quality of this Thunder Hound might even surpass that of his own Firebird. This thought filled Lu Pingyan's heart with hope. However, the receptionist reiterated, Sir, our assessment results are accurate. Please proceed to pay for the assessment. She turned a plastic sign on the counter to indicate payment was due. Her demeanor suggested she regarded Lu Pingyan as a delinquent. With a sense of resignation, Lu Pingyan pulled out his pineapple phone to make the payment. Upon seeing this, the receptionist's expression softened somewhat, and her hidden hand beneath the table released the red alarm button. Sir, this evaluation is based on a comprehensive assessment of your beast's abilities. While this Thunder Hound excels in physical attributes, its intelligence may be somewhat deficient. In simpler terms, it is not very intelligent. This is why our assessment indicates ordinary quality. Noticing Lu Pingin's agreeable demeanor, she offered an explanation. Intelligence issues? Lu Pingin was taken aback. Do beasts even have intelligence? He recalled that his little green snake seemed rather dim-witted, and now another one? Nevertheless, the impact was not significant, as long as other aspects were satisfactory. It should grow successfully through simulated training scripts. All right, thank you. Upon exiting the Beastmaster Association's hall, Lu Pingin gazed up at the now darkened sky. Suddenly reminded of something, his heart sinking. Oh no, the night in Donglin County was not difficult to navigate. There were no rampaging beasts or beastmasters robbing travelers. Perhaps due to the severe legal consequences of such actions being recorded by Xia and the unavailability of beast data websites and other crucial resources for offenders. The region was remarkably peaceful. That night, Lu Pingin returned home without incident. Cough, cough. Glancing at the stern-faced Director Li, who stood under the light with his hands clasped behind his back, Lu Pingin felt a twinge of anxiety. He had not informed his grandfather about his venture into the low-level secret realm. The old man wore a smile, preparing to ease the tense atmosphere. Let us clarify things. Before Lu Pingin could explain, Director Li brought over a wooden chair and sat down at the entrance. With a loud clang, he slammed the iron door shut. I brought back a new beast. Lu Pingin braced himself, presenting the sleeping Thunder Hound to Director Li. What is this? A Thunder Hound, of ordinary quality. I found it in the wild, Lu Pingin quickly replied. Found it in the wild? You must be quite lucky. Director Li shot him a sidelong glance, his smile devoid of warmth. This is not the case. I just felt it was very pitiful, Lu Pingin stammered, attempting a nervous smile. Humph. At his words, Director Li stood up, snorting coldly. You have one day. You can keep either the dog or yourself. With that, he gently placed the wrapped Thunder Hound on the wooden chair. One little green snake is not enough. You've picked up another ordinary quality Thunder Hound. Really? Director Li grumbled as he opened the door, expressing his discontent with Lu Pingin's beast-collecting behavior. A fickle-hearted fool. Lu Pingin scratched his head, a wry smile on his face. Let me go in and rest. We can discuss this tomorrow. The following morning, Lu Pingin awoke to find a large face looming in front of him, its eyes exceptionally bright with intelligence. The Thunder Hound stood before him, sniffing him intently. From today onward, I shall be your beast master, Lu Pingin said, extending his hand to stroke the hound's forehead. Although it was of ordinary quality, the staff had indicated that its other attributes were commendable, so the impact should not be substantial. Oh, the Thunder Hound tilted its head and rubbed against Lu Pingin's hand, drooling onto the pristine bedding. Lu Pingin thought he suddenly understood what the staff meant by lacking intelligence. Are you hungry? He inquired. Oh, the Thunder Hound licked Lu Pingin's face with its tongue. Lu Pingin paused, finding the sensation oddly reminiscent of a husky. Erha, he tentatively called out. Oh, the Thunder Hound barked joyfully, seemingly pleased with its name. All right then, we shall call you Erha. The little green snake flicked its tail, glaring at the hound in discontent. Hiss, what's all this noise early in the morning? Oh. The Thunder Hound joyfully turned around, its violet eyes fixed on the little green snake. Breakfast? Sensing the Thunder Hound's intent, the little green snake's eyes turned icy. Moments later, it unleashed a skill, Wind Vortex. The little Thunder Hound was lifted into the air by the wind elements, barking incessantly. Oh, Lu Pingin gently rubbed his forehead, watching the scene unfold with a sense of helplessness. He had seen others happily raising air has, but he never anticipated facing such a headache himself. This is troublesome. Lower it a bit, don't let it fall. Lu Pingin instructed the little green snake. Hiss. The little green snake emitted a disdainful sound. Humph. With such subordinates, it would be better not to have any, whether falling onto the bed or due to the modest height. The expression on the face of the little Lei Quan was surprisingly one of enjoyment. Since you are so lively, from this day forth, you shall be called Erha. Lu Pingin extended a hand, gently stroking the forehead of the Lei Quan, who immediately squinted his eyes, exhibiting a look of bliss. Chapter 28. Such matters are best entrusted to Shaoqing. Lu Pingin gazed at the well-seated Erha, whose eyes sparkled with wisdom, and he could not help but rub his forehead in mild exasperation. After discovering the information regarding the Lei Quan, he sighed helplessly. Beast name, Lei Quan Erha. Beast attribute, Thunder. Beast level, non-tier. Skill, Z Lei 1. Talent, none. Possessing a gifted skill. This Lei Quan's starting point was indeed higher than that of Shao Qingshi back in the day. However, why was its beast level still non-tier? Lu Pingin pondered. Did a lack of intelligence also impact strength? After contracting his second beast, Lu Pingin noticed the panel before him had changed. Shaoqing, she remaining script simulation times. 1. Lei Quan remaining script simulation times. 1. The script simulation times for the two beasts were separate, which brought a flicker of delight to Lu Ping's heart. Erha, Lu Pingin called. Wah. Erha looked over with a wise gaze. Stay here and observe Xiaoqing, Shi's simulation process carefully, Lu Ping and instructed. Understood? Wu. Erha raised its head and nudged Lu Ping and S palm. I'm hungry, let us eat. Fine, we'll eat while we watch. Lu Ping conceded. He had to admit, the class monitor's brother was quite considerate, gifting him a bag of beast food suitable for canine beasts. Such a bag of dog food would cost over 10,000 Xia coins in the market, as it was rich in spiritual energy nutrients. This was a product developed by the Beast Research Institute, combining precious materials from the secret realms with dog food, making it exceedingly expensive. Truly, the wealthy were remarkable, Lu Ping mused inwardly. Xiaoqing, demonstrate to your little brother. Xiaoqing she leisurely approached and cast a glance at Erha. Is this it? Still making a fuss? Erha stepped back slightly, the shadow of previous oppression still vivid in its memory. Hiss. Xiaoqing she flicked its tongue. Erha's whimpering grew quieter, and it lowered its head to eat its breakfast, casting a pitiful glance at Xiaoqing she. Let us begin. Beep. Detecting updates to beast information, loading script world generation. The familiar panel appeared. The process was not particularly daunting. After sidestepping the human knight, Xiaoqing she lived quietly to the age of 50, only to meet its end in a hurricane due to the limits of its physical capabilities. Moments later, Xiaoqing she trembled slightly. 2-star 3-tier. A smile blossomed on Lu Ping and's face. After all, not every script simulation could yield fortuitous encounters, and Xiaoqing she's luck had not been exceptionally favorable. Leveling up was a means to strengthen oneself, albeit slowly. It was effective. A few more times, and perhaps Xiaoqing she could reach the 3rd-tier beast level, at which point it could commence its first evolution. Did you see that? Lu Ping turned to Erha, smiling. Woo. Erha shook its head vigorously. The dog food in its bowl had long since vanished, and the floor was strewn with remnants. Crack. Lu Ping observed the disarray within the room, his smile gradually fading. He had expected Erha to watch attentively. No need to be angry. No need to be angry. Lu Ping silently chanted to himself. He had promised to treat the little Lei Quan well. Woo. Erha jumped joyfully. Earlier, during the simulation, Xiaoqing she had trembled slightly, a detail that did not escape Erha's notice. Though not particularly intelligent, Erha understood fear of pain. Absolutely not. In a mere moment, the room was in chaos. The sheets were disheveled, the wooden chair toppled, and Lu Ping's recently completed set of exam papers lay shredded on the table. Xiaoqing, Lu Ping's lips curled into a slight arc as he maintained his smile and turned to Xiaoqing she. Hiss. Xiaoqing she tilted its head, a look of schadenfreude on its face. What's the matter? Clean up the room, or you want to have lunch? Lu Ping's smile vanished completely as he opened the door and stepped outside. Such matters were better left to Xiaoqing. He, Lu Ping, was not suited to interact with Erha. Xiaoqing she. Realizing the situation, it turned its gaze toward the raucous Erha. Eyes icy. Wind's blessing, a state enhancement skill, could boost a beast's attack, defense, and agility by 5%. Upon reaching level 2, the enhancement capabilities soared to a staggering 10%. A whirlwind swirled around Xiaoqing she as it glared coldly at Erha. Skill, Wind Vortex. In an instant, the room was engulfed in a tempest, the air filled with chaos. Lu Ping discovered the elder had not remained at home, so he took a brief nap on the sofa. Upon returning, aside from the torn beast simulation exam paper, everything else was intact. Erha cowered in the corner, emitting a mournful whimper, covering its eyes with its paws and peeking through the gaps at Xiaoqing she. What's wrong? Why do you look so pitiful? Lu Ping approached and gently rubbed Erha's head with his right hand, asking kindly. Woo. Upon hearing this, Erha whined even more sorrowfully. It felt powerless. Woo. Can we simulate now? Lu Ping continued to rub Erha's head, making eye contact with its wise gaze. Woo. Simulation? What simulation? Similar to a game. I shall name it Original Beast. In this world, you can do as you please, Lu Ping explained after some thought. Though Erha may not possess high intelligence, it understood the words of a beast master. Its seemingly foolish demeanor was merely a fade. Do as I please. Erha's intelligent eyes suddenly sparkled. This sounds great. Woo. Seemingly recalling something, Erha stealthily glanced at Xiaoqing she, as if inquiring whether the simulation world contained Xiaoqing she. Rest assured, it does not, Lu Ping replied with a smile. Woo. Erha instantly stood upright, nudging Lu Ping's palm with its head. No problem. As long as Xiaoqing she is absent, I, Erha, can do as I please. Beep. Detecting the contracted beast with the host, please select the final evolution form. The final evolution form of the little Lei Quan? Lu Ping fell into contemplation. On the way back, the class monitor's brother had indeed provided him with relevant materials. For instance, the exceptional quality of Thunder Hound, or even the epic quality of Thunder Moon Wolf King. Such evolutionary paths were enough to make even Lu Ping an S-heart race. However, then again, since he could already outline the final evolutionary form, why limit himself to reality? Why not fabricate a colossal beast from his previous life? For the Thunder attribute. Thunder God Lei seemed promising, yet it lacked qualities suitable for Erha, likely making it unfeasible. Perhaps Steel Garurumon combined with a Thunder attribute? After pondering for a moment, Lu Ping settled on the final evolutionary form for Erha in his mind. How about Purple Extreme Flame King? Lu Ping softly inquired, looking at Erha, a being that wields both fire and thunder, possessing ultimate destructive capability, capable of annihilating multitudes of beasts with a mere gesture. Woo-woo. Erha nudged Lu Ping in S palm, casting a glance at Xiao Qingxi. Can I defeat Xiao Qingxi? Lu Ping chuckled, turning his gaze toward Xiao Qingxi, who was also looking this way, listening intently. He is also very concerned about this matter. Observing your performance in the script simulation world, Lu Ping affectionately patted the head of the Erha. Ow! A glimmer of wisdom sparkled in Erha's eyes. In other words, it is indeed possible. Ow! Let us begin the simulation, quickly. Chapter 29. This Erha is exceedingly brave. Loading script simulation, initializing the world. At the age of 0, the Thunder Hound was born in a secluded valley, surrounded by a tempest of thunder, posing great danger. Yet, the Thunder Hound, undeterred by peril, boldly ventured outside, only to be struck by lightning. Lu Ping's lips twitched. Should he say, as expected of Erha? Even amidst a thunderstorm, one would not anticipate such recklessness from a newly born thunder attribute beast. Truly courageous. At the age of 1, the Thunder Hound, still heedless, frolicked amidst the lightning, accidentally discovering a purple thunder flower, which it devoured in one go. At the age of 3, the Thunder Hound joyfully exercised in the Thunder Valley, mastering the skill, Instant Thunder Flash. At the age of 4, the Thunder Hound reached the boundary of the Thunder Valley, fixating its keen gaze on a white seal, gathering strength, and then collided with it, resulting in its demise. The simulation concluded, and the host could select one of the following rewards to retain. Skill, Instant Thunder Flash. Growth potential of the Thunder Hound at 4 years old. Lu Ping stared at the brief 4-line simulation panel, mouth agape. This Erha is exceptionally brave. The little green snake had only survived 4 years in the simulator during its first attempt. He could comprehend that. Given the little green snake was merely a creature of ordinary quality. However, Erha, in various aspects, surpassed the little green snake. Lu Ping had previously believed that Erha could survive at least 10 years in the first simulation. Now it seemed he had overestimated. Was it due to its extreme bravery? Sigh. Yet, when Lu Ping glanced at the mere 2 options, his gaze sharpened. Instant Thunder Flash? This skill name seemed vaguely familiar. With 2 choices at hand, the decision was clear. Instant Thunder Flash, 1. A king-level skill, instantaneous. It possesses remarkable speed, allowing the user to instantly dash behind the enemy. Launching an attack infused with the force of thunder, with a 5% chance of inducing paralysis. Goodness. Lu Ping inwardly marveled. A king-level skill? The skill levels of beasts are categorized into 4 tiers: low, medium, high, and king level, as documented in the Beast Mastery textbooks. As for the subsequent tiers, there exist even more formidable celestial and divine levels, which are merely legendary. Presently, Lu Ping had yet to hear of such. Is it true that fools are blessed? Lu Ping looked at the oddly positioned Erha lying on the bed, his expression complex. Hiss. The languid little green snake coiled nearby, gazing at Erha with narrowed eyes. From Lu Ping's emotional fluctuations, it sensed that this foolish creature seemed to have unexpectedly gained something. Noticing the little green snake's vigilant demeanor, Lu Ping chuckled softly. Little Qing, it seems you must work harder. If Erha catches up to you, life will become quite challenging. Hiss. The little green snake responded anxiously. How could that be? There is no way I could be caught by this fool. Meanwhile, Erha stirred awake, opening its eyes to gaze at the pristine ceiling. Ow! Its voice brimmed with excitement. How exhilarating. In that world, without the little green snake's oppression, the feeling of freedom was truly delightful. Sensing the sudden influx of skill information in its mind, Erha's eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Do you feel stronger? Lu Ping smiled and inquired. Ow ow. Erha eagerly nodded, impatient to test its newfound abilities against the little green snake. In the next moment, Erha's gaze sharpened, tilting its head as if it perceived the wind. Then, its body was lifted into the air, unable to descend. For a moment, Erha forgot what it intended to do, flailing in midair. Ow ow. Help me, save me. Lu Ping waved his hand, signaling the little green snake to lower it. Hiss. The little green snake gently flicked its tail, landing atop Erha's head, brushing its tail across Erha's eyes. From now on, I am the boss. Ow ow. Erha shook its head, attempting to dislodge the little green snake. Not a chance. In the next instant, Erha's movements halted abruptly as it felt a gust of wind roaring past its ears. Ow! Erha lowered its body, sniffling softly. Observing this, the little green snake remained perched on Erha's head, coiling its body and tilting its head to glance at Lu Pingyan, signaling that the matter was resolved. A day swiftly passed. Lu Pingyan rested quietly at home, awaiting the cool-down period for the script simulation to refresh. He felt as if he had forgotten something. Yet it seemed inconsequential. Relying on the beast calming medication taken the previous night, Lu Pingyan easily slipped into a deep slumber, casting aside all thoughts. Until the afternoon. The sound of the door creaking open roused Lu Pingyan from his slumber. He stepped outside, still feeling drowsy. Rubbing his eyes, he spotted someone returning with a load. "Old man," Lu Pingyan exclaimed, noticing Director Li returning with a bag full of vegetables, a joyful expression emerging on his face. Upon hearing this, Director Li cast a peculiar glance at Lu Pingyan. "You didn't attend class?" Lu Pingyan replied, "Today is Monday? Goodness." An awkward expression crossed Lu Pingyan's face as he scratched his head. It seemed he indeed had not. Hearing Lu Pingyan's words, Director Li's fingers relaxed slightly, and the bag of vegetables clattered to the ground. Witnessing this scene, Lu Pingyan felt a twinge of anxiety. "Oh no, I have something very important today?" Lu Pingyan thought quickly. "I was training the little green snake." As he stepped closer, Lu Pingyan added, "I was skipping class to train." Director Li snorted coldly, approaching Lu Pingyan slowly. "If you don't believe me, look. The little green snake is already at the second tier." "You're lying." Director Li completely dismissed Lu Pingyan's words. "Have you grown so bold as to lie?" He knew the little green snake's quality. Reaching the first tier was already a tremendous achievement for its lineage. Let alone the second tier? Really? Lu Pingyan raised 4 fingers, swearing earnestly. Director Li observed Lu Pingyan's serious demeanor, his anger dissipating somewhat. He understood that Lu Pingyan was not one to lie. After a brief silence, he stated, "Let us set this aside for now." Having said that, Director Li glanced at him again. "Have you lost that Thunder Hound?" Lu Pingyan felt the half-formed stone in his heart rise once more. "Actually," he murmured weakly. "Humph." Director Li scoffed as he walked past Lu Pingyan without uttering another word. "Did you eat lunch?" "No. By evening, I expect a reason." Director Li's tone softened slightly. "I will go to the kitchen to prepare dinner. You think it over. We will discuss it after the meal." At this, warmth blossomed in Lu Pingyan's heart. All right. Chapter 30. Has he become famous? After dinner, Lu Pingyan turned to glance at Erha, who was devouring its meal and scattering beast food everywhere. He felt a sense of helplessness. Even now, it was still causing chaos, and right in front of the old man at that. Could it not be a little more mindful? Was this Erha's incredible fortune bought at the cost of intelligence? In light of this, it was somewhat understandable. Sigh. Lu Pingyan rubbed his forehead. Observing the scene, he felt that the chances of success were slim. However, it is rather fortunate that if he sleeps for a day, the Erha can remain less audacious and survive a little longer in the realm of the script, thus allowing him to be placed within the YSHUKNGN. His small movements did not escape the keen observation of Director Li, who bore a subtle softness upon his countenance. "Eat your vegetables," Director Li remarked indifferently. "Old man, in fact, Erha is quite well behaved." Lu Pingyan contemplated before deciding to make an effort. "Indeed, I can see that," Director Li said, casting a glance at the somewhat disheveled floor. Lu Pingyan continued, "In truth, aside from this aspect, Erha possesses other merits. He does not make a fuss, and it is rather pleasant to have his company." Stifling his inner impulse, Lu Pingyan pressed on. Erha, wagging his head, finished the dog food in his bowl, glanced at the now empty iron bowl, then looked at Lu Pingyan, who had set down his chopsticks and promptly overturned his bowl with a paw. "Oh woo, I'm still hungry, where's my food?" Lu Pingyan instructed. "Xiaoqing, take him outside." Hiss. Xiaoqing the snake seemed quite cheerful, having long endured this foolish creature without having had the chance to discipline him for quite some time. Moments later, Lu Pingyan glanced at Director Li with some exasperation. "Old man, once Erha reaches the first level, I can place him in the YSHUKNGN without being a bother to you." Lu Pingyan chose to be forthright. He was not adept at lying, especially in the presence of those close to him. Director Li calmly picked at the dishes on the table. It was truly unexpected not to attend class today. Lu Pingyan continued. The joy of contracting a new YSHU yesterday had stirred his excitement, prompting him to engage in script simulation this morning to enhance Erha's strength. The experience in the NNF in Secret Realm had instilled in Lu Pingyan a sense of vigilance. While he deemed Xiaoqing's growth to be quite normal, the impressive combat prowess of such an ordinary YSHU could easily raise suspicions. After a prolonged silence, Director Li set down his chopsticks and looked at the eager Lu Pingyan, slowly stating, "YSHU are not mere tools. They are friends of humanity. Do you understand this?" Director Li sighed lightly, emphasizing his words. Lu Ping'an nodded. The resources required to nurture a YSHU are immense, especially for your ordinary quality Shaoqing. Currently, you are facing the YSHU college entrance examination, and the demand for YSHU cultivation is not as pressing. Will you be able to sustain 2 YSHU when you reach the 4th or 5th tier, or even higher? Director Li spoke solemnly. In Dishi, most YSHU masters typically contract only 1 YSHU, and managing 2 is a considerable burden for them. Only those born into the upper echelons of the YSHU community in Dishi possess 2 or even 3 YSHU. I understand, Lu Ping'an replied, nodding. But, old man, I have confidence in this regard. Lu Ping'an's eyes were resolute. He felt no concern in this aspect. The instances of script simulation were calculated separately for each YSHU, eliminating the possibility of neglecting one for the other. Observing the confidence on Lu Ping'an's face, Director Li subtly nodded. Since Lu Ping'an had expressed his thoughts so firmly, he decided not to impede him any further, well aware of Lu Ping'an's character. Old man, did you not say that only one of Ha and I could remain in this household? Lu Ping'an's face radiated with a brilliant smile upon realizing this. Director Li maintained his expression, tidying the dining table. Why are you silent? Lu Ping'an continued, his smile playful. It was rare to see Director Li exhibit such a demeanor. Indeed, Ha stays. You will sleep outside tonight, Director Li stated without raising his head. Lu Ping'an's smile gradually froze at that moment. Of course, this was merely a jest. At night, he would still return to bed. Opening his pineapple phone, a notification popped up with a flurry of messages. Staring at the explosive influx of notifications, Lu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. Had he become popular? However, how could there be so many messages? He had only 2 friends. One being the class leader of YSHU Class 3, and the other the class leader's brother. Lu Ping'an glanced at the phone screen. Class leader of Class 3, Lu Ping'an, impressive. You've officially announced with that ice-cold goddess. I admire you, Lu Ping'an. The 98 messages above were likely filled with exclamations of astonishment and praise. Lu Ping'an patiently scrolled up, the topmost message being a screenshot. The profile picture appeared to be of a girl, one he had recently created a WeChat account for. The poetic phrase read, "Please guide me in the days to come. Sleep Demon." Below it, a plethora of heartbroken emojis and countless comments clamoring to confront this sleep demon. Lu Ping'an was somewhat bewildered. Who is this person? Hiss. Shaoqing the snake inched closer, flicking its tongue, visibly curious. What happened? Oh woo. Meanwhile, Ha, who had been frolicking nearby, paused. One paw resting on the ball he had been playing with. His intelligent gaze turned towards Lu Ping'an, seemingly questioning him. Stop looking and go to sleep. Lu Ping'an gently pressed down on Shaoqing's head and turned off the light. Observing this, Ha kicked the ball into the corner with a paw, stretched lazily, and prepared to leap onto the bed. You sleep below. Oh woo. Ha's voice was tinged with grievance, his emotions spilling forth softly. However, every time he caught sight of Shaoqing's cold gaze, he would retract his neck. He nestled into the dog bed made of piled blankets in the corner, seeking a comfortable position to fall asleep. It was unavoidable, the bed was too small, and once Shaoqing reached the first tier and entered the YSHUKNGN, his space for movement should expand. Lu Ping'an gazed at the faintly violet glow in the corner, somewhat resigned, and remarked, "This bed is already quite cramped for both me and Shaoqing. Adding Ha would surely be a squeeze." After tossing and turning, Lu Ping'an eventually picked up his pineapple phone and sent a crucial message to the class leader of Class 3. Upon sending it, he quietly set the phone aside, with Shaoqing lying beside him, staring at the dark ceiling before drifting into slumber. Chapter 31. Do not be angry, do not be angry. The following morning, Lu Ping'an arrived at school early. He had informed Director Li about last night's events, and there were no significant issues. Shaoqing was exercising in the YSHUKNGN, practicing diligently where Ha could not see, feeling the need to enhance his abilities. After all, that day, he had sensed a shocking emotion from Lu Ping'an, which instilled a sense of urgency within him. A vivid image flashed through his mind. The young Shaoqing was pinned to the ground by that foolish creature's paw, unable to move, only able to struggle helplessly. The wise gaze of Ha bore down upon him, filled with mockery, drool dripping onto his head. Just imagining this scene sent shivers down Shaoqing's spine, and he resolutely refused to allow such a thing to occur. Meanwhile, Ha remained in the room, patiently awaiting Lu Ping'an's return. In the back row of the classroom, Li Ho and others watched with darkened expressions as Lu Ping'an entered and took his seat. This kid, after Wang Gu unexpectedly lost to Lu Ping'an. They had initially planned to reclaim their honor on Monday, when there were no classes with Old Lin. However, the result was that this kid did not even show up. "Oh Gu, are we still going to make a move today?" Someone quietly inquired, their eyes filled with concern. After all, such matters were not permitted at YSHU Yicheng. and there was a lingering fear in their hearts. Nonsense. Li Hou shot him an annoyed glance. Even the fierce yin yao of Wang Gu was defeated by Lu Pingyan, leading to concerns about our own capabilities. This was indeed a pragmatic inquiry, for the small green snake appeared to be far beyond the ordinary quality of a beast companion, bordering on the absurd. Upon hearing this, a proud expression graced Li Hou's face as he lifted his chin to address the individual. My previous article, My Beast Tamer Association Cadre Father, received an award, prompting my father to purchase a bottle of inferior beast rock potion, allowing my rock rat to successfully advance to the second tier. As these words fell, a wave of astonishment washed over those nearby. Achieving the second tier and possessing a beast of such caliber certainly guaranteed admission to the Beast Tamer University. How fortunate it is to be wealthy. Envying glances were cast in Li Hou's direction, which he relished, showing no signs of suppressing his triumphant smile. Furthermore, recent events had stirred many at Yizhong to seek trouble with Lu Pingyan. Contemplating this news, Li Hou gazed at Lu Pingyan's retreating figure, unable to suppress a sense of schadenfreude. His eyes mirrored both jealousy and relief. While receiving a confession from an ice-cold goddess like Ren Shui was undoubtedly a boon, it also came with its set of burdens. There were still several suitors from classes 1 and 2 vying for Ren Shui's attention. Could Lu Pingyan withstand such a formidable situation? Moments later, a familiar figure approached the entrance, Wang Wu, the class leader of the Beast Tamer Class 3. Before Li Hou could finish his sentence, Wang Wu executed a surprising gesture. Lu Pingyan, you rascal, impressive. Wang Wu approached, slapping Lu Pingyan on the back. Having just closed his eyes for a brief moment, Lu Pingyan, you were sleeping during the morning study. Is it possible that your little green snake snoozed its way into this? Observing Lu Pingyan's listless demeanor, Wang Wu jested. Lu Pingyan shot him a glance. Indeed, by sleeping, I reduced the cooldown time for script simulation, allowing the little green snake to enter the script world multiple times in the shortest time frame, thereby becoming stronger. Isn't that the essence of sleeping? Lu Pingyan inquired about the previous night. Indeed, speaking of last night, impressive. Your ability to elicit a confession from Ren Shui is truly remarkable. Upon hearing those words, Wang Wu leaned in closer, whispering towards the empty seat beside Lu Pingyan. Be cautious, Ren Shui has many admirers in Yizhong. Then, Wang Wu patted his chest. Fear not, I shan't compete with you. Your chances of success remain significantly higher. Lu Pingyan, last night, he sighed softly, continuing, by the way, I saw the message you sent me. My brother mentioned that you should meet after school at 132, Sinan Road, Donglin County, at the Beast Tamer CAF. Upon hearing this crucial information, Lu Pingyan nodded, committing the address to memory. Oh go, are we still going to take action? Observing this scene, a regular classmate from class 3 leaned in, moving his lips to inquire. Li Hou's expression shifted, fluctuating between shadows and light. Humph, let him off the hook for now. After a long pause, he finally uttered these words, albeit with a slightly hoarse voice. This morning's study was exceedingly arduous for Lu Pingyan. Initially, he intended to lay down and sleep as soon as the bell rang. However, the girl beside him fixed her gaze upon him. The frigid intensity of her stare rendered him inexplicably restless. What are you staring at? Lu Pingyan finally turned to Ren Shui, whispering in resignation. Because you are handsome. Her cool voice left Lu Pingyan momentarily stunned. How direct. Goodness. Lu Pingyan rubbed his chin, then pressed his lips together, glancing at the small mirror on the desk. That reason is rather commendable. Yet, dear classmate, while my looks are indeed striking, one cannot publicly confess to me without my consent, can one? Lu Pingyan queried once more. An inexplicable premonition stirred within him, sensing that this matter might lead to significant trouble. After all, such beautiful girls in novels typically attract numerous admirers. No one in class 3 displayed such overt desire, perhaps due to lack of confidence. Meanwhile, those with a semblance of assurance were captivated by others. I like you. What does it matter? Ren Shui's clear gaze met Lu Pingyan's, devoid of any emotional fluctuations. Wow. Incredible. Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. How could she utter such flirtatious words with such an icy tone? This is no mere ice goddess. One could easily believe her to be a siren. Since this classmate has proclaimed her feelings so boldly, Lu Pingyan felt it inappropriate to press further. However, as Ren Shui turned away, a faint smile graced her lips. And beneath her clear eyes lay an almost pathological obsession. Meanwhile, at the South Suburb Orphanage, Director Li, accustomed to reclining on a chair in the courtyard, suddenly felt something unsettling behind him. Instinctively, he reached back, retrieving a thick stack of Xia currency, his face reflecting surprise. Moments later, Director Li glanced towards the closed courtyard gate, lowering his head to curse under his breath. That brat. Humph. After a while, Director Li snorted softly, stashing the thick stack of currency into his pocket as he headed indoors. Since this lad is so amiable, I might as well keep an eye on him. Upon pushing open Lu Pingyan's door, he was met with utter chaos. A woo? Two front paws rested upon Lu Pingyin's bed as the husky suddenly lifted its head. Regarding Director Li with keen intelligence. Hiss. Director Li inhaled sharply. Do not lose your temper. This is that brat's beast. He silently reminded himself. With a rip, cotton flew about the room. Director Li took a deep breath. Forget I said anything. Chapter 32. He likes her, she likes him. After this brief interlude, Lu Pingyin continued to sleep soundly during the morning study. The resounding voices of reading provided an excellent backdrop for his slumber. As for the matter with his desk mate, he temporarily cast it aside. Just as Rin Shui had stated, if she likes him, then so be it. After all, he is quite exceptional, isn't he? Moments later, the bell for morning study rang. Many students chose to step into the corridor for some fresh air. Turning to glance down the hallway, they noticed a group approaching Class 3 with a hint of menace in their eyes. Upon reaching the entrance of Class 3, the leading youth spoke up. Is Lu Pingyin here? The youth, with a handsome visage, crossed his arms, fingers slightly raised, his voice possessing a somewhat effeminate quality. After calling out several times and growing impatient, he turned to the nearby onlookers from Class 3 for assistance. At the back of the classroom, Li Ho noticed this scene. A glimmer of schadenfreude appearing in his eyes. See, just as I said, he was indeed sought out by students from other classes. Wang Gu, should we not intervene in this matter? Li Ho leaned over, glancing at Wang Wu. After all, this was a situation instigated by Lu Pingyin, and it had little bearing on our class. The leading youth, Ji Li, is a third-tier Beast Tamer, renowned in Yizhong alongside the likes of Wang Wu and Rin Shui. I am the class leader of Class 3. Why should we not intervene? If someone bullies a student from our class, that is tantamount to slapping my face. Wang Wu shot him a glance, visibly displeased. Even if it were an ordinary student from Class 3, Wang Wu would step in to prevent such occurrences. Much less Lu Pingyin. He had yet to teach that brat a lesson. Why should he be allowed to act so brazenly? Li Ho's face displayed an awkward smile, rendering him speechless. If they dare to come in and cause trouble, break their legs. Wang Wu cast a glance at the doorway and continued to focus on the examination questions of the Tiannanxing Province Beastmaster Scroll. Yes, Brother Wang. Lu Pingyin. Someone is looking for you outside. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyin stirred from his reverie and glanced at the unfamiliar face before him, nodding slightly. All right, thank you. After speaking, Lu Pingyin looked at the group of individuals standing at the entrance and then checked the time. There was still half an hour until Old Lin's next class. No time to waste. Upon glancing at the doorway again, he realized he did not recognize those people. Thus, Lu Pingyin made a decision to lie down and continue his slumber. Just as his deskmate had remarked, their search for him was their business, unrelated to Lu Pingyin. At this moment, Rin Shui, sitting beside Lu Pingyin, wore a look of astonishment. Earlier, she had harbored a glimmer of hope, anticipating a clash between Lu Pingyin and that group, which would allow her to behold the little green snake she had been longing for. Yet, Lu Pingyin merely chose to sleep. This scene made Rin Shui shut her eyes, and when she reopened them, her cold gaze was tinged with a peculiar madness. That flawless figure, stirred only by a gentle breeze, entranced her. How delightful it would be to touch that smooth skin, or even steal a kiss. Even with Rin Shui's background, she had never encountered such a perfect serpent-like beast. After seeing the little green snake that day, she had sought out a few more from the beast breeding house, but the feelings they evoked in her heart were not nearly as intense as that first encounter. This only heightened Rin Shui's restless yearning, prompting her to suddenly declare her interest in Lu Pingyin. She was determined to possess that little green snake, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Outside, the androgynous youth waiting also caught sight of Rin Shui, his gaze fixated upon her. Even with her eyes closed, she radiated an extraordinary charm that captivated attention. As for Lu Pingyin beside her, Ji Li had heard of him. He was at the bottom of Class 3, with a lackluster beast, a little green snake that could even be deemed subpar, and certainly not worthy of being called a beast master. Did such a person truly merit Rin Shui's attention? Yet he lingered there, lost in thought as he gazed through the window at Rin Shui, oblivious to the passage of time, until the bell rang for class. Ji Gu, class has started. Are we going to stay here? All right. Ji Li paused for a moment, reluctantly casting one last glance at Rin Shui. That flawless profile lingered in his mind, but unfortunately, students at Beastmaster's first high were not permitted to bring phones. Otherwise, Ji Li would have risked reprimand just to capture this moment. What are you all gathering here for? A stern voice interrupted the atmosphere as Teacher Lin approached with a thick stack of memos. Upon witnessing this scene, Teacher Lin's expression turned grave as he adjusted his glasses and inquired. It's nothing, teacher, we just came to strengthen our bonds, a youth beside Ji Li hurriedly replied. With only 2 months until the Beastmaster College entrance exam, are you still here fooling around? Teacher Lin's countenance darkened. Apologies, teacher, we will head back now. Ji Li replied, twirling his fingers flamboyantly as he turned to return to his class's location. This left the group exchanging bewildered glances before following suit. Did Jiga leave a bit too hastily? After being here for so long, and this is the outcome? Cough, cough. As they entered the classroom, Teacher Lin's gaze immediately fell upon Lu Pingyan, who was sound asleep at his desk. He approached and gently tapped on the surface of the desk. Era, stop messing around. Lu Pingyan mumbled in his sleep. Sitting beside him, Ren Shui's beautiful eyes narrowed, casting a disapproving glance at Lu Pingyan. Era? This guy dares to name that flawless little green snake such a thing? At this thought, Ren Shui unconsciously tightened her grip on the corner of her book. Her eyes filled with coldness. Standing beside Lu Pingyan, Teacher Lin's expression darkened further as he slammed a stack of papers onto the desk. Lu Pingyan. Lu Pingyan. Half an hour had passed so swiftly. Teacher, my apologies, I didn't sleep well last night, Lu Pingyan explained after a moment of thought. Just last night. Teacher Lin scoffed. Lu Pingyan was momentarily at a loss for words. Actually, it's not entirely that. The mock exam has a total of 450 points. If you score below 300, you must come to my office after school. Teacher Lin's voice was not loud, yet it was sufficient for the entire class to hear. 300? Such a score would rank in the middle tier of Class 3 at Beastmaster First High. If the practical scores are slightly higher, one could even gain admission to an ordinary Beastmaster University. Teacher Lin actually harbors such expectations for Lu Pingyan? Brother Wang, is old Lin joking? Li Ho exclaimed in surprise, turning to Wang Wu for confirmation. Isn't this normal? Wang Wu replied indifferently. Hearing this, Li Ho felt somewhat disoriented. He vaguely recalled that on Saturday, due to a wager, Brother Wang had met with Lu Pingyan. Yet, only a weekend had passed. What had transpired? Chapter 33, Breakthrough Materials for Wind Attributes. The Beastmaster mock exam consisted primarily of questions based on previous year's entrance exam questions, making it somewhat predictable. Most of the questions did not involve calculations, which made it manageable for Lu Pingyan. Perhaps this was due to the fact that most Beastmasters did not prioritize academic studies, resulting in below-average grades in this area. Most students at Beastmaster First High only paid attention in class and dedicated more time to reviewing before exams. Thus, the third year of high school became quite hectic. This was one reason why Lu Pingyan often slept in class, much to Teacher Lin's annoyance. With ease, Lu Pingyan completed the exam paper and gave it a light flick. Satisfied with his neat presentation, compared to the college entrance examination of his previous life, this was less challenging. The more difficult questions required outlining the common evolution paths of certain beasts and recalling the effects of various beast materials. As for the historical section on beasts, it necessitated memorization, which posed a slight inconvenience for Lu Pingyan, but he could concoct enough to fill the pages based on his recollections. After all, he would leave no question unanswered. The atmosphere in the classroom was remarkably quiet, each student diligently working on their papers, with a few exceptional Beastmasters carefully reviewing their answers once completed. Naturally, Lu Pingyan was the exception. By the podium, Lu Pingyan bit his lip, submitting his completed exam paper. You seem quite confident? Teacher Lin set down his pen, glanced at the paper on the desk, and regarded Lu Pingyan with a neutral expression. Submitting your answers early? This kid has become quite audacious. 300 points should be no problem, Lu Pingyan remarked confidently after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Teacher Lin adjusted his glasses and scrutinized Lu Pingyan's paper. It was clean, orderly, and nearly devoid of unanswered questions. Not bad. Seeing Teacher Lin's demeanor, a smile appeared on Lu Pingyan's face. At last, it's over. Teacher Lin, I owe this achievement to your guidance, which allowed me to reach this level in such a short time. A smile graced Lu Pingyan's face. Now that he had completed the exam, he could finally take a nap. Noticing that Teacher Lin remained silent, still examining the paper, Lu Pingyan added, Teacher Lin, may I continue to sleep? With a crack, the pen in Ruan Su's right hand snapped as she was writing about the historical questions concerning Beastmasters. The girl's pupils constricted slightly, filled with astonishment. Although she was aware that Lu Pingyan was extraordinary, she never anticipated that he would display such audacity in front of Teacher Lin. This was indeed rather extraordinary. Initially, she merely perceived Lu Pingyan as a student who relished sleep and held little regard for diligence. However, following the incident at the Beast Taming Pavilion, Ruan Su began to regard her classmate with newfound seriousness. The prowess of the beasts was not insignificant, and Lu Pingyan exuded an air of profound mystery that silently etched his name into Ruan Su's memory. Due to that incident, Ruan Su felt a tinge of guilt towards Lu Pingyan. After hanging her head for a considerable time, she cautiously lifted it to glance at Teacher Lin. As the study representative of Class 3, she often interacted with him and had gleaned some understanding of his strict nature. Come to my office after class, he instructed. Upon hearing this, Ruan Su's heart raced, and worry flickered in her eyes. This was troubling. Teacher Lin was notoriously stern. and Lu Pingin's defiance during the exam would likely incur his ire. Should she intercede on his behalf? Yet, that seemed unwise. Ruan Su's mind was a chaotic tangle. Her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze, wishing to disappear. Suddenly, a voice startled Lu Pingin. What? Going to the office again? He asked uncertainly. Observing Teacher Lin collect his paper. Is he calling for me? Who else? Teacher Lin shot him a glance. The smile on Lu Pingin's face turned bitter. Why the long face? Go take your nap. Teacher Lin tapped the desk lightly with the cap of his pen, scoffing. Nap? Lu Pingin blinked in surprise before responding cheerfully. All right then. The examination was lengthy, and a brief respite would be advantageous, allowing him to reduce the cool-down period of his script simulation, which was paramount. Teacher Lin. What is this? A melodious voice interrupted. A captivating figure clad in red stood at the door, drawing attention. Ning Yuelon gazed at Lu Pingin, who trailed behind Teacher Lin. A faint smile gracing her lips. Oh, this lad dozed off during the exam. I called him for a reprimand. I see. Then please continue. Who is she? Lu Pingin recalled this figure, for it was her report that had led to his scolding by Teacher Lin. Though the grievance was minor, it was one he would remember. Ning Yuelon, a new teacher at the Beast Taming Academy, was responsible for the history of beast taming. Teacher Lin explained, turning his gaze back to Lu Pingin. The latter's eyes were fixed on Ning Yuelon's graceful silhouette. What's wrong? Are you smitten? Teacher Lin teased as he settled into his office chair. I warn you, such behavior is strictly forbidden at the Beast Taming Academy. Mind your conduct. Before Lu Pingin could respond, Teacher Lin's expression turned serious. I understand, Lu Pingin nodded. As for being smitten, that was a stretch. In Lu Pingin's eyes, that alluring figure paled in comparison to his own dog. His dog, though not particularly smart, was certainly more pleasing to behold. Have you considered the evolution path for your beast? Teacher Lin inquired, lightly tapping the desk. Your little green snake may experience sluggish growth due to its quality limitations. Lu Pingin nodded earnestly, fully aware of this fact. It had taken him 150 years of effort to achieve such progress, which was no small feat. Consider the evolution path early and prepare the necessary materials. Otherwise, your little green snake will lack competitive strength upon entering Beast Taming University. Observing Lu Pingin's reaction, Teacher Lin adjusted his glasses and turned to him. Clearly, he understood the life within Beast Taming University far better than Lu Pingin did. Teacher, does the little green snake have an evolution path related to the wind attribute? Lu Pingin pondered aloud. Following the wind attribute path could enhance the little green snake's combat capabilities without deviating from his planned evolution route. Wind attribute. Teacher Lin's brow furrowed slightly as he searched his memory. No, at least I haven't heard of one. It may be documented in the Beast Research Institute, or it could be in development. As expected, Lu Pingin felt a twinge of disappointment at his words. After a moment's contemplation, he turned to Teacher Lin with another inquiry. Do you have any information on the materials required for the wind attribute second-tier beast breakthrough? Meanwhile, in the adjacent office, Ning Yuelon sat in her chair. Her beautiful eyes closed as she quietly absorbed the conversation from next door. A gentle breeze fluttered outside, lifting her red skirt and revealing her long, alluring legs. The wind attribute little green snake? Ning Yuelon opened her eyes, a flirtatious glimmer dancing within them. This young man seemed rather remarkable. What a pity. Chapter 34. We are not suitable. You are a good person. Upon returning, Lu Pingin managed to seize some time to reduce the cool-down of his script. The afternoon's instructors did not intervene much, having grown accustomed to Lu Pingin's lackadaisical demeanor. Lu Pingin, this is a critical juncture in your life. You should not be sleeping at such a moment. A somewhat frosty voice broke through Lu Pingin's brief slumber, causing him to startle awake. Again, however, as he turned to trace the source of the voice, he was met not by the familiar blush of the girl he had previously encountered, but by a pair of cool, piercing eyes. This sight momentarily caught Lu Pingin off guard. Is it her? He recalled the girl who had so audaciously confessed to him earlier that day. Lu Pingin generally held a favorable view of his admirers, devoid of thoughts of retaliation. Why? Lu Pingin countered. Are you trying to grab my attention? This is an old trick from years gone by. Surely it has become commonplace by now in the world of beast taming. Because I want you to attend the same beast taming university as me. Ren Shui's cool gaze fixed intently on Lu Pingin, her pupils reflecting his youthful form. Was this reason sufficient? As her words hung in the air, a stunned silence enveloped Class 3 of Beast Taming. Numerous surprised eyes turned toward the front, unable to resist the urge to watch. Even at this pivotal moment in their lives, on some of the girls' desks lay an array of snacks and drinks, as they happily munched on their treats. Such a scene was rare to witness over 3 years. Not observing it would lead to regret. Wang Wu scribbled answers furiously with his right hand, while his left discreetly gave Lu Pingin a thumbs up. Impressive. No wonder he was once my rival. This is truly remarkable. Wang Wu felt that Lu Pingin had indeed reached a level comparable to his own. Brother Wang. Why? Li Ho stammered, his speech faltering. It seemed he had indulged in too many daydreams lately. Instinctively, Li Ho tugged at his left cheek, the sharp pain grounding him in reality. Why not? It's quite normal for Lu Pingyan to say that, Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. Aside from himself, Lu Pingyan was the first peer to receive such high praise from his older brother. When he returned to the luxury house in the city center, his brother had advised him to maintain a good relationship with Lu Pingyan, a point Wang Wu had not questioned. After all, he felt he lacked the talent to nurture a little green snake to such heights. Hearing this, Li Ho paused, then tugged at his right cheek again, the unmistakable pain confirming that he was not dreaming. Why does Wang Ge hold such a high opinion of this young man? He cannot comprehend it. Lu Pingyan was taken aback by Ren Shui's words, his gaze shifting towards her. Her eyes, as clear as water, complemented a face of exquisite beauty. Although her figure may not be as striking as that of the red-clad teacher, she possesses a perfect golden ratio. More importantly, her icy demeanor evokes a strong sense of conquest. For an ordinary student, being with such a girl at school would surely bring laughter even in dreams. Having a girlfriend like her seems like the epitome of a perfect beginning. Thus, Lu Pingyan gently stroked his chin, contemplating. This scene ignited a flicker of expectation in Ren Shui's eyes. I refuse, Lu Pingyan finally stated after a moment of thought. Instantly, the classroom atmosphere froze in shock. A refusal? Has this young man become so full of himself? Does he not recognize Ren Shui's allure? Her admirers could circle around Yusho Yizhong 3 times. For some reason, Lu Pingyan felt something was amiss. For instance, she likes him, yet urges him to strive harder? Why should he? Is sleeping not pleasant? This classmate. You are exceptional, and so am I, but our paths do not align. After some reflection, Lu Pingyan resolved to sever this ill-fated connection himself. We are not suited for each other. You are a good person. These 3 brief sentences once again plunged the students of Yusho Sanban into a state of astonishment. What have they witnessed? The goddess's confession has been rejected? Even the goddess could face rejection? I will not give up. Ultimately, Ren Shui's declaration concluded this episode. Lu Pingyan sighed softly, resting his forehead in his hand. Being too exceptional indeed has its downsides. Living a life like an invisible person was much more comfortable. Now that he is at Yusho University, he must adopt a more low-key approach. It would facilitate his sleep. After school, Lu Pingyan exited the school gate directly. This time, he did not encounter any unforeseen events. Perhaps because his open rejection of the girl's confession led her to refrain from pursuing him further. This reminded Lu Pingyan of the infatuated girl he met during the first reality simulation. In a certain sense, it seemed somewhat analogous. However, such thoughts fleetingly crossed his mind before he shook his head, dispelling them. This ice-cold girl hardly resembled an infatuated type. As for the possibility of her being attracted to him, that might hold some truth, considering his exceptional qualities. Upon leaving the school gate, Lu Pingyan followed the directions on his mobile phone to the Yusho CAF in the city center. In this era, any industry bearing the name Yusho signifies a high status, and the cost of consumption rises accordingly. On ordinary days, even if Lu Pingyan possessed a bit of money, he would not dare to enter such an establishment. Number 132. Lu Pingyan stepped into the resplendent CAF and turned right, searching for his designated table. Lu Pingyan, over here. A voice called out, prompting Lu Pingyan to turn around. There sat a young man, his face resolute and stature tall, leaving a favorable impression. The young man sat in a semi-private area, looking towards Lu Pingyan through the open space. Observing this, Lu Pingyan approached slowly, his steps steady. No need to be formal. Take a seat. Wang Wen gestured to the opposite side as he spoke. Hello, class leader, Lu Pingyan replied as he settled down. Hearing this, Wang Wen was momentarily taken aback. Class leader? It was the first time someone had addressed him in such a manner. Wang Wen snapped his fingers, and a waiter approached, serving 3 cups of coffee. This coffee has its benefits for Yusho practitioners, as it can summon your little green snake for a sip, Wang Wen explained. The coffee contains caffeine and powdered ling hui flower, making it an excellent supplement for both Yusho masters and their beasts. Lu Pingyan nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Hiss. As soon as the little green snake appeared, it caught sight of the fragrant coffee, its eyes gleaming with excitement. It then turned to look at Lu Pingyan, drooling slightly. Go ahead and drink. Lu Pingyan chuckled as he gently patted the snake's head. Hiss. The little green snake, having received permission, sounded much cheerier. I heard from Xiao Wu that you wanted to discuss something with me. Wang Wen interlaced his fingers, regarding Lu Pingyan. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Rest assured, the soundproofing here is excellent. Speak freely, Wang Wen assured, his satisfaction with Lu Pingyan apparent. Captain Wang, how do you perceive the security strength at Yusho Yizhong? Lu Pingyan pondered before inquiring. Captain Wang, what is this title? Chapter 35, Don't Come Any Closer. Why the sudden question? Wang Wen was taken aback before redirecting his gaze to Lu Pingyan. Because I've noticed some unusual aspects at Yusho Yizhong. Lu Pingyan replied slowly. Such as? In the security room, there is only an elderly gentleman, and there are no guards at the main entrance. Not even at the side entrance, Lu Pingyan explained after some thought. Thus, if Yusho Yizhong were to face a terror attack, the consequences could be severe. You are overthinking this. A rare smile appeared on Wang Wen's face. Within Yusho Yizhong, every teacher is at least a 5th-tier Yusho master, and the principal is an 8th-tier Yusho master. Moreover, attacking such a school would be utterly meaningless. Wang Wen patiently elaborated. At your age, it is quite normal to indulge in fantasies. I, too, had dreams of saving the world at that age. Besides, considering you've nurtured a little green snake to this level, your ambitions must rival mine from back then. Is that so? Lu Pingyan murmured softly, though his expression revealed no sign of relaxation. He was aware of the catastrophic event that would transpire 3 days later, on Friday. Although the little green snake had reached the 2nd tier, it would not change the impending outcome. Even with so many teachers present, Yusho Yizhong would still face devastating repercussions. This situation was beyond Lu Pingyan's capacity to alter. Captain Wang, does the Yusho Master Association have a team of tier-rated Yusho Masters? After a moment of silence, Lu Pingyan broke the stillness. Indeed, this team of Yusho Masters is also under our Wang Group's purview, Wang Wen replied, a look of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that Lu Pingyan would possess such knowledge. Each member of this tier-rated team commanded an exceedingly high salary, as they could enter intermediate and even higher-level secret realms to procure materials, rendering their worth beyond mere currency. I would like to request this Yusho Master team to be stationed around Yusho Yizhong. If possible, Lu Pingyan proposed after some contemplation. Upon hearing this, Wang Wen did not rush to respond but scrutinized Lu Pingyan, hoping to discern something from him. However, Lu Pingyan's demeanor remained calm, his eyes deep and contemplative. Now, Wang Wen turned back to his younger brother, who acted immaturely and often seemed oblivious to his peers. Regardless of strength, Lu Pingyan's disposition far surpassed Wang Wu's. I must concede, my brother cannot measure up to you, Wang Wen chuckled lightly. The class leader is indeed remarkable. I find myself lacking. The sudden compliment prompted Lu Pingyan to touch his nose, humbly acknowledging it. If you wish to hire a tier-rated Yusho Master team, I can offer you a discount. Wang Wu straightened his expression, raising a finger. How about this sum? 10,000. Lu Pingyan instinctively responded, glancing at the raised finger. 100,000 xia coins per day? Quite reasonable, Wang Wen stated. In his view, the price was indeed not exorbitant. Is it possible to purchase on credit? Lu Pingyan's hand trembled slightly as he held the coffee cup, his face betraying an expression of embarrassment. At this moment, he was unable to produce the necessary funds. It seemed that once Xiaoqingshi's strength improved, Lu Pingyan would have to consider venturing into those secret realms to gather materials for sale. In the world of Beast Tamers, Daxia coins were not omnipotent, yet lacking them was utterly untenable. Wang Wen paused for a moment before responding cheerfully, sure. Lu Pingyan lifted his gaze, meeting Wang Wen's eyes. He understood that Wang Wen might have recognized his potential, or perhaps that of Xiaoqingshi. Such an investment indeed required audacity. I will remember this favor, Lu Pingyan said as he sipped the coffee, savoring its warmth. When shall we commence? I need to contact them in advance, Wang Wen stated. Given his position, he required approval from the Beast Tamer Association before mobilizing. After all, a team of Beast Tamers held substantial deterrent power. Wang Wen reflected briefly and explained to Lu Pingyan that they were scheduled to head to a high-level secret realm the following day, having prepared thoroughly. If possible, let's start tomorrow, he concluded. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan's expression grew serious. If memory served him correctly, a team of Beast Tamers of that caliber had perished within that very secret realm, causing quite a stir and drawing the attention of all Donglan City. Therefore, hiring them for an additional couple of days would not be amiss. It could be seen as repaying a favor. All right, Wang Wen nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In the evening, Lu Pingyan checked the time on his phone and felt a pang of anxiety. It seemed he was returning home later than usual. His pace quickened as he approached the door, and the scene inside caused him to pause in surprise. What had transpired? Had a thief broken in? The place appeared desolate, as if it had been ransacked. Oh woo. It seemed that the heiress sensed Lu Pingyan's presence and let out a strained cry for help. Who? Lu Pingyan squinted as Xiaoqingshi appeared by his side, her serpent eyes glinting ominously in the darkness. Who is it? The moment his voice fell, a whirlwind enveloped Xiaoqingshi. Wind's blessing, activate. It's me. A familiar voice startled Lu Pingyan. Turning, he saw the old man, his clothes somewhat disheveled, yet thankfully unharmed, which eased Lu Pingyan's worry. Old man, are you all right? He inquired anxiously. Humph. Deanly scoffed, brushing past him without a word, clearly in a foul mood. Lu Pingyan bit his lip, refraining from further comment. He opened the door to find Era bound to the bed, the room resembling a disaster zone. Lu Pingin sighed, beginning to understand the source of the old man's ire. This era had wreaked havoc. Woo. Upon seeing Lu Pingin, Era looked as though it had encountered a savior, eagerly signaling for him to untie it. What happened here? Lu Pingin questioned. Era shook its head. Nothing much. The darkness deepened in Lu Pingin's expression. Nothing much. What could possibly incite such anger from the old man? The pristine emptiness outside might very well have been the result of the old man's cleaning efforts. The culprit was easily discernible. Woo. Yet in Lu Pingin's presence, Era displayed a stubborn demeanor, howling defiantly without divulging any information. Sighing softly, Lu Pingin retrieved some Beast Tamer dog food, pouring a bowl and placing it beside the bed. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, eliciting drool from Era. Woo. Hungry. Food. Lu Pingin maintained a calm demeanor. Today, after all this destruction, there's nothing to eat. Woo. Era wailed, shaking its body frantically, expressing its dissatisfaction. Xiaoqing, handle this. Lu Pingin instructed, clapping his hands before exiting the room. Era protested, don't come near me. Chapter 36, just let it out here. Although Era's destruction was severe, Lu Pingin's heart softened. After Xiaoqing she administered a thorough beating, Lu Pingin untied Era. Fortunately, you still have some conscience, Lu Pingin remarked as he busied himself. Though Era was merely a low-tier creature, if it truly engaged, even an ordinary person like the old man might suffer. After all, Era was simply not the brightest, but not entirely inept either. Its innate skill, Purple Thunder, was clearly beyond what an ordinary Beast Tamer could endure. Woo. Hearing Lu Pingin's praise, Era raised its head and howled. Of course. Woo. Hungry food. Go ahead, Lu Pingin said, shaking his head in resignation as he handed the bowl of Beast Tamer dog food to Era. Woo. Era's voice was filled with excitement. If you make a mess, Xiaoqing will keep you company for the night, Lu Pingin warned with a sidelong glance. This remark caused Era to freeze mid-action, shaking its head vigorously. It certainly did not want that. I, Era, am very well behaved. The next morning, Lu Pingin woke up earlier than usual. The scripts for the two Beast Tamers had completed their cooldown, and he was eager to commence the simulation. This time, Xiaoqing she successfully survived until the age of 50. Well done, Lu Pingin said, gently stroking Xiaoqing she's back, lavishing praise. The latter closed her eyes in enjoyment. In this instance, Xiaoqing she followed the plan closely, managing to survive to 50 and unexpectedly consuming a wind bell flower, which delighted Lu Pingin, achieving the second-tier 6-star status. Such prowess would place her among the elite in Beast Tamer 1. Now it's your turn, Lu Pingin said, glancing at the eagerly awaiting Era. Woo. Era bounced with joy, its eyes shimmering with an unfathomable wisdom. It, Era, was determined to grow stronger and then take charge. After countless headstrong trials, Era had come to understand one fundamental truth. It could not defeat Xiaoqing Shi. Thus, it resolved to strive diligently in the days ahead. Moreover, in the scripted world devoid of Xiaoqing Shi, Era could run freely. This time, pay attention and don't be as reckless as last time, Lu Pingin cautioned. You can train Purple Thunder and frolic around, but don't touch that seal, understand? According to Lu Pingin's estimation, Era's birth environment was more perilous than Xiaoqing's. Laden with thunder, yet danger also implied opportunity. The Thunder Valley resembled a secret realm in real life, set within the habitat of Beast Tamers, albeit without the maddening black mist. However, it did possess a seal, and in the previous simulation, Era had met its demise by colliding with it. Woo. Era nodded solemnly. Got it. I, Era, am super well behaved. Beep. Detecting updates in Beast Tamer information, generating script world. At birth, Era was howling for nourishment when struck by heavenly thunder. Surviving. At 1 year, Era diligently practiced the Purple Thunder skill, showing some progress. At 2 years, unable to contain its restlessness, Era recklessly roamed the Thunder Valley, sustaining injuries and inadvertently consumed a Purple Thunder crystal, significantly enhancing its strength. At 3 years, Era injured its leg and needed to recuperate. Lu Pingin sighed. Weren't we supposed to be resting peacefully? How did you end up injuring your leg while wandering around? Fortunately, the foolish dog, Era, has unexpectedly ingested a piece of Zilei Jing, resulting in a significant enhancement of its abilities. Such an outcome is something Lu Pingin can accept. At the age of 5, Era had whimsically wandered through Leigu, where it encountered a seemingly unremarkable wolf dog. In a playful mood, it was swiftly dispatched by a single paw strike from the latter, meeting its demise at the tender age of 5. Lu Pingin tightened and then relaxed his fists, engaging in deep, measured breaths. It is all right. Era is still young and not as mature as Xiaoqing, so it is important to remain calm. This is merely the second simulation of the script. It is normal for Era to be unaccustomed to it, and such feelings are understandable. Simulation complete. The host may select one of the following 3 rewards to retain. Skill proficiency of Zile. Note, it may not necessarily surpass level 2. Skill proficiency of Shun Lei Tian Shan. Note, it definitely cannot surpass level 2. 5 years of growth potential. The results of this simulation were anticipated by Lu Ping'an. There were no particularly stunning rewards, and the skill proficiency was merely for practice, offering little enhancement. However, Lu Ping'an's gaze lingered on the final option, 5 years of growth potential. Having been struck by lightning at birth and subsequently embarking on an unexpected journey. Ingesting a piece of Ziling Jing, it appears that the gains are not insignificant. A gamble. Lu Ping'an gritted his teeth slightly and chose the third option. With a howl that echoed like a rooster's crow, Era's fur bristled with energy, familiar with the sensation of being struck by lightning. At the moment Lu Ping'an made his choice, the spiritual energy within Era began to surge. Beast name, Lei Quan, Era. Beast attribute, lightning. Beast level, first tier, 4 stars. Skills, Zile 1, Shun Lei Tian Shan 1. Talent, none. Upon seeing the level of the beast, Lu Ping'an was momentarily stunned. First tier, 4 stars? Truly, the foolish dog is fortunate indeed. This revelation brought him joy, for he could finally keep Era by his side without fear of it causing havoc and angering the old man. Meanwhile, Shao Qingshi tensed slightly, sensing an inexplicable pressure. Hiss! Shao Qingshi exclaimed, yearning for its original beast. That would have to wait. Lu Ping'an shrugged. He was pleased with Shao Qingshi's understanding. But the simulation had a cooldown period. With that thought, Lu Ping'an sighed softly, resigning himself to a serious slumber. How do you feel? Moments later, Lu Ping'an stroked Era's fur. In his view, Era's simulation was more challenging than that of Shao Qingshi. In Shao Qingshi's simulated world, there had been no similar adversities, merely an encounter with a natural enemy in the outside world. However, it had not perished, only being intimidated by the latter's oppressive aura. Yet now, Era remained confined within a novice village akin to Legu. In a novice village, could there be such? Oh well. Hearing Lu Ping'an's words, Era sprung to life, animatedly performing for him. You almost won. Lu Ping'an retorted, you are merely making excuses. It is clearly written that you were struck down by a paw. Chapter 37, Lu Ping'an's style. An hour later, Dean Li habitually stepped outside, wishing to bask in the sunlight. Though such a life was leisurely, it also imbued him with a sense of solitude and loneliness. Fortunately, he was not entirely alone. Upon exiting, he noticed a note on the shoe rack. The neat handwriting instantly familiar to him. Era has broken through to first tier and can now be placed into beast space. I have taken it away. Lu Ping'an. This rascal. Upon reading the note, Dean Li chuckled in mock scolding. Regardless of Era's antics, Dean Li would not be overly concerned. At most, he would feel a bit annoyed. The reason was simple. Era is Lu Ping'an's beast, and that was all that mattered. In the classroom of Beast Taming Class 3, the gazes of the students towards Lu Ping'an had shifted somewhat. This lad is exceedingly bold. He arrived and simply slept in class, not only daring to confront the formidable old Lin, but also rejecting the esteemed Ren Shui. Meanwhile, at the corridor of Class 3 stood a somewhat unfamiliar figure. Appearing somewhat effeminate, with a little dressing up, one might mistake him for a girl. Ji Li stood waiting, his eyes suddenly sparkling. A silhouette approached, seemingly stepping into his heart. Ji Li gazed at the girl in a blue floral dress, lost in a daze. Yet, the latter's eyes could not find him. Ren Shui. As the girl prepared to enter the classroom, she was suddenly called out, her brow instinctively furrowing. However, she forcefully halted, turning her head to look at the somewhat effeminate youth. Who are you? Ren Shui inquired, her voice frigid. It is me, Ji Li, your #1 admirer. Oh. The girl nodded and prepared to enter. I heard that you confessed to Lu Ping'an. Seeing this, Ji Li grew anxious and hurriedly asked. This matter weighed heavily on his mind. Yesterday, he had stood at the door of Class 3, watching Ren Shui so intently that he lost track of time. Otherwise, he would have given that Lu Ping'an a lesson. How could someone like him be worthy of Ren Shui? I like him, and it has nothing to do with you. Ren Shui's expression remained unchanged as she spoke calmly. After saying that, she walked directly into the classroom, her steps light and slow, revealing her smooth, fair legs that captivated the gaze. At her words, Ji Li's eyes dimmed, his clenched fists slowly tightening. He had thoroughly investigated Ren Shui's personality and preferences. If she truly liked someone, he would have no chance whatsoever. With that thought, Ji Li lifted his head, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you see? Do I still have a chance? Ji Li's voice was soft, yet his eyes betrayed an unyielding determination. If rejected, it was hard to imagine what might transpire. The girl paused momentarily. If you can defeat Lu Ping'an, then we shall see. Ren Shui's voice was cold, yet it flowed into Ji Li like a clear spring, instantly revitalizing his dimmed gaze. He still has a chance. Lu Ping'an, merely a first-tier beast tamer. He, Ji Li, would not regard him highly. At that moment, Lu Pingyan was peacefully resting on his desk, soundly asleep. That morning, Wang Wen had also sent him a message that the advanced Beast Tamer team had already stationed around Yusho Yizhong. This news alleviated Lu Pingyan's previous anxiety. In the advanced Beast Tamer team, the weakest of the Beast Tamers were of 7th tier caliber. Achieving such a level by the age of 20 could be considered outstanding at Tian Nen Yusho University, while other students diligently studied and trained their beasts. Lu Pingyan was also striving, albeit through slumber, preparing for the Beast Tamer entrance examination. Half a day's time slipped by unnoticed. Lu Pingyan, a somewhat piercing voice jolted Lu Pingyan from his discomfort. I, Ji Li, the class leader of Class 1, challenge you. Looking over, Ji Li stood at the entrance, flanked by a group, hands on his hips, flamboyantly pointing a finger at Lu Pingyan. The students in the classroom, engaged in self-study, immediately shifted their attention to the doorway. Wang Wu's busy pen gradually came to a halt as his gaze shifted towards the door, his fingers interlaced. If that effeminate fool dares to barge in and strike, let him do so, do you hear me? Wang Wu turned his head slightly, addressing the group behind him with a calm demeanor. There is no need to hold back. Yes, Brother Wang. Li Ho immediately responded. Although he harbored disdain for Lu Pingyan, it did not imply he was a coward. After all, it would be disgraceful for him to stand idly by while others bullied his class. Beside Lu Pingyan, Ren Xueqing's cold eyes lowered, barely concealing her subtle excitement. She was finally able to behold that flawless little green snake once more. Very well. After a moment, Lu Pingyan nodded. A challenge it shall be. After the fight, I will return to my slumber. Excellent. Then accompany us to the Beast Master Pavilion. Upon hearing this, Ji Li let out a cold snort. Let us go? We shall support our side. Observing this, Wang Wu slowly rose, giving instructions. Certainly, Brother Wang. In an instant, the group seated at the back stood up in unison. The Beast Master Pavilion? Lu Pingyan pondered. The distance from the teaching building to the Beast Master Pavilion was somewhat considerable. He had reluctantly made the journey twice, each time consuming at least an hour or two. Considering the reduction in cooldown time for script simulations due to sleep, that amounted to 5 or 6 hours, rounding up to 10 hours in total. By that calculation, a single trip would consume half a day. Indeed, Ji Li nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He would teach Lu Pingyan a lesson. However, what Lu Pingyan said next left him somewhat stunned. Very well, then you have one. After uttering this, Lu Pingyan resumed his position at the desk. Lu Pingyan, it is I, Ji Li, the class leader of Class 1, who challenges you. Ji Li could scarcely believe his ears and reiterated. I know, hence you have won. Lu Pingyan lazily remarked while sprawled across the desk. To the side, Ren Xue's expression remained unchanged, yet a flicker of astonishment crossed her beautiful eyes. Brother Wang, shall we still go? Li Ho paused, turning to Wang Wu for clarification. Sit down. However, should they enter, let them receive a lesson. Wang Wu waved his hand, sighing softly. What a waste of his emotions. Yet, this was indeed Lu Pingyan's style. Upon reflection, the time Lu Pingyan accompanied him to the Beast Master Pavilion could be seen as an acknowledgement of his strength. A sense of satisfaction blossomed within Wang Wu. Hee, Lu Pingyan, you are worthy of being my friend, just as I am worthy of Ruan Su. Hee. Upon hearing this, Ji Li was taken aback, and his gaze instinctively turned towards the stunning figure beside Lu Pingyan. The latter remained unperturbed, her expression devoid of any emotional fluctuations, as if this matter bore no relevance to her. Contemplating this, Ji Li's eyes darkened with a mix of reluctance and melancholy. So, she was aware that Lu Pingyan would respond in this manner? Recalling Ren Xue's words at the classroom door, it made sense why she was so confident. She had foreseen this outcome. So this is what love is. A complex expression enveloped Ji Li's delicate face. No, Lu Pingyan did not lose. It was he, Ji Li, who faltered. Yet, Ji Li raised his head, directing his gaze towards the graceful girl standing like an iceberg, his eyes tinged with resentment. Chapter 38. You take advantage of me. The Beastmaster simulation paper encompassed 3 subjects, divided into 3 major sections, with a total score of 450 points. If graded in batches, the speed would indeed improve significantly. Following a brief interlude, the scores were displayed on the large blackboard at the back of Beastmaster Class 3. A crowd gathered below, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse of the score column, their faces alight with excitement. Ruan Su tightly grasped her collar, taking a deep breath as she gazed at the score column. Third place. Ruan Su's eyes flickered slightly as she exhaled in relief. If she could maintain such performance, coupled with her practical scores, she might secure admission to a Beastmaster University. Her family was not particularly affluent, but Ruan Su's father was a registered Beastmaster within the association, possessing financial resources beyond that of an ordinary household. Ruan Su, your flame rabbit is still only at the 1st tier, right? Unbeknownst to her, Wang Wu had sidled up beside Ruan Su, smiling as he inquired. Yes, what of it? The sudden closeness made Ruansu a tad uncomfortable, prompting her to take a small step back. I can assist you. No need for that. Ruansu shook her head. Her bright, expressive eyes clear as day. I will rely on my own abilities to gain admission to the Beastmaster University. Her voice was soft, yet Wang Wu could discern the conviction behind it. Alas, Wang Wu sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat helpless. However, it was precisely this stubbornness that drew him to her. Lu Pingyan, 324 points. Ruansu's gaze scoured the score column, and upon spotting Lu Pingyan's score, her mouth fell slightly agape. Such a score was considerably lower than hers. However, it was Lu Pingyan we spoke of. How remarkable it was that he could achieve such results while dozing off in class. If he were to pay attention, his performance would surely be exceptional. Contemplating this, Ruansu's gaze flickered. As the study monitor of Class 3, should she perhaps encourage him? After all, Lu Pingyan was a good person. Yet, recalling the events at the Beastmaster Pavilion, a slight flush crept to Ruansu's cheeks as she shook her head and turned away. No. Her ice jade pendant was still with him. If she were to propose a sparring session at the Beastmaster Pavilion again, she would be left with nothing to offer. 324 points? Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback. Then a smirk crept across his lips as he approached the podium. Retrieving a test paper and slapping it down on Lu Pingyan's desk. Lu Pingyan. What the hell? Who is it? 2 disturbances in a single day. When will it end? Lu Pingyan struggled to open his eyes, still groggy. Lu Pingyan, can you guess how many points you scored this time? Wang Wu's face radiated uncontainable pride as he turned to Lu Pingyan with a grin. I don't know. Lu Pingyan shot him a glance, responding coldly. Were it not for his current inability to contend, he would have dragged this fellow to the Beastmaster Pavilion without hesitation. Take a guess. Not interested. Do you think you scored over 300 points this time? Wang Wu, not one to relent, continued his inquiries. He had finally found a chance to overshadow Lu Pingyan, and he intended to seize the moment. As for the matter of Beastmaster prowess, Wang Wu had no desire to bully others. He had already faced Lu Pingyan and lost. A loss was a loss, and he accepted it. In Wang Wu's eyes, his flaming bird's defeat to the little green snake was merely an acknowledgement of Lu Pingyan's superiority. There was nothing more to say. Yes, Lu Pingyan nodded. Then take a guess at the precise score? Wang Wu pressed on. Lu Pingyan. He seemed to recall that the previous Wang Wu was not quite like this. 324, which is 100 points lower than mine. Wang Wu shook Lu Pingyan's paper. Oh, Lu Pingyan nodded calmly, his expression unruffled. Not bad. The expression on Wang Wu's face suddenly froze. How dull. The afternoon flew by swiftly, and after being disturbed, Lu Pingyan managed to doze off briefly once more before being abruptly awakened. He felt an unwelcome hand wandering at his waist, and the slight chill completely banished his drowsiness. Damn it. Will they ever let me sleep? Unable to endure any longer, Lu Pingyan grasped at his waist, only to be met with astonishment. The sensation was smooth and cold, even more pleasant to the touch than the little green snake. Wow. Goodness. Lu Pingyan's simple motion stirred a commotion throughout the classroom. Wang Wu momentarily froze, his grip on the pen slackening as it clattered to the ground. The scene before him was indelibly etched in his memory. For the first time in 3 years, he witnessed someone engaging in intimacy with Ren Shui, the goddess of ice. Although it was merely a fleeting touch of hands, it was nothing short of astonishing. Many onlookers gasped in disbelief, their expressions a mixture of shock and awe. Sensing the peculiar atmosphere, Lu Pingyan reacted quickly. Shaking his hand forcefully, the metallic clang resonating in the air. He turned to Ren Shui, who was rubbing her hand with a delicate expression, and said solemnly, "You are taking advantage of me." Ren Shui was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Lu Pingyan. However, her icy demeanor quickly returned. "What's wrong with that?" She replied frostily. Lu Pingyan hesitated, contemplating the implications. "If you disagree, let us have a duel at the Beast Taming Pavilion." Noting Lu Pingyan's silence, Ren Shui thought for a moment before responding with indifference. Very well. Lu Pingyan was overwhelmed with confusion. What was this unexpected turn of events? Yet, he realized that if it came to a fight, he might not prevail against his deskmate. He vaguely recalled the class leader from Class 3 mentioning that few individuals in Yizhong were worthy of his attention, and Ren Shui was undoubtedly one of them. "I accept," he said decisively. The prospect of returning to the Beast Taming Pavilion was daunting, and he resolved never to visit again. "Then I shall continue to touch," Ren Shui stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Wait," Lu Pingyan interjected hastily. If this continued, would he ever get to sleep? While the sensation was pleasant, such activities were better suited for before sleep, not during it. "What do you wish to do?" he questioned. "I want to see your beast," she replied plainly. She preferred to be direct, eschewing any form of subterfuge that contradicted her character. "Very well, meet me at the Beast Taming Pavilion after school. On the condition that you do not disturb my sleep," Lu Pingyan proposed after some consideration. Despite his doubts, he agreed, thinking he could always bring others along if necessary. All right, Rin Shui nodded, her gaze dropping, a hint of obsession glimmering in her eyes. After longing for so long, she finally had an opportunity to engage with that little green snake that had captivated her heart. Chapter 39. Class Leader, I count on you. After school, Rin Shui was the first to rise and gather her belongings, her anticipation palpable. I will wait for you at the Beast Taming Pavilion, she said coldly. Her back turned to Lu Pingyan. Sigh, he exhaled softly, realizing this was the third time he had been coerced into visiting the pavilion. He felt compelled to go, knowing that avoiding it would only lead to more trouble. Unlike the girl who loitered at the entrance to bother him, Rin Shui was close enough to disrupt his cooling script simulation ritual, which left him feeling quite helpless. Skipping class was not an option. He would likely face severe consequences from his grandfather. Thus, he resigned himself to the visit. Lu Pingyan approached Wang Wu's desk, asking, Class Leader, would you accompany me to the Beast Taming Pavilion? He had seen Wang Wu's beast, a third-tier iron arm lizard, which ranked among the elite of their peers. Wang Wu looked up, surprised. It was unusual for Lu Pingyan, with his character, to seek his assistance. Sure, he nodded. What kind of person do you think my deskmate is? Lu Pingyan inquired as they walked toward the pavilion. Understanding more about her could prove beneficial, as he sensed something was amiss with his deskmate. It was peculiar that two strangers would be so focused on him. It could not possibly be due to any romantic interest. Which deskmate? You mean Rin Shui? Wang Wu asked, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Lu Pingyan affirmed. That should be correct. You can't be serious. You don't know your deskmate is named Rin Shui? Wang Wu exclaimed in astonishment. He had familiarized himself with the general information of all classmates since their first year and had naturally assumed the role of class leader due to his strong management skills. Although he had faced a setback due to protecting classmates, he later regained his position through a decisive vote, coupled with his outstanding grades, allowing him to move past the incident. The fact that Lu Pingyan did not even recognize his own deskmate was ludicrous. Should I have known? Lu Pingyan retorted, pursing his lips. You can't possibly not know my name, Wang Wu prodded, suddenly intrigued. Class Leader, I meant my name, Lu Pingyan clarified, recalling his prestigious title. Beast Taming Class 3 Class Leader, Wang Wu. After a series of inquiries, Wang Wu accepted the reality that Lu Pingyan genuinely did not know his name. This was absurd. Had Lu Pingyan been sleeping too much to notice? He didn't seem the type. Sigh, Wang Wu sighed, fixing his gaze on Lu Pingyan, enunciating, my name is Wang Wu. Remember it. Understood, Lu Pingyan nodded. The name was indeed easy to remember. With that, Wang Wu allowed Lu Pingyan to proceed, contemplating the earlier question. As for Rin Shui, her talent in beast taming is exceptionally high, nearly achieving full marks on her exams. Her personality is as frigid as an iceberg, preferring solitude. Many have pursued her in Yizhong, but their efforts have been in vain. They have offered her materials, potions, and various items related to beast taming. But she has refused them all, Wang Wu remarked, recalling the substantial value of those offerings, which could equate to a week's worth of his living expenses. Extremely high talent in beast taming? Lu Pingyan mused, narrowing his eyes. How high? Could your iron arm lizard defeat her? After a moment of contemplation, he asked. Wang Wu hesitated, then cleared his throat. Why do you ask that? Students should coexist harmoniously. Why bring up fighting? He shot Lu Pingyan a disapproving glance before turning away. Moreover, as class leader, how could I bully others? Lu Pingyan was taken aback. Wang Wu had not expressed such sentiments when he had previously invited him to the pavilion. Of course, if anything were to happen, I could still manage it. Wang Wu's voice inexplicably dropped several decibels. Inside the Beast Taming Pavilion, silence reigned. With the approaching beast taming exams, most students chose to diligently improve their academic scores. 2 months were merely a drop in the bucket concerning beast levels and combat prowess. You're here? Rin Shui remarked coolly upon seeing Lu Pingyan approach. Are you truly going to see? He replied, a hint of hesitation on his face. He felt uneasy. Though the pavilion was nearly empty, such actions could be deemed inappropriate. Summon your beast, and I shall no longer disturb you, Rin Shui stated coldly. A flicker of fervor ignited in her eyes as she spoke. Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment. The proposition was enticing. He conceded. Fine, go ahead. But do not regret it. He sighed, acknowledging that some matters were beyond his control. Wang Wu observed with a peculiar expression, feeling that something was off. Rin Shui nodded slightly, her emotionless demeanor betraying a stirring within her heart. Was this what it felt like to be in love? Her anticipation bubbled over as her gaze fixed intently on Lu Pingyan, her hands clenching slightly. The next moment, she was taken aback. A purple radiance flickered. An Erha emerged within the Beastmaster Pavilion. Erha, she wishes to see you. Lu Pingyan gestured towards Rin Shui and spoke. Following Lu Pingyan's, Erha's wise gaze met Rin Shui's icy stare. The atmosphere momentarily froze. So this is your Thunder Hound, quite impressive. Wang Wu exclaimed from Lu Pingyan's right side, pulling him closer with a friendly grip on his shoulder. Though it pales in comparison to my iron-armored lizard and blazing bird, it surpasses the majority of those at Yusho Izhou. Wang Wu's laughter abruptly ceased as he sensed a sudden drop in temperature within the pavilion and instinctively glanced at the indifferent Ren Shui. Lu Pingyan, where is your little green snake? A cool voice inquired, and a gigantic white python materialized, emanating an aura of frost as it coiled around Ren Shui. Much like its master, the white serpent's eyes were devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting with Erha's demeanor. Awu! Erha joyfully spun around, barking at the white python. Come here. Lu Pingyan, however, was acutely aware of the true strength of the white serpent, which was far beyond what Erha could contend with. Wang Wu, I rely on you. With one hand resting on Wang Wu's shoulder, Lu Pingyan awkwardly lifted Erha, taking a half-step back. It was evident that this beast was beyond his capacity to handle. The Baiyu Ling Mang is a fourth-tier beast. It's not something he can contend with. Chapter 40. Courage, True Courage. Wang Wu's beast, the iron-armored lizard, embodied its name. Its body was enveloped in black scales, resembling a creature clad in iron, instilling a sense of security in Lu Pingyan. I shall inquire once more, where is your little green snake? Ren Shui's frigid gaze fixed upon Lu Pingyan. Beside him, Wang Wu's expression shifted to one of seriousness. The Baiyu Ling Mang was at least of rare quality, likely not weaker than his two beasts. Moreover, there existed a significant disparity in the tiers of these beasts. Even with Wang Wu's pride, he dared not treat the situation lightly. Upon hearing her words, Lu Pingyan bit his lip, directing his gaze towards Ren Shui. From her demeanor, he discerned no hint of affection. Yet her stubbornness confirmed his suspicion that she was likely the infatuated girl mentioned in the simulated reality. However, why such an obsession with the little green snake? Lu Pingyan cast a puzzled glance at Ren Shui. It couldn't possibly be some peculiar fixation, could it? He then glanced at the Baiyu Ling Mang behind her. This beast appeared to belong to the same category as the little green snake, albeit larger in size. After a moment of contemplation, a sorrowful expression surfaced on Lu Pingyan's face as he spoke with heartfelt emotion. In the lower tier's secret realm, the little green snake perished while protecting me, devoured by a Dian hound. He sniffled, his voice trembling. Erha exclaimed, the little green snake is gone. Awu! Erha exuberantly twirled in excitement. Feast time. A glint of intelligence flickered in Erha's eyes as he bounced with glee. Amidst his sobs, Lu Pingyan shot him a glare. If memory served him right, both Erha and the little green snake were situated within the beast's space, so how could he forget so quickly? Truly, Erha lived up to his reputation. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Pingyan felt an icy breeze wash over him. The tips of Ren Shui's long black hair danced with frost, and the recently cleaned floor began to crystallize with ice. Iron-armored lizard, activate skill, ironization. Wang Wu shouted urgently, acutely aware of the need for caution in the face of Ren Shui. The icy frost enveloped them, making even the iron-armored lizard shudder. Ren Shui, actually Lu Pingyan. Wang Wu shot Lu Pingyan an exasperated glance before turning to Ren Shui. Although he could not fathom why Ren Shui reacted so strongly to the news of Lu Pingyan's beast's demise, he felt it prudent to offer an explanation. After all, he could not compete against her. Were he capable, the iron-armored lizard would have already leapt at the Baiyu Ling Mang, and he would have earnestly reasoned with Ren Shui. Ren Shui's piercing gaze darted towards him, and she took a few deliberate steps forward until she stood before the iron-armored lizard. Step aside. As her words fell, an unrelenting gust of wind surged, causing the iron-armored lizard to tremble involuntarily. Though frightened, it did not retreat. I shall not strike, Ren Shui said, casting a dispassionate glance at the iron-armored lizard. Upon hearing this, the iron-armored lizard instinctively glanced back at its beast master before sidling aside. Lu Pingyan. Ren Shui's tranquil expression bore down on Lu Pingyan as she enunciated his name with deliberate clarity, a stark contrast to her demeanor in the classroom. I am here. Lu Pingyan stammered, momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond, and could only nod in agreement. Wang Wu shot Lu Pingyan a disapproving look before glancing at the Baiyu Ling Mang lurking behind Ren Shui. Such a mindset is commendable. The exquisite serpent-like beast was the first of its kind he had ever encountered, its flawless form igniting a desire within him to have it entwined around him, possessing all of it. As Ren Shui spoke, a fleeting glimmer of infatuation flickered in her eyes. Yet all of this was now in the past. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan silently commended himself for his prudent choice. It appeared that this infatuated girl was not enamored with him, but rather with the little green snake. Nevertheless, this did not pose a significant issue. Once the little green snake reached the third tier, Lu Pingyan would begin its evolution. After its transformation, Ren Shui would likely fail to recognize it. Moreover, following the Beast Master entrance examination, they might never meet again. You do not deserve such a beast. Ren Shui's chilling voice resonated. Lu Pingyan glanced at the Baiyu Ling Mang behind the girl and nodded in agreement. Ah, yes, yes indeed. From now on, you and your worthless beast shall remain in Donglin City, this insignificant place. As Rin Shui spoke, her chest subtly rose and fell, revealing her anger. This was the first time her emotions had manifested so distinctly. The notion that such a perfect little green snake had perished in the secret realm was simply unacceptable to her. Oh woo. Before Lu Pingyan could respond, Erha immediately howled. Who are you calling worthless? I, Erha, am 1,000 times stronger than the little green snake. Lu Pingyan's expression shifted slightly as he gently tugged on Erha's tail. Truly, this was audacious. How could he not see such a massive python? Oh woo. Erha turned his head to look at Lu Pingyan, his intent unmistakable. Let go of me, don't hold on. Upon witnessing this, Lu Pingyan's expression hardened as he sighed, releasing his grip. Go ahead. He shook his head in resignation. Erha woof. Erha's voice softened slightly. He was merely jesting. After Rin Shui departed, Wang Wu approached, casting a glance at Erha before turning to Lu Pingyan. Your beast is genuinely remarkable. Thank you for the compliment. Lu Pingyan replied. Wang Wu, do try to avoid provoking Rin Shui in the future. When we return, I'll have a word with the teacher to arrange a new seating position for you. No worries. Wang Wu patted Lu Pingyan's shoulder. Class leader, you cannot contend with her either? Lu Pingyan estimated the disparity in strength he sensed between the Baiyu Ling Mang and Wang Wu's iron-armored lizard. This inquiry left Wang Wu momentarily speechless. What to do? Given his character, should he simply admit it? That seemed inappropriate, yet lying felt equally unwise. A good man does not engage in conflict with women, Wang Wu muttered, crossing his arms. If the incident of me bullying our Su were to be spread, I, the class leader of Class 3, would utterly lose face. Even in defeat, one must maintain dignity. W's words were resounding and forceful. LP Ing's mouth twitched slightly. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he might have believed it. Nevertheless, thank you, class leader W. LP Ing murmured softly. W was taken aback, glancing at LP Ing, who was not particularly surprising but possessed a refreshing charm that made him quite pleasing to the eye. Moreover, his complexion was fairer than that of many girls, rendering the term little white face somewhat inadequate. Is this the result of sleeping all day? Such exquisite skin. Bah. Observing LP Ing gradually walk away, W spat in annoyance. What is he thinking? Chapter 41. Uln. After parting ways with W, LP Ing made his way directly toward the school gate. LP Ing, a somewhat intoxicating voice called out. LP Ing turned to see a graceful figure clad in red standing there, effortlessly becoming a captivating sight. Teacher, is there something you need? LP Ing blinked and inquired. Within this school, aside from L. Osh, this particular teacher left a profound impression on him. Not solely due to her alluring figure and the charm of a mature woman, but because of the irreversible influence her actions had on LP Ing. His eyes narrowed slightly. If memory serves, it was this very teacher who had reported him to LOLN, leading to some troubles. Why does LP Ing's gaze seem as if he wishes to devour the teacher? NULN smiled seductively, momentarily halting the surrounding students in their tracks, their eyes drawn to her. Humph, LP Ing twitched his lips. Another woman with ill intentions. Teacher, my appetite is small, I cannot indulge. He blinked, a faint smile gracing his face, as pure as unblemished parchment. Is that so? NULN gazed at LP Ing, her smile remaining intact. Are you truly not the slightest bit tempted? NULN's delicate hand brushed lightly, causing a breeze to stir and lift the hem of her skirt, creating a suggestive allure that made LP Ing's ears flush slightly. Clearing his throat, he turned his head, avoiding her gaze. Teacher, not only can I teach you about beast mastery culture, but I can also instruct you in other subjects. NULN smiled coyly, rendering the surroundings dull in comparison. No need for that. Hearing this, LP Ing stepped back half a pace, raising his right hand with a serious demeanor. Such a splendid offer, of course, warranted a decisive refusal. Upon hearing this, NULN smiled softly and approached LP Ing with light steps. She then leaned in close to whisper in his ear. From what I understand, LP Ing, your beast mastery little green snake does not seem to possess a wind attribute evolution route. Why then? Did you request a list of materials related to the wind attribute from Osh? LP Ing, are you attempting to explore the evolution path on your own? That could be a perilous endeavor. Her voice was melodious and light, akin to a clear spring. Yet it caused LP Ing's pupils to constrict slightly. Wind attribute. Has my plan been exposed? Given LOLN's character, he would certainly not divulge such information. So, is this teacher eavesdropping? The image of NULN standing outside that office flashed through LP Ing's mind, revealing a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. How strange. This teacher is indeed peculiar. Unlike others who were captivated by Ningul's appearance and charm, LP Ingin had harbored doubts about her from the outset. Whether it was her initial interruption during his sleep, her subsequent report to LOLN, or her recent remarks, they hardly resembled the words of a typical educator. While LP Ingin did not doubt her professional knowledge, he remained skeptical. Teacher, you jest. I possess mediocre talent. How could I possibly decipher such matters? LP Ingin retreated a half-step, maintaining a gentle smile. I have a friend who is unsure of the materials required for the wind attribute evolution of his beast. That is why I requested a list from LNL Osh, he explained slowly. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. With that, before Ninguln could respond, LP Ingin bypassed her and continued on his way. What an intriguing individual. After a while, Ninguln shivered slightly, smiling as she remarked, pursuing a new evolution route for his beast mastery and daring to challenge the rules. Such a person is indeed qualified to join the organization. The last part of her statement was barely audible, meant only for her ears. Upon returning home, LP Ingin felt increasingly unsettled. In the previous 2 real simulations, the outcomes had been identical, his demise and the death of his beast. Now, having slightly altered the course of events, the Beastmaster squad that was supposed to perish in the secret realm had instead taken up residence around YSHUYZHing. Logically, this should have been foolproof. LP Ingin had thought so. However, after encountering Ninguln, he found his thoughts shifting. Perhaps the so-called terror attack did not originate externally. Rather, it was an internal consequence. Lying in bed, LP Ingin pulled out his phone and browsed the official website of YSHUYZHing, his gaze gradually focusing on the information about the teachers. Ninguln, a graduate of TNNYSHU University, currently teaching the history of beast mastery at YSHUYZHing. Graduates from TNNYSHU University often reach the 7th or even 8th tier of beast masters. Why then would she return to such a small city? Furthermore, LP Ingin had learned from LOLN that Ninguln had only been employed at YSHUYZHing for 2 months. With no other work experience, her resume blank. Oh woo. RH leapt onto the bed, nudging LP Ingin's hand with his nose, breaking the latter's train of thought. What is it? LP Ingin affectionately ruffled RH's head. In response, RH turned to glance at the little green snake with cold, bright eyes, sounding somewhat aggrieved. Oh woo. Wasn't it said that we could feast? Why has the little green snake appeared again? The little green snake also understood RH's sentiment. Casting a resentful look at LP Ingin. Hiss. Did he perish simply because he spent a brief time in the beast space training? This is actually for your benefit, little green, LP Ingin said, a fleeting expression of embarrassment crossing his face, followed by a light cough. Little green, your brilliance is currently too dazzling. Wherever you go, you become the center of attention. LP Ingin pondered and continued earnestly, with your remarkable prowess as a beast. You should ideally remain hidden in the shadows. How could you be entrusted with the menial tasks of the surface? Your opponents are those legendary beasts standing atop Dishi. The little green snake squinted, flicking its tongue, instinctively nodding in agreement. Such words were indeed to its liking. Hiss. Yes, praise him just like that. LP Ingin smiled at the little green snake while continuously stroking RH's head. Though the little green snake's talent may not be particularly high, it was his first beast. LP Ingin naturally held profound feelings for it. Every moment they had shared was etched in his memory. For instance, in the real simulation, the little green had sacrificed itself for him. A sudden flash of inspiration struck LP Ingin, causing his body to tense. He seemed to have discovered a way to break the impasse. During the little green snake's 3rd simulation, it appeared that the number of times had accumulated from the first, triggering the reality simulation. Does that mean RH is similarly affected? LP Ingin gently placed his other hand on RH's cheek, turning the dazed creature's head towards him. Their gazes locked, the wisdom in RH's eyes reflecting back. LP Ingin spoke softly. Oh woo. This peculiar sensation startled RH, causing him to leap up. Woof. What does his beastmaster intend to do? It's nothing, just a call for you. Lu Pingin chuckled as he ruffled RH's fur. Sleep. Chapter 42. RH's Extraordinary Adventure. The following day, as Lu Pingin arrived at the classroom, Wang Wu was organizing a seating rearrangement among the classmates, claiming it was to better stimulate their enthusiasm for learning. The seating chart was also arranged by Wang Wu. Moments later, Wang Wu turned to Lu Pingin with a smile. Lu Pingin, what a coincidence, we are desk mates. Lu Pingin replied, rest assured. I will not disturb your sleep, even when the teacher arrives. Wang Wu leaned closer and whispered. Subsequently, Wang Wu cast a knowing glance at Lu Pingin, persistently raising his eyebrows towards the girl sitting slightly behind them. Keep the matters of the beast pavilion to ourselves. It's merely a balance of power. Nothing to boast about. Lu Ping'an nodded in agreement, then leaned down to sleep. Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback, observing Lu Ping'an with his eyes closed. And couldn't he help but shake his head in resignation. Indeed, given Lu Ping'an's disposition, he hardly appeared to be the type to speak indiscriminately. Why worry about it? Wang Wu then stretched lazily, his gaze subtly drifting towards the girl with old-fashioned round glasses, and he couldn't help but sigh internally. If Wan Su could be like Rin Shui, he would be overjoyed even in dreams. Even if she were just as enamored with his iron-armored lizard, it would suffice. Lost in thought, Wang Wu suddenly realized something. His iron-armored lizard, while possessing decent defensive capabilities, seemed rather unappealing in terms of looks and did not particularly attract the interest of girls. However, the blazing bird certainly had the charm. If Wan Su could develop an affection for his blazing bird, it would be acceptable. Sigh. Wang Wu turned his gaze back, finding Lu Ping'an sprawled on the desk, lost in slumber. He then nodded to himself. One must admit, Lu Ping'an's profile was quite handsome, although it paled in comparison to his own. He was still a campus heartthrob at the Beastmaster Academy. Wang Wu slapped his face to awaken himself. What was he thinking? Remembering Lu Ping'an's enviable luck, Wang Wu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This fellow is indeed quite enviable. That day, Lu Ping'an experienced a remarkably peaceful time, with no other events unfolding. After school, he returned home smoothly, and after dining, he eagerly retreated to his bedroom. Woof! Erha joyfully frolicked in the room, exuberantly expressing his emotions. After spending a day in the beast space, he felt quite pent up and needed to release some energy. Be quiet for a moment. Lu Ping'an cast a glance at him, speaking mildly. Woof! Erha raised his head defiantly. He refused. Upon seeing this, Lu Ping'an sighed softly. Xiaoqing, beside him. The little green snake swayed its tail, its serpent eyes gleaming with a cold light. Woof! Erha lowered his body, flicking his tongue. He was being exceptionally obedient. Following the usual routine, he proceeded to simulate a script with Xiaoqing, continuing to level up. He successfully reached the age of 50, with his strength elevated to the level of 2-7. It seemed that due to a lack of extraordinary encounters, the improvement of his level based solely on Xiaoqing's talent was somewhat slow. However, it was acceptable. Once he reached the 3rd tier, he could begin his evolution. At that time, the little green snake would undergo a transformation akin to a rebirth. Erha, it's your turn. With this declaration, Erha's eyes instantly lit up with joy. It was finally his time to play. In that world, he could unleash himself without restraint. Be cautious. When encountering that wolf dog, do not provoke it, understand? Lu Ping'an cautioned. Such a minor threat, given Erha's current 1st-tier level, was certainly beyond his capabilities. He could only avoid it. Woof! Erha hung his head, looking rather discontent. Fine. Ding! Detection of beast information update. Loading script world generation. At birth, Erha woofed and was struck by heavenly lightning, yet survived. Lu Ping'an. Each time, struck by lightning? Is Erha's fate that tragic? Observing the trajectory of this narrative, Lu Ping'an feared that one day, Erha might perish just after being born. At 1 year old, Erha diligently practiced the skill Instant Thunder Flash, but due to its complexity, he made no progress. At 2 years old, Erha decided to give up and chose the skill Purple Thunder. At 4 years old, while dodging lightning on a cliff, Erha unexpectedly encountered a lightning-type spirit, gaining insight and increasing proficiency in Instant Thunder Flash. At 5 years old, Erha continued to train. At 7 years old, Erha was still diligently practicing, occasionally gazing into the distance, yearning for freedom. At 10 years old, unable to contain his loneliness, he once again encountered that golden wolf dog, feeling his strength was sufficient. He used the skill Instant Thunder Flash, appearing behind the golden wolf dog, only to be swiftly smacked down. Simulation concluded. The host may choose one of the following 3 rewards to retain. Skill Instant Thunder Flash Upgrade, 12. Growth Potential at age 10. Skill Purple Thunder Upgrade, 12. Upon seeing the first option, Lu Ping'an had already made his choice internally. Was there any need for deliberation? Given Erha's aptitude, it might take 10 years to enhance the skill Instant Thunder Flash. After all, it was a king-level skill. For beasts of the same tier, it represented a dimensional strike. After making his selection, even Lu Ping'an, with his character, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Erha's luck is truly remarkable. To evade lightning in the Thunder Valley and encounter a seemingly high-level lightning spirit, gaining insight into a skill. Even with Xiaoqing's numerous simulations, such an absurd occurrence had never transpired. This luck was indeed excessive. Lu Ping'an gazed at Erha, pondering slightly. The Thunder Valley was where Erha's novice village was located. The yellow wolf dog represented the village, and the lightning spirit was akin to a helper within the village. In subsequent script simulations, Erha could take advantage of this lightning spirit's resources. Woof! Erha lay on the bed, as if invigorated by the power of thunder, his legs kicking incessantly. This sensation was exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts Beast Tamer for completing 3 script simulations, granting 1 reality simulation opportunity. The system's voice pulled Lu Pingyan from his thoughts. Tamer. Lu Pingyan's gaze settled on Tamer as he spoke solemnly. Huh. Lying on the bed, Tamer tilted his head, his wise eyes meeting Lu Pingyan's gaze with a hint of confusion. What is happening? In this reality simulation world, you are free to cause a ruckus, to dismantle, to liberate your true nature. In the reality simulation, Lu Pingyan intended to encourage Tamer to be bolder, to test for any potential dangers, especially that Ning Yuan, the history teacher of Beast Masters. Woof. Tamer raised his head, akin to a lone wolf beneath the moonlight. Leave such matters to him. It would be foolproof. In Lu Pingyan's eyes, a flicker of brilliance reemerged, and a black panel materialized once more. Reality simulation loading. Chapter 43, Water Spirit. Tomorrow morning, you and your Beast Master will enter the school together. After the morning self-study ends, an alarm sounds, and the entire school descends into panic as a towering, ferocious beast materializes on the central playground. Your Beast Master follows you, who is cheering with excitement, into the Beast Pavilion, but finds nothing. Your Beast Master follows you into the Beast Medical Room, but finds nothing. Upon reaching this point, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. This Tamer truly knows how to create chaos. Your Beast Master and you arrived at the office building, engaging in an intense and exhilarating conversation within Teacher Ning's office before departing unscathed, due to the timely rescue by the Junior Beast Master team. Although the losses at Yusho Yizhong were severe, there were no casualties among the personnel. A few days later, news spread of a student's untimely demise in the western alley of Yusho Yizhong, prompting a lockdown of the entire school. 2 months later, after the Beast Master College entrance examination concluded, you and your Beast Master were ambushed on your way to the university, resulting in the tragic demise of your Beast Master. And you yourself met a similar fate. The reality simulation concluded, despite the duration of survival being considerable, you had the option to choose 1 reward from the following: the growth potential of Tamer over the course of 2 months, an enhancement in the spiritual power of Tamer, a slight increase in the skill proficiency of Tamer. Lu Pingyan gazed at the reality rewards, momentarily taken aback. Was this truly a choice for him? The growth potential and skill enhancement over 2 months? Were they of any significance? In the scripted simulation world, durations often span years, even decades. Thus, the rewards from this reality simulation felt somewhat trivial. However, spiritual power? Lu Pingyan pondered this unfamiliar term, recalling that such terminology did not appear in the textbooks of the Beast Master Cultural Studies. Yet, during his initial venture into a low-level secret realm, Captain Wang had seemingly distributed a spirit-resolving pill, which mitigated the influence of the black mist on the beasts within the realm. He wondered if there was a connection between the two. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Pingyan chose the second reward, uncertain of its potential impact on Tamer. This reality simulation had solidified one conviction in Lu Pingyan's mind. Teacher Ning harbored ulterior motives. Or rather, it seemed she had entered Yusho Yizhong with a specific purpose from the very beginning. Alas, it was not easy. However, fortunately, there had been no life-threatening situations this time, which allowed Lu Pingyan to breathe a slight sigh of relief. This indicated that all his previous actions had borne fruit. As for matters 2 months hence, they could be addressed then. Lu Pingyan took a deep breath. For now, he would go directly to the office tomorrow to engage in that intense conversation, resolving the issues at hand and completely eradicating the potential threats at Yusho Yizhong. As for the present, it was time to rest. In the classroom of Class 3 of the Beast Master curriculum, it was currently the time for morning self-study. The discipline committee members sat at the podium, relying on the students' self-discipline for the entirety of the self-study session. At this stage, teachers would refrain from excessive commentary. Their role was merely to impart knowledge and experience to the students. The remaining 2 months depended entirely on the students' own awareness. The Friday classroom appeared no different from any other day, save for an empty seat. Is Lu Pingyan here? The discipline committee member scanned the room and asked symbolically, then habitually marked a small cross on the attendance sheet. Wait a moment. Wang Wu raised his head and spoke calmly. Hand me the attendance sheet. Those 4 seemingly ordinary words instilled a hint of apprehension in the discipline committee member, causing him to put down the pen he had just picked up. Lu Pingyan has gone to the restroom. I will submit this attendance sheet to the teacher later. Do you understand? Wang Wu stepped down from his seat, approached the podium, and took the attendance sheet, speaking in a nonchalant manner. Hearing this, the discipline committee member glanced at the empty seat, noting that the desk was cleaner than his own face. Understood. In the office, Ning Yuan stood by the window, her gaze calmly surveying the scenery outside. At this moment, there was no trace of alluring charm about her, yet her impressive figure still sparked the imagination. Everything is well prepared, It seems we can begin. Ning Yuelon smiled playfully, her eyes shimmering with anticipation. Outside the door, a knock echoed. Teacher Ning, I am coming in. Lu Pingyan placed one hand on the doorknob, slightly twisting it to the left before pushing the door open. Without waiting for Ning Yuelon's consent, he stepped inside. Lu Pingyan, do you require something from me? Ning Yuelon inquired with a smile. Did you not mention yesterday that you could assist me with my physiological education issues? Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment before speaking. Indeed. Ning Yuelon nodded, her smile lingering, yet a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. My beast seems to have certain needs regarding mates. I hope you can assist me in resolving this matter. Lu Pingyan's expression remained calm as he spoke earnestly. What? Ning Yuelon was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, a flash of purple light appeared beside Lu Pingyan, and Erha manifested, its countenance radiating wisdom. Thunderstrike. Just as Ning Yuelon was lost in thought, the purple lightning seemed to pierce through space, and the recently summoned Erha flickered, appearing behind Ning Yuelon, its sharp claw crackling with thunderous energy. With a single strike, even a high-level beast master would find it difficult to endure without summoning their beast. Lu Pingyan held his breath, intently observing the scene. Last night, after Erha's spiritual power was enhanced, Lu Pingyan noticed that Erha's control over beast skills seemed to have become more refined. If Ning Yuelon failed to react and merely stared like an ordinary person, she would still be able to halt the attack in time. This was Lu Pingyan's plan. However, the environment of the office could not guarantee the same conditions as before. Haha, Lu Pingyan's beast is indeed quite eager, Ning Yuelon remarked with a smile, a hint of murderous intent glimmering in her eyes. Beside her, a beast appeared, resembling a humanoid slime from Lu Pingyan's recollections. The assault from Erha was intercepted by a barrier formed of pure water. Oh well. Erha raised its head and howled, purple lightning crackling anew. Indeed, quite eager. Ning Yuelon commented coolly. Such a beast is best discarded. The teacher shall assist you in dealing with it. As the water spirit danced gracefully, several blue beasts resembling Erha coalesced, taking on the illusionary form of water. Lu Pingyan pressed his lips together, one hand slipping into his pocket to feel for his phone's power button, pressing it 5 times to send an emergency distress signal. He had anticipated such a scenario. In the reality simulation script, Erha had traversed various locations within the school, yet the plot had only triggered within this office. Initially, Lu Pingyan had merely harbored suspicions due to his sensitive sixth sense, but after the third reality simulation, some conjectures had formed in his mind. Oh well, surrounding Erha, bubbles of water encased it, rendering claws ineffective in breaking through. A green light swept past, shattering the glass outside the window, and the bubbles encircling Erha began to drift toward Lu Pingyan under the influence of the wind. This beast's skill level is at least advanced, isn't it? Lu Pingyan, you are quite impressive. I shall remember you. Ning Yuelon spoke with a cool demeanor, her usual allure absent from her expression. Ahem, actually, I would prefer not to be remembered by the teacher. It would make it inconvenient to sleep during class. Lu Pingyan coughed lightly, casting a glance out the window. The distress signal had been dispatched, and he hoped that the junior beast master team would arrive soon. He was doing his utmost to buy time. The current situation was beyond his control. He had indeed acted rashly. All he could do now was to stall for time with inconsequential chatter. Are you hoping for the beast masters around the school to assist? Ning Yuelon responded with a counter-question instead of a direct answer. Lu Pingyan's expression faltered, and he sighed softly. It seemed he was still quite young. Although I am unaware of why the only junior beast master team in Donglin County has appeared here these past few days, they must be quite overwhelmed at the moment. Did you not notice that from the moment you entered here, the external environment transformed? Ning Yuelon remarked with a playful smile etched upon her face. As her words faded, several canines formed from condensed water encircled Lu Pingyan, their eyes glinting with predatory intent. Simultaneously, the atmosphere within the office shifted, enveloping Lu Pingyan in a sensation akin to being submerged in water. Chapter 44. Sister awaits you. Lu Pingyan pressed his lips together, casting a glance around, his heart sinking. This type of beast mastery was something he had never encountered, not even in the textbooks of beast mastery culture. Nor had he seen it on the Disya Beastmaster official website. Setting aside the barrier-type skills, even the beasts that appeared almost corporeal were astonishing. Even if the canine could disperse a water illusion with a single paw, it would merely dissolve into a puddle, only to reconstitute itself. One could assert that this water spirit possessed an exceptionally high quality from any perspective. Lu Pingyan's gaze remained solemn as he observed the water spirit suspended in midair, the most formidable beast he had encountered thus far. However, he felt little trepidation. In simulated reality, even when the canine created such chaos, it managed to retreat unscathed. Thus, the current situation should be similar. Lu Pingyan held his breath, intently scrutinizing Ning Yuelon's expression. You wish to say that my water spirit is impressive, do you not? Ning Yulan chuckled softly. Indeed, Lu Pingyan nodded in agreement, acknowledging her assertion. It was indeed remarkable. If this water spirit was not considered powerful, then the beasts he had previously encountered could only be deemed trifling. How? The canine barked, its countenance one of defiance. Impressive, is it? It pales in comparison to the golden wolf it had encountered, which could dispatch it with a single blow. Could this water spirit do the same? Lu Pingyan cast a sidelong glance at the canine, sighing internally. This canine was truly bold. Nearby, the little green snake shot a glance at the canine. Its serpent eyes fixated on Ning Yulan, its tail swaying slightly. This sense of oppression was not overwhelming. It was less intense than the encounter with the phoenix in the primal realm. Ning Yulan regarded the defiant canine and continued. But do you know what the assessment quality of my water spirit is in the Disya Beastmaster Association? Ordinary, just like your little green snake, which possesses the potential to be excavated to greater heights, yet is classified as ordinary by the Beastmaster Association staff. Ning Yulan spoke softly, her tone calm. Yet Lu Pingyan discerned a myriad of emotions, resentment, anger, beneath the surface. Lu Pingyan nodded in agreement. Do you know what would happen if such a beast were to be exposed? Ning Yulan inquired, her gaze piercing into Lu Pingyan, a flicker of hatred appearing in her eyes. It would be subjected to research? Lu Pingyan responded. He had speculated upon this. The evolution pathways of all beasts within Disya were published by the Beast Research Institute, having undergone countless experimental simulations. While he was not privy to the intricacies of the process, it was likely to be brutal. Correct. Ning Yulan regarded Lu Pingyan with surprise, the murderous intent in her eyes diminishing. Thus, you and I are kindred spirits. Ning Yulan raised her delicate hand, causing the water-formed illusionary beasts to dissipate as if they had never existed. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan glanced at Ning Yulan's alluring figure before lowering his gaze. Teacher Ning, that may not necessarily be the case. Lu Pingyan chuckled softly, slowly relaxing his clenched fists. Once Ning Yulan dispelled the water illusions, Lu Pingyan felt a significant alleviation of pressure, aware that he was now in a temporarily secure environment. How? Let us get him. Upon hearing Lu Pingyan's words, the canine suddenly understood. This individual was not an ally. He was an adversary. Lu Pingyan, you have already employed such a king-level skill as Instant Thunder Flash, yet you only just realized he is the enemy? It appeared that the enhancement of spiritual power had not imparted any substantial effect on the canine's intellect. Sigh. Lu Pingyan lightly pressed his forehead, exhaling softly. Canine, was that not the case? Did it misunderstand? What is the teacher saying all this for? Lu Pingyan inhaled deeply, observing the fluctuations in Ning Yulan's expression. I wish to invite you to join our organization, Ning Yulan stated earnestly, turning her gaze toward Lu Pingyan. Of course, even if you have any needs, teacher can assist you. Noticing Lu Pingyan's silence, Ning Yulan retracted her earlier aloofness, offering a beguiling smile and a wink as she addressed him. This was the reason she refrained from taking action. Persuasion was evidently more advantageous than destruction. Organization? Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, murmuring, the Avenger Organization Alliance? This name indeed resonated with the sentiments expressed by the teacher moments prior. Ning Yulan, our organization is called Yuling, which aims to bring hope and peace to the world of beast mastery. As she spoke, Ning Yulan's chest rose and fell slightly, her perfect form on display. Within her, an ineffable emotion welled up. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan cast a faint glance, clearing his throat without further comment. It appeared that this so-called Yuling organization was likely unofficial. The beast masters within it were presumably akin to Ning Yulan, exceptionally strong or possessing immense potential, yet unrecognized by the Disya Beastmaster Association, coupled with the beast summoned, which had appeared out of thin air at the school and caused chaos among the junior Beastmaster team. Lu Pingyan began to form a comprehension of such a force. Powerful, mysterious, not inferior to the Disya Beastmaster Association. Lu Pingyan, you happen to meet the requirements of the organization, and upon joining, you will effortlessly gain access to countless resources. Ning Yulan's delicate finger rested against her crimson lips as she winked at Lu Pingyan, enticingly. For a common student like Lu Pingyan, the lack of resources essential for beast enhancement and advancement posed the greatest obstacle. Their goal in the Beast Mastery entrance examination was to gain admission to a Beast Mastery University, where they would receive training and access to more resources, leading to opportunities for employment with beast companies upon graduation. Those with exceptional talent could even secure positions within the Beastmaster Association, akin to an iron rice bowl. Lu Pingyan pursed his lips. The allure was not particularly compelling for him, as he was not currently in need of materials. What he lacked was money. Not yet 20, he bore a debt of 300,000. It was unlikely that anyone else in his peer group could claim such a situation. You may contemplate this. There is no rush. Ning Yulan chuckled, confidence radiating from her. The Yuling organization holds unparalleled allure for beast masters like you and Lu Ping'an. Her water spirit, initially feeble, had even been weaker than the clumsy Thunder Dog. If not for the organization's assistance, Ning Yulan would not have attained her current standing. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping'an expressed gratitude with a glance. So accommodating, then I shall consider it and discuss it later. When the potential of your little green snake becomes apparent, and the Beastmaster Association offers no assistance, you will understand why I say this. In this watery realm, Ning Yulan gradually approached. Lu Ping'an lowered his head, waiting for the ripples to subside. Do you feel shy as well? Ning Yulan subtly placed a hand on Lu Ping'an's arm, her vividly red lips tempting enough to provoke desire. Fear not, dear brother, for sister awaits you in the Yuling organization. As long as you do not abandon your little green snake, you will ultimately join us. Ning Yulan spoke with unwavering certainty. As the words fell, the world beneath the water dissipated, and that enchanting figure seemed as if it had never existed. Were it not for the lingering fragrance still perceptible to LP Ing'an's senses, he might have thought it all a dream. It appears that this sister has a penchant for red. LP Ing'an touched his nose, bowing his head, his gaze fixed on his nose and his heart. A woof? The husky approached, tilting its head to look at LP Ing'an. I am speaking of you, you lecherous dog. Arg. The husky, dissatisfied, pawed at LP Ing'an's trouser leg. I am exceedingly well behaved, you know. Chapter 45. A Beast Tamer, and still required to write essays? At Yshuyzh Ing and DNGLN County, countless radiant beams of light flickered in the air. Each beast emanated a formidable aura. And a small squadron had also taken action. After enduring the battle, Yshuyzh Ing found itself in ruins, with numerous structures collapsed. Damn it. Why has such a powerful beast appeared out of nowhere at Yshuyzh Ing? The leader of the squadron wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cursed. Creatures from the Black Mist secret realm have emerged here? It is likely that no one anticipated such a situation would arise in the currently peaceful and serene D11. In decades, this has occurred for the first time. Captain, perhaps we should leave this matter to the association to handle, suggested a short-haired, bespectacled female beast tamer, behind whom a plant-type beast, exuding a faint floral scent, was performing healing duties. A soft green light enveloped the injured beasts, swiftly restoring them. The configuration of this squadron of beast tamers was decidedly more professional than that of LP Ing'an and his companions at that time, boasting several levels of superiority in terms of resources. It seems we must proceed this way, the squadron leader sighed. Initially, they thought that Wang Xiao had brought them here merely for the sake of convenience, even abandoning a superior secret realm they were meant to visit. Each beast tamer in their squad harbored considerable dissatisfaction regarding this matter. However, it now appears their considerations were not as thorough as they had believed. With this thought, the squadron leader took a deep breath, the image of Wang W.in flashing through his mind. Truly, Wang Xiao possesses remarkable foresight. Let us go and attend to the students. This experience will likely be unforgettable for them. One beast tamer glanced at the lifeless beast lying on the ground and spoke. Indeed, the others nodded in unison. Upon realizing that their presence had spared Yshuyzh Ing from calamity today, their earlier grievances dissipated in an instant. The students of Yshuyzh Ing are the future of DNGLN County. Their efforts shall be rewarded. Wait, why is there a person over there? The female beast tamer suddenly spoke. Following her pointed finger, there stood a youth with a bewildered expression on his face. This visage bears a resemblance to the boy Wang Xiao showed us. I believe his name is LP Ing'an. Inside the spacious YSHU hall, nearly all the students of the school had gathered, creating a somewhat crowded atmosphere. A palpable tension filled the air. Everyone, please quiet down. In the area designated for Class 3 of the Beast Tamers, Teacher L.N. gazed solemnly at the students gathered there, all bearing expressions of terror. The appearance of that fierce beast had instilled a suffocating sense of dread, marking the first time they felt so close to death. Teacher, what was that? Is it a rampaging beast? A student with a pale face inquired. Their understanding of this world was confined to the textbooks of beast culture classes, and they had yet to qualify for any encounters within the secret realms. Yes, and its rank is not low. It is quite troublesome. Teacher Ellen nodded, slowly explaining. Teacher, can you defeat it? Upon hearing this, the students turned their eager gazes toward Teacher L.N., hoping for an affirmative answer. I cannot defeat it. Teacher L.N. shook his head, his expression grave. What do you mean by a level squadron from the Beast Tamer Association has gone to handle it? Are you still not reassured? Teacher L.N. shot a glare at the anxious student. Rest assured, even if that beast were to attack you, I would stand in front of you. Why are you panicking? Teacher L.N. reprimanded. Beside him, a griffin slowly flapped its wings, exuding a formidable aura. Teacher L.N. In that moment, a student wiped at the corner of their eyes with their sleeve, taken aback by the unexpectedly tender side of the usually stern teacher LN, stirring deep emotions within them. For you, this also represents a rare opportunity. Upon returning, each of you must write a reflection of no less than 800 words. Teacher LN cleared his throat, speaking sternly. In that instant, the atmosphere within Class 3 of the Beast Tamers starkly contrasted with the tension in the YSHU hall. "Where is LP Ing?" A voice broke the brief silence. UNS tugged at her collar, scanning the area but failing to spot that familiar figure, concern etched across her face. "That boy did not accompany you." Teacher LN paused, then scanned the area, his expression darkening as he realized LP Ing was missing. "Teacher." LP Ing skipped the morning self-study. "I have no idea where he has gone," the discipline committee member interjected. "Why did you not mention this sooner?" Teacher LN exclaimed angrily. "How am I to explain this to the old dean? If something were to happen to this soul seedling, how would I ever face him?" The class leader did not allow it. The discipline committee member pointed towards Wang W's position. "Teacher, it is my fault." Wang W's expression was also somewhat grim. Not due to the words spoken by others, but because LP Ing's life was currently uncertain. "I will go out and search for him." Wang W did not hesitate any longer and immediately rose to head outside. "Come back. Where are you going? What can your third-tier Iron Arm lizard accomplish? Every day? It's nothing but chaos." Teacher LN adjusted his glasses, scolding loudly, his voice rising several decibels. "You stay here and maintain order. I will find LP Ing." As these words fell, a familiar lazy voice echoed. "Teacher, why are you looking for me?" LP Ing scratched his head, a look of confusion on his face. "I did not sleep during morning self-study." LP Ing believed he had done nothing wrong, for he had not even attended. "Where have you been?" Teacher LN's eyes blazed with anger beneath his glasses. "I have not gone anywhere. I merely wandered around." LP Ing sighed and explained slowly. He had encountered no danger during his stroll, and the moment he stepped out of the office building, he had spotted the fierce beast lying there. Subsequently, he was brought over by the level Beast Tamer squad. "And the fierce beast?" Teacher LN shot him a glare, inquiring. "It was dealt with by them." LP Ing gestured towards the group standing at the entrance. As a level Beast Tamer squad from the Beast Tamer Association, their power placed them among the elite in DNGLN County. Their combat prowess far beyond that of ordinary Beast Tamers. Based on LP Ing's estimations, their beasts had likely undergone a form of evolution. "You are fortunate," Teacher LN replied with irritation. "This boy, rather than properly staying in the classroom to rest, wanders about." Fortunately, the level Beast Tamer squad happened to pass by YSHU. Otherwise, LP Ing might have already met his demise in the jaws of that fierce beast. Indeed, LP Ing pressed his lips together and nodded. When it comes to seeking fortune and avoiding calamity, he is quite adept. Upon learning that the fierce beast had been resolved, the worries etched on the faces of the students gradually dissipated, while their understanding of this world deepened considerably. "Is everything all right?" Lu Pingyan glanced at the vacant seat beside Wang Wu and promptly took a seat. Wang Wu shook his head. "That's good." Lu Pingyan sighed in relief. "However, regarding your absence from the early self-study session, Old Lin is aware of it." Wang Wu cast a sidelong glance at the disciplinary committee member who had spoken earlier and said in a low voice, "Oh." Lu Pingyan responded nonchalantly. "Old Lin should be used to it. By the way, there's something else." Suddenly recalling something, Wang Wu looked at Lu Pingyan, his expression turning grave. "What is it?" Seeing Wang Wu's demeanor, Lu Pingyan's heart skipped a beat. Old Lin mentioned that after this incident, you are to write 2 essays of 800 words each. Lu Pingyan was momentarily stunned. "Essays? Even as a beast master, I still have to write compositions? But why 2? Chapter 46. His era is the most obedient. Yusho Izhong unexpectedly suffered an attack from a rogue beast, resulting in the collapse of most buildings, fortunately with no casualties. The cause of the beast's rampage is still under investigation. On the black and white television, a dignified female host was narrating the events that transpired at Yusho Izhong, with images of ruined structures playing behind her. "So, you have a break now?" Dean Li gently pressed the power button, abruptly halting the broadcast. He then turned to Lu Pingyan, who was seated on the right side of the sofa, and inquired. Lu Pingyan nodded. Due to the collapse of the teaching and administrative buildings, they too were granted a week's vacation, a situation that felt almost serendipitous to Lu Pingyan. The time spent sleeping at home far exceeded that in class. A day and a half should suffice for a script simulation. After experiencing this incident, Lu Pingyan felt some pressure and was preparing to initiate the evolution of his little green snake. Of course, all of this would have to wait until the little green snake reached the 3rd tier. After all, even the weakest form, the Qingyan python, requires at least 3rd tier status. If the level is too low, it may not withstand the energy contained within the evolutionary materials. "Is that the reason you slept until 3 in the afternoon?" Dean Li suddenly stood up, cleared his throat, and turned to Lu Pingyan, his face dark as ink. Lu Pingyan scratched his head and stood up as well. A faint smile on his face. Well, it's a vacation, it's rare to relax a bit, so I slept a little longer. Lu Pingyan had indeed woken up early, but upon realizing it was a holiday, he took a Beastmaster sleeping pill and fell asleep again until 3 in the afternoon. I'm already bored enough with life, yet you even put your beast into storage? Dean Li shot Lu Pingyan a disapproving glance, grumbling. Do you think I'm useless? I can't help you take care of your beast anymore? How could I dare? Lu Pingyan shrugged, his face a picture of helplessness. Hearing this, Dean Li snorted lightly and averted his gaze. At least you're sensible. In the afternoon, summon your beast to keep me company. You can sleep as you wish. Lu Pingyan chuckled softly and nodded. But if that era gets rowdy, won't it be troublesome for you to manage? Lu Pingyan asked with concern. Upon hearing this, Dean Li's lips curled into a slight smile as he looked at Lu Pingyan, saying, You're on vacation, and you still expect me to clean up at home? Lu Pingyan. Just the thought of returning home to a scene of devastation made Lu Pingyan feel a headache coming on. It seemed this matter could only be left for the little green snake to handle. Sigh, this is troublesome. The food is on the stove, heat it up yourself. I'm going out for a walk. Dean Li clasped his hands behind his back and gave Lu Pingyan a sidelong glance. Sleeping is one thing, but you still need to eat, understand? Okay. Lu Pingyan obediently nodded. As night fell, Lu Pingyan sat beside Era, who was propping up the little green snake on its large back. Thanks to the little green snake's vigilance, Era had not acted out of line, which greatly relieved Lu Pingyan. Although a beast master could issue commands to their beasts through a contract, ensuring their complete obedience, Lu Pingyan had no intention of doing so. As for Era, let it be mischievous. A bit of boldness is quite delightful, and this trait is advantageous in the world of script simulations. With this thought, Lu Pingyan gently patted Era. Seemingly sensing Lu Pingyan's emotions, Era nudged Lu Pingyan's palm with its head, barking joyfully. Oh woo, am I being praised? Era's face was filled with anticipation. Yes. Lu Pingyan smiled and nodded. Oh woo. Era suddenly shrank its head, casting a clever glance at Lu Pingyan. Can we start playing now? You can, but this time, remember not to seek out that golden wolf hound. Lu Pingyan cautioned. At least wait 20 years, understood? Oh woo. Era nodded vigorously, nearly tossing the little green snake off its back. Crack. The little green snake shot Era an annoyed look, its tail gently flicking against Era's back, halting its movements. Ugh. Era shrank its head, wary of making any unnecessary moves. Hiss. Then, the little green snake, with a glimmer in its eyes, looked at Lu Pingyan. What about me? I want to play too. Everyone should have a share. Lu Pingyan chuckled, reaching out to stroke the little green snake's smooth head. This time, the simulation proceeded without any surprises, remaining well within Lu Pingyan's plans. If the opportunity arises, he would select suitable chances to enhance the combat prowess of both the little green snake and Era. In the absence of such opportunities, he would focus on leveling up. During the script simulation, Era obediently survived until the age of 20. However, just as Era turned 20, it sought out the golden wolf hound for a showdown and was swiftly defeated. Upon witnessing this, Lu Pingyan could only facepalm and call for the little green snake. In an instant, the once quiet bedroom became lively again. Oh woo. Moments later, Era lay panting at the bedside, expressing its discontent. It was angry. Here, this is for you. Lu Pingyan picked up a bag of dog food from the bedside table and shook it slightly. Seeing this, Era turned its head, saliva dripping from its mouth. A face full of disdain. I won't submit. It's enough to fill you up, Lu Pingyan added after a moment's thought. Oh woo. Era stood up and rubbed against Lu Pingyan's pant leg. I, Era, am the most obedient. Lu Pingyan chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Era, pondering. According to his estimates, before completing the first evolution, Era would have to remain in the Thunder Valley. The Thunder Valley, akin to a novice village, has formidable guardians, and the opportunities within must be quite abundant. All of this requires Era to explore, and there is ample time to take it slow. After a brief moment, the little green snake completed its simulation. Due to its aptitude limits, the little green snake's simulation concluded when it reached the age of 50, having exhausted its lifespan. However, after unexpectedly tasting the sweetness of Qingfeng grass, the little green snake eagerly searched far and wide within its limited time. Two-tiered with 10 stars, a remarkable performance. Lu Pingyan smiled widely. Although there was no significant improvement in skill levels, the little green snake's level had indeed risen substantially. Lacking innate talent, opportunities had come to the rescue. Had it followed a routine training regimen, the little green snake would not have achieved such a considerable enhancement. Yet, unfortunately, the little green snake was far more intelligent than Era. If luck permits, with another simulation, the little green snake's power level should surpass the 3rd tier. Era's level also reached 1 tier and 7 stars. Such a pace of improvement left Lu Pingyan thoroughly pleased. Hiss. The little green snake flicked its tongue with a sense of pride, raising its head high. Indeed, it was far superior to that foolish dog. However, the speed of this improvement was considerably swifter than yours. Lu Pingyan observed the little green snake with a half-smile. Hiss. The little green snake expressed its displeasure. How could it be surpassed by this foolish dog? Oh well. The excitedly placed its front paws on the little green snake's back. No worries. Brother will protect you from now on. The little green snake responded with a determined expression. Skill, wind vortex. Although it lacked lethality, it was sufficient for thee at the moment. Oh well. As the air grew turbulent with wind elements, the shadows of fear resurfaced in his heart. Please don't come near. Their bond was indeed strong. Noticing this, Lu Pingyan cast a glance at the ground littered with dog food, but chose not to intervene. While he exhibited some courage, it did not genuinely resist nor employ its beast taming skills. As for the little green snake, it was measured in its actions. There was no need for Lu Pingyan to fret over such matters. Moments later, it lay on the ground, shedding tears as it devoured 3 large bowls of food. Truly delectable. Chapter 47. Waking up early is absolutely impossible. In the following days, Lu Pingyan comfortably remained at home, engaging in necessary tasks before returning to sleep, thus reducing the cooldown time for script simulations. After undergoing 2 script simulations, the little green snake's rank was once again elevated to Tier 3, Star 1. Lu Pingyan felt confident that before the Beast Taming College entrance examination, the little green snake could reach Tier 4 or even Tier 5, a level that could contend for the top spot in Donglin County's Beast Taming College entrance examination. In his room, Lu Pingyan gently stroked the little green snake, feeling nostalgic. Time truly flies. In the blink of an eye, the little green snake had progressed from a non-rank to Tier 3, Star 1. If Lu Pingyan were to reveal this, he would likely make headlines in the Donglin Daily that very evening, even gracing television screens. Ding. Congratulations, host. The little green snake has accumulated 10 script simulation attempts, earning a reward of 1 reality simulation attempt. The voice echoing in his ears filled Lu Pingyan's eyes with joy. Accumulating 10 times again grants a reality simulation? This seemed akin to a guaranteed 10-fold return. Even if it were just once, for Lu Pingyan, it was akin to a life-saving talisman. Incredibly useful. As for during these 2 simulations, it had not encountered that thunder spirit again, nor could it gain insights from it. It merely reached Tier 1, Star 8. And with the breakthrough of the skill Purple Thunder, its rank reached 2. There were no conflicts between Lu Pingyan's 2 beasts. The happily pawed at the mat in its little nest, maintaining a respectful distance from the little green snake. Though it was simple-minded, it was not foolish. After a brief period of cohabitation, it understood one thing. It could not currently overpower the little green snake. Remaining beneath its serpentine tail was nothing to be ashamed of. This, dear little green one, is what you should examine closely. Lu Pingyan presented the list of wind attribute materials obtained from Teacher Lin before the little green snake. Hiss. The little green snake tilted its head, gazing at Lu Pingyan with a look of confusion in its serpentine eyes. What does this mean? Why should it remember these items? Your future lies in becoming the Hurricane Dragon King that dominates the heavens and the earth, Lu Pingyan spoke slowly. The little green snake instinctively nodded, then raised its head, pointing its chin at Lu Pingyan. Of course. Thus, your evolutionary path will not be the same as that of an ordinary little green snake, correct? Lu Pingyan squinted slightly, a smile gracing his lips. Hiss. The little green snake pondered for a moment and continued to nod. It seemed to make sense. Teacher Lin recommended 2 evolutionary paths to me. One is to follow the mainstream of the current beast taming world, transforming your attributes through beast materials into a more domineering fire attribute. But you wouldn't want your wind attribute skills to be rendered ineffective, would you? Lu Pingyan softened his voice, winking at the little green snake. Hiss. The little green snake rubbed against Lu Pingyan's palm, expressing its agreement. The second option is to become a 2-headed ice fire demon serpent, meaning you would have to turn your head to see your other head, Lu Pingyan said with a grin. The little green snake's body froze slowly, suspended in place, its eyes wide with shock. 2 heads? It absolutely refused. Hiss. The little green snake looked up at Lu Pingyan, emitting a defiant sound. It did not desire either of these evolutionary paths. Oh woo? Meanwhile, it cast a wise glance over, its front paws still busily pawing at its little nest. What was happening? Why was the little green snake resisting so much? The little green snake's tail flicked, smacking this hind leg. What nonsense is this foolish dog spouting? Oh woo. The whined in grievance. What did this have to do with it? But it was unable to retaliate. Growing increasingly frustrated, it turned around, glanced at the little green snake, and lunged toward Lu Pingyan, who sat on the bed. Oh whoa. This front paws pinned Lu Pingyan down onto the bed. Lu Pingyan. What is happening? Oh whoa. It licked Lu Pingyan's cheek with its tongue. You're not going to intervene? Ugh. The more it thought about it, the angrier it became, but with no outlet for its frustration. It could only leap off Lu Pingyan and begin scratching at the bed with its front paws. All right, don't be angry. Lu Pingyan gently stroked this fur, softly comforting it. Oh well. Upon hearing this, the grew even more animated, biting Lu Pingyan's sleeve and shaking its head vigorously. No way. This time it wouldn't be easily appeased. It was not that easy to handle. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan let out a soft sigh, then took out the bag of unfinished beast food, waving it before the. How about I add a little extra for you? Oh well. This voice instantly brightened. Deal. In the afternoon, Lu Pingyan, unusually awake, stepped out of his room. You little rascal, you actually know how to come out? As soon as he opened the door, Deanly stood there with a stern face, hands clasped behind his back. It's a holiday, time to rest. Lu Pingyan scratched his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. Where's your beast? Deanly's gaze swept past Lu Pingyan, peering into the room. It's resting inside. Old man, if you feel lonely, do you want me to find you a beast? Lu Pingyan tentatively asked. Purchasing a standard quality beast wouldn't require much financial expenditure. The remaining balance he had should suffice. No need. Deanly's eyes flickered. Then he cleared his throat and waved his hand dismissively. What would I do with that? I'm too old to compete with you youngsters. After saying this, Deanly headed toward Lu Pingyan's room. All right, I'll be off to buy groceries. Lu Pingyan paused for a moment, choosing not to say anything further. He sensed that the old man's mood seemed somewhat off. Deanly nodded slightly, turning his back to Lu Pingyan. At that moment, Lu Pingyan noticed the 2 ginseng roots in Deanly's hand, which seemed to glisten with dew, indicating they were freshly purchased. Lu Pingyan was taken aback. The old man is quite wealthy, isn't he? Old man, you wouldn't secretly hold a position like the president of the Great Xia Beast Tamer Association, would you? Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment, but decided to ask. If so, he would have struck gold. What a daydream to have in broad daylight. Deanly scoffed, casting Lu Pingyan a scornful glance, and huffed lightly. Have you not woken up from your slumber yet? Lu Pingyan chuckled awkwardly, scratching his head. All right, perhaps he was overthinking it. By the way, make sure to rise early tomorrow. Deanly seemed to remember something, turning to look at Lu Pingyan and advising him. Why? Lu Pingyan was puzzled. Wake up early? It is utterly impossible to rise early. Does one not find comfort in slumber? Tomorrow, Shaolin is scheduled to visit for a home visit, so do not blame him for rousing you from your slumber. Deanly lightly snorted and ambled towards the positions occupied by the little green snake and the husky. Lu Pingyan was taken aback. Shaolin, old Lin, a home visit. Chapter 48, Online Classes. The next day, at the orphanage in the southern suburbs of Donglan County. In the modest living room, Lu Pingyan sat on a wooden chair, his expression one of helplessness. He simply could not comprehend why a teacher would come for a home visit so early in the morning. What was the purpose? Across from him, Teacher Lin poured himself a cup of tea and began to savor it thoughtfully. For a moment, the atmosphere in the living room fell into a slight silence. Excellent tea. Uncle Lee, your taste remains unchanged after all these years, Teacher Lin remarked, swallowing the tea as he adjusted his glasses perched on his nose, smiling in praise. Man Tian Xing, the most inexpensive tea on the market, merely 10 xia coins per pound, Deanly commented, casting a glance at the star-shaped tea leaves floating on the surface of the water. Teacher Lin observed, this cup is lovely. You must have found it in the antique market. He set down his cup, admiring the exquisite patterns on it. 15 xia coins apiece. If you like it, you may take it for 30, Deanly replied with a sidelong glance, his tone unyielding. Upon hearing this, the smile on Teacher Lin's face gradually froze. Well, I have nothing more to say, he conceded. Uncle Lee, Teacher Lin looked up at the dean seated beside him, signaling that he wished to make one last effort. Shaolin, if you have something to say, please do not beat around the bush. Deanly placed his withered hand on Teacher Lin's shoulder, gently patting it. You remain the same after all these years, still as spirited as in your youth. Deanly sighed softly before continuing. Teacher Lin's eyes glimmered with nostalgia at these words. Very well, I shall speak plainly then. Teacher Lin turned to face Lu Pingyan, placing his hands on his knees, and with a serious expression said, Lu Pingyan, due to that vicious beast, the school is currently unable to conduct in-person classes. You are aware of this, I presume? Yes, Lu Pingyan nodded, his expression somewhat peculiar. Why was he only now being informed of this after 4 or 5 days of vacation? Wasn't it rather late? The final year of high school is crucial. With the Beast Master entrance examination just over a month away, every moment must be seized to enhance academic performance. Teacher Lin spoke earnestly. Beside them, Deanly nodded slightly in agreement, fully aware of the significance of the Beast Master examination. In Xiao, the majority of commoners aspiring to be Beast Masters have but this singular avenue to rise above. Teacher Lin is correct, Lu Pingyan nodded vigorously. Unfortunately, it's all due to that accursed beast that we are unable to attend classes as usual. How distressing. He clutched the fabric over his heart, his face reflecting profound sorrow. Indeed, I share your sentiments. Teacher Lin cast a sidelong glance at him, nodding in agreement. Lu Pingyan was taken aback. Why did he feel that Teacher Lin's demeanor was somewhat askew today? Therefore, as per the school's leadership's arrangements, it has been decided to conduct online classes during the reconstruction of the school facilities, Teacher Lin stated. At these words, Lu Pingyan's fingers, which had been tightly clasped, suddenly stiffened, and his brow furrowed. Online classes? Ahem, Teacher Lin, do you see my family's circumstances? Can we afford electronic devices? Lu Pingyan coughed lightly, his face betraying a hint of embarrassment as he looked at Teacher Lin, seeking an understanding. Though computers and smartphones are commonplace in this era, not every household possesses such resources. Many individuals, in order to purchase a beast for their nurturing, often find themselves financially strained in other aspects of life. Contemplating this, Lu Pingyan's lips curled slightly upwards. His reasoning was flawless. Online classes? Absolutely impossible. The old man is already struggling. It would be inappropriate to exploit him further. Lu Pingyan composed himself and continued, wouldn't you agree, Teacher Lin? Upon hearing Lu Pingyan's address to Dean Li, Teacher Lin instinctively glanced at the latter, momentarily taken aback. Old man. He had never imagined that he would one day be referred to in such a manner. Indeed, Dean Li, reclining on the soft sofa with his legs crossed, cast a calm glance at Lu Pingyan, stating matter-of-factly, if necessary, I can still afford the price of a smartphone. Although retired, he could easily allocate a substantial portion from his pension received from the Donglin County Beastmaster Association. It would merely mean living a bit more frugally. For Dean Li, it was hardly a significant issue. He had long since grown accustomed to a life of hardship. Were it not for Lu Pingyan, perhaps his evening meals would be even simpler. At this, Lu Pingyan's smile instantly froze, and he looked at Dean Li with a sense of helplessness. Surely that is not necessary. What good would spending that money on a phone do? That is not required. Teacher Lin interjected with a teasing smile as he gazed at Lu Pingyan. Before coming here, I inquired with Wang Wu, who mentioned that after assessing your family's situation, he provided you with a phone to support the underprivileged students in class. Teacher Lin chuckled. It's even a pineapple brand. Lu Pingyan was speechless. Tomorrow morning at 7. Rise punctually and activate the camera. Your routine will mirror that of being in the classroom. Understood? Teacher Lin's demeanor suddenly grew serious. Understood, Lu Pingyan sighed inwardly. Alas, this is quite troublesome. As for the remaining matter, Uncle Li, may I have a private conversation with Lu Pingyan? Teacher Lin rose and slightly bowed to Dean Li. Lu Pingyan bit his lip, glancing at the familiar old man, whose expression remained unchanged. He sensed that this was no trivial matter. After 3 years of high school, he knew what kind of person old Lin was, stern and unyielding towards them. Yet now, he exhibited great deference in front of the old man. This piqued Lu Pingyan's curiosity. Once he graduated and severed the teacher-student relationship, perhaps he could leverage his connection with the old man to gain an upper hand over old Lin. Do as you wish. Dean Li cast a glance at Teacher Lin, slowly rising to walk towards Lu Pingyan's room. I will take your 2 beast companions outside to bask in the sun. You two may converse. This statement was evidently directed at Lu Pingyan. Very well, he nodded. Typically, the little green snake and the husky either slept in the room or remained in the beast space. They had become quite stale. It would be beneficial for them to enjoy some sunlight. Teacher Lin, what is the other matter? Moments later, Lu Pingyan inquired proactively. Avoiding Dean Li, he posed the question in a private setting. An inexplicable sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Do you recall the day that the vicious beast attacked Yusho High School? Teacher Lin's gaze, concealed behind his glasses, flickered with intensity as he spoke gravely. Lu Pingyan nodded. He not only knew about it, but had also been aware of the incident beforehand. Where were you during self-study that morning? Upon receiving Lu Pingyan's affirmation, Teacher Lin's eyes narrowed slightly, his inquiry resolute. This question caused Lu Pingyan's expression to freeze instantly. Why was he suddenly being asked this? Chapter 49. Have you seen Donglin County at 4 a.m.? That morning, I had a stomach ache and went to the restroom. After a brief silence, Lu Pingyan pondered and slowly explained. You squatted in the restroom during the self-study period? Teacher Lin furrowed his brow, his expression peculiar. Was this reasoning somewhat inappropriate? Well, I didn't sleep well and had an upset stomach, Lu Pingyan replied. Lu Pingyan blinked, his gaze clear and unassuming, eliciting no suspicion whatsoever. The question arose, who was here? Upon hearing this, Teacher Lin directly retrieved his smartphone from his pocket and opened a video. Although the image was somewhat unclear, the outline of Lu Pingyan's face was still discernible. Following the direction of Teacher Lin's finger, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but purse his lips. Perhaps it was class leader Wang Wu. He rubbed his eyes, lamenting to himself that his diligent studying had strained his vision. Before Teacher Lin could speak, Lu Pingyan added, I've been studying so hard lately that my eyes are a bit off. At this remark, Teacher Lin's resolute expression momentarily tightened, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. Such a reaction appeared rather peculiar. Because of hard work? Strained eyesight? While others might believe such words, Lu Ping'an, he often slumped over in class, surely damaging his eyes. After that day, Teacher Ning had departed from Yusho No. 1 High School, and she could not be reached. Furthermore, the surrounding surveillance systems had failed to detect her presence. Teacher Lin cleared his throat and glanced at Lu Ping'an, stating seriously, "This incident has drawn the attention of the higher-ups at Yusho No. 1 High School. It is difficult not to associate it with the sudden appearance of that ferocious beast." He pointed at Lu Ping'an, who had entered the office, and continued, "You must have been the last person to see Teacher Ning, am I correct?" Lu Ping'an stared at the surveillance footage on the phone, rendered speechless. He had forgotten about this. He hadn't anticipated that even in an era dominated by the influence of Yusho, human technology remains so advanced. Teacher Lin, has something happened?" Lu Ping'an sighed lightly and blinked, affecting a demeanor of ignorance. After that day, Ning Yuelon had vanished without a trace. Not even at her residence could any information be found, and the school could not reach her. Teacher Lin looked at Lu Ping'an with a serious expression, as if she had simply disappeared into thin air. As his words hung in the air, Teacher Lin cast a meaningful glance at Lu Ping'an, perceiving the inexplicable gaze. Lu Ping'an stood up, puzzled. What did this have to do with him? Although Ning Yuelon had invited him to join some organization, he had not consented. This troublesome matter was entirely unrelated to him. And then, under Teacher Lin's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Ping'an felt a chill run down his spine and prompted. She vanished at this critical juncture, right after that ferocious beast was eliminated by the Yusho Master Association. It is difficult not to connect these two events. Lu Ping'an hesitated, caught between words. Rest assured, this matter will not implicate you. Seeing his expression, Teacher Lin cast him a sidelong glance, a smile breaking through. Lu Ping'an exhaled softly in relief. That is good to hear. The school will handle this matter. After all, you are considered a hero for saving Yusho No. 1 High School. Lu Ping'an appeared somewhat bewildered. What does this have to do with me? The leader of that elite team of Yusho Masters specifically mentioned you. It was your distress signal that enabled them to arrive promptly. No. Lu Ping'an shook his head vigorously, attempting to refute Teacher Lin's assertions. Such attention was not suited to him. It was better to maintain a low profile at school. Thus, the school has decided to reward you with 50,000 daxia coins as a token of appreciation. Teacher Lin produced a heavy envelope from his pocket. While it may not be a substantial sum, it was the school's goodwill. Clearing his throat, Lu Ping'an cast a glance at the envelope resting on the desk. Declaring with righteous fervor, Teacher Lin, contributing to the school is my duty. How can one measure the act of saving the school with money? His sudden seriousness caught Teacher Lin off guard. Take it. After all, your family situation is not affluent. Teacher Lin glanced around the room, looking out the door as if hinting at a frail and elderly figure, and sighed softly. This bonus was something he had painstakingly applied for after investigating certain matters. It could be seen as a form of compensation for past events. This was a debt he owed to Uncle Lee. Isn't this inappropriate? Lu Ping'an scratched his head, a bashful smile gracing his face. Accept it. All right. Lu Ping'an ceased his banter and grasped the stack of daxia coins in his hand. There is one more thing. Just when Lu Ping'an thought everything had concluded, Teacher Lin slowly spoke. What? Why has your little green snake evolved so rapidly? Teacher Lin fixed his serious gaze on Lu Ping'an, reminiscent of his demeanor during lessons. When this statement reached Lu Ping'an's ears, his pupils slightly contracted. As expected, he had anticipated this. Do not be anxious. Sensing something, Teacher Lin waved his hand, his expression unexpectedly gentle. He then sat beside Lu Ping'an, gently patting his shoulder. It is quite astonishing that a common quality, even inferior quality, little green snake, could achieve such advancement within a month. I am merely curious. Teacher Lin continued, a month ago, the little green snake was unremarkable. Now it has reached the first or even second rank. Such a rate of progress is unprecedented. Even for Wang Wu's rare quality, iron-armored lizard. The latter's strength is built upon an immense accumulation of resources, yet Lu Ping'an bit his lip. How could he articulate this? That he possessed a golden finger? That he could simulate beast mastery scripts to enhance his strength? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ping'an finally spoke, while Teacher Lin patiently awaited his response. Have you ever seen Dongling County at 4 in the morning, teacher? What do you mean? Teacher Lin was taken aback, somewhat perplexed. My beast, the little green snake, has. Lu Ping'an placed his hands behind his back and spoke slowly. Diligence can compensate for clumsiness. It is not merely a saying. Although there is a gap in innate talent compared to those genius beast masters, through the little green snake's efforts, I can ultimately bridge that gap. His words were not without merit. He had indeed awakened the little green snake at dawn on numerous occasions. However, this had also instilled a sense of urgency in Lu Ping'an for the first time. Ordinary quality beasts like the little green snake were commonly perceived as weak by many beast masters, making any display of strength likely to arouse suspicion. It could even attract unwanted attention. The evolution of the little green snake could not be delayed any longer. Chapter 50. The first simulation of evolution. The next day, Lu Pingyan awoke groggily. It was 7 in the morning, time for early self-study. He picked up his Pineapple brand phone, opened WeChat, and noticed a message from one of his 2 acquaintances. Without hesitation, Lu Pingyan decided to send a message. Sleepyhead, is the class leader there? Class leader of Class 3, Wang Wu? Upon seeing this, Lu Pingyan's lips curled into a slight smile as he crafted a message and sent it. He then lay back down to sleep. A little more rest would be beneficial. The script simulation time should refresh soon, and this simulation was crucial. Meanwhile, in a villa at the center of Donglin County, Wang Wu sat on his 10-square-meter bed, reading the message that had come through on his phone. Please help me sign in this morning. Here is my photo to block the camera. The message was from Lu Pingyan, accompanied by a selfie. Following it was a string of account passwords. How charming, was Wang Wu's initial impression, but upon scrutinizing Lu Pingyan's message, he inhaled sharply, tossing the phone far away. Why should I, Lu Pingyan? Am I the class leader, or are you? Wang Wu gritted his teeth and muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation at the commanding tone of voice, especially considering their ambiguous rivalry. His voice echoed in the empty room. Moments later, he lazily pulled back the covers, retrieved his other phone, entered his credentials, and accessed the classroom on WeChat. Subsequently, he opened the photograph sent by Lu Pingyan and positioned it in front of the camera. Once everything was set, Wang Wu let out a soft sigh and gazed at Lu Pingyan's handsome visage. This favor, he would await repayment for. By noon, as the bright sun streamed through the window onto the bed, Lu Pingyan had already risen. Opposite him on the bed, the little green snake flicked its tongue with a solemn expression. Are you ready? After a prolonged silence, Lu Pingyan exhaled, his face reflecting a grave demeanor. Hiss. The little green snake's eyes sparkled with confidence as it responded, Of course, I am ready. Who am I? I am destined to become the Hurricane Dragon Emperor. Lu Pingyan presented a document, explaining, Here are 2 evolutionary paths selected by Old Lin that suit you best. The first is the Qin Yin Python, which alters your current attributes. The second is the more ferocious and challenging dual-headed Ice Fire Demon Snake. The little green snake seemed puzzled, shaking its head in disbelief. It did not wish to evolve in such an unappealing manner. I understand, Lu Pingyan chuckled, stroking the snake's smooth body. He elaborated. These evolutionary paths require reaching a certain level of beast mastery and then consuming various materials to elevate the internal spiritual energy to a transformative level. The little green snake nodded thoughtfully. Thus, in the simulated world of the script, you can seek materials similar to these, Lu Pingyan stated. Producing another document. A comprehensive list of all wind attribute materials recorded in the beast mastery realm, complete with effects and descriptions, thick enough to resemble a book. While the Daxia Beastmaster official website might contain similar records, they would lack such detailed information. Some deeper insights were beyond Lu Pingyan's current access. The little green snake nodded firmly, understanding the 2 key points for the simulation. Lu Pingyan, satisfied, held up 2 fingers. First, strive to survive as long as possible. Once you break through to the 3rd tier, your overall strength and statistics will significantly improve, and you won't face the same lifespan limitations in the simulated world. Second, this time, we shall not merely focus on training. As he gently caressed the little green snake, he continued, in the simulated world, we will search for wind attribute materials and attempt evolution. Since it is a simulation, even if something goes awry, we can learn from it and have another chance. Hiss. The little green snake swayed its tail, ready to charge forward. Beep. Detecting updates to beast mastery information, loading script world generation. At birth, the little green snake eagerly hatched and immediately devoured a spirit herb exuding the essence of wind nearby. Upon reading this, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but twitch his lips. Where did this gluttony come from? Feeling an unusual gaze, the nearby husky, munching on its dog food, paused and turned its head toward Lu Pingyan. Oh, whoa. One paw landed on its bowl, tilting its head in a gesture of request. Just eat your food, Lu Pingyan retorted, unimpressed. At 8 years old, the little green snake, with the strength to traverse Snake Mountain, swept through all wind attribute materials, sparing not even the seeds. At 10 years old, the little green snake witnessed human knights coming to clear the mountain and restrained its desire to attack, fleeing instead. At 15, the little green snake arrived at a wind spirit mountain range, where the air was filled with raging winds, bringing it immense joy. It began to hide at the mountain's edge. At 30, the little green snake inadvertently consumed 10 wind spirit fruits, reaching a critical point of internal energy, and faintly felt the roar of the wind as wings began to sprout. Simultaneously, this energy attracted the attention of the mountain's master, the Gale Griffin, which perceived a threat and swiftly eliminated the little green snake. Simulation ended. The little green snake lived for 30 years, successfully evolved once, and can choose 2 rewards from the following options. Little green snake's 30 years of growth impact. Review this evolution route. Without a glance at the subsequent simulation rewards, Lu Pingyan directly selected the first 2 options. Evolution form, Qing Feng Python. Beast Master attributes, Wind. Skills, Wind Vortex, Wind's Protection. Talent, Fearless, Wind God's Favor, no new talent skills awakened. Materials required for evolution, 1 bottle of mid-grade Wind Attribute Potion. 10 Wind Spirit Fruits. Simulation evaluation, average, slightly suitable for the little green snake's evolution. Elated, Lu Pingyan realized that this approach indeed worked. He then retrieved a sheet of white paper and documented the evolution route. Naturally, he would not choose an evolutionary path that only slightly aligned with the final form. After a moment, he paused his writing and stretched lazily. Little green snake, let's put in the effort for an evolution form that suits you best. Hiss. The little green snake nodded, playfully slapping its tail against the nearby husky. No problem. Chapter 51. Indeed, the mystery remains unchanged. Regarding the simulation for the husky, Lu Pingyan could only sigh in exasperation, selecting the best reward among the limited options. Although the husky was exceptionally brave, its restless spirit often led it to challenge formidable foes like the golden wolf dog after wreaking havoc in Thunder Valley. The outcome was, of course, predictable. Can't you learn from the little green snake and be a bit more cautious? Lu Pingyan remarked helplessly at the husky. Oh, the husky defiantly raised its head, its expression radiating defiance. I am working hard, all right? Seeing this, Lu Pingyan sighed again. He wondered where the husky found its luck, stumbling upon opportunities in the simulated world as if it were the chosen one. Had it been a bit more cautious, it might have already reached the 2nd tier rather than stagnating at the 1st tier of beast mastery. In Lu Pingyan's view, even a 1st tier 10-star was still a 1st tier. However, if the husky could leverage its king-level skill, Instant Thunder Flash, it might indeed overpower ordinary 2nd tier beasts. This thought provided Lu Pingyan with a measure of comfort. Let it be, he decided. Oh. Seemingly sensing Lu Pingyan's emotions, the husky grinned widely, excitedly leaping onto Lu Pingyan's bed. Little green snake, take care of this. I'm going for a stroll, Lu Pingyan said, casting a glance at the little green snake, which was coiled up and appeared to revel in the husky's mischief. He slowly rose from the bed and moved toward the door, his demeanor unperturbed. Hiss. The little green snake straightened up, swaying its tail as it focused on the husky, its eyes narrowing. This was its forte. Oh. The husky suddenly sprang into action, lightning crackling within the room. Big brother, I was wrong. Outside the door, Lu Pingyan leaned against the wooden entrance, one hand clutching a document as he compared it with the information regarding the little green snake on the Disya Beastmaster official website. The evolutionary form, Qing Feng Meng, simulated in the script, did not appear on the website. At least, he could not find any similar forms among the few evolutionary methods listed there. Perhaps, when initially studying a common beast like the little green snake, there was no intention to explore the rarely seen wind attribute. Lu Pingyan rubbed his chin, memories of Ning Yuelan's words resurfacing in his mind. After returning home, he had searched for news about the water spirit on Xiandu, but found no relevant information. Much like his little green snake, his eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that the individuals within the so-called spirit organization possessed beasts whose evolutionary paths, like the little green snake, were not disclosed on the Disya Beastmaster website? If that were the case, it was rather impressive. A sense of inexplicable urgency welled up within him, prompting Lu Pingyan to ponder deeply. Creak. The door he was leaning against opened, causing him to stumble forward. Yet a gentle breeze caught him. Hiss. The little green snake flicked its tail, a look of confusion in its eyes. What is it? It's nothing. Lu Pingyan replied with a smile and a shake of his head. The recent crisis was merely related to the upcoming Beast Master examination in 2 months, so there was no need for alarm. Hiss. The little green snake flicked its tongue, its tail swishing as a refreshing breeze brushed past Lu Pingyan's ear, making him feel somewhat at ease. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, even without evolving into a new form, the little green snake's control over wind elements had significantly improved. Rest assured, I am here. The little green snake's reassuring gaze met Lu Pingyan's, momentarily taking him aback. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Lu Pingyan's mind. He seemed to have one more chance for a reality simulation. Little Qing, let us head back to the room. Little Qing. Hadn't it just come out? This time, the reality simulation could be approached with a bit more caution, allowing for some exploration, understood? He instructed the little green snake. In reality simulations, aside from the differing environment and script, there were not many other changes. The longer one lived, the more abundant the rewards. This was merely Lu Pingyan's initial goal. In this reality simulation of the little green snake, he had a more pressing matter. Over the next 2 months, Lu Pingyan was confident he could simulate the little green snake's evolutionary form, but the wind attribute materials required would undoubtedly be challenging to find. His plans in the reality simulation should progress in tandem. This meant that Lu Pingyan could estimate when he would simulate the little green snake's evolutionary form, and during which period he could seek out the necessary materials. Lu Pingyan bit his lip, his gaze flickering slightly. He wondered if this approach was feasible. If it were, it would be akin to having an advantage in a game. Hiss! The little green snake nodded. Although it did not entirely understand why, it trusted its beast master. Ding! Detected update on beast information, loading reality simulation. 2 days later. Your beast master unexpectedly simulates an evolutionary form that aligns with the proposed evolutionary path, and your beast master is overjoyed. Upon seeing this, Lu Pingyan was taken aback. 2 days later, had he directly stumbled upon the optimal evolutionary form for the little green snake? Was he that fortunate? How is it that he always hit the jackpot in games? Lu Pingyan nodded in satisfaction and continued reading. 3 days later. Your beast master begins preparations to search for evolutionary materials. 5 days later, a location exuding a rich wind attribute aura captures your attention, leading you to the western alley of Beast Master Academy, leaving only remnants of materials. 10 days later, your beast master unexpectedly learns of the material wind spirit crystal. 40 days later, your strength reaches the 5th tier, meeting the evolution conditions, yet due to insufficient material preparation, evolution is delayed. 1.5 months later, your beast master gathers all materials, and you successfully evolve. Approximately 2 months later, after the beast master examination concludes, you and your beast master head to the university, but are ambushed. Your beast master meets a tragic end, and you perish. The information panel of the reality simulation was not extensive, and Lu Pingyan browsed through it, frowning. Remnants of materials? Was his luck that unfortunate? As expected, fate was unyielding. Lu Pingyan pressed his lips together, his expression growing somber. 2 months later, having reached the 5th tier and successfully evolved, the little green snake still perished during an ambush? What kind of ambush was this? How dangerous could it be? Perhaps he should forego the beast master examination altogether? After pondering for a moment, Lu Pingyan shifted his gaze to the lower part of the system panel. He should claim his rewards first and analyze the rest later. Chapter 52. Is Erha also seek strength? Reality simulation concluded. The little green snake survived for 2 months. The host may choose one reward from the following. The growth strength of the little green snake over 2 months. Enhancement of the little green snake's spiritual power. Slight improvement in the little green snake's skill proficiency. Seeing these 3 options, Lu Pingyan froze momentarily, his body stiffening. Had he seen these 3 options before? Was it because the little green snake had survived such a short time that the rewards seemed so lackluster? Without further hesitation, Lu Pingyan chose the enhancement of the little green snake's spiritual power. He could only hope it would be of some benefit. Hiss! The little green snake trembled, an inexplicable expression in its eyes. A refreshing sensation washed over its mind, bringing a sense of comfort. The little green snake glanced at the timid Erha nearby, nodding in satisfaction. This feeling was reminiscent of the joy it experienced when teasing Erha. Meanwhile, Erha shivered slightly, producing a plaintive sound. Big brother, I was wrong. Observing this, the little green snake gently patted Erha's trembling back in a gesture of comfort. Lu Pingyan chuckled, shaking his head, though Erha was mischievous. It was perceptive. He felt as though he somewhat enjoyed this feeling of being teased, and the little green snake was willing to join in the fun. The bond between his 2 beasts brought Lu Pingyan great joy. After a moment, Lu Pingyan sat at his desk, turned on the lamp, and gripped the pen tightly in his right hand. Beastmaster Academy's Western Alley. The name rang a bell, as if he had encountered it during Erha's first reality simulation. Yet Lu Pingyan felt it bore no significant relevance to him. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, nor did he see the necessity to make a special trip. However, Lu Pingyan slowly wrote down the memories swirling in his mind, then circled the words regarding the wind attribute materials that had been elusive for evolution with a red pen. This implied that, in the reality simulation, he had refrained from intervening in the events of the Western Alley near Beastmaster Academy, leading to a series of chain reactions. The wind attribute materials had been destroyed, reduced to remnants, resulting in the little green snake's inability to evolve despite simulating an evolutionary form due to material deficiencies. Lu Pingyan's slightly furrowed brow caught the attention of the little green snake, who was frolicking nearby. With a gentle leap, a flash of azure light, the little green snake appeared atop the desk. Its smooth tail rested on Lu Pingyan's hand, startling him momentarily. I'm fine, Lu Pingyan reassured with a smile. Once his thoughts were clearer, he felt a sense of enlightenment. Oh woo! Erha placed its front paws on Lu Pingyan's back, howling. This scene appeared quite heartwarming. However, as a master of the Erha, Lu Pingyan felt the essence of his companion, and his expression darkened. Hungry, hungry, food, food. The Erha gazed at Lu Pingin's profile with wise eyes, filled with longing and desire. The earlier frolic had left him famished. Lu Pingin responded, beside him. The small green snake affectionately nudged Lu Pingin's cheek with its slick head. Hiss. The soft sound caressed Lu Pingin's heart like a feather. All right, I'll heed your request. I'll step out for a moment. A tender light flickered in Lu Pingin's eyes as he gradually rose and walked outside. This familiar scene incited panic in the Erha's heart. Its forepaws raised in the air, it waved them incessantly, as if signaling something. Oh woo. I want to go out too. Seeing that Lu Pingin paid him no mind, the Erha closely followed in his wake, stealing glances at the waiting small green snake, hoping to slip past unnoticed. However, the moment Lu Pingin opened the door, a powerful gust of wind rushed in, sending the Erha tumbling towards the small green snake. Hiss! A chilling voice echoed, plunging the Erha into despair. Oh woo. Brother, let me tell you, I'm quite capable. Skill, wind vortex. Tears welled in the Erha's eyes. Not from deep affection, but from pain. Lu Pingin casually grabbed a magazine to cover his face, took a sleep-inducing pill for Beast Tamers with some water, and leaned against the sofa, surrendering to slumber. After enduring such intricate analyses, he felt utterly exhausted. Such mental exertion had never been required even during exams. Moments later, Lu Pingin stirred awake and glanced at the clock hanging on the living room wall. 10 o'clock? That was a splendid nap. He paused, bewildered. Where had the magazine he had covered his face with gone? You brat, you sleep quite soundly. A cold voice pierced the air, causing Lu Pingin to startle. Old man, I studied all day. I'm worn out, Lu Pingin replied with a wry smile, pressing his lips together. Hearing this, Deanly merely stared at him, saying nothing. The magazine in his hand appeared to bear traces of moisture. Old man, if I say that my sleep enables my beast to grow stronger, would you believe me? After a lengthy pause, Lu Pingin ventured to ask Deanly. You brat, keep boasting. Upon hearing this, Deanly unceremoniously tossed the magazine he held onto Lu Pingin. What kind of personality you have, I am well aware. Deanly scoffed, his gaunt face inscribed with disbelief. Lu Pingin shrugged. He had spoken the truth. If the old man didn't believe him, that was not his fault. There's food in the pot. Heat it up yourself. Moments later, Deanly broke the silence in the living room, picking up the magazine next to Lu Pingin and striding toward his room. Remember to wash the dishes, he said coldly, not turning his back to Lu Pingin. All right. Lu Pingin smiled as he watched the old man's retreating figure. At 11 o'clock that night, after a refreshing sleep, Lu Pingin lay on his bed. He turned off the lights, and the pitch-black room was enveloped in silence. A woo. A somewhat aggrieved sound broke the stillness, and Lu Pingin felt a warm, moist sensation on his face. Erha, he instinctively spoke, while the small green snake would also show affection. It was not in such a manner. A woo. Upon hearing Lu Pingin's voice, the Erha felt even more wronged. I too want to grow stronger. Then, I will trample my brother beneath my feet. Ha ha. As this thought crossed his mind, the Erha's face was filled with boundless fantasies, although the veil of night concealed them from Lu Pingin's sight. Can you behave and not run amok in the simulated world? Lu Pingin inquired softly, a smile gracing his lips. The Erha's laughter abruptly ceased. Woo, never mind. Growing stronger is so difficult. Chapter 53. The Erha acts cute? In the reality simulation. 3 days later, during the second script simulation, the small green snake successfully simulated the optimal evolution path. Lu Pingin was not particularly concerned about this. What preoccupied his mind were the subsequent events. Due to Lu Pingin's lack of involvement in the incident beside the west alley of Yusho Middle School, a wind attribute material was destroyed, hindering the small green snake's evolutionary progress. This led to a series of ensuing crises. A single misstep can lead to a cascade of errors. In a luxurious villa in the central area of Donglin County, Wang Wu sat at his computer desk, glancing at the WeChat message that popped up in the lower right corner. Sleep Demon. Class Monitor. Is there surveillance near the west alley of Yusho Middle School? This message caused Wang Wu to pause. Lu Pingin? Although the tone seemed polite, Wang Wu felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. After taking a deep breath to regain composure, he scrutinized Lu Pingin's message, feeling perplexed. Why was Lu Pingin asking this? Shouldn't he still be dreaming? Has this brat changed his ways? After pondering for a moment, Wang Wu replied with a single word. Moments later, another message arrived. Sleep Demon. Class Monitor. Can you access the surveillance footage? Seeing this, Wang Wu couldn't help but grin. TCH, access the surveillance footage? Is it that simple? Who does he think I am? Wait a minute. After a moment, Wang Wu furrowed his brow, staring intently at Lu Pingin's message. Lu Pingin, I never expected you to seek my help one day, he. Leaning back in his chair, he gazed at the pristine ceiling, unable to hide his amusement. After Wang Wu chuckled for a while, ding. Another message arrived. Sleep Demon. If it's not possible, then forget it. Sorry for bothering you, class monitor. Wang Wu thought. Who do you think you're looking down on? The room felt somewhat dim, perhaps due to the drawn curtains. Lu Pingyan squinted, cradling the small green snake in his arms, while across from him. The Erha gazed enviously at the scene. Oh woo. The Erha voiced its dissatisfaction. I want that too. Noticing this, Lu Pingyan opened his eyes, chuckling softly, and shifted slightly to the side, gently patting the empty space next to him with his right hand. Oh woo. The Erha's face lit up with joy, its wise eyes sparkling with excitement. It was coming. From a height of 2 to 3 meters, the Erha landed on the bed, bouncing off the soft surface as if playing on a trampoline. Lu Pingyan, holding the small green snake in his left hand, watched the scene unfold, feeling somewhat disoriented. He let out a soft sigh. Just as he was about to utter small, the exuberant Erha suddenly halted, turned to look at Lu Pingyan, and approached him. Oh woo. The Erha tugged at Lu Pingyan's pant leg, wagging its tail slightly. I was wrong. This scene left Lu Pingyan momentarily stunned. Was this a display of affection? Did the Erha possess such intelligence? How was he unaware? Oh woo. Another soft howl resonated. All right. Lu Pingyan waved his hand. Just this once. I won't let it happen again. Oh woo. The Erha lifted its head, grinning broadly. Okay. Moments later, Lu Pingyan leaned back against the bed, glancing at the messages coming from his phone. An unfamiliar account appeared. The class monitor said that after logging in, one could view the surveillance of the West Alley of Yusho E Middle School at any time. Upon realizing this, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but exclaim, being wealthy is truly wonderful. If it were solely up to Lu Pingyan, he would likely have to wait idly in the West Alley, which would be a tremendous waste of time. Oh woo. Beside him, the husky gently nudged Lu Pingyan's arm with its head, burrowing into his embrace. Its wise eyes fixed on the glowing screen of Lu Pingyan's phone. What is this? Want to see? Lu Pingyan cast a glance at the husky and inquired. Oh whoa. The husky's voice was filled with excitement. Of course. All right. Then you watch. I'll take a nap for a while. Lu Pingyan placed his phone, after logging into the website, horizontally in front of the husky, turned over, and continued to sleep. The husky. Pat. Nearby. The little green snake lightly tapped the husky's head with its tail. Hiss. Watch, silly dog. Oh woo. The husky sniffled, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at the side-lying Lu Pingyan. Had he known, he would have stayed in his own nest. Around 6 in the evening, the husky's eyes began to feel a bit sore as it sniffled. Moments later, oh whoa. The husky pawed at Lu Pingyan, making a sound to alert him. What's wrong? Is there movement? Lu Pingyan rubbed his eyes and looked at the husky. Oh whoa. The husky raised its front paw, pointing at the phone screen. Today, the night fell a little earlier, and in the darkened corner of the West Alley, 2 figures were gathered. One of them was strikingly familiar to Lu Pingyan. Even through the screen, he could still sense that chilling aura. No way. Lu Pingyan paused, murmuring. The girl, who usually appeared as cold as ice, was actually here committing murder? Could it be that she too belonged to that spirit organization? Opposite Ren Shui stood a somewhat androgynous face, a figure Lu Pingyan did not recognize. Remembering the white giant python that exuded an icy aura, Lu Pingyan felt a wave of intangible pressure within him. It might not be a sure win, but if he didn't intervene. Hiss. The little green snake tapped Lu Pingyan's hand with its tail. In its serpent eyes, there was a resolute glint. Don't worry, I'm here. Lu Pingyan stroked the little green snake's body, his gaze focused on it. Beast name, Shao Qing Shi. Beast attribute, wind. Beast level, 3 stars 1. Skills, Wind Vortex, 3, Wind's Blessing 2. Talent, fearless, favored by the wind god. Lu Pingyan calculated in his heart. Even if the little green snake's level was slightly lower, with the enhancement from these 2 talents and the skills learned during scenario simulations, it should hold its own. At worst, he could create a bigger commotion. That 4th-tier white giant python couldn't possibly confine him like that water spirit, could it? With his decision made, Lu Pingyan no longer hesitated, donned his clothing, and walked towards the door. Oh whoa. The husky noticed Lu Pingyan's movement, its voice filled with urgency. He also wants to go. Really going? Lu Pingyan turned his head to look at the husky and asked. Oh whoa. The husky responded without hesitation, its intelligent gaze sparkling. How could there be something fun and not go? There's no way. You're sure you still want to go after encountering that white giant python last time? Lu Pingyan asked with a smile. Oh whoa. The husky pouted. If he dared to provoke that golden wolf dog, what was a little white python to him? Of course, he was going. When Lu Pingyan reached the gateway of the courtyard, preparing to step outside, his feet suddenly froze. Where are you going at this late hour? An elderly voice rang out, causing Lu Pingyan's body to stiffen slightly. He turned his head, a smile appearing on his face. Old man, speak. Where are you going? Director Li's gaze sharpened, making Lu Pingyan's carefully thought-out words vanish instantly. The West Alley next to Yusho Izhong. Lu Pingyan bit his lip and spoke truthfully. After a long pause, Director Li glanced at Lu Pingyan and said coolly, Go ahead. Seemingly a bit worried, Director Li added, "Come back early." "All right," Lu Pingyan replied. Watching Lu Pingyan's departing figure, Director Li slowly retrieved a flip phone from his coat pocket, found a name in his contacts, and dialed. "Hello, Shaolin. Wishing everyone a happy Duanwu festival. There's still one more chapter tonight." Chapter 54, Preparing to Strike. In the west alley of Yushuo Yizhong, the dim alley was nearly devoid of shadows. On that day, the ferocious beast appeared out of nowhere at Yushuo Yizhong, causing considerable destruction to the school buildings. However, thanks to the timely rescue by a team of beast masters, the surrounding areas were not affected. Nonetheless, this crisis left some impression, causing those living around Yushuo Yizhong to feel somewhat uneasy. In a short span of time, only a few households remained in the relatively remote west alley. In the secluded alley, darkness enveloped everything. Even the surveillance camera in the upper right corner of the wall could only faintly capture the silhouettes of two figures standing there. One of the androgynous men was the stranger Lu Pingyan had seen on the monitor. This androgynous man, named Ji Li, exuded a distinctly feminine aura, with longer hair. He could easily be mistaken for a girl. "Rin Shui, why won't you take a look at me? Am I that unremarkable?" Ji Li maintained a low posture as he gazed at the frigid girl before him. From the first moment he laid eyes on her, he was captivated by her icy and stunning demeanor. If he could conquer such an ice-cold beauty, Ji Li licked his lips. The thought of such pleasure sending shivers down his spine. However, as he gazed at the ice princess, Ji Li seemed to recollect something, his pupils trembling slightly, his heart racing violently. If his suspicions were correct, then such a reality was somewhat difficult for Ji Li to accept. Yes, opposite him, Rin Shui nodded slightly, her expression impassive. "What about the information you mentioned?" Rin Shui cast a calm glance at him, her voice cool as a mountain spring, evoking an eerie chill yet strangely pleasant to the ear. Had it not been for this quality, Rin Shui might not have come here to meet him. Ha ha. Ji Li was stunned momentarily, clutching his chest, his form staggering, his pupils trembling violently. Indeed, he had not expected that such a girl as Rin Shui would possess such a peculiar taste. You actually like snake-type beasts." This detail was something Ji Li had discovered through his connections. Initially, he had doubted it, but upon witnessing Rin Shui's odd interactions with Lu Pingyan, he reluctantly began to acknowledge some of the claims. Yet, Ji Li had never been able to convince himself. He never imagined Rin Shui would actually. And then, Rin Shui's demeanor remained as calm as usual, completely dismissing Ji Li. "Rin Shui." Ji Li took a deep breath, expelling the pent-up frustration, wiping away the tears at the corners of his eyes, and gazing at the ice princess. "Spend a night with me, and I can pretend this never happened." Ensuring I won T disclosed this matter. A manic glint shone in Ji Li's eyes. The perfect image of Rin Shui shattered in his mind. All he wanted now was to minimize his losses. On the eaves, Lu Pingyan leaned against the chimney, squinting his eyes, listening to their conversation. Though he had just arrived here moments ago, he had already grasped the situation's context. In summary, this effeminate man was feeling anxious. Upon discovering the peculiar preferences of his goddess, he sought to gain some advantage to offset the losses of his sycophantic existence. "Shaoqing, prepare to act soon." Lu Pingyan reached into his left sleeve, gently stroking the little green snake's head, speaking softly. "Based on the trajectory of the simulated reality, if he does not intervene today, Ji Li is likely to perish here, taking with him the precious wind element material. Thus, Lu Pingyan must take action to save him." Sighing inwardly at this thought, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but muse on the insanity of it all. How could someone who is incapable of fighting still utter such self-destructive words? He failed to comprehend it. In that moment, Rin Shui spoke softly, instantly capturing Ji Li's attention. Bathed in the glow of the street lamp, she appeared to be enveloped in a delicate, golden radiance, rendering her even more enchanting. Despite being aware of his goddess's flaws, Ji Li felt an irresistible pull towards her. "Even the dead can keep secrets," Rin Shui remarked casually. As her words fell, an intensely cold aura surged forth, and a magnificent white jade spirit python materialized behind her. The chilling presence made Ji Li shudder involuntarily. You dare summon a beast here?" Ji Li stammered in shock, his eyes widening in terror. The laws of the Great Xia nation explicitly prohibit beastmasters from summoning their beasts in public, let alone engaging in combat. Hence, Ji Li had felt so secure. Rin Shui cast a detached glance in his direction, her expression as calm as still water. "There are no surveillance cameras here." Her frigid voice sent a jolt through Ji Li, prompting him to summon his own beast. A third-tier green toad emerged, its peculiar fighting style capable of troubling even a fourth-tier beastmaster. Perched atop a high eave, Lu Pingyan leaned against the chimney, pursing his lips. In truth, there were surveillance cameras. However, why had they not been detected? Could it be that Rin Shui's background was extraordinary? Lu Pingyan's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it seemed unusual. To attain the 4th-tier Beastmaster level at such a young age in a small city like Donglin County was more impressive than many graduates from Beastmaster universities. This level of prowess certainly did not resemble that of an ordinary high school student. Furthermore, as Ren Shui spoke, Lu Pingyan sensed a palpable aura of menace. He exchanged a glance with the little green snake, sighing deeply. This type of woman was one he wished to avoid entanglement with, especially since she seemed to covet the little green snake. In the next moment, a flicker of purple light appeared beside Lu Pingyan, heralding the arrival of Erha. Woof! Get ready to make a move, Erha exclaimed excitedly. Yet, before Erha could utter another sound, Lu Pingyan swiftly covered his mouth. Quiet, he instructed in a low voice, his tone grave. Erha looked at Lu Pingyan with intelligent eyes, nodding earnestly. Wait a moment, you will launch a surprise attack. Lu Pingyan whispered, pulling the creature's ear gently. Erha nodded in vague understanding, placing a paw on Lu Pingyan's shoulder and winking. Don't worry, I've got this. At the side of the alley by the Beastmaster Academy, Ji Li gasped in disbelief as he observed the green toad, which was now partially encased in ice crystals, moving much slower than when it was first summoned. Damn it, he thought, realizing that his beast was entirely restrained by the white jade spirit python. Throughout their previous skirmish, he had been at a disadvantage, unable to even stand his ground. Ren Shui, I promise I will keep this secret safe. Sensing the dire situation, Ji Li hurriedly spoke, feeling that he should not meet his end here. Moreover, he did not believe Ren Shui would truly kill him. It was likely just a lesson. We are both students of the Beastmaster Academy, and I am the class president, among the top in my year, well regarded by our teachers. Can we let this matter pass? Ji Li ventured, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart as he felt the overwhelming pressure from the white jade spirit python. Although he found Ren Shui, who stood before him in silence, to be mesmerizing, he prioritized his life above all else. In response, Ren Shui cast a cold glance at him and began to stride forward, her white boots crunching on the frost-covered ground as she approached Ji Li. The law forbids beastmasters from using their beasts to attack, and it also prohibits killing. The girl's icy voice added a unique hue to the dark night. Upon hearing this, Ji Li breathed a sigh of relief, believing that today's incident could be resolved without further consequence. However, his gaze greedily lingered on Ren Shui's smooth, pale calves exposed to the air, and he licked his slightly dry lips. It was a pity, yet he felt no real concern. Holding some of Ren Shui's secrets in his possession, it wouldn't be difficult to manipulate future events to his advantage. Unbeknownst to him, the girl had already arrived before him. Feeling an inexplicable sense of panic, Ji Li looked up at Ren Shui's flawless face, his voice a bit hurried. Didn't you say that killing with beasts is prohibited? He sensed that something was amiss. Ren Shui nodded slightly, her demeanor as cold and indifferent as ever. Therefore, I shall do it myself. As her words fell, Ji Li's pupils constricted, fixating on the sharp blade clutched in Ren Shui's right hand. A knife! A knife! Ji Li's voice trembled, as he now firmly believed that Ren Shui truly intended to kill him. Simultaneously, Lu Pingyan peered out, his gaze drawn to the glimmering cold light, which stood out starkly against the night. Prohibited weapon? Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that in an era dominated by beasts, someone would carry such seemingly ineffectual weaponry. The danger posed by a regulated knife was even less than that of a first-tier beast. Yet, Ren Shui had indeed produced one, and recalling their close proximity, Lu Pingyan felt a chill run down his spine. Thank goodness he hadn't gotten too close. Otherwise, he might not have known when he would be stabbed. Women truly are dangerous beings. Lu Pingyan shot a sidelong glance at Erha, nodding to himself. More perilous than Erha. Erha, I will count to 3. And then you will execute the plan, Lu Pingyan instructed seriously, extending 3 fingers toward Erha. Woof woof. Erha panted eagerly, filled with anticipation. 1. As Lu Pingyan's words fell, a purple shooting star streaked through the pitch-black night. A woo. Erha's roar erupted at that moment, leaving Lu Pingyan momentarily stunned. The sudden appearance of this scene caused a flash of cold light to flicker in Ren Shui's eyes. Is someone intervening? Ren Shui glanced at the lightning dog charging towards her, gracefully retreating as the white jade spirit python behind her became alert. A woo. Erha dashed joyfully, appearing in an instant behind Ji Li. The paralysis effect of the lightning rendered Ji Li unconscious in an instant. A woo. Erha glanced disdainfully at the 3rd-tier green toad, a look of contempt on his face. Pathetic, not even 1/10 of my strength. After a brief moment of confusion, the toad was returned to Ji Li's beast space. Under Ren Shui's watchful eye, Erha extended his forepaw beneath Ji Li's body, lifting him effortlessly onto his back. Subsequently, with a wise glance at Ren Shui, Erha turned and swiftly departed, moving with remarkable speed. This scene evoked a surge of cold fury within the white jade spirit python behind Ren Shui. A mere first-tier beast dared to act so arrogantly before her. However, as she had just moved 10 meters away. She was abruptly halted by the sight of a middle-aged man wearing glasses standing off to the side. Ren Shui, what are you doing here? Teacher Lin cast a puzzled glance at his esteemed pupil. Regardless of her practical skills, Ren Shui was equally diligent in her academic pursuits, achieving outstanding results that prompted him to specifically appoint her as the class representative. It feels stifling at home. I need to take a walk, Ren Shui said softly. As her words faded, the white jade spirit python that had been behind her returned to her beast space. The girl glanced briefly in the direction where the husky had dashed off before slightly bowing to Teacher Lin. If there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Oh, very well, go ahead, Teacher Lin replied, momentarily taken aback. So sudden? However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. From every perspective, Ren Shui was the epitome of an ideal student, and her actions were undoubtedly reliable. Where's Lu Pingyan? Teacher Lin mused aloud, scanning the surroundings. It was already past 7 or 8 o'clock. Uncle Li had called for him to come here and keep an eye on Lu Pingyan. He had arrived. But where was he? At that moment, Lu Pingyan was quite a distance away, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Thanks to the enhancement from the little green snake's wind element, his speed was somewhat quicker than usual. Of course, it could not compare to the reckless speed of the husky. Nevertheless, Lu Pingyan had not anticipated that the husky's idea of a surprise attack would manifest in such a manner. He had initially planned for the husky to use its speed advantage to divert the attention of the white jade spirit python, allowing him to capture Ji Li with the aid of the little green snake's wind attributes. In the end, the task of subduing both beasts had been accomplished solely by the husky. Lu Pingyan sighed in relief, grateful that the situation had been resolved satisfactorily. Husky, he called softly. Oh, whoa. The husky's excited howl echoed, and the next moment, a flash of purple light appeared as it tugged on Lu Pingyan's pant leg, dragging him toward a hidden spot. You've hidden him here? Lu Pingyan was taken aback, glancing at the thicket-filled area. Perhaps the husky's intelligence was not as low as he thought? Oh, whoa. The husky squinted, tilting its head to look at Lu Pingyan, wearing an expression that sought praise. Well done, Lu Pingyan replied with a gentle smile. In the tranquil environment, Lu Pingyan observed Ji Li lying on the ground with a calm demeanor. Is this person male or female? After much contemplation, he was unable to discern. Aside from a face reminiscent of a girl, there were no other notable characteristics. However, if he were to declare him male, it would indeed seem overly effeminate. Oh, whoa. Hearing Lu Pingyan's words, the husky extended its front paw, gently pressing on the area between Ji Li's legs, then turned its head to look at Lu Pingyan with a remarkably wise expression. Lu Pingyan understood. All right, I see now. He is male. However, it appeared that there were no wind attribute materials on him. He glanced at the little green snake resting on his shoulder, then focused back on the unconscious Ji Li. Speaking softly, in the simulation script, due to the constant search for wind attribute beast materials, the little green snake had developed a heightened sensitivity. If Ji Li had hidden any materials on his person, there was no reason for the little green snake not to detect them. Could it be that they were stored within the beast space? Lu Pingyan pondered aloud. Since even living beasts can store materials, it would be quite normal for some to be kept as well. He felt this was highly plausible. Oh, whoa. Upon hearing this, the husky ceased its weight and unleashed a surge of electrical energy from its paw. Although the fluctuation was minimal, it could inflict some damage to the human body, especially to such a vulnerable area. Damn. A pained cry erupted as Ji Li, who had been unconscious, immediately awoke, clutching his groin, his features contorted in agony, losing all semblance of his usual gentility. Oh, whoa. The husky turned its head to look at Lu Pingyan, tongue lolling out in a manner that seemed to beg for acknowledgement. Lu Pingyan covered his face, sighing softly, feeling a mix of helplessness. So reckless. Help me. Ji Li, disregarding the surroundings, clutched his groin in immense pain. He longed to return home, to seek medical aid. Do you have a phone on you? Lu Pingyan asked after a moment's thought. He was not one to leave behind any traces of wrongdoing. Furthermore, he had rushed out without his own phone. I have one in my pocket. Please hurry. Ji Li wriggled painfully, crying out. Lu Pingyan pressed his fingers against his sleeve, slowly crouching down, maintaining a calm demeanor as he gazed at Ji Li. Not rushing to dial. Where are the beast materials you have? Hand them over, and you may have a chance. Otherwise, if you delay any longer, I cannot guarantee your safety. He shot a glance at the area Ji Li was covering, speaking in a tone devoid of threats. In the beast space. I'll give them to you. Just make the call. Ji Li anxiously urged. At that moment, he couldn't care less about why such a person was beside him or how the individual knew about the beast materials. He simply wished to reach the hospital as quickly as possible. In a dazzling array of lights, a collection of beast materials materialized, vibrant greens, purples, and reds. Good. Lu Pingyan nodded, pressing the call button through the fabric. He then casually gathered the pile of beast materials. Taking money from someone and averting disaster, Lu Pingyan mused that, Given Ji Li's influential background, his crucial assets were likely far more valuable than these materials. Hence, both parties would benefit. After dialing the emergency number, Lu Pingyan placed the phone beside Ji Li, allowing him to explain the situation, and from that point onward, Lu Pingyan felt he could no longer intervene. As Ji Li's cries faded into the distance, Lu Pingyan walked away, glancing at the materials in his arms while observing the brightly lit surroundings, feeling somewhat conspicuous. Little Green. Can these materials be stored in the beast space? Lu Pingyan inquired, raising his hand to address the little green snake in his sleeve. After all, he was about to enter a residential area, and carrying such a collection of materials would attract unwarranted attention. The little green snake shook its head. It did not know. Seeing this, the husky, following closely behind Lu Pingyan, suddenly sprang to action, biting away the materials Lu Pingyan held. Then, it pressed the beast materials onto the ground, which transformed into a purple light that entered the beast space. Lu Pingyan was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at the spot where the husky had been, somewhat bewildered. Today's extraordinary performance from the husky left him feeling unaccustomed. Could it be that the rewards from the previous simulation had enhanced the husky's intelligence? But that shouldn't be the case. As night deepened, Lu Pingyan quietly retrieved his key and entered the familiar courtyard, unlocking the iron gate and stepping inside with utmost care. He made no sound and did not turn on the living room lights. The house remained as quiet as it had been before. However, the next moment, the lights in the living room flickered on, revealing a figure Lu Pingyan recognized all too well seated on the sofa. You returned? Director Li scoffed, casting a stern look at Lu Pingyan. Yes, Lu Pingyan replied, biting his lip, resembling a child who had committed a misdeed, nodding his head. Where did you go? Director Li's question left Lu Pingyan momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he lifted his gaze. I went out to find beast evolution materials. Lu Pingyan said softly. Beast evolution materials? Director Li repeated Lu Pingyan's words, his brows furrowing. He then considered the implications, letting out a soft sigh. It is time to rest early. If your companion beast requires evolution and you lack the necessary materials, please compile a list for me. Dean Li slowly rose, walking over to pat Lu Pingyan on the shoulder. Although I, an old man, do not possess much wealth, gathering the materials for a first-stage companion beast evolution is certainly within my connections. Rest well, it is getting late. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan felt a surge of emotion and, after a prolonged silence, turned to Dean Li. Old man, could it be that you are a reclusive, high-level companion beast master? As soon as the words left his mouth, Dean Li shot him a glance. Return to your room, dream and ponder in bed. All right. Lu Pingyan scratched his head, chuckling awkwardly. By the way, remember to call Xiao Lin to reassure her. Dean Li halted at his doorway, turning his back to Lu Pingyan as he spoke. Lu Pingyan was taken aback. Old Lin, reassure her? Has something happened that I cannot comprehend? Chapter 57, Space and Wind, the evolutionary form of the little green snake. The following morning, the alarm clock rang with a cheerful jingle. Lu Pingyan, peacefully resting in bed, instinctively reached out to silence the alarm, gradually awakening from his dreams. The alarm he had set was perfectly timed to coincide with the completion of the script simulation cooldown, neither a minute more nor less. Hiss. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Pingyan was greeted by the excited visage of the little green snake. Are we about to begin the game? The glimmer in the little green snake's eyes sparkled with indescribable emotions. The sensation experienced after evolution in the simulated world was simply exquisite, leaving the little green snake yearning for more. He was eager to evolve. All right, let me tidy up first. Lu Pingyan smiled and nodded, his gaze instinctively drifting to the softly glowing screen of his phone, his pupils narrowing slightly. What the heck? 12 missed calls. Lu Pingyan stared at the series of identical red numbers, lost in contemplation. Had he forgotten something important? After a moment's hesitation, he decided to return the call. Hello. May I ask who this is? The call connected swiftly, and Lu Pingyan instinctively inquired. Lu Pingyan? That weary voice felt somewhat familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Lu Pingyan bit his lip, his heart racing. Teacher Lin, why are you calling me? Aren't you in class? Teacher Lin's irritated voice made Lu Pingyan flinch. Simultaneously, in Wang Wu's home, he too felt a jolt, turning to glance at the computer screen where an irritable Teacher Lin was seated. Beside him, a phone displaying Lu Pingyan's photo was pointed directly at the camera. This is bad. Such a thought flashed through Wang Wu's mind, but in an instant, he dismissed it. Wang Wu cleared his throat, donning a serious expression. This matter has nothing to do with him. He, Wang Wu, was the class leader of the Companion Beast Class 3, a model student in the eyes of the teacher, and soon to advance to a 4th-tier Companion Beast Master. With that thought, Wang Wu straightened up, sitting before the camera with utmost seriousness. He knew nothing. Hiss. The little green snake tilted its head, observing Lu Pingyan, who was holding his phone with a wry smile. What's wrong? It's nothing. Let's continue the simulation. Lu Pingyan quietly replied, turning to the little green snake with a smile. This matter can be explained later. For now, our priority is the simulation evolution of the little green snake. This time, you will still follow the original plan and perform within the script simulation world. Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment, offering his advice. Based on the revelations from the reality simulation, the little green snake should be able to simulate the optimal evolution form this time, so he was not overly concerned. Hiss. The little green snake nodded solemnly. Let's go. Ding. Companion beast information updated. Loading script world generation. Upon birth, the little green snake immediately departed from Snake Mountain, heading towards the Wind Spirit Mountain range. Lu Pingyan was slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing at the nearby, exhausted, and now eating air ha. Has the little green snake become possessed by air ha? Why is it so reckless? Ow ow. Sensing the gaze of its master, air ha raised its head and howled, nudging its empty iron bowl closer. Its wise eyes cautiously observing Lu Pingyan. It simply could not wait. It was hungry. Lu Pingyan. In the first year, the little green snake searched for wind attribute evolution materials around the outskirts of the Wind Spirit Mountain range and unexpectedly encountered a small white snake, falling in love. In the 5th year, the little green snake and the small white snake cultivated steadily for 4 years, their relationship deepening. While in love, the little green snake remained true to its original goal, searching for wind attribute evolution materials. In the 12th year, the little green snake discovered that the small white snake had awakened the ability to seek treasures, and the latter voluntarily led the little green snake in search of rare wind attribute materials, swallowing them whole. In the 20th year, the little green snake ingested a significant quantity of rare high-tier wind attribute materials, its inner spiritual energy reaching a critical point, faint signs of evolution emerging, wings sprouting on either side, as storm clouds gathered in the sky. This anomaly was detected by the Lord of the Wind Spirit Mountain range, the Gale Griffin. The small white snake fought valiantly to protect the little green snake, resulting in the latter evolving into a new form and perishing alongside the Gale Griffin. Simulation complete. The little green snake survived to 30 years of age, successfully evolved once, and can choose 2 rewards from the following. The growth potential of the little green snake over 20 years. View this evolution route. Lu Pingyan gazed at the pop-up panel, exhaling a sigh of relief as he suppressed his astonishment. Initially, he could understand the little green snake heading straight for the Wind Spirit Mountain range. Venturing into a new realm from the outset would undoubtedly heighten the survival challenge, yet the opportunities therein surpassed those of the novice village, Snake Mountain. However, the little green snake actually fell in love within the script simulation world. Not only that, but the small white snake also awakened the ability to seek treasures. Lu Pingyan stroked his chin, somewhat moved. This soft life is quite pleasant. Could it be that spending too much time with Erha has transferred some of its enviable fortune to the little green snake? With that thought, Lu Pingyan's gaze once more fell upon Erha. Ow ow. Erha raised its head, one paw tapping against its empty iron bowl, producing a clanging sound. Finished eating. There's none left. Lu Pingyan. After selecting the simulation rewards, Lu Pingyan examined this evolution route. Evolution form, Wind Spirit Snake. Companion Beast Attributes, Wind, Space. Skills, Wind Vortex, Wind's Blessing, Shadow Slash. Talent, Fearless, favored by the Wind God, Breath of Space. Materials required for evolution, 1 bottle of high-quality Wind Attribute Potion, 1 Wind Spirit Crystal, 1 Space Spirit Crystal, 5 Hurricane Grasses. Evolution requirement, Companion Beast tier must reach at least 5th tier. Script simulation evaluation, perfect and flawless. Possessing both the agility of wind attributes and the swiftness and peculiarity of space, perfectly aligning with the final evolution path of the little green snake. Gazing at the detailed evolution information, Lu Pingyan's pupils dilated, his mouth slightly agape. Is this evolutionary form not a tad too powerful? As for the space attribute, even after perusing the Disya Companion Beast official website for so long, he had never encountered any companion beasts capable of such feats. Regarding the required tier for evolution, Lu Pingyan pondered briefly. It should not be too difficult. With 20 years of simulation, although the little green snake's tier did not break through, it must have accumulated a considerable amount of spiritual energy, likely not far from the 2nd star of the 3rd tier. Moreover, it has only been a short while, and the little green snake has already attained the 3rd tier of beast mastery. Even with a gradual pace of advancement, a month should suffice, should it not? Hiss. The little green snake opened its eyes slowly, its voice tinged with sorrow. Howl. Noticing this, the husky paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in its wise eyes as it positioned itself beside the little green snake, resting its front paw gently on the latter's back. Brother, are you all right? The little green snake hung its head low. Howl. The husky, rarely serious, continued to comfort the little green snake, its mouth curling into a grin. tongue lolling out. Surely, brother would not strike him again now? Lu Pingon pondered this, stroking the little green snake's head gently. In the realm of the script, the creatures within should be capable of resurrection. You may wait until your strength increases before venturing into the Feng Ling mountain range, Lu Pingon reassured. Each time the little green snake is born, it does so in a fixed location, within the same familiar environment, and the creatures slain in the Serpentine Mountains still persist. According to Lu Pingon's estimation, the sudden appearance of the little green snake must have disrupted the original trajectory within the Feng Ling mountain range, leading to all these changes. In other words, once the little green snake attains sufficient power, it could return to the Feng Ling mountain range and eliminate the obstacles with a single strike, thus resolving all issues effortlessly. Hiss. The little green snake's eyes sparkled with hope. Is that true? Certainly, Lu Pingon nodded with a smile. Hiss. The little green snake's voice brimmed with newfound vigor. Little white snake, await him. Chapter 58. No more pretense. He reveals his hand. The Yufeng Ling snake, while still a distance from the title of dragon, brings Lu Pingon immense satisfaction. On the Great Xia Beastmaster official website, the second-tier evolution of beasts is accessible to all beast masters across the Great Xia nation. And the most formidable evolutionary form of the little green snake is the two-headed ice-fire demon snake. Moreover, it is classified as a high-risk tier. According to the detailed information on the two-headed ice-fire demon snake, within the secret realm, one is exceedingly susceptible to the black mist, which can affect one's sanity and awaken the violent factors within. It is recognized by the Great Xia Beastmaster official website as one of the least suitable beasts for a beastmaster. While it possesses formidable strength, its difficulty in control is a significant drawback. Based on Lu Pingon's estimates, the strength of the Yufeng Ling snake should comfortably surpass that of the two-headed ice-fire demon snake, not for any other reason, but due to its exceedingly rare spatial attribute. During Lu Pingon's extensive search, prior to the Beastmaster entrance examination 2 years ago, a Beastmaster discovered that their beast possessed a spatial attribute and was directly granted admission to the Magic Capital Beastmaster Academy, even bypassing the decisive turning point of the entrance exam. Hiss. The little green snake gazed at Lu Pingon's illuminated phone screen, tilting its head to look at him, its serpentine eyes shimmering with light. Within the simulated world of the script, it too felt the formidable power it possessed after its evolution. Yes, you are indeed impressive after your evolution, Lu Pingon softly stated while gently caressing the little green snake's back. How? The husky, squinting its eyes and on the verge of slumber, suddenly stood upright, its intelligent gaze fixed on Lu Pingon. How? It too desires to evolve. Not yet, there's no rush. Lu Pingon replied with a hint of exasperation as he glanced at the husky. During the daytime simulations, the husky remained as reckless as ever. It had barely survived a decade before seeking out the golden wolf dog, and the outcome is needless to elaborate. Even after all this time, the husky still lagged behind in its journey to the second tier of beast mastery. Contemplating this, Lu Pingon felt a twinge of frustration. I advised you to be more cautious, yet you did not heed my words. Now you wish to evolve. Can one hastily consume hot tofu? Lu Pingon sighed softly. Nevertheless, he had no intention of stifling the husky's inherent nature. It was precisely this reckless character that had led to unexpected gains for the husky in the simulated world of the script. How? The husky placed a front paw on its empty iron bowl, its face resolute. Little green, Lu Pingon shook his head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh. How? The husky withdrew its head, casting a timid glance at the little green snake beside Lu Pingon. It was only jesting. Time for sleep. Lu Pingon chuckled. As for the materials, there is no urgency. The rewards obtained from Ji Li have satisfied the requirements for the 5 hurricane ling grass and some wind attribute materials necessary for the little green snake's evolution. It would be a few more days before Lu Pingon learned of the wind attribute material, Feng Ling Jing. The following morning, Lu Pingon unusually arose to partake in breakfast. Of course, having been called to do so. At the dining table, Lu Pingon enjoyed sweet tofu pudding alongside fried dough sticks. Beside him, the little green snake coiled up. Now significantly larger than a month prior, no longer the petite creature it once was. However, the increased length and weight were manageable for Lu Pingon. Yet, he could not help but recall the massive white python. That beast's size dwarfed the little green snake considerably. Hiss. The thought of being entwined by such a colossal serpent sent an inexplicable chill down Lu Pingon's spine. Perhaps it is best to avoid such thoughts. Hiss. Sensing something, the little green snake tilted its head towards Lu Pingon. It's nothing. Lu Pingon shook his head, continuing with his breakfast. Across from him, Dean Li observed him with a calm demeanor, saying nothing. Finished? After a moment, the elder leaned back in his wooden chair, speaking slowly. Lu Pingon's gaze sharpened. The tone conveyed a stark contrast to the usual. When has the old man become so gentle? The surrounding environment was orderly, underscoring an eerie stillness. Lu Pingon silently regarded the scene before him, an inexplicable anxiety rising within him. The atmosphere at the dining table grew palpably tense. How? Next to Lu Pingon. The husky looked up at him, lightly tapping its now empty iron bowl with its front paw. More food. Elder this. Lu Pingon glanced at the husky with a hint of gratitude, then turned to Dean Li, offering a wry smile. Go ahead. Dean Li cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking indifferently. Very well, Lu Pingon nodded. However, just as he opened a new bag of beast food to pour for the husky, a voice from behind sent chills down his spine. I was informed by Xiao Lin about your truancy. Lu Pingon's body stiffened. So it was true. No wonder his right eye had been twitching incessantly since early morning. Lu Pingon found himself in a predicament, unsure of how to explain. You mean to say that your truancy and napping were solely for the purpose of enhancing the little green snake's strength? Dean Li, facing Lu Pingon, frowned with a serious expression. His understanding and experience over the years were being challenged by Lu Pingon. Yes, Lu Pingon replied earnestly, nodding. You must be joking. Dean Li rolled his eyes, clearly skeptical. Yet, upon witnessing Lu Pingon's sincere demeanor, he began to waver. Dean Li had watched Lu Pingon grow, familiar with his character. He would never engage in deceitful acts or lies in his presence. After a long pause, Dean Li sighed. Even if you can indeed enhance the little green snake's strength, if your academic performance declines, you will hold no advantage in the Beastmaster entrance examination. Merely relying on practical combat results to gain admission to the Beastmaster University requires at least a third tier, you know. Lu Pingon contemplated for a moment, then glanced at the little green snake, which had been observing the exchange. Little green. The little green snake lazily lifted its body, flicking its tongue. What concern is it of mine? In the next instant, a powerful gust of wind swept across, momentarily startling Dean Li. This surge of spiritual energy. This is certainly not the little green snake he remembered. As he fed the little green snake, he had never before sensed such a surge of spiritual energy. Could it truly be as Lu Pingon had said? However, a third-tier Beastmaster was among the top 10 in the realm of Beastmasters. No, that must be impossible. The little green snake, a wind attribute beast, was classified as a third-tier 1-star. Lu Pingon coughed lightly and began to explain slowly. After a while, Dean Li's gaze fell upon the little green snake, at a loss for words, until he finally managed to utter, however, if your academic performance is poor, you will face disadvantages in the Beastmaster entrance examination, as some prestigious Beastmaster universities also consider academic scores. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingon retrieved a folded comprehensive Beastmaster examination paper from his pocket and slowly unfolded it, revealing a bright red score. 324 points. The result from the last mock exam. Lu Pingon blinked innocently. Grandfather, this score shouldn't be considered bad, right? He had dropped the pretense. In the living room, Dean Li stared at the little green snake, which now radiated an aura 100 times stronger than before, his eyes widening slightly. He even forgot about the examination paper with 324 points in Lu Pingon's hand. Had it truly reached the third tier? Dean Li remained skeptical. More real than gold and silver, Lu Pingon shrugged helplessly. Indeed, regardless of who it was, upon learning of the little green snake's formidable power, they would adopt such an incredulous attitude. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The little green snake, classified as a low-quality beast on the Great Xia Beastmaster official website, could not have ascended so rapidly without substantial resources. Dean Li composed himself and shook his head in denial. After 3 to 4 decades as a Beastmaster, he possessed a profound understanding of this field. During his service in the Beastmaster military, he had encountered numerous beasts. He had never heard of anyone's little green snake evolving so quickly. It's fake, undoubtedly fake. Lu Pingon pursed his lips, feeling somewhat troubled. How could he explain? Should he throw down several 100,000 Great Xia coins on the table and declare that the 3-year period had ended? With the Lu family sending someone to fetch him home? After contemplating the scenario, Lu Pingon shook his head in denial. If he did that, the old man would surely have a fit. Just as Lu Pingon was lost in thought, the little green snake slithered to Dean Li's feet, lifting its head to blink and flick its tongue in a most pitiful manner. Hiss! Dean Li was taken aback, his earlier skepticism vanishing, replaced by a warm smile. Grandfather didn't mean it that way. What grandfather meant was that it is quite difficult for an ordinary quality beast to reach the third tier in such a short time. Hiss! The little green snake tilted its head and rubbed against Dean Li's pant leg, its expression awash with sorrowful tears. No need to cry. Grandfather will hold you. It's only right that you have reached the third tier. We must celebrate. Come, grandfather will take you out to bask in the sun. Dean Li's expression softened instantly as he extended his right hand toward the little green snake. I'll prepare something delicious for you tonight. Hiss! The little green snake lifted its head, flicking its tongue, its eyes shining with hope. Really? Of course, Deanly replied, his gentle smile reminiscent of how one would treat their own child. The little green snake, understanding its cue, coiled affectionately around Deanly. In the living room, Lu Pingyan and the two-hairier dog exchanged bewildered glances. Is this how it is going to be brushed aside? Lu Pingyan muttered to himself, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Acting cute, being spoiled. Where did the little green snake learn this? Although its body had grown slightly larger, the little green snake's appearance had not changed much. Still resembling a pet in its demeanor, with a surprisingly powerful charm when it acted adorably. However, as an idea struck him, Lu Pingyan fell into deep contemplation. According to the old man, his beast had perished during its service in the Beastmaster military. The old man, who held a deep affection for beasts, had relinquished his esteemed status as a Beastmaster. There was a story behind that. A woo. A howling sound broke through Lu Pingyan's thoughts. The two-hairier dog, emulating the sound, lay beside Lu Pingyan, its mouth smeared with dog food brushing against his pant leg. Wait until the little green snake returns. Lu Pingyan gently pressed down on the two-hairier dog's head, speaking in a soothing tone before slowly rising and heading towards his room. Hearing the mention of little green, the two-hairier dog sprang up, understanding Lu Pingyan's intent and tensing its body. No. Inside the bedroom, Lu Pingyan focused on the little green snake before him, turning his phone to reveal an image. This is the Feng Ling Jing, the wind attribute material you need for evolution. Upon hearing the word evolution, the little green snake's eyes sparkled with excitement. Beneath the little green snake, the two-hairier dog glanced up, sensing his elder brother's enthusiasm. Hiss! The little green snake's eyes glimmered with yearning. Not in a hurry, Lu Pingyan said with a smile, ruffling the little green snake's head gently. The market price for Feng Ling Jing is approximately 300,000, and with a bit more, you could purchase a rare quality beast. Such a sum was beyond Lu Pingyan's current means. Thus, he could only seek fortune through perilous ventures or acquire it from secret realms. Before that, in the simulation, lay low a bit. Once you reach the third tier, your potential should exceed 60 years, Lu Pingyan advised, glancing at the little green snake. Hiss! The little green snake flicked its tongue, inquiring about something. Forget about that little white snake for now. Only by growing stronger can you change everything in the simulation world. Right? Lu Pingyan spoke softly. Hiss! The little green snake lowered its head, responding quietly. Work hard to grow stronger. Once you reach the 5th tier, you will be able to evolve, Lu Pingyan comforted. Before that time arrives, I will gather all the materials you need for evolution. Hiss! The little green snake raised its head, its eyes filled with unwavering determination. Good. A woo. The two-hairier dog looked up, somewhat disgruntled. What about me? I, the two-hairier, also want to evolve. We'll talk about it when you reach the 3rd tier, Lu Pingyan replied with mild exasperation. A woo. The two-hairier dog shook its head defiantly. No matter what, I want to evolve. With a gentle sigh, Lu Pingyan settled onto his bed, habitually opening a water cup to take a Beastmaster sleeping pill before preparing for sleep. Little green, you know what to do, Lu Pingyan whispered, then donned earplugs, covered himself with a blanket, and lay comfortably on the bed. Hearing this, the little green snake lowered its gaze, locking eyes with the two-hairier dog's wise expression. A woo. The two-hairier dog recoiled slightly. No. When Lu Pingyan awoke, it was already evening. Observing the room and the little green snake sleeping atop the two-hairier dog's head, he nodded in satisfaction. This warmth brought him great comfort. Dingling. The notification sound of a message chimed, prompting Lu Pingyan to instinctively pick up his phone. Beastmaster Class 3 Leader, Wang Wu. Lu Pingyan, take a look at this. How does it seem? The accompanying image displayed a gift box, with a blue and green diamond-shaped spiritual crystal at its center. Upon seeing the picture, Lu Pingyan's pupils constricted sharply. Had it been before, he wouldn't have recognized this spiritual crystal. But now, sleepyhead, is this the Feng Ling Jing? Beastmaster Class 3 Leader, Wang Wu indeed. You actually recognize it. I managed to acquire it through connections for 250,000 Great Xia coins. Reading this message, Lu Pingyan fell into deep thought. 250,000 Great Xia coins. This was somewhat cheaper than the price he had found online. Yet the question remained. What did Wang Wu intend to do with this? Surely, it wasn't a gift for him, was it? As he contemplated, Lu Pingyan glanced at the message behind him, feeling somewhat disheveled. Is this what it means to be wealthy? A Feng Ling Jing worth 250,000, purchased as a birthday gift? Chapter 60, Lu Pingyan's Psychological Counseling. Staring at the message, Lu Pingyan was momentarily stunned. Class Leader of Beastmaster Class 3, Wang Wu. This gift for Wan Su's birthday is particularly splendid, isn't it? Shimmering and exuding the essence of wind. It is perfect for summer to ward off the heat. Lu Pingyan scrutinized the message for a while. Although such an expensive gift seemed excessive, he could somewhat understand it. However, if his memory served him right, the girl with the round glasses had a beast master that resembled a fire bunny, correct? A fire attribute beast receiving a wind attribute material? Was that truly appropriate? It may be costly, but it held no utility for that fire bunny. The evolution routes listed for the fire bunny on the Disya Beastmaster official website primarily focused on enhancing fire-related abilities, whether in terms of destructive power or burning temperature. None of the evolution paths required a Feng Ling Jing. Would the girl genuinely be pleased with such a gift? If it were to be used for that fire bunny, it would merely be an addition, much like his ice jade pendant, which remained snugly in his pencil case. If it remained unused, it would simply serve as a decorative item, akin to a mere trinket. The world of the affluent was something Lu Pingyan struggled to comprehend. Ding! Another message arrived. Class leader of Beastmaster Class 3, Wang Wu Hehe, don't you think this gift is superb? Girls generally favor shiny objects, and I believe this Feng Ling Jing is quite fitting. Accompanying this message was an emoji of someone with hands on their hips. Upon reading this, Lu Pingyan was rendered utterly speechless. Is this what it means to be wealthy? Indeed, wealth breeds caprice. Hiss! The little green snake slithered over, its serpent eyes glistening as it gazed at the image of the Feng Ling Jing, tilting its head towards Lu Pingyan. This is precisely the Feng Ling Jing it requires for evolution. It recognized it, sensing the little green snake's fervent desire. Lu Pingyan gently stroked its head with his right hand and softly remarked, "This Feng Ling Jing cannot be taken, you understand?" Hiss! The little green snake flicked its tongue and gazed at Lu Pingyan, somewhat perplexed. Why not? In the world of Beastmasters, strength is paramount. The same rules apply in the simulated world of scripts, a realization deeply ingrained in the little green snake. Because the Gale Lion Griffin was stronger, it could act recklessly during its evolution. Because the human knight possessed sufficient strength, he could slaughter the creatures within the Serpent Mountain. Through numerous script simulations, the little green snake had profoundly experienced the truth of strength being revered. Gazing into the little green snake's anthropomorphic eyes, Lu Pingyan fell silent for a moment. Pressing his lips together, it seemed that he would need to invest more effort into the psychological counseling of Beastmasters. Although strength held significance in the Beastmaster realm, even the mightiest Beastmasters remained bound by laws and regulations. After some contemplation, Lu Pingyan slowly spoke. If you cause excessive slaughter due to violating laws and rules, leading to disfavor from the esteemed elder and the little white snake, would you be content? Upon hearing this, the little green snake's body straightened instantly, shaking its head. Hiss! That would certainly not bring happiness. So, do you still wish to seize that Feng Ling Jing? Lu Pingyan smiled at the little green snake and inquired. Hiss! The little green snake shook its head, rejecting its earlier thought. From now on, you must also get along well with the heir, huh? Understood? Upon hearing this, the little green snake tilted its head, revealing a hint of confusion. Those previous matters were not its doing. Ahem. Well, that was the general idea. Seemingly understanding the little green snake's sentiment, Lu Pingyan cleared his throat, feeling a bit awkward. Everything has its limits. Do you comprehend? The little green snake anthropomorphically nodded, then gently pointed its tail towards the corner. There, the Erha was scratching at Lu Pingyan's wooden desk, leaving visible claw marks with no signs of stopping. Hiss! The little green snake gazed earnestly at Lu Pingyan, as if awaiting something. Following the direction of the little green snake's tail, Lu Pingyan's expression slightly tightened, his gentle smile freezing and then vanishing. Sometimes, possessing formidable strength enables us to vanquish evil and uphold the justice within our hearts. Lu Pingyan clasped his hands behind his back, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Thus, this is the moment to showcase the results of your training, little green snake." Lu Pingyan declared earnestly. Sensing something, the Erha gradually ceased its demolition efforts, turning its head to meet the depth of Lu Pingyan's gaze. This scene was familiar to it. It was all too familiar. A woo! The Erha immediately halted its destructive endeavors, bowing its body in a pitiful manner. Be gentle. Hiss! The little green snake approached the Erha, looking down at him, and within the closed window environment, a gentle breeze seemed to pass through. Good. The simple exchange between the two beasts flashed by. Meanwhile, Wang Wu stared at the phone screen, which had yet to receive a response. Noting the read status on each of his messages, a grin spread across Wang Wu's face, filled with satisfaction. Once considering Lu Pingyan arrival in love, their relationship had grown closer after realizing that the latter held no such intentions. This Feng Ling Jing is indeed quite beautiful. Wang Wu lay on his bed, admiring the Feng Ling Jing nestled within its gift box. I hope Wansu will like it. Wang Wu sighed softly, a hint of admiration glimmering in his eyes. The girl, so untouched by the world, resembled a blank canvas that could easily be stained with shades of crimson, evoking deep emotions within him. When selecting the gift, he had instantly been drawn to the Feng Ling Jing, feeling that Wansu would appreciate it. An inexplicable intuition compelled him to purchase it. Wang Wu trusted his instincts. Watching the still inactive phone screen, A smile crept onto Wang Wu's face. Lu Pingyan, Lu Pingyan. Will there come a day when you are at a loss for words in response to me? This time, Wang Wu had triumphed. Hee. Ding. The phone screen flickered slightly as a message appeared, leaving Wang Wu momentarily stunned. A reply? However, upon opening the message, he was greeted by a notification from the Weixin classroom, with a particularly eye-catching message displayed. Today, the construction of the Beast Master High School teaching building has been completed. Normal classes will resume tomorrow. The Beast Master entrance exam is in 1 month. Make sure to seize every moment. Teacher Lin. Chapter 61. The wind is quite boisterous today. Early the next morning, Lu Pingyan arrived in the classroom. The book stated that an atmosphere filled with the sound of reading is the most effective remedy for awakening the drowsiness within. Lu Pingyan found this assertion to be quite accurate. Compared to the tense and serious atmosphere surrounding him, he felt quite at ease, resting his head on the desk to sleep. Although he was still far from gathering the materials required for the little green snake's evolution, this did not hinder his personal growth. Minimizing the cooldown time for script simulations was paramount. The teachers and students of Class 3 had become accustomed to some of Lu Pingyan's traits, as his sudden surge in academic performance meant that even sleeping in class would not attract much attention. As long as he did not snore and disturb others, it was permissible. The bells signaling the end of class rang, and the corridors filled with bustling activity, everyone in a great hurry. Even a mere 10 minutes was to be seized. Crash! The sound of a cup shattering startled Lu Pingyan awake, and he instinctively glanced at the upper left corner of his desk, where a glass cup was now absent. In place of what once was, there lay a heap of fragments upon the ground. Yes, I am truly sorry, Ruansu hurriedly remarked, lowering her head, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Lu Pingyan cast a helpless glance in her direction before lying down again, shifting to resume his slumber. It was merely a cup, of little worth, and one could still drink water from a plastic one. It was not worth delaying the script simulation. Upon witnessing this scene, Ruansu paused, her eyes slightly reddening. I genuinely apologize. I can compensate for it. No need, came a distant voice, leaving the young girl at a loss. She sensed Lu Pingyan's displeasure. I truly can make amends, Ruansu reiterated. Since she had broken something and made a mistake, it was only right to pay a price. Lu Pingyan, eyes closed, felt a twinge of frustration. Why was this girl so obstinate? This was a cup that had accompanied me for 18 years, of considerable value. It required compensation. The sound of Lu Pingyan's voice startled the girl. How much? Ruansu inquired. It should not be too expensive, she thought. 250,000 Xia coins. The girl was taken aback, her beautiful eyes dimming as her hands nervously clutched the hem of her clothing. I cannot afford that much. 250,000 Xia coins sounded like an immense sum, and it seemed she did not possess such wealth. Then do not bother me, Lu Pingyan said, turning away, leaving the girl in a state of confusion. As Lu Pingyan suggested, the girl truly ceased to disturb him. The afternoon passed swiftly, and that incident became nothing more than a minor interlude, leaving no trace behind. In the evening, the sun hung low on the horizon, casting gentle rays into the classroom. Inside, only Lu Pingyan, still lost in slumber, and the girl, slowly tidying up, remained. Ruansu occasionally glanced at Lu Pingyan's position, her words lingering unspoken. Through the window, this scene appeared remarkably warm and harmonious, resembling a picturesque painting. Ruansu, happy birthday. A voice broke the tranquility as Wang Wu suddenly appeared before the girl who was organizing her belongings. He placed a birthday hat on her head, having taken it from somewhere. Startled, the girl stepped back, inadvertently brushing against Lu Pingyan's desk. Lu Pingyan, thank you, she stammered, momentarily at a loss. Her earlobes tinged with a soft pink. With her head bowed, Ruansu captivated Wang Wu's heart. The beauty before him left him momentarily speechless. The rehearsed lines stuck in his throat, unable to escape. Let us be friends. After much contemplation, Wang Wu finally voiced his feelings. Upon uttering those words, he froze. Am I foolish? What am I saying? Wasn't I supposed to confess? Why did it come out as a friendship proposal? In that moment, Wang Wu wished he could slap himself. Outside the classroom, some onlookers gathered, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Lu Pingyan quietly shifted to another spot, continuing his slumber. For him, as long as he was not disturbed during his script simulation, everything else was inconsequential. All right, the girl agreed, her voice soft yet resonant in Wang Wu's heart, leaving him feeling somewhat despondent. Well, starting as friends is acceptable. With that thought, Wang Wu sighed softly, composed himself, and retrieved a gift box containing a Feng Ling Jing from behind his back. This is a gift I specially selected. I hope you will like it. As he handed the box to Ruansu, he discreetly opened its packaging, revealing the Feng Ling Jing in all its glory. Such a precious gift. Surely Ruansu would understand his sentiments. A triumphant smile appeared on Wang Wu's face. He was indeed clever. I cannot accept this. Ruansu shook her head. It is fine, We are friends, Wang Wu urged, waving his hand. His heart raced as he gazed eagerly at Ruan Su, hoping she would accept it. Well, if you insist. After a moment's contemplation, Ruan Su nodded. With that, she accepted the box containing the Feng Ling Jing and looked at Wang Wu, asking, "Is this gift very expensive?" "Not at all, merely over 200,000 Xia coins," Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. "Can I handle this Feng Ling Jing myself?" Ruan Su blinked, her bright eyes regarding Wang Wu intently. Her pure and innocent demeanor left Wang Wu breathless. It was a feeling of infatuation. "Of course it is yours. You may do as you wish with it," Wang Wu reassured her, his gaze gentle. "Very well." With that, Ruan Su took the Feng Ling Jing, clasping it behind her back as she approached the slumbering Lu Pingyan. Witnessing this, Wang Wu's heart skipped a beat, an ominous feeling creeping in. "Lu Pingyan, this is for you as compensation," Ruan Su gently roused him. Initially, Lu Pingyan felt quite vexed. However, upon seeing the Feng Ling Jing nestled within the gift box, all his irritation vanished. "Take it. This is my compensation for breaking your item, and its value seems comparable," Ruan Su stated, her lips pressed together, her large, expressive eyes fixed on Lu Pingyan. "All right," Lu Pingyan sighed, accepting it with a slight tremor in his right hand. To give away something worth 250,000 Xia coins so easily was quite extravagant. Witnessing this scene, Wang Wu's heart sank. A pang of anguish coursing through him, leaving him deeply unsettled. The pain was acute, the kind that made him want to lash out. He had no desire to remain in the classroom any longer. Exiting through the door, Wang Wu could no longer contain himself. "Brother Wang, what's wrong?" Li Ho approached, expressing concern. "Nothing," Wang Wu replied, wiping the corner of his eye, tilting his head back to blink. "The wind today is truly fierce." Upon hearing this, Li Ho glanced around at the calm, unruffled surroundings, momentarily puzzled. "Is there wind?" Chapter 62, Talent, Dragon's Illusion. Upon returning home, Lu Pingyan lowered his head, feeling a gentle breeze caress his face. "Is this the Feng Ling Jing?" Lu Pingyan spoke, and the little green snake slithered over, its serpent eyes brimming with longing. The spiritual energy contained within the Feng Ling Jing was irresistibly alluring to it. "SSS." The little green snake's voice resonated with excitement. "Indeed. You are one step closer to gathering your evolution materials." Lu Pingyan gently stroked the snake's head, speaking softly. Lu Pingyan had not anticipated that the manner in which he acquired the Feng Ling Jing would be so amusing. "Thus, the only major materials remaining for your evolution are the Space Ling Jing and a vial of high-grade wind attribute elixir." Lu Pingyan continued, noting that he had previously researched the price of the high-grade wind attribute elixir, which was approximately 100,000 Xia coins, significantly less than the Feng Ling Jing. Lu Pingyan believed that with some savings, he should possess adequate funds to make the purchase. As for the other materials, most could be found in the market and were not particularly rare. A portion of them could also be secured from the rewards earned from Geely, SSS. Listening to Lu Pingyan, the little green snake affectionately nudged his palm, its serpent eyes shining with gratitude. Truly, he was a master who considered its needs. Moving the snake deeply. "Get some rest. We will rise at 4 tomorrow to simulate." Lu Pingyan smiled, enjoying the comforting sensation of stroking the little green snake's back. SSS. The little green snake flicked its tongue, brimming with anticipation. All right. Beside him, Erha had already nestled into his den, drifting into slumber. Lu Pingyan gazed at his second beast companion, a soft glimmer appearing in his eyes. When not in mischief, Erha's appearance was undeniably striking. At 4 in the morning, the alarm chimed, and Lu Pingyan rose punctually. Hiss! The little green snake, brimming with excitement, looked eagerly at Lu Pingyan, impatient to enhance its strength. Ding! Detecting an update on the beast's information, loading the script world generation. Year 50. The little green snake remained secluded in Snake Mountain, showing no desire to venture out. The familiar template persisted, yet this time, the little green snake resisted its inner impulses, choosing to develop within Snake Mountain. 50 fleeting years passed, and the little green snake spent them in solitude atop Snake Mountain. With Lu Pingyan's anticipatory gaze, year 51 arrived. Year 51. The little green snake continued to cultivate in Snake Mountain, revered as the Snake King by many of its beasts. Year 52. The little green snake enjoyed the resources of the entire Snake Mountain, diligently training. Year 100. Sensing its lifespan nearing its end, the little green snake coiled upon the mountain's precipice, inadvertently glimpsing a shadow of a black dragon. Death. Simulation concluded. The little green snake survived its first 100 years. Eligible for all option rewards. Skill, Wind Vortex, 36. Skill, Wind's Protection, 24. Talent, Dragon's Mirage. Lu Pingyan opened his mouth, momentarily stunned by the revelations. Could this be the power of love? The little green snake patiently endured a century in Snake Mountain, emerging with such bountiful rewards. Wind Vortex upgraded to level 6, and the advanced skill Wind's Protection reached level 4, enhancing the little green snake's attack speed by 20% for 25 minutes, with no side effects whatsoever. If it reached maximum level, the results would be astounding. Even more astonishing was the encounter with the shadow of the Black Dragon during the final year of the little green snake's simulation. Just a mere aura led to its demise, yet it earned the reward, Dragon's Mirage. Dragon's Mirage temporarily summoned the illusion of a dragon, cooldown, 3 months. Note, cooldown varies based on the beast's strength. Upon seeing this detailed explanation, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but gasp. Summoning the illusion of a dragon? A true dragon? In the history of beast taming in Xia, any beast associated with the word dragon has the potential to ascend beyond the 9th tier. Such high-tier beasts are scarcely found in Donglan County. Hiss! The little green snake stirred awake, instinctively tilting its head. This time, an overwhelming influx of information made it feel as though it might overflow. Rest well and digest, Lu Pingyan said with a smile, reassuring the little green snake as he observed its panel. With a 3-tier, 4-star rating, the progress over a century was immensely satisfying for Lu Pingyan. Beside him, the sound of snoring interrupted his joy, causing Lu Pingyan's smile to falter. Erha! His faint voice silenced the rhythmic snoring. Oh woo! Erha glanced outside, kicking his 4 suspended legs in dissatisfaction. It was still dark. He wanted to protest. Yet, upon spotting the little green snake beside Lu Pingyan, he immediately flipped over and sat up straight. Perhaps it was best not to protest. Time to play a game. Observing Erha's compliance, Lu Pingyan felt a tinge of helplessness. Oh woo! Erha happily licked his tongue, moving closer. As he prepared, Lu Pingyan's voice rang in his ears. The little green snake's strength has increased. The tone was as calm as still water, yet it instantly tensed Erha's body, his intelligent eyes narrowing. My brother has grown stronger again. This was not good news for him. Erha lowered his gaze, a glimmer of intelligence shining in his eyes, as if plotting something. Oh woo! Erha raised his head to look at Lu Pingyan. I want to grow stronger too. Witnessing this fleeting enthusiasm from Erha, Lu Pingyan sighed softly. If you could spend more time in Lei Valley, your strength would significantly improve. A little growth is always beneficial. Oh woo! No problem. Seeing Erha's confident expression, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but smirk. He vaguely recalled that Erha had said something similar last time, and the outcome had been. Reflecting on Erha's previous actions during the simulation, Lu Pingyan sighed again. Fortunately, Erha's luck had been relatively good. Otherwise, the rate of strength enhancement might have been even slower. Ding! Detecting an update on the beast's information, loading the script world generation. As he observed the upcoming simulation panel for Erha, Lu Pingyan's pupils constricted sharply. This was possible too. Chapter 63. Erha clinging to power. Year 1. Erha was born in Lei Valley, struck unexpectedly by lightning. Year 2. Erha, with a specific goal in mind, approached the territory of a golden wolf dog. However, Erha did not hastily attack. Instead, he bent his forepaws slightly, emitting a submissive growl, his face full of reverence. The golden wolf dog's golden eyes glanced at him, tacitly allowing Erha's behavior. Year 4. At the edge of the golden wolf dog's territory, Erha diligently practiced his skills. Year 7. Due to Erha's weak strength, the golden wolf dog found it somewhat insulting, summoning 3 clones to train with Erha. Year 9. During battles with the golden wolf dog's clones, Erha gradually grasped the essence of instant thunder flash, releasing the skill and leaving behind an afterimage for auxiliary combat. Year 15. Under the golden wolf dog's guidance, Erha discovered numerous thunderflowers in hidden areas of Lei Valley and consumed them, leading to a significant increase in strength. Year 27. Erha wished to touch the seal of Lei Valley to venture outside, but was stopped by the golden wolf dog. Thus, Erha could only suppress his yearning, casting a reluctant glance at the seal in the air before retreating to continue his training. Year 49. Erha's strength soared. Year 50. After repeated requests from Erha, the golden wolf dog agreed to train with him. As it raised its paw, golden lightning descended, leaving the golden wolf dog in shock and solitude. Erha perished. Simulation concluded. Host Beast Erha survived for 50 years for the first time, eligible for all simulation rewards. Skill Instant Thunder Flash 24, awakening a new effect. Reality Simulation Count 1. Erha's growth over 50 years. Talent, Thunder's Might. Lu Pingyan stared at Erha's simulation, his astonishment lingering long after. Has Erha transformed into a snake? He never anticipated that Erha would choose to cling to a powerful ally. How could Erha suddenly exhibit such high intelligence? Opting to join forces rather than confront, while also reaping significant benefits. Observing Erha's simulation, Lu Pingyan found himself questioning life. Instant Thunder Flash, a king-tier skill, instantaneous. It possesses extreme speed, allowing the user to flash behind an enemy with the force of thunder and strike, with a 5% chance to induce paralysis. After use, it can summon an afterimage with 1/3 of its original strength, capable of combat. Thunder's Might increases thunder attribute damage by 10%. Awo. Erha groggily awoke, tongue lolling out, face alight with excitement. He had grown stronger. If only you had been a bit more patient. Perhaps you'd already be on the path to simulated evolution now. LP Ing shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his voice. However, he was quite satisfied with the simulation conducted by our H this time. The elevation in rank was secondary. Having simulated for 50 years and achieving a level of 2 stars and 3 tiers was rather acceptable. What brought LP Ing even greater joy was the advancement of SHNL Itai and SHN and the new talent acquired. A 10% increase in lightning attribute damage. Wasn't this tailor-made for our H? In the next script simulation, he must continue to rely on the support of the formidable ally. Do you understand? LP Ing turned to our H, instructing him. That golden wolf dog was undoubtedly a significant figure. Perhaps the seal outside the Thunder Valley was prepared for this esteemed individual. Contemplating this, LP Ing's gaze flickered slightly. His eyes filled with astonishment as he looked at our H. The foolish dog had fortuitous blessings, given our H's nature. He had surprisingly encountered a top-tier figure from a novice village. Such luck was truly extraordinary. Awoo. Our H nodded, as if a primal power surged within him. He stretched his body, reveling in the invigorating sensation of newfound strength. He could hardly resist the urge to spar with his elder brother. With a wise glint in his eyes, our H glanced at the little green snake beside him, who was staring intently in return. Sensing this, our H shifted his hind legs back slightly, and, after weighing the situation, dismissed the thought. Perhaps it would be best to avoid that confrontation. After all, his elder brother was still his elder brother. The next day, LP Ing arrived at the classroom, feeling quite content. At the podium, Teacher L.N. was discussing various topics, and in a state of drowsiness, LP Ing found himself resting his head on the desk. None of this particularly concerned him. Sleep was paramount. This fellow, W observed LP Ing with his arms crossed, feeling an inexplicable bitterness. He had prepared for so long, only to end up making a garment for LP Ing. Even if he were his own brother, it would be no different. W felt tears welling up. He decided to temporarily ignore LP Ing. With this thought, W shifted slightly to the right, maintaining some distance between them. Moments later, a commotion arose beside him, and W caught a glimpse of LP Ing out of the corner of his left eye. It seemed this lad finally understood something and was about to apologize. However, LP Ing merely felt his arm growing sore, switched to the other arm for support, and continued to sleep. The corner of W's mouth slowly froze, his right hand forming a fist as he took a deep breath and shot LP Ing a glare. Internally, he chanted, "I am the class monitor. I must not bully my classmates." After a while, Teacher L.N.'s voice gradually faded, having noticed LP Ing soundly asleep. Teacher L.N. slowly approached, lightly tapping on LP Ing's desk. Tap, tap. The sound of the desk being struck echoed, but LP Ing remained unresponsive. The effects of the Beast Master's sleeping potion were indeed formidable. LP Ing. Is school over? LP Ing rubbed his eyes, stretching lazily while glancing out the window. What a blazing sun. It seemed they had never finished school this early before. After a moment, LP Ing regained his senses, his body stiffening as he turned to face the stern-looking Teacher L.N. "What's wrong?" LP Ing asked, feeling a twinge of guilt. After his grades had improved, Teacher L.N. had mentioned not bothering him. What was happening now? Why did the teacher's expression appear so dark? Did something significant occur? LP Ing felt a sense of unease. What did I just say at the podium? Did you hear it clearly? Teacher L.N.'s expression darkened as he inquired. I heard it. LP Ing nodded, observing LP Ing's seemingly obedient demeanor. Teacher L.N. adjusted his glasses perched on his nose and allowed a faint smile to grace his lips. Since you heard, you shall be the first to participate in the practical simulation examination of Beast Mastery. Upon hearing this, LP Ing blinked in confusion. Practical simulation? What is that? Can I opt out? He inquired seriously. This matter seemed excessively time-consuming. His original plan was to wait until the strength of the little green snake and our H improved further before heading to the Beastmaster Association to accept tasks for earning money, subsequently purchasing the evolution materials required for the little green snake. The earlier the evolution, the more advantageous it would be for LP Ing. No, you cannot. Teacher L.N. replied firmly. Today, whether you want to or not, you must attend. All right. LP Ing shrugged, feeling somewhat resigned. The smile on Teacher L.N.'s face had just appeared, but it was quickly replaced by a stony expression due to LP Ing's next words. Teacher, My beast is sleeping at home. I didn't bring it along. Could you please allow me to go home briefly? LP Ingin smiled as he said this. Upon hearing this, teacher L.N's body stiffened. This lad truly was one who would not let go until he saw results. He had a few traits reminiscent of Uncle L in his youth. Chapter 64, Undercurrents Flowing. My beast is sleeping at home, and wasn't he brought out? Who would believe such an excuse? Moreover, he had informed the students in the WeChat group the day before, reminding them to place their beasts in the beast space. He could not believe that LP Ingin would forget this matter. Wing, do you think LP Ingin genuinely forgot, or is pretending? The teacher reminded everyone in the group yesterday. LHU leaned closer to Wing, attempting to lighten his mood. I don't know. Wing replied coldly, without wanting to engage in the discussion, glancing at LP Ingin. Coughing. Teacher L.N. cast a glance at the two, whispering beneath his nose, and cleared his throat softly. In response, LHU resignedly shot a glance at the teacher and returned to his seat. Suddenly recalling something, W's body stiffened. It seemed LP Ingin's WeChat account was still logged in on his phone. W's right hand clenched slightly. Turning to glance at LP Ingin with a complex expression before turning away, no longer interested in the matter. All right, since you don't wish to go, I want to press the issue, teacher L.N. sighed. Wing, you will gather the classmates in the Beast Hall later. A glimmer of determination shone in teacher L.N.'s eyes as he turned to issue instructions to Wing. After all, individuals like LP Ingin were rare. The practical simulation examination for Beast Mastery was a rare opportunity for most students. Understood, Wing nodded, his face taut. Perform well. The top 10 in the first-year Beast Master class will be awarded 50,000 DShi coins this time. We should aim to secure it. Wing was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Why was teacher L.N. suddenly discussing this with him? He felt a wave of confusion wash over him. If there are students unwilling to attend, they may remain in the classroom to study, teacher L.N. stated, casting a discreet glance at LP Ingin as he spoke softly. After saying this, he walked directly out of the classroom towards the playground. LP Ingin remained seated, mentally calculating. His current rank at the Beast Master Association was level, and a visit to the primary secret realm could yield 5,000 DShi coins, not counting the treasures within the realm. Yet, no matter how he computed it, he couldn't reach the 50,000 DShi coins threshold. Considering this, it seemed that attending wouldn't be a loss. After contemplating, LP Ingin rubbed his eyes and followed behind the majority of the class. The Beast Hall was bustling with students, though the number was reduced by 2/3 compared to the last time they sought refuge. Only students from the third year were gathered here. Wing, isn't that JL from the first class of Beast Mastery? What happened to him? Why does he walk so strangely? LHU asked with curiosity upon spotting JL at the front of the class. Wing shook his head, choosing not to respond. At that moment, his thoughts were somewhat chaotic, and he was not inclined to speak. Before the examination, we first proceed to assess the tier of the Beast Masters using specialized equipment. The grade director approached the crowd, standing beside a sleek black instrument, and began to elucidate its purpose. Above this device, a panel displayed the potential, strength, and attributes of the beasts. A marvel crafted by the Beast Research Institute. The infrared beams scanned each beast, revealing their information on the screen. Zhang San, Beastmaster Yuling Miao, Tier 1. 3 stars, Common Quality. Li Ho, Beastmaster Yin Shu, Tier 2. 2 stars, Common Quality. Ruan Su, Beastmaster Hoi Yin 2, Tier 2. 1 star, Common Quality. The majority of students had beasts of common quality. Those possessing rare quality beasts were deemed exceptional within the ranks of the Beast Master Academy. Those with rare quality beasts could be counted on one hand. Wang Wu, Beastmaster Lai Yin Yao, Tier 2, 5 stars, rare quality. Upon reading the displayed information, the grade director's gaze turned towards the youth standing before him, displaying a hint of astonishment. Is this your second beast? Wang Wu was well known. The second son of the Wang group and the captain of Class 3, a prominent figure within the academy. Yes, Wang Wu nodded absently. What about that iron arm lizard? Aren't you bringing it for testing? The grade director's tone was gentle. In the cultivation house at the center of Dongli City, Wang Wu replied nonchalantly. At his words, numerous students turned their heads in astonishment. The cultivation house required a hefty sum of several 100,000 DShi coins just for the beast's upkeep, not to mention additional training packages. The grade director nodded in satisfaction, choosing not to comment further. Jili, Beastmaster Du Yichan Tua, Tier 3, 2 stars. Rare quality. Soon, the results for the captain of Class 1 were revealed. Observers inexplicably sensed an air of femininity about Jili today, his strides somewhat unsteady. Yet, upon seeing his results, Jili's expression darkened, his eyes clouded with brooding intensity. If he could find a thunder-type beast, even if it meant defying the laws of DShi, he would dismantle that beast into fragments. Otherwise, he vowed he would never be a man. When it was Lu Pingyin's turn, he hesitated before the instrument. Given the current prowess of the little green snake, its results would likely cause quite a stir. Although the cold figure had yet to appear, it would not be difficult for such news to reach her. Thus, there was only one choice. You shall be the one. Erha. With a flash of purple light, the infrared beams swept across Erha's form, revealing detailed information. Lu Pingyin, Beastmaster Lei Quan, Tier 2, 3 stars. Common quality. The grade director's voice held a note of surprise. How could a Thunder Hound be of common quality? Was there an inherent flaw? The grade director's gaze bore into the youth before him. He recognized Lu Pingyin, known for his notoriety alongside Wang Wu and Ji Li in the senior class. Nearby, Teacher Lin rubbed his temples, a wave of dizziness washing over him. He had suspected Lu Ping and to be a Tier 2 Beastmaster, but never expected that the creature to have advanced to Tier 2 would not be the little green snake, but rather an unfamiliar Thunder Hound. The speed of this beast's transition was beyond his expectations. In Class 1, astonished glances were directed at him, one pair infused with resentment and malice. Ji Li's face darkened as he glared at the Thunder Hound beside Lu Pingyin, its claws faintly crackling with electricity, reminding him of a tactile encounter from the past. Ji Li drew a deep breath, locking eyes with Lu Pingyin, his gaze betraying an unmistakable intent to kill. Chapter 65, Practical Simulation Assessment. After assessing the beast's strengths, it was time for the practical examination. Within the beast hall, 3 distinct areas were delineated. What is that? In Class 3 section, students gazed in astonishment at the black device slowly rising from the previously empty ground, taking on a beastly form akin to machinery. This is a machine provided by the Beastmaster Association, resembling a beast in appearance, powered by thunder attributes, and possessing Tier 3 combat capabilities, Teacher Lin explained calmly. Mechanical beasts? A student momentarily paused, processing the information. If that's the case, what need is there for Beastmasters? We could simply use mechanical beasts instead. However, the cost was exorbitant. Even a Tier 3 mechanical beast was worth $1 million and could not be mass-produced. Teacher Lin cast a sidelong glance at the student. Shaking his head, Lu Pingyin looked towards Erha, whose wise eyes sparkled with excitement. The longer they could withstand the machine in combat, the higher their score. The damage inflicted on the apparatus was also a crucial factor in scoring. Teacher Lin observed the eager students and began to explain. Let us commence. As he spoke, Beastmasters took turns commanding their beasts to engage the mechanical opponent, its silver sheen glimmering under the lights. Were it not for its unfeeling gaze, one might mistake it for a living creature. Lu Pingyin mused, suddenly feeling a tug at his sleeve. A woof. Erha released his grip, nudging Lu Pingyin's palm with his head, his 2 front paws alternating in an eager display. He is more impressive. Look at him. Lu Pingyin. A wave of concern washed over him. Given Erha's intelligence, would they secure a spot in the top 10 for the scholarship? If he surrendered mid-battle, it would be quite the predicament. Sleep eluded him, and the reward of 50,000 Xia coins remained unclaimed. It would be a significant loss. Lu Pingyin bit his lip, contemplating, then crouched to meet Erha's discerning gaze. That Tier 3 mechanical beast appears formidable, but Erha, you may struggle against it. Lu Pingyin spoke earnestly. Erha paused, one front paw leaving a mark on the hard ground, tilting his head. Struggle? A woof. I understand, if it seems impossible. It's perfectly fine to concede early. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. Lu Pingyin gently stroked Erha's fur, offering reassurance. A woof. Erha froze, his body tensing slightly in discontent. That was not his intention. With a sharp intake of breath, Erha's wise gaze shifted to the mechanical beast, a fellow canine. Its vacant stare reminiscent of a simpleton. What a worthless creature. It cannot compare to me from any angle. Soon, dozens of students completed their assessments. Brother Wang. This exam is rather challenging, Li Ho remarked with a sympathetic grin. During the battle, his Tier 2 beast, Yin Shu, had been thoroughly overpowered. Its stealthy ambush tactics were rendered ineffective under the gaze of the mechanical opponent. It's average, Wang Wu replied, maintaining a sullen demeanor. Such machines consume vast amounts of energy. No matter how strong, they are hardly noteworthy, especially when reliant solely on data for combat without adaptability. Wang Wu cast a glance at the fading mechanical beast's light, speaking in a detached tone. Previously, he had maneuvered around it using the unique traits of his Lai Yin Niao, managing to endure the longest in this practical simulation assessment, largely due to Ren Shui's absence. After a brief moment, Wang Wu observed Lu Pingyin preparing for the practical assessment, his eyes darkening as he turned away, refusing to linger. Lu Pingyin, didn't you say you wouldn't come? Teacher Lin gazed at the young boy before him, a smile gracing his lips. Isn't your sleep time meant to be undisturbed? Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyin lowered his head and rubbed his nose, his right index finger pointing at the era. My beast wishes to have a try. Era responded, what does this have to do with me? However, it cast a defiant glance at the mechanical beast situated a short distance away. All right, go ahead, Teacher Lin gestured. 5 zhang away from Era. The mechanical beast's eyes were devoid of emotion, filled solely with the programmed will to battle. After pressing the activation button, a cold red light flickered in its dull gaze. Oh whoa. Era raised its head and let out a roar, dare to glare at me. Under Lu Pingyin's watchful gaze, Era moved with lightning speed, appearing before the mechanical beast in the next instant. The king-level skill, Instant Thunder Flash, was unleashed. The mechanical beast raised its metallic claws, mercilessly striking towards Era. Witnessing this, Liho could not help but snort coldly. Even his rock mouse, known for its defense, could hardly withstand such an assault, let alone the defense-weak Thunder Hound. He had already envisioned Lu Pingyin's grim fate, considering how he often flaunted himself, only to end up like this. When the claw collided with Era's body, the latter was effortlessly dispersed like foam, vanishing in an instant. Such speed, could it be an advanced skill? Teacher Lin narrowed his eyes, focusing on Era, who had appeared behind the mechanical beast. However, at this stage, to learn advanced skills, one must at least possess a rare quality and require the hands-on experience imparted by a high-level Beastmaster. Most students would wait until after entering the Beastmaster University, learning combat skills under the guidance of their mentors. The number of individuals capable of mastering advanced skills at this stage was exceedingly rare, and as for a beast learning its racial skills independently, it would have to be of at least epic quality. That Thunder Hound certainly did not appear to fit the bill. Impressive. Liho, lacking Teacher Lin's keen insight, merely felt that possessing such a Thunder Hound would be incredibly cool. Although it came at a steep price, it was not a burden for him. However, training it would require a substantial financial investment. Acquiring such a formidable beast could hardly be deemed a loss. Nearby, Wang Wu supported his chin with his right hand, his gaze occasionally darting towards the ongoing battle. He was aware of the mechanical beast's ferocity. It had strong attacks and decent defense, albeit somewhat sluggish. With the speed of this Thunder Hound, delaying the inevitable should not pose much of a challenge. Initially, this seemed inconsequential, but recalling past events filled him with inexplicable frustration. Wang Wu held no negative feelings towards Lu Pingyin, merely lacking a channel to express his pent-up emotions. Silently, he sat there, casually observing Era engaged in the practical simulation. The outcome did not concern him. 5 minutes passed. Teacher Lin glanced at the watch on his wrist. Enduring for 5 minutes was a performance slightly inferior to that of Wang Wu, yet it should secure a spot in the top 10 of the great. It was time to conclude. With that thought, Teacher Lin continued to watch Era, his admiration unabashed. Chapter 66. Dismantle, Dismantle. Lu Pingyin observed the battle within the arena, where Era was deftly dodging the mechanical beast strikes. The metallic claws sliced through the air, landing near Era but narrowly missing, striking the ground and leaving a massive crack resembling a spider's web. Although this mechanical beast could unleash attacks comparable to a third-tier beast due to the unique materials used in its construction, its speed was a significant limitation. High attack power paired with low attack speed rendered it ineffective. Oh well. After evading another strike, Era raised its head, glaring fiercely at the mechanical beast. Despite the latter's rapid assaults, they appeared to move in slow motion before Era. Dodging was a breeze. Era regarded the mechanical beast with a challenging glint in its eyes. If I can defeat the little green snake, how could I not prevail against you? However, the mechanical beast, constructed entirely of metal, remained oblivious to such sentiments. Unbeknownst to them, time passed minute by minute, and Era, having grown weary from continuous evasion, let out a yawn. This was becoming tiresome without any destruction. Era thought, glancing up at the entirely silver mechanical beast, its wise eyes sparkling with mischief. A roar erupted, and a flash of purple lightning struck directly at the metallic beast, causing a burst of plasma. Era tilted its head, expressing confusion. Its attack was ineffective? Time had passed sufficiently. Such practical results would surely secure a place in the top 10 of the great. Meanwhile, Teacher Lin lowered his crossed arms, glancing at Lu Pingyin, and spoke softly. Your Thunder Hound, though only of ordinary quality, is quite remarkable, according to data provided by the Beastmaster Association's evaluation agency. Thunder Hounds of this breed typically fall under the rare quality category. Lu Pingyin's ordinary quality Thunder Hound was unexpectedly impressive to Teacher Lin. It seemed there must be some inherent flaws in other aspects that led to discrepancies in the beast's quality assessment. Yet it was still significantly stronger than the usual ordinary quality beasts. Although I do not entirely agree with your decision to switch beasts, it appears to be yielding decent results. Reminiscing about Lu Pingyin's previous little green snake, Teacher Lin couldn't help but sigh, feeling a tinge of regret. Lu Pingyin rubbed his nose, lowering his head in silence. You can stop now. This performance is quite satisfactory. Teacher Lin approached Lu Pingyin. gently patting his shoulder as he spoke. All right. Lu Pingyan nodded, directing his gaze towards Era. Era, this beast operates on lightning attributes, and its exterior is composed of metal, making it exceptionally sturdy, Lu Pingyan cautioned. Let's call it a day. Upon hearing his beast master's command, Era paused. A glimmer of violet light flashing in its wise eyes. Call it a day? I've just begun to enjoy myself. How can I stop now? Era licked its lips, displaying a look of longing. Oh, whoa. With a roar, Era began to circle the mechanical beast, as if playfully teasing its prey. What is it doing? Has this Thunder Hound gone mad? Observing this, the grade director furrowed his brow, grasping the controller in his hand, contemplating whether to put an end to this farce. With Lu Pingyan's performance, he had already secured a position in the top 10 for this practical simulation, bringing him considerable surprise. After much hesitation, he refrained from pressing the red button that indicated a pause. This Thunder Hound's speed alone could rival some 4th-tier beasts. How was it trained? Could it be that Lu Pingyan had a beast master backing him? With such resources, why choose a Thunder Hound with inherent flaws? He found himself perplexed. Was this Thunder Hound attempting to test its combat capabilities against the mechanical beast by launching such an assault? A myriad of thoughts tangled in the grade director's mind. This Lu Pingyan was no simple character. At the edge of the battlefield, Lu Pingyan watched the scene unfold, equally bewildered. Had Era truly become so playful? Nevertheless, Lu Pingyan could understand, whether faced with the overpowering little green snake or the formidable figures of the novice village, Era had never backed down, especially against this clearly weaker 3rd-tier mechanical beast. Boom. The sound of thunder reverberated, and the Erha seemed to have discovered the weakness of the mechanical beast. With the royal-level skill, Instant Thunder Flash, Erha darted like lightning, instantly appearing behind the mechanical beast. It opened its jaws and delivered a fierce bite to the junction of the brain and body. The teeth sank into the mechanical beast's form, infused with boundless electric power. Surging into its very core, cracks began to appear on the surface of the mechanical beast as violent energy fluctuations sent Erha hurtling to the edge, prompting Lu Pingyan to shield his eyes from the blinding light. An explosive sound erupted, resonating throughout the entire beast taming hall. The commotion caused the grade director's face to darken. Lu Pingyan opened his eyes, sensing something amiss, and glanced at the center of the arena, momentarily stunned. Had it been dismantled? Had this 3rd-tier mechanical beast been disassembled? Teacher Lin had mentioned its worth, hadn't he? It seemed he could purchase 2 Erhas for that amount. Suddenly, Erha was by Lu Pingyan's side, nuzzling its forehead against his palm. Impressive, right? Erha tilted its head, its wise gaze eagerly awaiting Lu Pingyan's reaction. Feeling the emotion of his beast, Lu Pingyan's lips twitched. He must still be half asleep. You little rascal, you're quite something. The grade director approached, clutching the electronic tablet used for grading. Glaring at Erha and turning to Lu Pingyan with an irritable tone. Lu Pingyan wore an embarrassed smile, unsure how to respond. There was no way to retort. He had no idea whether he would need to compensate for the mechanical beast. If he did, could he afford it? Hearing this, Teacher Lin lightly patted Lu Pingyan's shoulder, as if seeing through his emotions, a teasing smile on his face. This mechanical beast was provided by the association, worth $1 million. I know, Lu Pingyan nodded, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. This would indeed require compensation. Teacher Lin's eyes sparkled with mirth. Upon hearing the word compensation, Lu Pingyan subtly stepped to the left, standing beside Erha, and saying, Erha, you will pay for this. Huh. Chapter 67, Accepting the Task. Teacher Lin observed this scene, his teasing smile broadening, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. In this era, compared to their time, things were significantly more peaceful, leading many students to not regard their beasts with the weight they deserved. Few beast tamers, like Lu Pingyan, maintained such a close bond with their beasts. Most treated their beasts as mere tools for profit. Erha raised its head, visibly disdainful. Compensation? Erha. Couldn't he possibly lack the funds to buy this scrap metal? With that thought, Erha inched closer to Lu Pingyan, resting a paw on his foot, gazing up at his master. Olo, pay up. Lu Pingyan, he had anticipated this. This is 50,000 Xia coins. Take it, and leave as far as you can. A week of leave has been granted. Study hard at home for the beast taming entrance exam. The grade director, with a grim expression, handed Lu Pingyan an envelope and snorted coldly. No need for compensation? Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, then pursed his lips, his gaze drifting to the dismembered mechanical beast. Humph. The grade director cast a sidelong glance at Lu Pingyan before striding away towards the other classes, no longer paying him any mind. If students were to bear the losses incurred during the testing phase, the reputation of the Beast Taming Institute would be tarnished. Moreover, Lu Pingyan himself was the greatest treasure unearthed by the Institute. Naturally, it was unnecessary. The school could afford the price of such a mechanical beast. Teacher Lin approached, gently patting Lu Pingyan's shoulder, chuckling softly. A week from now, There will be another mock exam for the Beast Culture class. If your scores decline, don't expect to sleep well afterward, understood? Teacher Lin cleared his throat, adopting a stern expression. In response, Lu Ping'an nodded. For him, such a requirement was not overly challenging. Last time he scored 324 points, which was considered average at the Beast Taming Institute. Next time, he would aim for 325. The sun blazed down upon the earth, signaling the arrival of summer, with a sweltering atmosphere permeating the air. The Beast Tamer Association remained bustling, with numerous beast taming teams congregating to peruse the tasks displayed on the hall screens. Most tasks involved gathering materials from specific secret realms, with corresponding bounties set by the association. After submitting the required materials, the teams could claim their task rewards along with other materials harvested from the secret realms. A young man slowly entered before the Beast Tamer Association, eyeing the series of bounties on the task board. Task name: collecting materials, Yin Lingji. Task difficulty: ordinary, recommended for level or above Beast Tamer teams. Task content: proceed to the northern region of Donglin County's low-level secret realm to collect 7 Yin Lingji plants. Task deadline: 15 hours. Bounty of 20,000 Xia coins. Lu Ping'an regarded this seemingly simple task and took out his phone to conduct a search. Yin Lingji was a favorite food of fire attribute beasts, imbued with some spiritual energy, with a market price of 4,000 Xia coins per plant. So, the middleman earns a profit? Lu Ping'an pondered. This could yield quick returns. Unfortunately, he lacked a fixed team for secret realm hunts. His gaze wandered to other offerings, mostly tasks involving material collection or hunting beasts within the secret realms, which were beyond his current level as assessed by the Beast Tamer Association. Unless, like last time, he had a high-ranking Beast Tamer leading the way. With this thought, Lu Ping'an couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Earning money was truly challenging. Simpler tasks did exist, but they were relegated to the corners of the big screen, presumably reserved for Beast Tamers lacking strength, yet hoping to earn some coins, with rewards ranging from hundreds to 1,000 Xia coins. Hello, are there any tasks available for a certain level of Beast Tamers? Lu Ping'an did not wish to waste time and approached a staff member at the Beast Tamer Association to inquire directly. You. The staff member was momentarily taken aback. In his work experience, typically, certified Beast Tamers came to claim tasks. No one had ever approached like this young man. He was at a loss for how to respond. Just as the staff member prepared to speak, a voice filled with authority rang out. I'll handle this. Though gentle, it carried an undeniable tone. Yes. Upon recognizing the speaker, the staff member quickly stood up. Lu Ping'an, it's good to see you again. Wang Wen withdrew his gaze from the book and softly addressed Lu Ping'an. Lu Ping'an froze, momentarily taken aback by the familiar face. Unsure of how to respond. The familiar tone, the habitual holding of a book. This image felt distinctly familiar. I am Wang Wen, brother of Wang Wu. Pleased to meet you. Lu Ping'an nodded, realization dawning upon him. Observing this, Wang Wen's face bore a hint of helplessness as he closed the book in hand. Are you here to accept a task? Wang Wen glanced at the constantly refreshing task screen and inquired. I do have one. Will you accept it? Yes. Lu Ping'an replied decisively. The last time he entered the secret realm, he had contracted Air Ha and acquired his second beast. If he were to return. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ping'an slightly shook his head. Although it is said that nurturing spirit beasts does not incur significant expenses, evolution requires a substantial investment. The young Qingxi desires to align with the evolutionary path of the Hurricane Dragon Emperor, which necessitates at least 1 million Daxia coins. For a spirit beast master, this may not be a daunting challenge, but it does demand considerable time. With 3 spirit beasts, it becomes truly burdensome. What preparations are required? Lu Ping'an pondered and inquired. None is needed, Wang Wen replied, shaking his head. You merely need to accompany this distinguished individual around Donglin County, and then find someone to complete the task. Upon hearing this, Lu Ping'an instinctively glanced at the tasks displayed on the screen. They appeared to be rather time-consuming, resembling quests involving the search for items or assisting in purchasing materials. Strolling through Donglin County? If he had that much time, he might as well return home and rest. Let me check the task reward. 1 million Daxia coins. That seems reasonable, Wang Wen remarked after reviewing the task information. 1 million is roughly the price of a rare quality spirit beast cub, which is not excessively high. As the words fell, Lu Ping'an swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue, cleared his throat, and asked Wang Wen, May I inquire where the employer is? Chapter 68, The Affluent Man. A few hundred meters away from the Spirit Beastmaster Association at the Donglin Hotel. Upon arriving at the location sent by Wang Wen, Lu Ping'an gazed up at the luxurious towering building, a wave of emotion swelling within him. The large screen on the first floor was considerably smaller than that of the association, clearly displaying the prices. A night in a standard room costs over 10,000 Daxia coins, and the higher-end rooms, well, need not be elaborated upon. Such prices are beyond the reach of an ordinary spirit beast master. Lu Pingin's phone also stored the employer's information. The photograph depicted a sunny individual, strikingly handsome, who would likely cause quite a stir if he appeared at Yusho Izhong. A big shot from Modu? Lu Pingin murmured as he stood at the hotel entrance. Modu, a first-tier city within the borders of Daxia, is also one of the safest places. The splendor there, Lu Pingin had only witnessed online. Discussions about Modu were incessant on the official website of Daxia Spirit Beasts. He had encountered numerous mentions while browsing the evolutionary paths of spirit beasts. It is said that several geniuses within Modu possess legendary quality spirit beasts, some reaching the 9th rank of spirit beast masters by their teenage years. Such information cloaked Modu in an air of mystery. It might be somewhat challenging to interact with them, Lu Pingin sighed softly. However, for 1 million Daxia coins, he could endure. A moment later, a young man dressed in a white shirt emerged, wearing a cap and seemingly smiling as he approached Lu Pingin, who was waiting. Are you the one who accepted my commission? Yes, Lu Pingin nodded, unflinchingly meeting the young man's gaze. All right, show me the magnificent landscapes of Donglin County. The young man appraised Lu Pingin from head to toe, then stepped closer, throwing an arm around his shoulder and placing the cap atop Lu Pingin's head. The sun is quite glaring, where this. The young man glanced at the sun hanging in the sky and chuckled. At the moment he donned the hat, Lu Pingin felt a hint of chill and a gentle breeze, unlike the heat one would expect from the weather. This hat. Lu Pingin was somewhat surprised. Could it be crafted from special spirit beast materials? That seems rather extravagant. Is this what Modu is like? It's not worth much. Just return it to me later. The young man replied, sensing Lu Pingin's gaze. Unfortunately, it cannot conceal my charm. Dear son, I do not wish to compete with you, but alas, there is no choice. The young man shrugged, expressing a hint of helplessness. Lu Pingin sighed. Those who are overly exceptional often bear endless troubles, such as being summoned by those old men when I was enjoying my time at home. The young man continued to ramble, seemingly noticing Lu Pingin's peculiar expression. He patted Lu Pingin's shoulder and chuckled lightly. Don't be nervous. My name is Ren Xingyu. I am your employer. Just show me around Donglin County and help me find someone. Lu Pingin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with the young man's rapid thought process. Did he not just ask for this young man's name? A big shot from Modu. So familiar right from the start? Perhaps the question he had pondered earlier was somewhat redundant. After a brief moment, Lu Pingin chose to lead him to the most luxurious area of Donglin County, centered around the Spirit Beast Master Association. This was indeed the most prosperous part of Donglin County. Lu Pingin could not think of any other location. The southern suburbs, while pleasant, seemed a bit too shabby. What is this? By Ji Chao, which can be used to synthesize elixirs for treating surface injuries of spirit beasts. Lu Pingin snapped a photo and uploaded it to Qiandu, which promptly provided an explanation. Treating surface injuries of spirit beasts? Synthesizing elixirs? These novel terms caused Ren Xingyu to pause before he inquired further. Don't the spirit beast masters in Donglin County keep a healing spirit beast as a habit? Keeping a healing spirit beast? What an absurd notion. However, coming from a top-tier city like Modu, it could be somewhat understandable. No, Lu Pingin shook his head. There are insufficient funds to purchase one, let alone enough resources to cultivate one. For the vast majority of spirit beast masters in Donglin County, nurturing a single spirit beast already exhausts their financial capabilities. Oh, I see. Observing Lu Pingin's expression, Ren Xingyu gently patted his shoulder in a comforting manner. When you come to Modu in the future, I'll take you to see some fascinating things. Lu Pingin was taken aback. Modu? Is such a place accessible to an ordinary spirit beast master? After a stroll, Lu Pingin gradually came to a halt. Is it over? Ren Xingyu yawned, appearing somewhat drowsy. There is another task, which involves finding someone, Lu Pingin remarked earnestly while looking at the detailed information on his phone screen. No rush, let us walk a bit more. Having grown weary of places like Modu, it's a rare opportunity to unwind like this. Ren Xingyu stretched, displaying a relaxed demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingin pursed his lips. According to the regulations of the Spirit Beast Master Association, he could now propose to conclude the task and receive half the payment. 50,000 Daxia coins would suffice for now. Time is the most precious commodity for Lu Pingin. Unless, as compensation, shall I add an extra 100,000 Daxia coins to the task reward? Upon hearing this, Lu Pingin's departing footsteps abruptly came to a halt. An increase in payment is not out of the question. This young man before him appeared to be wealthier than Wang Wu, undoubtedly a significant player. All right, Lu Pingin nodded. Handsome men are always so difficult to refuse. Hearing Lu Pingin's words, Ren Xingyu sighed, his expression filled with exasperation. Indeed, Lu Pingin replied earnestly. He felt the same way. Affluent men are the hardest to decline. As the sun hung low on the horizon, Ren Xingyu gradually halted, turning to Lu Pingin and inquiring. What was the other task? Finding someone. Oh, right. I need to find someone. She is my sister, also in Donglin County. What is her name? Ren Xingyu pondered for a moment, then struck his right fist against the palm of his left hand. I believe it is Ren Shui. Hearing this, Lu Ping'an's expression gradually froze. Chapter 69. The new talent skill of Erha. Ren Xingyu inexplicably felt a sense of tension in the atmosphere. That young man seemed to recognize his sister. Do you know the girl in this photo? Ren Xingyu asked, smiling as he took out a picture from his pocket, radiating warmth like the sun and leaving a memorable impression. I do not know her, Lu Ping'an replied, his gaze sharpening momentarily before he shook his head. The girl in the photo was indeed someone he had shared a fleeting table with. I apologize, but I will only offer half of the reward for this task, Lu Ping'an stated after a brief contemplation. The young man before him, along with the icy young woman, both bore the surname Run and hailed from Mo. Their extravagant demeanor suggested that they were backed by formidable forces. Though he appeared quite genial, Lu Ping'an was wary that if this Ren Xingyu were indeed a privileged heir, he would not be as straightforward as a typical protagonist in a comic. Therefore, Lu Ping'an was not inclined to engage with him further. Ren Xingyu was taken aback, not expecting Lu Ping'an to respond in such a manner. 110,000. I will transfer it to your account, he offered. No need. Lu Ping'an simply shook his head in response to Ren Xingyu's generosity. Very well, Ren Xingyu shrugged helplessly, letting out a soft sigh. Including what I promised you. That totals 600,000 Xia coins. Lu Ping'an nodded, removing the hat from his head and handing it over to Ren Xingyu. Thank you, he said, observing this. Ren Xingyu's gaze settled on Lu Ping'an's face, keenly noting the subtle expressions that played across it as he accepted what was rightfully his. This individual possessed a certain depth, markedly different from his peers in Mo who only knew how to flatter him. What is your name? Just as Ren Xingyu was about to inquire, he was met only with the young man's retreating figure and the elongated shadow cast by the sun. He shook his head in resignation, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. In this day and age, investigating someone was remarkably easy. At Donglin Yusho Hotel, in the most luxurious suite, Ren Xingyu reclined on a plush sofa, cradling a tablet that displayed information about a young man. Lu Ping'an, what a fine name, he mused, taking a sip of coffee and failing to conceal his admiration. There was an innate aura of superiority about him. Is he a classmate of my inept sister? How intriguing. Moments later, Ren Xingyu chuckled lightly, his expression devoid of the warmth he had shown upon first meeting Lu Ping'an, instead exuding a sense of aloofness. Young master, Miss is calling for you. A middle-aged man in a well-tailored suit entered the room. No worries, let me enjoy a few days of leisure. Ren Xingyu replied with a gentle smile. But it is rare for you to step out of the academy. Cannot I have some time to rest? He gazed at the man kneeling before him with a half-smirk. Or do you, as my servant, wish to overstep your bounds? His voice was soft, yet it sent a chill down the middle-aged man's spine. I dare not. In response, Ren Xingyu did not look at him, but instead caressed the surface of the sofa. Speaking to himself, this sofa, they say, is made from the skin of a water-patterned crocodile, Zhongguanjia. Yes, the middle-aged man, his gloved hands tightening, felt beads of sweat trickle down. If I recall correctly, your beast is an extraordinary thunder spirit crocodile, correct? Ren Xingyu remarked with a smile. The extraordinary level, which comes after the 9th tier of Beast Tamers, implies a transcendence beyond the ordinary. A Beast Tamer of this caliber can command their beasts to perform seemingly impossible feats. If the ferocious creature that appeared at the first Beast Tamer Academy were of extraordinary rank, the damage would extend far beyond mere structural devastation. If it were to appear again, it would not merely exist in this world any longer. Yes, the middle-aged man was now kneeling, a cold sensation creeping up his back as he glanced nervously at the cap casually laid on the table. This cap was crafted from the skin of an ice attribute serpent beast. The thought sent a pang of anxiety through him. Do not be alarmed. Ren Xingyu approached and gently patted the man's shoulder, offering a benign smile. Of course, as long as you obey, I would never resort to such measures. I, the young master, am most averse to anything bloody. Upon returning home, Lu Ping'an took a shower and lay down on his bed. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, he found it somewhat peculiar that Ren Xingyu had been overly kind. Meeting for the first time and being a notable figure from Mo, he should not have been so amiable. Forget it, Lu Ping'an shook his head, choosing not to dwell on it. With the money in hand, their connection was severed. The next morning, Lu Ping'an rose promptly, waking the small green snake and Erha beside him. The login to the original beast world was second nature to the small green snake by now. This time, it resisted the urge to rush to the Wind Spirit mountain range, enduring until the end of its lifespan. With a rank of 3 and 6 stars, it was ever closer to the tier required for evolution. Oh woo! Erha exclaimed excitedly, looking at Lu Ping'an. It's my turn. This time, the strategy remained unchanged. Cling tightly to the thigh of the big shot, understood? No matter which leg, it must be embraced. Lu Pingyan added thoughtfully. Oh woo. Erha nodded vigorously. No problem. Beep. Detected updates in Beast Information, generating script world. Year 1. Erha was born in Thunder Valley. Narrowly avoiding a strike of heavenly lightning, rolling towards the golden wolf dog to cling to its leg. Year 2. Bored, the esteemed golden wolf dog patiently teaches Erha. Year 5. Due to Erha's low intelligence, he fails to learn skills, causing the golden wolf dog some frustration. Observing this, Erha quickly appeases the big shot, inadvertently awakening the talent skill Weaker Beware. Upon reading this, Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. In such a simple routine, Erha had awakened a new talent skill? The luck seemed rather fortuitous. However, Weaker Beware, no matter how one looked at it, that golden wolf dog did not appear to be a weakling. Year 7. Erha became increasingly adept at the talent skill, with the backing of the golden wolf dog, rampaging through Thunder Valley. Year 15. Feeling bored and lonely, he sought out a thunder-type beast in a corner of Thunder Valley and challenged it to a duel, emerging victorious. Year 30. Erha had defeated all challengers in Thunder Valley, itching to test his strength against the golden wolf dog, but suffered a crushing defeat. Year 35. Erha stealthily approached the boundary of Thunder Valley, challenging a formidable seal, and perished. Simulation complete. The host may select one of the following 3 rewards to retain. The growth potential of Erha over 35 years. Talent skill, Weaker Beware. Skill, Instant Thunder Flash. Proficiency in Purple Lightning. Lu Pingyan's gaze lingered on the rewards. The growth potential over 35 years could be reapplied. The proficiency of the 2 skills had not yet reached the threshold for breakthrough and could also be reapplied. However, if he did not select the talent skill, it would be lost forever. Without hesitation, Lu Pingyan chose the second option. Upon seeing the description of the talent skill, he was momentarily stunned. Why would such a skill bear such a name? Chapter 70. The Marvelous Effect of Weaker Beware. Weaklings. Begone. The talent of the Divine Soul system enhances the psychological shadow area of opponents weaker than oneself by 30%, while for those stronger, it amplifies their negative emotions by the same margin. Lu Pingyan gazed at the explanation of the new talent belonging to the Tuhar, momentarily taken aback. Divine Soul skills? In the realm of realistic simulation, it seems capable of augmenting the power of Beast Spirit. It appears to be a divine skill. Weaklings, begone. Increases the psychological shadow area of lower-tier beasts by 30%, which induces a sense akin to fear. For higher-tier opponents, it can alleviate 30% of their negative emotions. This seems applicable not only to beasts, does it? Lu Pingyan contemplated the implications of the Tuhar's weaklings, begone ability. After a moment, he decided to test it, leaning towards the Tuhar's ear to whisper softly. Howl. Upon hearing this, the Tuhar froze, eyes wide as it stared at its beast master. Are you serious? If anything happens, I will protect you. Howl. The Tuhar stood upright, its face filled with refusal. It did not want to engage, unless provided with a bag of beast food. Lu Pingyan deliberated and continued speaking. The Tuhar fell into deep thought, feeling somewhat disadvantaged. 2 bags. Lu Pingyan declared, holding up 2 fingers emphatically. Howl. Deal. Nearby, the little green snake observed the interaction between the man and dog with a perplexed expression, driven by intense curiosity to draw closer. In the next moment, the king-level skill, Instant Thunder Flash, activated. The Tuhar's form appeared behind the little green snake, its front paw gently stepping on the latter's tail. The little green snake seethed with anger. That was its most sensitive spot. Inside the room, the books and papers placed by Lu Pingyan began to swirl as a fierce wind gathered. Howl. Witnessing this scene, the Tuhar shrank its neck slightly, feeling a bit frightened. Yet recalling Lu Pingyan's previous words, it mustered its courage. The little green snake paused, gazing at the foolish dog that had incited its ire, and its anger inexplicably dissipated. The wind subsided. This development caused Lu Pingyan to focus intently. As the little green snake's beast master, he could sense even the slightest change in its state. The wind seemed to have diminished, no longer as unsettling as before. This indicates that the Tuhar's new talent truly holds efficacy. It could indeed be called a divine skill. Howl. The Tuhar's voice carried a note of excitement. The current scene mirrored the situation it encountered in the Thunder Valley. Surely, the elder would not be overly angered. Could it be that the Tuhar has finally risen? Beside them, the little green snake's serpentine eyes turned towards Lu Pingyan, filled with confusion. Just now, it too sensed something amiss with its own state. What transpired? Observing this, Lu Pingyan chuckled and shook his head. This is the Tuhar's new talent skill. What do you think? Quite impressive, right? Hiss. The little green snake's tone carried a sense of impending danger. The foolish dog was growing faster than it. Meanwhile, the Tuhar felt a surge of pride, extending its front paw to touch the little green snake's face, only to leap back in fright at the latter's icy gaze. Howl. Is this a joke? Didn't T its talent skill activate? What is happening? Seeing this, Lu Pingyan placed his right hand on his forehead. It seemed that his earlier impression was mistaken. The Tuhar's intelligence had not increased. How? Sensing a shift in the atmosphere, the Tuhar stood upright. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Yet the little green snake remained unmoved. The raging winds in the room still advancing towards the Tuhar. How? You retreat. Moments later, Lu Pingyan squatted down, gently patting the Tuhar's back with his right hand. Do not cry. How? The Tuhar sniffled, gently pushing Lu Pingyan away with its front paw. This is all your fault. You promised to protect me. Boo-hoo. You only bully the dog. Add another bag of dog food. Lu Pingyan chuckled softly, shaking his head slightly. Presently, his savings, aside from those earmarked for purchasing beast evolution materials, were quite ample, allowing him to procure some daily necessities for the beast without significant concern. How? The Tuhar was incensed. Who does it look down upon? Immediately, it rolled its eyes and raised a paw, forming a two gesture. At least 2 bags. Lu Pingyan swiftly slapped his hand down onto the Tuhar's paw. Deal. Simultaneously, Lu Pingyan's gaze flickered. Given the little green snake's current growth rate, it would take some time to reach the 5th tier, and there was no need to rush concerning beast materials. With this in mind, Lu Pingyan's right hand slowly grazed his phone screen, which displayed the official account of the Beast Master Association in Dongli City, where task rewards could be transferred. Although the youth had given him a rather peculiar impression, the speed of his transactions was swift. The 600,000 daxia coins had already reached Lu Pingyan. He now wished to use this sum to improve the elder's quality of life. As the sun gradually set, casting a silvery moonlight upon the path, figures began to gather at the edge of the south suburb orphanage's woods. Brother G, are we truly going to do this? This is a violation of daxia law. A student-like youth expressed concern, looking towards Ji Li. Indeed, Brother G, shall we reconsider? Reconsider? Ji Li's face darkened with anger upon hearing this. Because of Lu Pingyan, all his beautiful fantasies had been shattered. He could no longer reach that cold, stunning figure, and even if he did, it would be futile. How could he not be enraged? Lu Pingyan resided in the orphanage, with no family aside from an elderly man. Ji Li took a deep breath and slowly stated, I had already informed those around me about this information upon my arrival. During the day, I observed through surveillance that the old man left the orphanage and has yet to return. Ji Li produced a tablet, displaying real-time footage from the surveillance. Wait a moment. I will turn off the monitoring, and then we will enter together. While Lu Pingyan is not summoning his beast, we will directly incapacitate him. Apparent of his concern regarding the morale of his group, Ji Li added reassuringly, do not worry. This will not be discovered. Lu Pingyan will undoubtedly not dare to make a fuss. Ji Li thought for a moment, asserting, just like him, who would openly declare themselves a eunuch. Brother Ji, look. ISNT that the old man you mentioned? He seems to be returning. Someone beside him suddenly spoke up in a low voice. Under the glow of the streetlight, an elderly man returned home, carrying various bundles. It must be him. A cold glint appeared in Ji Li's eyes. Let us go. Take him down. Chapter 71. Return early. As night deepened, Director Li approached the orphanage, quietly pausing in his motion to open the door, his body tensing slightly. Who is it, wandering outside at this late hour? The sudden voice startled Ji Li, disrupting his original plan. Has he been discovered? That shouldn't he be. But in an instant, he regained his composure, suppressing the hatred in his eyes and forcing a smile. I am here to see Lu Pingyan. To see my little Pingyan? What is your name? And what is your relation to him? Director Li squinted slightly, adopting a kindly demeanor as he inquired of the somewhat flamboyant youth. My name is Ji Li, and I am his classmate. Ji Li pondered for a moment, unflinchingly meeting the gaze of the elder, and spoke. Such conditions should suffice to earn the trust of the elder before him, right? Once he entered, he would not even give Lu Pingyan the opportunity to summon his beast, swiftly subduing him. Then, in front of his family. With this thought, Ji Li could not help but curl his lips into a smug smile. He was truly clever. Lu Pingyan, today he would avenge that grudge. Hey, what are you doing out so late? Disturbing my little Pingyan's sleep, what will you do? Dean Li's gaze lingered on his face for a moment, a hand emerging slowly from his bag, resting behind him as he spoke leisurely. These youngsters nowadays can't even tell a proper lie. They act without any sense of reason. Upon reflection, he concluded that his little Pingyan was indeed better. Oh, it's like this. Lu Pingyan has skipped class, and I came here. Ji Li began to explain hastily. How could this old man change his tune so quickly? It left him momentarily flabbergasted. What does my little Pingyan skipping class have to do with you? Who are you? Dean Li scoffed, showing no regard for him. Hey, old man. Ji Li was taken aback, not expecting the elder to be so dismissive. He quickly retorted, delicately pointing his orchid-like finger at Dean Li. Old man? Upon hearing this term, Dean Li's eyes narrowed slightly, his right hand curling into a fist, delivering a swift blow to Ji Li's head without mercy. Ji Li winced in pain, clutching his head and stumbling back a few steps. This old man was surprisingly strong. This scene naturally caught the attention of the onlookers, who rushed forward. There were only 5 or 6 of them, but dealing with an elder posed no significant challenge. What? Bullying an old man because I'm getting on in years? Dean Li snorted coldly, showing no fear. When he was a beastmaster, this group of young brats had not even been born yet. His hand, which had been resting behind him, quietly clenched the hilt of a knife. According to the laws of the Great Xia, this should be considered self-defense. As Ji Li and his companions approached, a tense atmosphere enveloped the night. Old man, why are you back so late? Upon hearing this, Dean Li turned around, only to meet a pair of deep yet youthful eyes. I just took a stroll. What? Are you now going to manage my life, old man? Dean Li replied irritably, subtly loosening his grip on the short knife in front of him. Not really. Lu Pingyan shook his head. You caused trouble, and I have to clean up after you. Truly, you're regressing, Dean Li remarked, glancing at the few people standing behind him. You should head back to sleep. I'll handle this. Lu Pingyan forced a smile, his eyes glinting with undisguised coldness. Are you capable? If not, I'll handle it, old man. After all, I'm a beastmaster, while you seem just an ordinary person, right? Lu Pingyan replied with a grin. That pathetic snake of yours? Lu Pingyan's lips twitched. At such a moment, the old man still had the audacity to mock him. Beside them, Ji Li watched this sudden change in dynamics, momentarily stunned. Seeing the youth who completely disregarded him, his anger surged. Lu Pingyan, are you going to sleep? After a whole day of wandering, your legs must be tired, right? Ignoring him, Lu Pingyan pointed to the 2 bags placed by the door and continued, These things are here. I'll help you carry them inside later. Dean Li glanced at him, nodding slightly, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. My legs indeed feel a bit weary. Make sure to come back early to massage them. All right, are we done here? Ji Li observed Lu Pingyan, his expression darkening. As Ji Li's words fell, beams of light flashed, and beasts emerged one after another. A vibrant green poison toad appeared beside him, vividly striking against the night. It seemed to sense its master's emotions, its eyes glowing green, creating a chilling sight in the darkness. That day, when I saw your thunderous hound, I understood everything. Lu Pingyan, it is you who has reduced me to this state, Ji Li declared, raising his orchid-like finger. Without Lu Pingyan, he would not have fallen to this point. You have ruined me, so I shall ruin you. Ji Li surveyed his surroundings, surrounded by his companions. 3 or 4 2-star beasts, plus his 3-star poison toad. What chance did Lu Pingyan have against such a force? With just that thunderous hound. Recalling his past pain, Ji Li felt an overwhelming urge to consume dog meat. Before Ji Li could finish, a flash of purple light cut through the night, accompanied by a howling wind. The small green snake coiled around the youth's shoulder, its cold eyes fixed on the front. The air around them feeling colder. The hound sensed the unusual atmosphere and tensed slightly. Lu Pingyan stood still, his face etched with frost, devoid of his usual laziness. Erha, Thunderstrike. Lu Pingyan commanded coldly. If you're going to make a move, just come at me. What else with dragging the old man into this? If you want to fight, stop the chatter. In an instant, Erha's form vanished like lightning, appearing behind the group. How is this possible? Ji Li felt a tingling sensation, a wave of dizziness forcing him to sit on the ground, helplessly watching the scene unfold. The thunderous hound. Was it not merely a 2-star beast? Why did it possess such terrifying speed? Get up. What are you all frozen for? Ji Li yelled at his immobilized beasts. His voice tinged with panic. Things seemed to spiral beyond his control. In the depths of night, the youth's silhouette emerged under the street lamp, his icy gaze sending an inexplicable chill down Ji Li's spine. Chapter 72, Lu Pingyan's Choice. Sitting on the ground, Ji Li's pupils constricted slightly as he looked at Lu Pingyan in astonishment. This feeling he had only recently experienced from that girl who resembled an iceberg. After that incident, Ji Li realized the girl was a 4-star beastmaster, capable of instilling such oppressive pressure, which greatly ignited his desire for conquest. Even if he could not engage in intimate relations, he would find a way to experience her charms after the beastmaster examination. But why Lu Pingyan? A mere academic underachiever. What right did he have? Croak. Beside Ji Li, the poison toad turned, slightly opening its mouth to expel green venom, releasing a nauseating scent into the air. Seeing this, the small green snake's eyes flickered, and a gust of wind howled, redirecting the freshly spewed venom away. The toad's face was instantly coated in the viscous liquid. How is this possible? Ji Li's pupils dilated as he gazed at the small green snake, which appeared as if it were a favored child of the wind. He had encountered wind attribute beasts before, but none, even of the same rank, could repel the toad's venom. It was as if an invisible wall blocked the poison. The venom had strong corrosive properties, but fortunately, the surface of his beast was uneven, granting it some resistance, thus sparing it from significant harm. Could it be that you are also a 3-star beast master? Ji Li realized, his fingers trembling slightly as he pointed at the small green snake. How is this possible? How could a seemingly ordinary quality Shaoqing she possibly ascend to the status of a tier 3 beast? Even the rare quality of his poisonous toad required an investment of immense resources and time to achieve such a level. Typically, in times of need, they were sent to the cultivation house for training. Yet now, this small green snake stood at the same tier as his toad. How could Ji Li maintain his composure in such a situation? Lu Pingyan, unfazed, slowly approached him. You, command your beasts to move, Ji Li exclaimed, pointing at the several beasts that stood there, seemingly restrained by an invisible force. Brother Ji, it's not that we don't want to, but our beasts seem to have encountered some sort of natural enemy. One of them replied, his face pale. The overwhelming sense of panic relayed through the contract affected them as well. It was not that they lacked the desire, but the surge of fear in their hearts rendered them paralyzed. Within mere moments, Lu Pingyan stood before Ji Li, realizing the proximity. Ji Li hastily shifted backward until he found himself against a large tree, feeling its solid presence against his back, his heart racing. His poisonous toad was also in disarray, appearing as though it had become a mere plaything for the small green snake. Empowered by the blessings of the wind deity, the gusts summoned by Shaoqing she were sufficient to influence beasts of the same tier. Despite not having witnessed the full picture, Lu Pingyan could easily anticipate what might transpire. Should he lack the necessary strength, perhaps his elder would be captured, and he too would face a fate worse than death. I took something of yours, that is the cause. You seek revenge, that is the effect. I understand. Lu Pingyan inhaled deeply, his voice trembling slightly, but he suppressed it, striving to maintain calm. However, you should not target my family, do you comprehend? His tone suddenly shifted to one of seriousness, akin to a chilling breeze cutting through an icy mountain. With that, Lu Pingyan's fist struck heavily against the trunk of the tree. A rustling sound echoed as emerald leaves cascaded down upon Ji Li's head. At that moment, even this subtle sensation was magnified infinitely, instilling terror within Ji Li's heart. He opened his eyes to see Lu Pingyan, his expression cold and unyielding, standing before him. Surrounding them were the subdued beasts, alongside a snake and a dog frolicking without a care. His pride, his strength, crumbled effortlessly before Lu Pingyan. A profound sense of defeat surged within Ji Li, a sensation he had never felt even in defeat against Ren Shui. Why? Leaning against the tree trunk, Ji Li struggled to articulate his thoughts. In Xia, although laws existed, the reverence for the strong prevailed. With surveillance disabled, even if Lu Pingyan were to kill him, no one would be the wiser. You ought to be grateful for the laws of Xia, otherwise, you would already be a corpse. Lu Pingyan cast a fleeting glance at him, casually wiping the blood from his hands with his sleeve, speaking nonchalantly. If he were alone, even if he were unaccustomed, he would have to eliminate future threats. However, Lu Pingyan was not alone. All repercussions would fall upon his elder. Although Lu Pingyan appeared to be merely 17 or 18, he had long surpassed the age of impulsiveness. Every action required consideration of the consequences. This was Lu Pingyan's choice. Do not return, or else. Lu Pingyan shot Ji Li a frigid glare before turning to walk back inside the house. At this sight, Ji Li's tense body relaxed, flashes of the young man's earlier demeanor flickering in his mind. Just like the person he had admired before, equally radiant. Visible yet unattainable. Now he found himself doubting his previous assumptions. Did Ren Shui truly harbor feelings for Lu Pingyan? Ji Li pondered from a different angle. If he were a woman, would he not also be drawn to such a person? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he sprang to his feet, catching a glimpse of Lu Pingyan's retreating figure entering the courtyard. The laws of Xia did not stipulate a preference for the opposite sex, did they? Brother Ji, what should we do now? One of Ji Li's companions approached him after the two beasts departed. What should we do? Ji Li shot them a disdainful look. A bunch of useless fools. Just look at Lu Pingyan. His two beasts are formidable, and then look at yours. Mere gluttons. Ji Li placed his hands on his hips, exclaiming vehemently. At his words, the others exchanged glances, recalling that Ji Li had not previously engaged Lu Pingyan in battle. What had caused this sudden change in demeanor? Let us come back tomorrow. Ji Li glanced once more at the spot where Lu Pingyan had stood. We shall return. Any objections? Observing the embarrassment of his companions only heightened Ji Li's frustration. How did it go? As Lu Pingyan entered the door, he was greeted by a scene that felt strangely familiar. The meal is prepared for you, Director Li remarked before ascending the stairs. Elder, don't forget to close the window on the second floor, it will rain tonight. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan looked up at the slightly ajar door and chuckled softly. Earlier, he had sensed a caring gaze from the second floor window. Humph. As if I need your concern. Chapter 73. The era felt wronged, yet remained silent. The following morning, Lu Pingyan awoke early. Not to the sound of an alarm, but to someone calling his name. A shadow cast by the morning sun enveloped him as he lay on his bed. Slowly coming to, Lu Ping rubbed his eyes and cast a somewhat resentful glance at the elder standing by his bedside. "Elder, it's early. Are we not attending class today?" Lu Ping grumbled. He had a bit of a morning temper, after all, but dared not express it towards the elder, lest he face a scolding so early in the day. "You rascal, not studying diligently at school, neglecting your beasts, and always chasing after frivolities." Director Li lightly tapped Lu Ping's head with a bent finger. "Where have I chased after frivolities?" Lu Ping retorted, somewhat aggrieved. He had been sleeping soundly. After all, women merely slowed down his slumber. Then explained the situation with what's outside the door. Director Li shot him a sidelong glance, gesturing with his finger through the gap in the curtains towards the entrance, where a large cardboard box lay stacked. It bore the words for Lu Ping. The elegant script resembled that of a young girl's handwriting. Apart from a girl who fancied Lu Ping, Director Li could think of no other possibility. The thought made him grit his teeth in frustration. Why hadn't he received such good fortune during his youth? Lu Ping sauntered to the door, observing the box that towered over him. He carefully opened a slit with a small knife and discovered an array of items within: a computer, a tablet, and a night crystal television. Lu Ping was momentarily taken aback. He could not fathom who would send him such gifts. Additionally, there were some materials for beasts, some of wind attribute, and some of lightning attribute. By Lu Ping's estimation, the total value might amount to 200,000 or 300,000 Xia coins, an amount he could not dare to spend, even with a bit of pocket money. Who on earth possesses such wealth? Lu Ping pondered, recalling that among those he knew, only Wang Wu might have such resources. Yet he could find no reason for such gifts. Moreover, Wang Wu's handwriting hardly resembled that of a girl. "A Wu." At that moment, Era slowly approached. "A Wu, what's this?" Upon noticing, Lu Ping chuckled. "Era, are you here to help move things?" "A Wu." Era turned its head, stretching lazily on the floor. "No, I just came to take a look. Help move things? It is utterly impossible to move things. How could the esteemed Erha be reduced to such a mundane task?" Woof. The languid voice of Erha resonated as he merely stepped out to bask in the sunlight, dismissing all other matters as irrelevant to him. "Alas, what a pity for this Zilegua, which I had intended as a reward for you," lamented Lu Ping, and as he lifted the translucent bottle containing the purple fruit, reminiscent of a dragon fruit. Upon hearing this, the lazily reclined Erha immediately perked up his ears. "Zilegua, it sounds delectable." Initially, Lu Ping had thought to have Erha assist him in moving it inside, with the promise of a Zilegua as a reward for his efforts. However, it seemed unnecessary now. Lu Ping shook the bottle containing the purple fruit and sighed softly. In response, Erha's wise eyes spun around, disdainfully thinking, "Humph, do you think you can deceive me?" As Lu Ping's loyal beast, Erha was well aware that his master possessed only two beasts. Among them, his elder brother, the small green snake, was of the wind attribute, while Erha himself was of the lightning attribute. It was quite evident whom the Zilegua was intended for. With this thought, Erha's mouth watered as he cast a sidelong glance at the Zilegua. Humph. Even if he did not assist, merely lounging in the sun, that Zilegua would still belong to him. With such musings, Erha comfortably lay on the ground, soaking up the gentle sunlight, his eyes squinting in sheer contentment. Moments later, as drool dripped from his mouth, he gazed at Lu Ping sitting opposite him, his eyes glistening with tears. The youth held the Zilegua in his mouth, and the air seemed to be filled with its fruity aroma. In the astonished gaze of Erha, Lu Ping took the first bite of the Zilegua, and soon found himself unable to stop. The flavor was delightful. Lu Ping smacked his lips. Before indulging, he had researched that such food-related materials could be consumed by beastmasters, though the benefits were not as substantial as for the beasts themselves. Nonetheless, they were edible. The texture of the Zilegua gave Lu Ping a sensation akin to eating raw chili peppers, crisp and numbing. He found it quite agreeable. "What's wrong?" "Erha," Lu Ping inquired, noticing the whimpering sound as he looked at Erha, who was busy digging at his little nest. "Woof woof." Erha paused his movements, sniffling a few times, somewhat irate. Wasn't he the Zilegua meant for him? His beastmaster had changed. "Isn't this what you rejected?" Lu Ping raised the unfinished Zilegua in his right hand, shrugging innocently and blinking. He had specifically sought Erha's opinion and was even prepared to part with it in pain, only to find that Erha had declined and left it for him. Understanding Lu Ping's intention, Erha felt even more aggrieved. "Woof." Erha felt wronged, but remained silent. "Hiss." Upon hearing the somewhat puzzled hiss of the snake, Erha tensed, covering his mouth with his forepaw. Erha chose silence. "I have another Zilegua here, which I had planned to enjoy as a midnight snack," Lu Ping said, reaching behind him to retrieve the other Zilegua, shaking his head with a hint of regret. "Since you desire it, Erha." "Woof woof." Erha's eyes sparkled as he bounced in place, his face full of longing. He wanted it. Then I shall consume it myself. Erha woof. He too had his temper. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan chuckled softly and beckoned to the small green snake. Xiaoqing. The moment those two syllables left his lips, Erha deflated like a punctured balloon, staring with a look of deep resentment at the Zile Gua in Lu Pingyan's hand. Observing this, Lu Pingyan chuckled again. Do you want it? Lu Pingyan opened the bottle cap and brought it near Erha. A fragrant aroma wafted forth, causing drool to drip continuously from Erha's mouth as he turned his head, forcing himself not to gaze at the Zile Gua. Yet, alas, the scent relentlessly invaded his nostrils. Humph. Erha let out a deep, sorrowful whimper. He felt wronged, but chose silence. Around 5 o'clock, based on your simulated performance. If it is unsatisfactory. Lu Pingyan shook the glass bottle in his hand and spoke. Upon hearing this, Erha's ears perked up, and he nodded vigorously. He would ensure the task was completed. Observing this, Lu Pingyan squinted slightly. The missing evolution materials for Xiaoqing were easily attainable in the form of high-quality wind attribute potions, costing around 100,000 Xia coins. But the primary issue lay with that spatial spirit crystal. He had checked the Xia Beastmaster official website and found that it generally valued around 300,000, which was not an unbearable burden for Lu Pingyan at this time. However, the crux of the matter was that this spatial spirit crystal was valuable yet scarce. In Dongli City, it was exceedingly rare, potentially fetching 50 to 60,000 or even over 1 million at auction. Thus, Lu Pingyan felt it was time to utilize the remaining opportunity for reality simulation. Chapter 74. The number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. After being roused and completing that task, Lu Pingyan naturally chose to continue his slumber. At around 5 in the afternoon, he awoke to find Erha, tongue out, sporting a wise expression. Woof woof. Erha nudged Lu Pingyan's cheek, urging him to hurry. He was hungry. Lu Pingyan pondered if Erha was even more impatient than he was. Nevertheless, it was a good thing. Ding! Detected update in Beastmaster information, generating script world. Lu Pingyan wasted no time and decisively began. A series of familiar panels popped up. It seemed that due to the temptation of the Zile Gua, Erha was particularly diligent this time, and his beast's rank successfully reached the 2nd tier, 7 stars. Had you behaved like this earlier, you would have reached the 3rd tier and could have begun simulating your evolutionary form. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan tossed the Zile Gua to Erha with a sigh of resignation. Woof woof. Erha licked the Zile Gua and gave a perfunctory woof. Next time for sure. Lu Pingyan. Just as Erha was about to savor it, he noticed that the Zile Gua, now covered in his saliva, was sealed within the glass bottle. Woof. Erha looked utterly bewildered. Gone again? If you perform well in the reality simulation, I will add another, Lu Pingyan said with a cheerful smile as he produced another Zile Gua. Woof. Ding. Detected update in Beastmaster information, loading reality simulation. 1 day later, your Beastmaster found news of the spatial spirit crystal at the Dongli City auction and set off alone, carrying 600,000 Xia coins. Lu Pingyan. Now, is 600,000 Xia coins considered a large sum? In the past, he might have thought so, but now, after enduring numerous trials, he understood one thing. In the Beastmaster world, while the prices of other goods were relatively similar to those of his previous life, anything related to beasts could fetch exorbitant prices. Even bottled water, if labeled as beast-related, would likely cost several hundred to 1,000 Xia coins. 2 days later, your Beastmaster, having spent a fortune at the auction, successfully acquired the spatial spirit crystal. 3 days later, your Beastmaster prepared to return to Donglin County, but encountered an attack. Your Beastmaster was killed, and you perished. Reality simulation concluded. Simulation time was too short. No rewards. Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment, lost in thought. Beside him, Erha awoke and gently tapped Lu Pingyan's shoulder. Woof. Erha's wise gaze fell upon Lu Pingyan, filled with confusion. Surely, it couldn't be because of him. He, Erha, had been exceptionally well-behaved lately. Lu Pingyan pressed his lips together and looked at Erha. Really? Woof woof. Erha nodded vigorously, more genuine than gold itself. After a brief moment, observing the gleeful antics of the mischievous Erha, who had made quite a mess, Lu Pingyan let out a soft sigh and gently closed his eyes, retreating into his own thoughts. Securing the spatial spirit crystal was undoubtedly a fortunate event, yet the unfortunate reality was that he had failed to protect it. The kind of ruthless theft one might only encounter in the narrative of a minor antagonist had, absurdly, transpired in Lu Pingyan's own life. It was ludicrous, but to retreat? Lu Pingyan's gaze flickered momentarily. Thus a retreat? Yes, a perfect evasion of risk. He silently commended his own decision in his heart. Following a script simulation with the little green snake, his rank smoothly ascended to level 3, 9 stars. After experiencing the trials of love, the little green snake had matured, shedding its reckless and willful nature, as if it had grown overnight into a more stable and mature being. This transformation brought a glimmer of joy to Lu Ping'an's heart. Casting a glance at the heir Ha, who was engrossed in devouring a zi legua, Lu Ping'an could only let out a resigned sigh. Never mind, time for sleep. The following morning, in the classroom of Yusho Izhong, Wang Wu sat at his desk, diligently reviewing the material for the Beast Master Culture course. However, the empty seat beside him felt rather unfamiliar. Brother Wang, why the long face? After the morning self-study session, Li Ho took a seat at Lu Ping'an's desk and inquired, noticing the unusual demeanor of his friend over the past few days. Nothing, Wang Wu replied, his eyes remaining steadfastly focused, his voice flat. The stubbornness within him compelled him to await an apology from Lu Ping'an. Don't worry too much, Brother Wang. Li Ho began to offer his usual comfort, but paused, scratching his head. But if you have something on your mind, why not just say it? Why keep it bottled up? Wang Wu's heart jolted at those words, and he cast a glance at the empty seat of Lu Ping'an before gradually closing his eyes. He was not inclined to share. The matter weighed heavily on him, leaving an indelible knot that he could not untangle. As for voicing it, Wang Wu surveyed the classroom, realizing there were few he truly valued. Aside from Wan Su and Lu Ping'an, speaking to anyone else felt like crossing an insurmountable barrier of pride. This dilemma had cast a shadow over Wang Wu's spirit in recent days. Had Lu Ping'an truly severed ties with such ease? That night, as Wang Wu lay on his bed, staring at the pristine ceiling, he fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps Lu Ping'an had not even noticed his emotional turmoil? Given the latter's character, it was all too plausible. Time ticked away, and as he tossed and turned, unable to sleep, he picked up his phone, reminiscing about the moments shared with Lu Ping'an. After a while, he resolved to make a WeChat call to Lu Ping'an, seeking clarity. This feeling was unbearable. Wang Wu sensed that he had not been himself lately. Taking a deep breath, Wang Wu's fingers trembled slightly as he pressed the call button. He was ready to take the plunge. Beep, beep. Wang Wu's heartbeat quickened as he looked expectantly at his phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is currently unavailable. Wang Wu. The next morning, Wang Wu walked along a muddy path, noticing the insects and dew on the leaves. Sunlight streamed in, casting a faint rainbow hue. Such an environment stirred his thoughts. If it weren't for the remote location, he might have been tempted to purchase a home here. Lu Ping'an. Moments later, Wang Wu arrived at the unfamiliar address, the number matching that of Lu Ping'an in Yusho Izhong. Through the iron gate, he spotted an elderly man lounging in a chair, squinting in the sun. Hello, sir, I am a classmate of Lu Ping'an. Wang Wu guessed the man's identity, considering that anyone residing at the same address must be related to Lu Ping'an. Upon hearing this, the old man opened his eyes and glanced at Wang Wu. Another classmate? You certainly seem more polite than that other one, he mused, though he was too indifferent to engage further. Is Lu Ping'an home? I need to speak with him. After a sleepless night, Wang Wu felt an urge to express his pent-up feelings. Upstairs, the old man replied, gesturing towards the room on the second floor with the curtains drawn. That rascal should still be asleep. The sun is already high in the sky. Wang Wu looked upstairs, contemplating his next move, and chose to sit beside the old man rather than go straight up, knowing Lu Ping'an likely needed his rest. Disturbing him would not be courteous. The old man regarded him but did not object to his presence. After a moment, Wang Wu bit his lip and spoke to the relaxed elder. Sir, may I ask you a few questions? He had kept this matter bottled up inside, yet he recognized that it was not unfolding as he had envisioned. The old man rolled his eyes and turned away, continuing to bask in the sun. After years of serving in the Beastmaster military, he had encountered far too many experiences to be swayed by a young man's trivial concerns. Not a chance. Sir, how would you describe Lu Ping'an? Wang Wu mused aloud. Lost in thought, he felt that he and Lu Ping'an should not be at odds, yet an invisible barrier remained between them. The old man huffed, casting his gaze towards the rising sun, nostalgia shimmering in his eyes. That rascal Lu Ping'an. For the next hour, the old man, as if a play button had been pressed, began recounting humorous stories from Lu Ping'an's childhood, reminiscing about those naive yet cherished times. You, my boy, are much better than my little Ping'an, he chuckled, patting Wang Wu on the back. Wang Wu shook his head gently. The elder's tales of life were beyond his comprehension. The thought of managing with just 1,000 Xia coins seemed unfathomable to him. He glanced toward the second floor, letting out a sigh. After contracting a seemingly ordinary little green snake 2 years ago, Lu Ping'an had withdrawn into himself, seemingly transforming into a different person. Only recently had he begun to change, likely due to the strengthening of his own beast. This suggested that Lu Ping'an's heart remained fragile, merely cloaked in a facade of strength. He realized he had misjudged Lu Ping'an. Contemplating this, Wang Wu's frustration began to dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable sense of guilt towards Lu Ping'an. Perhaps the reason Lu Ping'an had not answered his call the previous night was that he was hidden beneath the covers, weeping, unaware of the ringing phone. Although such a thought seemed absurd, it vividly occupied Wang Wu's mind. Wang Wu could not help but recall Lu Pingyin's decision to take leave. Perhaps he was unsure how to confront him, causing him to stay at home and sort through his chaotic thoughts like a tangled ball of cotton. Was Lu Pingyin's mind as tumultuous as his own? With this thought, Wang Wu took action. "Grandpa Li, may I go up to find him?" he tentatively inquired, raising a finger slightly upward. "Go ahead," Li Yuan said, his eyes half closed, leisurely fanning himself, continuing his tranquil existence. As he pushed open the door just a crack, the sight that met Wang Wu's eyes was a room far from disarray. In fact, it was cleaner than he had anticipated. However, the moment the door swung open, Wang Wu's pupils constricted sharply. The scene before him was completely replaced by the wise face of a dog. Bam! Wang Wu found himself firmly pinned to the ground by a Lei Quan he had encountered a few times before. "You get off me," he exclaimed, his face reddening as he exerted all his strength, but remained unable to free himself, even feeling a creeping numbness. Although he was not far from becoming a fourth-tier beast master, without summoning his beasts, he was only slightly stronger than an average person. In the face of the two-hued dog, he could not escape. The dog extended its tongue and licked Wang Wu's cheek. "No, two-hued dog." A somewhat resigned chuckle broke the tension as Lu Pingyin slowly emerged. Upon hearing his voice, the dog finally got off Wang Wu. Is he not going to attack? Wang Wu vaguely recalled Lu Pingyin mentioning that if a stranger entered the room, the dog would act. How could such a wise creature misinterpret its orders? "He is my friend," Lu Pingyin said, shaking his head with a hint of exasperation. The two-hued dog nodded reluctantly and stepped aside. "Class leader, what brings you here?" Wang Wu asked. "I came to apologize." He blurted out the words he had pondered over the previous night. Upon saying this, he crossed his arms and sat on the ground, turning his head away from Lu Pingyin. However, Lu Pingyin's next words widened Wang Wu's eyes in surprise. "Apologize for what?" Lu Pingyin asked, bewildered. Did something happen between them that warranted an apology? He felt as though he had done nothing wrong. "Didn't you cry and refuse to answer my calls?" Wang Wu was momentarily stunned, voicing his thoughts without reservation. "When did I cry?" Lu Pingyin was taken aback. Chapter 76, Departing for Dongli. Lu Pingyin observed the proud-looking Wang Wu seated on the floor and seemed to connect the dots. "Ah, I see." He rubbed his chin and extended a hand toward Wang Wu. "Get up, the ground is cold. I enjoy the coolness in summer." Wang Wu retorted with a huff, glancing at Lu Pingyin. Lu Pingyin was momentarily taken aback. This felt akin to coaxing the two-hued dog. "Then if you get up, I will forgive you." Reflecting on Wang Wu's earlier words, Lu Pingyin spoke up. "No matter the situation, forgiveness comes first." Lu Pingyin sat on the bed, observing Wang Wu, who appeared somewhat uncomfortable in the chair before him. "Do you spend all your time lying in bed?" Wang Wu asked incredulously. "Yes," Lu Pingyin replied with a nod. "Why?" "Sleeping. As the future pillar of the great Xia's beast masters, how could one merge with their bed, sleeping all day?" Wang Wu stood up, adopting a class leader's stance, with his hands clasped behind his back. "That's you, not me," Lu Pingyin responded. He had never aspired to be a pillar or a prominent beast master, seeking only to survive and grow stronger. The Beast Master College entrance examination was not a necessity for him. Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback. He sensed sadness and a hint of sorrow in Lu Pingyin's words. Had he inadvertently touched upon Lu Pingyin's wounds? "I'm sorry," he uttered. Lu Pingyin. "So, class leader, what did you want to discuss with me?" After a prolonged silence, Lu Pingyin broke the quiet atmosphere. What was it?" Wang Wu sat on the wooden chair, momentarily lost in thought, scratching his head. "Oh, I remember." He seemed to recall something, his right fist striking his left palm with excitement. "The auction in Dongli City is tomorrow. Do you want to check it out?" Upon hearing the words auction, Lu Pingyin's expression shifted slightly. "Are you going?" He faintly remembered being attacked for treasure in the simulation of reality. "Of course. I'm just one item away from evolving my iron-armored lizard and flame bird, and I might get lucky at the auction." Wang Wu shared his intentions candidly. Seeing this, Lu Pingyin decided not to express his reservations. "Are you going alone?" he asked. "Why not?" Wang Wu huffed. "I'm old enough not to report to my parents every time I go out. Besides, Dongli City's security is quite good." After a moment's thought, he added, "Never mind. I'll go." Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyin let go of his earlier thoughts but cautioned, "Don't get involved in the bidding for that spatial spirit crystal, understand?" He suspected that the incident involving the spatial spirit crystal was why someone had faced danger and met their demise in Dongli City. Wang Wu pondered Lu Pingyin's words seriously, raising his head with a solemn expression. He had become attuned to the subtext in Lu Pingyin's speech. Lu Pingyin was implying that he was not merely advising him against purchasing the spatial spirit crystal. There was likely more to it. "Are you hoping to acquire that spatial spirit crystal?" At this, Lu Pingyin's expression momentarily solidified, and he regarded Wang Wu with the same look he had given the two-hued dog. "How did you come to that conclusion?" "In truth, Lu Pingyan thought it might be best to clarify. Actually, you do want that spatial spirit crystal, but you're too financially constrained to admit it. Wang Wu, picking up on the hint, became earnest, speaking deliberately. I don't. Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback and sighed, feeling exasperated. That's not what I meant. You don't want to owe me too much, so you hesitate to reveal the truth, right? Wang Wu stood and leaned over. Peering down at Lu Pingyan seated on the bed, he felt as though he had pierced through the enigmatic facade of this mysterious youth. Lu Pingyan. All right, let's go together. A spatial spirit crystal? I can afford it. Wang Wu exclaimed, throwing an arm around Lu Pingyan's shoulders, speaking with a flare of generosity. Donglin County is under the jurisdiction of Dongli City, with a hierarchical relationship between the two. The Wang family group is considered one of the top Beastmaster factions in Donglin County, but in the broader context of Dongli City, they could barely rank within the top 10. Naturally, purchasing an item at an auction was well within their means. On the road from Donglin County to Dongli City, a train sped by. Even in this era dominated by beasts, such means of transportation remained prevalent. Class leader, did you inform anyone before you left? Lu Pingyan asked, observing Wang Wu seated opposite him. Half-heartedly, he accompanied Wang Wu to Dongli City for the auction. There were two reasons. 1. Lu Pingyan did not wish to relinquish the opportunity to find the spatial spirit crystal, if acquired, and with more simulation time. The little green snake would be able to evolve smoothly. The second reason lies in Wang Wu's influential status. Given his position, he should be able to effortlessly resolve the crisis that Lu Pingyan is facing. A simple word to his class leader brother should suffice to eliminate any issues. With this thought in mind, Lu Pingyan cast an expectant glance towards Wang Wu. Reporting? Wang Wu looked at Lu Pingyan with confusion. What does reporting mean? Haven't you informed your family? Lu Pingyan was taken aback. Of course not. Wang Wu declared with conviction. A trip to Dongli City wouldn't lead to any unforeseen accidents. Would it? Besides, if anything were to happen, my class leader will look after you. Wang Wu patted his chest, exuding confidence. Lu Pingyan pondered. Can he truly provide such protection? Although Wang Wu's iron-armored lizard is renowned for its defensive prowess, Lu Pingyan is not without his own strengths. Based on the scenarios depicted in the reality simulation, together, they might not even prevail. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Pingyan picked up his phone and casually browsed, occasionally typing. Venturing out without notifying anyone compromises safety. On the same train, in the rear of the carriage, a young man wearing a baseball cap with the brim slightly lowered sat at the back. He appeared quite radiant, gazing out the window at the scenery. If captured in a photograph, one might mistake him for a celebrity beastmaster. However, when he turned his gaze towards the backs of Lu Pingyan and Wang Wu, the slight smile that crept onto his lips inexplicably conveyed a sense of discord. It even sent a chill down one's spine, starkly contrasting with his sunny demeanor. That youth. Was he called Lu Pingyan? Good night, everyone. Sweet dreams. Chapter 77. The Auction of Spatial Spirit Crystals. The following morning, the Beast Auction House in Dongli City was already teeming with people. Countless individuals gathered outside, eagerly anticipating the event. In this era, the materials for beast taming are abundant. Most acquired from the market or through employing teams from the Beastmaster Association to explore secret realms. Yet, even a single rare attribute spirit crystal could fetch astronomical prices, well beyond its market value. Nonetheless, there exists a near absence of such items in the market. Among the crowd were two youths who had journeyed from Donglin County. Upon arriving in Dongli City the previous day, Lu Pingyan and Wang Wu had secured 2 rooms to rest. During this time, Lu Pingyan took the opportunity to simulate a scenario, elevating the rank of his little green snake to 3-star 10, matching the rank of Wang Wu's iron-armored lizard. As for the other one, best left unmentioned. By the way, Lu Pingyan, are you interested in that spatial spirit crystal? Once inside, Wang Wu chose a vantage point with a clear view of the auction house. This location was reserved via his phone on the Dongli City Beastmaster website. Just the entry ticket for Beastmasters to the auction house is a significant source of income. Coupled with commissions from auctioned items, it is a lucrative endeavor. Will you bid for it when the auction begins? Wang Wu inquired with a serious tone. By now, he regarded Lu Pingyan as an equal Beastmaster. In this age, money is not omnipotent. Some matters cannot be resolved even with the Wang family's wealth, making the cultivation of connections all the more vital. Currently, Lu Pingyan may only be a 3-star Beastmaster, perhaps even inferior to Wang Wu. Yet who can predict the future? Let us observe the situation for now. Lu Pingyan's gaze was fixed on the large screen at the center, where the spatial spirit crystal was the 3rd item on the auction block. Starting at a price of 500,000 Xia coins. This was the standard market price, yet due to its rarity, it is nearly unattainable. In the reality simulation, Lu Pingyan had acquired it for around 600,000 Xia coins, a feat that seemed improbable in reality. This suggests that someone intentionally facilitated his acquisition of this spatial spirit crystal. But who could it be? With this thought, Lu Pingin's eyes narrowed as he scanned the area for suspicious individuals, yet found nothing. However, what do you intend to do with this spatial spirit crystal? Wang Wu queried, somewhat perplexed. A spatial attribute beast egg could sell for over 3 million, surpassing even his flame bird and iron-armored lizard in value. Not to mention the cost of cultivation materials. The evolution routes on the Xia Beastmaster official website are numerous, and while some evolved beasts possess dual attributes, few awaken a spatial attribute. At this, Lu Pingin refrained from responding, instead shifting his gaze to a young lady, which made the already air-conditioned auction house feel even cooler. Why is she here? Lu Pingin murmured. Who? Wang Wu asked, taken aback. Rin Shui. Following Lu Pingin's gaze, Wang Wu also spotted the girl. What's so strange about that? Wang Wu glanced at her, and then returned his attention to Lu Pingin, smirking. Her white jade spirit python's evolved form, the ethereal python, boasts both ice and spatial attributes, and even possesses the potential to surpass legendary quality. Wang Wu's voice dripped with envy. He had once contemplated investigating Rin Shui's background, but ultimately decided against it. Someone who possesses such a beast must have a formidable background. How do you know that? Lu Pingin asked, surprised as he glanced at Wang Wu. He had not seen such a beast on the Xia Beastmaster official website. Curious to know? Seeing Lu Pingin's intrigued expression, Wang Wu's lips curled slightly. It is rare to see him so curious, he chuckled. Hearing this, Lu Pingin glanced at Rin Shui, shook his head slightly, and closed his eyes, awaiting the commencement of the beast auction. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Rin Shui is likely connected to that individual he encountered in Modu, hailing from an extraordinary lineage, making her possession of such a beast quite normal. This only intensified Lu Pingin's sense of urgency. In Donglin City, his little green snake ranked high due to its wind attribute's uniqueness, while the other one could contend with beasts of the same rank using its lightning attributes' speed and destructive power. However, in major cities like Jingqing and Modu, Lu Pingin's remaining advantages would vanish entirely. Therefore, he needed to seize every moment to rest. A faint sound of breathing reached Wang Wu's ears, causing him to pause in astonishment. Did he fall asleep? So quickly. After a moment's thought, Wang Wu sighed softly, turning his attention to the central auction stage. He would wake Lu Pingin when it was time to bid on the spatial spirit crystal. Half an hour later, a small cart was wheeled onto the stage, and a beautiful auctioneer dressed in a high-slit qipao drew everyone's gaze with her long legs. However, what captured even more attention was the jade box she held. The name of the spatial spirit crystal is likely familiar to many beast masters. After a lengthy introduction, the auctioneer slowly raised 5 fingers. The starting price is 500,000. As her words fell, Lu Pingin slightly opened his eyes, looking towards the central area. 501,000. Someone raised the bid. They were well aware of the rarity of the spatial spirit crystal, although it is not an especially high-tier evolution material. For beast masters who have contracted a spatial attribute beast, it is a rare find. Observing this, Lu Pingin contemplated and spoke up. 550,000. His voice was not loud, yet it reached the auctioneer's ears, prompting her to respond with a gentle tone. This gentleman bids 550,000 Xia coins. Does any beast master wish to raise the bid? Upon hearing this, a young man seated in the innermost circle curled his lips, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of interest. To think this intriguing youth also desires the spatial spirit crystal. Could it be that his beast possesses a spatial attribute as well? It seems quite similar to my sister's beast. The young man wore a faint smile, devoid of any intent to escalate the bidding. Yet his curiosity towards LP Ingin deepened. 580,000. A cold voice resonated, capturing the attention of numerous beast tamers present at the auction, all marveling at the girl's beauty. The young man was momentarily taken aback, his smile growing wider. This trip was indeed worthwhile. LP Ingin was also momentarily stunned, his gaze shifting to the black-haired girl radiating an icy aura. RN Su. Is it her? Could it be that his acquisition of the spatial spirit crystal provoked this girl to resort to violence for treasure? But that shouldn't be the case. Chapter 78. The intense sense of justice. LP Ingin furrowed his brow. If this girl truly intended to harm him, then after the appearance of the little green snake, given RN Su's obsession with him, it shouldn't have escalated to this extent. The death of a beast tamer would inevitably lead to the demise of their beast. This was a widely acknowledged truth, known to them long before they encountered their beasts. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. Wait. LP Ingin extended his hand to stop W, who was preparing to bid higher. What's wrong? W was taken aback. If you lack funds, I can lend you some, and you can repay me later. However, missing out on the spatial spirit crystal would be a grave mistake. Shouldn't we strive with all our might in such circumstances? W was momentarily confused, Nevertheless, since LP Ingin insisted, he refrained from pressing further. As the auctioneer's voice faded, an unexpected silence enveloped the room. Among the gathered Beast Tamers, only a few could contract spatial attribute beasts, and thus, their demand for the spatial spirit crystal was not particularly high. Those with sufficient financial means were primarily there for the final lot. 590,000. A gentle voice emerged from the front row, causing LP Ingin to glance over. He recognized the familiar duckbill cap, made from a unique material. The young man then stood up, turning towards our Insu with a smile, exuding a sunny disposition. 600,000. Our Insu's calm voice rang out, reminiscent of her usual demeanor. However, LP Ingin was taken aback. He sensed a tremor in her voice, as if other emotions were intertwined within. Fear? Yet, could a proud and icy woman like our Insu truly have something to fear? Hypothetically, would she be afraid of her brother? Observing the price, the auctioneer turned his gaze towards our NX Ingi, anticipating another bid from him. However, the young man remained still. 600,000 DShi coins, second call. 600,000 DShi coins, third call. The gavel struck, sealing the fate of the spatial spirit crystal. Do you know about our Insu's family relations? LP Ingin certainly did not believe the young man's act of standing and smiling at his sister was merely to showcase their sibling bond. Observing the contrasting personalities of the siblings, an absurd thought surfaced in LP Ingin's mind. Could it be that they were products of a dramatic family dynamic? Vying for inheritance? Survival of the fittest? Why do you ask that? W was taken aback, looking at LP Ingin curiously. It's urgent. Oh, at his words, W slowly took out his phone, dialing a rarely called number. Beep. The call connected for a second before being abruptly ended. She didn't answer. W pointed to our Insu, who was seated not far from them, shrugging helplessly. Even his authority as class leader seemed ineffective in this moment. LP Ingin. In this situation, I wouldn't answer either. Suddenly, to LP Ingin's astonishment, our Insu stood up and hurriedly walked towards the exit of the auction hall. Look, there was no competition before. And now she's running off with the spatial spirit crystal. W remarked, glancing at the departing our Insu. Simultaneously, the young man in the front row also slowly rose, lowering the brim of his cap as he walked down the aisle, following our Insu's footsteps. When the figure passed by LP Ingin, his pupils constricted slightly. LP Ingin quickly turned to observe our NX Ingi's retreating silhouette. He was certain he had just seen a cold smile, devoid of warmth, starkly contrasting with his first encounter with our NX Ingi. Perhaps something was about to unfold. Should he intervene? LP Ingin pondered. He wasn't certain. He held no real connection with our Insu. If anything, their relationship could be deemed adversarial. LP Ingin turned his gaze towards the item presented at the auction, pursing his lips, and glanced at W. If a classmate encounters life-threatening danger outside of school, would you intervene? Of course. W was initially taken aback, unsure why LP Ingin posed such a question. But he nodded firmly. Why? LP Ingin rarely articulated those three words. I'm the class leader. If I don't intervene, who will? By the time the Beast Tamer Association arrives, it will be too late. And what if you can't overpower the assailant? LP Ingin's gaze sharpened as it rested on W. Why do you ask that? Given his understanding of LP Ingin, he knew the latter wouldn't pose meaningless questions. W was momentarily stunned, then realized our Insu's previous seat was now empty. No way. W murmured. As the words fell, he stood up. I have to look into this matter. His voice was hurried, and before LP Ingin could react, W was already on the move. LP Ingin remained seated, feeling somewhat disarrayed. Even he hadn't anticipated W's fervent sense of justice and his impulsiveness. It exceeded his expectations. Sigh. How troublesome. Indeed, LSH. Most Beast Tamers congregated at the auction in the city center, while a small fraction without financial means stayed home or went to breeding facilities to nurture their beasts. The streets exuded an eerie chill, reminiscent of the pitch-black night, suffocating in its stillness. The girl stumbled slightly. The tremors etched into her soul caused her to lose her usual composure, aimlessly wandering the streets. At this moment, our Insu longed to escape this place. She was aware that if it came to confrontation, she would not be a match for that man. Rarely did our Insu experience fear. Having exited the urban area, she found herself amidst the wilderness. Behind her, the young man trailed leisurely, maintaining a distance, his smile unwavering, eyes burning with intensity. As if watching a lamb destined for slaughter, our Insu's pace gradually slowed, yet the tranquil surroundings were interrupted by a steady, unhurried footfall. Aren't you leaving, my dear sister? The girl turned to find the young man in the duckbill cap approaching her with a slow gait. His face bore a smile, reminiscent of the one she had always found repulsive and nauseating. Su's eyes glinted with murderous intent. When I saw the spatial spirit crystal on auction, I wondered if my dear sister would make an appearance. Ingi removed his duckbill cap and tossed it aside. After all, you, who have been severed from resources and relationships, have no other means to acquire beast materials. In the next moment, a white jade spirit python emerged behind Su, enveloping the space in an icy chill. This scene intensified the fervor in the young man's gaze. Chapter 79. A resounding boom echoed through the sky as the Ing made a dazzling entrance. The white jade spirit python, a rare quality ice attribute beast of the python category. A gentle voice resonated, gracing Ren Xingyu's face with a subtle smile as his gaze fell upon the exquisite Bai Yuling Meng. His lips slightly parted in a delicate lick. Ah, dear sister, your discerning eye remains as exceptional as ever. He unabashedly expressed his admiration for the girl before him. Thank you for the compliment, the young girl replied, her head bowed, her cold voice harboring an undercurrent of resentment. As her words faded, a chilling gust erupted from the mouth of the Bai Yuling Meng. Is this the prowess of an intermediate innate skill? Quite impressive indeed. And it only heightens my desire to strip its skin, Ren Xingyu remarked, stepping back with deliberate calm to evade the serpent's attack while still offering his praise. Upon hearing this, the temperature around the girl seemed to drop further, her icy eyes brimming with an unwavering hatred. I will kill you, she declared, her voice frigid, as if one stood in the depths of an icy cavern. Ah, why the haste? Ren Xingyu chuckled, unfazed by her glare. Had I not eliminated your beast, would you have been able to contract such an outstanding Bai Yuling Meng? He gestured towards the creature behind her, adding, It appears you owe your elder brother a debt of gratitude. With that, the previously chilly atmosphere transformed, a wave of scorching heat enveloping the area. Perfect. I shall capture you and subsequently skin this beast, achieving two objectives at once. Ren Xingyu licked his lips, his sun-kissed visage adorned with a morbid smile. He relished the act of skinning the beasts, savoring their agonizing cries, sensations that ignited a fervor within his otherwise frigid heart, an ecstasy unattainable by mere sunlight. This is my beast, the Hua Yin Long, an 8th-tier creature, undefeated to this day, Ren Xingyu stated, gently caressing the wing of his companion. Haven't you slaughtered the defeated beasts? Ren Xue's gaze turned icy as she regarded her brother, fully aware of his character. In response, Ren Xingyu shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of entitlement. Weak beasts do not deserve my consideration. Enjoy yourself, my dear sister. As his words fell, the oppressive heat pervaded the vicinity. In an age where the law forbade beastmasters from engaging in private battles, yet here stood a beastmaster who would blatantly defy the law. Even though Ren Xue's beast had reached the 5th tier, the disparity with the evolved and 8th-tier Hua Yin Long was stark, akin to the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Moreover, dragon-type beasts inherently occupied the apex of the beastmaster hierarchy, granting the Hua Yin Long a natural advantage over the Bai Yuling Meng. In mere moments, the once formidable Bai Yuling Meng, which had posed a significant threat to Wang Wu, bore visible injuries. The cries of pain heightened the excitement in Ren Xingyu's eyes as he reveled in the unfolding scene. What if I were to skin your beast before your very eyes, just as before? He regarded the Bai Yuling Meng, now powerless to resist, and turned his gaze to the girl seated helplessly on the ground, with red marks etched upon her delicate wrists and her appearance in disarray. Ren Xue had not merely stood by during the clash of beasts. However, her strength paled in comparison to her brother, an 8th-tier beastmaster. I will kill you, the girl rasped. Can you truly do so? Ren Xingyu raised his foot, a gentle smile still gracing his face, before delivering a forceful kick to her chest. The immense pressure forced Ren Xue to lean against the roots of a great tree, struggling to rise, but to no avail. Observing this, Ren Xingyu shook his head with a smile, unsheathing a sharp, glimmering knife as he approached the incapacitated Bai Yuling Meng. Watch closely, just as before, without power. Nothing can change. He approached the Bai Yuling Meng with a tranquil smile. As an elder brother, it was his duty to impart such a lesson to Ren Xue. Just as he prepared to strike, a commanding voice interrupted him. Stop! Release that female serpent. Wang Wu, witnessing the scene, rushed to intervene. Oh! Ren Xingyu halted his actions, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, a flicker of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. He despised being interrupted at the moment of his anticipated enjoyment. Are you unharmed? Wang Wu turned to the somewhat pitiful girl, his concern evident. What brings you here? She inquired, her rare display of worry surfacing. Ah, Wang Wu sighed, his gaze fixed on the fiery winged dragon beside him, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure. This is rather intense, perhaps even stronger than my brother. Where is your beast? Summon it forth, or you shall have no chance. Ren Xingyu slowly removed his pristine gloves, turning to Wang Wu with a gentle smile. With two beasts, the enjoyment doubles. Huh. Wang Wu paused, taken aback by Ren Xingyu's unexpected courtesy. A dark shimmer flashed, and the iron-armored lizard materialized beside Wang Wu, its shell as black as iron, causing Ren Xingyu's smile to gradually fade. Well, it seems it cannot be helped. With a resigned sigh, Ren Xingyu waved his hand. Hua Yanlong, eliminate him. In an instant, an unfathomable inferno engulfed the iron-armored lizard. Wang Wu's body was hurled away by the scorching wave. Trees around them reduced to ash beneath the searing gust. The destructive power of an 8th-tier fire attribute dragon was indeed terrifying. In the entire Dongli city, few possessed such formidable strength. As the heat subsided and the flames extinguished, although the fire had not slain the iron-armored lizard, its surface bore cracks. Ren Xingyu mused. Even the iron-armored lizard, renowned for its defense, cannot withstand a single strike from the Hua Yanlong. As a beastmaster perishes, the vitality of their beast gradually wanes, a scene Ren Xingyu had yet to witness. He closed his eyes momentarily, shifting his gaze away from the iron-armored lizard. Speaking to himself, Wang Wu's pupils dilated in shock. What does this mean? How can it be? The audacity of someone openly defying beastmaster laws in Dongli City was unfathomable. Thus, you shall perish. Ren Xingyu opened his eyes, addressing Wang Wu with that same gentle tone. However, Wang Wu felt a chill run down his spine, soon replaced by a searing heat as a flame coalesced in the mouth of the Hua Yanlong, unleashed in a deadly torrent. Where the fiery line swept, not a blade of grass remained, not even a corpse left behind. Ren Xingyu lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. Suddenly, a flash of violet light erupted, accompanied by the sound of thunder. Erha appeared behind Ren Xingyu, its forepaws crackling with the power of lightning as it struck down towards Ren Xingyu's head. The sky erupted with a deafening roar, heralding Erha's grand entrance. Ren Xingyu raised his hand to block the claw, producing a sound reminiscent of metal colliding. His body staggered back a few paces, his complexion suddenly paling. Incredible! Exclaimed Wang Wu, astonished. Is this real? This was his first encounter witnessing a beastmaster directly withstand an attack from their beast, a remarkable feat indeed. As expected, Lu Pingin's gaze sharpened. He had previously speculated whether a beastmaster's own strength was linked to that of their beast. If the beast's power increased while the master remained stagnant, it would lose significance. A long-range sniper shot, and even the mightiest beastmaster could meet their demise. It appeared that Ren Xingyu's journey as a beastmaster was just commencing. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ren Xingyu maintained a gentle smile as he turned to Lu Pingin. I underestimated you, Lu Pingin. You flatter me, sir, Lu Pingin replied calmly. Indeed, their relationship was confined to this. Is this what you call being unfamiliar? Ren Xingyu remarked, glancing at the young girl behind them, her skirt stained with blood. I truly do not know her, Lu Pingin shrugged. However, I cannot stand idly by when you harm my friend. At this, Ren Xingyu chuckled softly, his gaze shifting to the two-hued dog beside Lu Pingin. Your beast has quite fine fur. Thank you for the compliment, Lu Pingin replied, suppressing an impulse to unleash his desires to dig into it. At that moment, the two-hued dog felt a chill run down its spine. Who are you digging into? However, upon seeing the blazing fire-winged flame dragon, it instinctively shrank back, retreating behind Lu Pingin. You're usually quite brave, aren't you? Lu Pingin quipped, glancing at it with a slight huff. In their regular simulations, he would encourage the two-hued dog to be cautious. Yet it often displayed an exuberance akin to having taken a stimulant, showing no fear and frequently seeking confrontation. So why was it timid now? That is different. The two-hued dog protested. What is so different? Is this dragon any stronger than the golden wolfhound? Lu Pingin slowly crouched down, whispering into the dog's ear. The two-hued dog's eyes darted around. I suppose not. Then, after a glance at the fire-winged flame dragon, the pressure it felt from the dragon seemed to dissipate under Lu Pingin's coaxing. Compared to the golden wolfhound, this fire-winged flame dragon was nothing to fear. So, let us go for it, Lu Pingin declared, and the two-hued dog's eyes narrowed, a glimmer of intelligence shining within as it instantly appeared before the fire-winged flame dragon. King-level skill, instant thunder flash. The fire-winged flame dragon's crimson gaze narrowed, a flicker of disdain appearing in its eyes as its fiery claws pierced through the two-hued dog's body, unleashing a wave of heat. What a pity, Ren Xingyu lamented, shaking his head. He wished to witness the beast struggle in pain. Xiaoqing, attack, Lu Pingin commanded. And a gust of wind coalesced as the little green snake darted towards Ren Xingyu. Although both the little green snake and the two-hued dog possessed formidable combat prowess, Lu Pingin was not foolish enough to pit them against a dragon, especially one of such high caliber. The fire-winged flame dragon, in a direct confrontation, had little chance of success. This action did not escape Ren Xingyu's notice, and a smirk of derision graced his face. Meanwhile, the previously clawing fire-winged flame dragon sensed its beast master in peril, flapping its wings and soaring towards Ren Xingyu. In an instant, the two-hued dog reappeared. Its earlier fallen form now vanished in the dust. The king-level skill, Instant Thunder Flash, had awakened a new effect under the teachings of the Golden Wolfhound, a clone. Sensing danger, the fire-winged flame dragon instinctively attempted to defend itself, yet a forceful command resonated in its mind, compelling it to take the brunt of a claw imbued with violent thunderous power against its back. Aru? The two-hued dog landed on the ground, momentarily taken aback. Even braver than me? Just taking it head-on? A painful roar erupted as the injured fire-winged flame dragon appeared before Ren Xingyu, shielding him from the little green snake's assault. The ensuing heat wave sent the little green snake flying. In just a few exchanges, the attacks of Lu Pingyan's two beasts were entirely thwarted. Did you truly believe that such a lowly ambush would be effective against me? Ren Xingyu remarked with a derisive smile. Your fire-winged flame dragon seems to have some issues. It disregards the attacks of its own beasts. I recall it was not a defensive type, was it? Lu Pingyan observed, his gaze sharpening as he addressed the beast blocking Ren Xingyu. This fighting style appeared excessively logical, giving him the impression of a cold, unfeeling machine, devoid of thought, merely responding to its beast master's commands like a marionette. Just two worthless beasts. How could my fire-winged flame dragon fear them? Ren Xingyu gently traced a finger over a wound on the fire-winged flame dragon, applying slight pressure, the scorching blood staining his hand. The fire-winged flame dragon shuddered but remained silent. See, it doesn't hurt, does it? Ren Xingyu chuckled lightly. Now it's your turn. We've lingered here too long. Such fluctuations in battle will attract the attention of the Dongli City Beastmaster Association. He was growing weary and wished to conclude the fight swiftly. The temperature surged abruptly, exceeding the heat of summer, as several fireballs coalesced behind the fire-winged flame dragon, a force potent enough to obliterate a building in an instant. Clearly, Ren Xingyu no longer wished to prolong the encounter. Shaoqing, Wind Vortex. The command rang out, a whirlwind rapidly spinning, attempting to deflect the fireballs. Lu Pingyan's expression tightened. He was still not cautious enough. The guests from Modu have quite the temperament. As his words fell, a curtain of water shielded Lu Pingyan and his companions. In the sky, a griffin appeared, its striking blue eyes unmistakable. Upon the griffin stood a tall youth, slowly closing a book, his expression grave as he regarded Ren Xingyu. Seeing this, Lu Pingyan exhaled a subtle sigh of relief. It was always prudent to report when venturing out. This crisis should be resolved. Chapter 81, Extraordinary Tier. Ren Xingyu instinctively looked up, recognizing the youth on the griffin's back, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So it's you. This person was familiar to him. Ren Xingyu had encountered this youth at the Beastmaster Association when issuing a commission. Wang Wen, a graduate of a prestigious Beastmaster Academy. Sir, you've bullied my brother. I expect an explanation. The griffin gently flapped its wings, descending to the ground as Wang Wen stepped down, his icy gaze fixed upon the fire-winged flame dragon. Brother, he intends to kill. This already violates the laws of the Great Xia regarding Beastmasters. Arrest him. Wang Wu exclaimed indignantly. Had his elder brother not arrived, today could have turned perilous. Haha, Ren Xingyu chuckled at this. Arrest me? I stand right here. Do you think the local Beastmaster Association would dare to? Ren Xingyu extended his arms, a mocking expression on his face. Brother, could it be true? Wang Wu faltered, looking anxiously at his elder brother. If that were the case, would it not mean allowing this man to act with impunity? He is not mistaken, Wang Wen replied calmly. What? Wang Wu was taken aback, unable to believe such words had come from his brother. In regard to Wang Wen, within his heart coexisted two emotions, fear and admiration. In the eyes of Wang Wu, his elder brother was undoubtedly a person who abhorred evil. How could such words be uttered? In time, you will understand that many matters cannot be constrained by rigid rules. Wang Wen sighed softly, patting his younger brother's shoulder, and spoke gently. Nearby, Lu Pingyan listened intently. He had pondered this issue as well. For instance, high-ranking beast masters with spatial attributes could indeed obliterate evidence entirely. From where would the proof of investigation arise? The higher the rank of a beast master, the more difficult it became to be bound by law. Is that not so? Ren Xingyu chuckled lightly, expressing admiration. My dear sister, when we meet next, your fortune may not be as favorable. Ren Xingyu boldly bypassed those standing in front of Ren Shui and approached the young girl, gently gripping her chin while smiling. The crowd around did not seem to warrant his attention. Leave. I did not say you could go. Wang Wen maintained his composure, speaking coldly. Indeed, the laws governing beast masters offered leniency toward prodigies like Ren Xingyu, rendering them powerless against him. Thus, from the outset, Wang Wen had no intention of adhering to the law. He acted according to the justice within his heart. As his words fell, Ren Xingyu released his grip, slowly rising to his feet, turning to Wang Wen with a slight mocking smile. Kill him? Do these natives of Dongli City even qualify? In an instant, a flurry of icy rain struck Ren Xingyu's face, even dousing some of the flames on the fire-winged flame dragon. Oh, a domain-type skill? Quite impressive. Unfortunately, a flicker of interest ignited in Ren Xingyu's eyes as he waved his right hand without even glancing at the approaching beast masters. In the next moment, the very fabric of space seemed to ripple, and Ren Xingyu's body exchanged places with that of the fire-winged flame dragon. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Boom. The torrential icy rain formed a water prison, isolating the fire-winged flame dragon from Lu Pingyan and the others. The water rain in the sky transformed into sharp blades, piercing toward the fire-winged flame dragon. Can we win? Lu Pingyan watched this scene from a distance, sighing softly as he spoke. This crisis appeared to be more troublesome than he had anticipated. The strength of the fire-winged flame dragon exceeded his imagination, far beyond the capabilities of Shaoqing and Ha, who had faced it. I fear this icy rain prison may not hold for long, Wang Wen mused, his expression grave. The icy environment that kept the fire-winged flame dragon at bay already showed signs of evaporation. His ice prison griffin was also an 8th-tier beast, and of epic quality, a rarity in Dongli City. Yet before the fire-winged flame dragon, he felt a faint pressure from the soul. I have an idea, Lu Pingyan suggested after a moment of contemplation, uncertain if this method would be effective. Speak, and I shall try it. I have faith in you, Wang Wen replied, glancing at him in surprise, his right hand rubbing the book in his pants pocket. He had long recognized Lu Pingyan's extraordinary nature, and it was precisely because of the value he saw in the boy that Wang Wen chose to assist him. After applying the water attribute to the fire-winged flame dragon, my beast, the Shaoqing snake, can utilize wind attributes to blow away the flames scorching the dragon. The impact of the water arrows will be amplified. The wind attribute will spread the damage. This was merely Lu Pingyan's conjecture, uncertain of its efficacy. It is worth a try, Wang Wen considered. Although he did not fully comprehend Lu Pingyan's words, he grasped the general idea, affirming Lu Pingyan's thoughts. In the next moment, a water arrow shot toward the fire-winged flame dragon, part of its blazing flames being extinguished while the remainder splashed onto its body. Simultaneously, a gust of wind swept through, and under the favor of the wind god, the Shaoqing snake's winds began to show effect. Moreover, the pressure from the fire-winged flame dragon held no sway over the Shaoqing snake. The griffin slowly flapped its wings, carrying a deluge of ice rain that descended upon the fire-winged flame dragon, significantly lowering its temperature. Boom. This scene caused Ren Xingyu's pupils to contract sharply. He had overstepped. The water encased the fire-winged flame dragon like a prison. Water, being the gentlest of attributes, could also kill invisibly. Moreover, the ice prison griffin possessed dual attributes. On the surface of the water bubble imprisoning the fire-winged flame dragon, icy patterns began to emerge. Should this gigantic water bubble freeze entirely, the fire-winged flame dragon would lose all combat capability. Noticing this, Wang Wen hesitated no longer and directly commanded the ice prison griffin to dive towards Ren Xingyu. Even if it meant defying the law, he was determined to resolve Ren Xingyu here. Otherwise, it would lead to endless troubles. He did not wish to give this dangerous youth a moment's opportunity. You dare! A voice erupted, and suddenly a bolt of lightning appeared in the heavens, sharing the same attributes as Ha, yet even more ferocious and oppressive. An extraordinary beast master, the Thunder Spirit Crocodile. That was the guardian beast master accompanying Ren Xingyu. As a figure from a prominent family in the Magic City, how could he lack protectors? Boom. The ice prison griffin was instantly knocked back, and Wang Wen's expression darkened in an instant, his heart heavy. An extraordinary beast master left them with no chance. Prepare to flee. I will buy you some time. If the commotion draws the attention of the Dongli City Beastmaster Association, they should not make it too troublesome. Wang Wen, with his back turned to Lu Pingyan and the others, spoke with a somber tone. Brother, Wang Wu exclaimed in alarm. His heart was in turmoil. This feeling of helplessness was distasteful to him. Lu Pingyan silently observed the scene. Although Wang Wen spoke lightly, he understood that the latter was likely expressing the best-case scenario. Oh, Xiao Pingyan, why the long face? This is unlike you. A teasing voice chimed in, and Lu Pingyan felt a soft sensation on his shoulder. Turning his head, he was met with a flawless and exquisite face. That charming expression only added to her allure. Beside that stunningly beautiful figure floated a water sprite, its presence rivaling that of the Thunder Spirit Crocodile. I am not particularly skilled at battle descriptions. The next chapter should conclude this segment. Chapter 82, Let It Go. Lu Pingyan sensed the aura, furrowing his brow, and took a step to the left to maintain distance from the enchanting figure. Hello, teacher. Haha. Ning Yuelon chuckled softly, covering her mouth. You still call me teacher? It seems you were not neglected back in the academy. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan did not look at her, but instead fixed his gaze on the water sprite, whose aura was no less formidable than that of the Thunder Spirit crocodile. Could it be? Yet, why would such a formidable character remain at Beastmaster number 1? Lu Pingyan was puzzled. They could easily obliterate an entire academy in an instant. Why expend effort summoning so-called ferocious beasts? Alas, do not furrow your brows. Your face is quite lovely when relaxed. Ning Yuelon teased, her alluring demeanor causing Wang Wu's cheeks to flush as he averted his gaze. Do you know her? Wang Wen abruptly pulled Lu Pingyan closer, his expression serious as he inquired. I suppose we are acquainted, Lu Pingyan mused. That water sprite was an extraordinary beast. How could a beast master of such caliber be obscure? Lu Pingyan bit his lip, uncertain of how to explain. Did you save her from beneath the cliff? Wang Wen inquired, gesturing towards the enchanting figure. This familiar scenario caused Lu Pingyan to pause momentarily before he nodded in agreement. He was not adept at fabricating lies, so silence seemed the wisest choice. Indeed, Wang Wen clapped Lu Pingyan on the shoulder, clearly proud of his esteemed companion. What are you dawdling for? Eliminate them. Ren Xingyu commanded, delivering a sharp slap to the middle-aged man who had appeared beside him. Young master, this, Ren Xingyu narrowed his eyes dangerously. Yes. Are you going to kill us? Ning Yuelon chuckled lightly, raising her delicate hand. In an instant, a cerulean realm emerged beneath them, ensnaring them within its confines, while Lu Pingyan began to dissipate. Hey! Observing this, Wang Wu was momentarily stunned and reached out to grasp Lu Pingyan's hand, only to find nothing but air. He watched helplessly as the vibrant youth vanished before his eyes. Do not wear such a troubled expression. Lu Pingyan will be fine. We have our own matters to attend to, Wang Wen remarked, casting a sidelong glance at him while his gaze shifted to the fiery winged dragon that had broken free. Take care of it before we emerge. Hiss. Beside them, the small green serpent nodded in agreement, trusting its beastmaster. Is that a domain-type skill? Given its magnitude, it must be at least of royal caliber, exclaimed the middle-aged man in astonishment. What is there to fuss about? Ren Xingyu retorted dismissively, his previously gentle smile fading to reveal his true nature. I'll assist you with this. The rest is up to you. Xiao Pingyan, Ning Yuelon remarked with a charming smile, her beautiful eyes flashing with curiosity. She yearned to discover how the intriguing youth would respond when confronted by adversaries from the Demon City, whose backgrounds and powers far surpassed his own. The battle of extraordinary beastmasters was not within Lu Pingyan's realm of influence, nor did he wish to intervene. Our beasts are outside this domain, Lu Pingyan. You are doomed, Ren Xingyu proclaimed, rising first and twisting his neck, a sinister grin adorning his face. His arms were covered in dragon scales, resembling a humanoid beastmaster. Not pretending anymore. Lu Pingyan chuckled softly. We are kindred spirits. If you eliminate Ren Shui, I might permit you to join the Ren family as my servant. I could even arrange an admission letter for you to the Demon City University. At this, Ren Xingyu's smile widened as he presented an enticing proposition. In a one-on-one confrontation, Lu Pingyan would surely not be his match. Forget it. I am not worthy of such a fate, Lu Pingyan shrugged, his gaze fixed on the approaching Ren Xingyu. He drew forth a small knife, a tool he typically employed for self-defense. Uffed. Ren Xingyu burst into laughter. Is that all? What makes you think you can fight me? Truly a desperate gamble. How unfortunate that it is futile. Perhaps. In the next moment, Lu Pingyan's eyes seemed to catch something, and he advanced a few steps with the knife, poised towards Ren Xingyu. The latter stood with his arms crossed, observing him with keen interest. Swish. The sound of the small knife slicing through the air echoed as Lu Pingyan hurled the weapon directly at Ren Xingyu's head. Clang. The metallic clash reverberated. Is that it? Ren Xingyu raised an eyebrow, entirely oblivious to the smirk that crept across Lu Pingyan's lips, nor the presence of the two-hound that had emerged behind him. In a flash of lightning, the hound transformed into a bolt, appearing instantaneously behind Ren Xingyu, its paw descending forcefully upon the latter's head. Bang! The transformed Ren Xingyu crashed into the mirror-like ground. You ambushed me. Isn't that your usual tactic? Lu Pingyan approached slowly, observing the pinned Ren Xingyu with a nonchalant expression. The laws of the Great Xia state that beastmasters. I know, Lu Pingyan interjected, picking up the previously thrown knife. Approaching Ren Xingyu with measured steps, he continued. I am from the Ren family of Demon City. A frenzied glint surged in Ren Xingyu's eyes as he struggled, reminiscent of the tragic girl from before. How could someone dare to kill the prodigy beastmaster of the Ren family? I am aware, Lu Pingyan knelt down. I have always taken a stoic approach to danger. However, if you are willing to divulge the nature of your abilities, I might spare your life. His condescending demeanor caused Ren Xingyu's pupils to constrict slightly. Yet upon hearing Lu Pingyan's latter words, a grotesque smile spread across his face. Haha, curious? You are mistaken. Before he could finish, Ren Xingyu's pupils, which had just contracted, began to widen as the small knife lodged itself into his skull. Fine, no need to speak. With a quiet whisper, a genius beastmaster from the Demon City met his demise. Chapter 83, Retribution. Lu Pingyan harbored no fondness for the act of killing. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to spare Ji Li. The latter was merely immature, having neither assaulted the elder nor resorted to kidnapping or threats. Instead being manipulated by the elder. Following a demonstration of Lu Pingyan's strength, perhaps Ji Li would feel fear or other emotions, ceasing to pose a threat. However, Ren Xingyu was different. He was arrogant and rebellious. Had Wang Wen not arrived, and Ning Yuelon not made a sudden appearance, they would have surely perished. Even with a formidable background, Lu Pingyan would still make the same choice. If he spared Ren Xingyu, would everything thereafter remain undisturbed? Not necessarily. Moments later, the battle at the other end concluded. In this confined space, both a genius beastmaster from the Demon City and a transcendent beastmaster had perished. Who would have thought? Xiao Pingyan has grown. I am truly gratified. Ning Yuelon exclaimed, momentarily taken aback by the scene, covering her mouth as she chuckled softly, adding a touch of allure to the otherwise monotonous environment. Huh. Lu Pingyan was taken aback, gazing at Teacher Ning with astonishment. Wasn't it the assailants who attacked me? And then Teacher Ning heroically eliminated them? What does this have to do with me? How could I, Lu Pingyan, ever commit murder? In response, Ning Yuelon's beautiful eyes narrowed as she glared at him. This insolent boy, have you thought it through as I suggested? Will you join the Yuling organization? If I fail the Beastmaster entrance examination, can I still join? Lu Pingyan pondered before responding. If you achieve commendable results in the Beastmaster examination, you can join an institution no less prestigious than the one Ren Xingyu attends in Demon City. Thus, that path seems promising. Should I fail or perform poorly, I believe the Yuling organization is a viable alternative. At the very least, Teacher Ning has left a favorable impression on me, making her relatively easy to engage with. Upon hearing this, Ning Yuelon shot him another glare. This boy certainly knows how to secure a safety net for himself. Do as you wish. But I may not be in Donglin City for much longer. Where to? I will join the Yuling organization, and I shall inform you. Ning Yuelon bent down, her smile radiant as a peach blossom in full bloom, capturing one's heart. Lu Pingyan thought, perhaps it is best not to know. At the first Beastmaster Hospital of Dongli City, in room 3, Ren Shui lay weakly, and 4 needle inserted into the back of her hand. Is everything all right? Wang Wu inquired. Ren Shui shook her head slightly. Seeing this, Wang Wu chose not to press further. After all, engaging in such matters is enough to leave anyone feeling distressed. The sound of the door being pushed open echoed, and Lu Pingyan appeared at the doorway of the hospital room. Is everything all right? Following Wang Wu's notification, Lu Pingyan had taken a taxi to this place, resting his eyes briefly during the journey. It was necessary to find some time to refresh the script simulation. It's nothing. Ren Shui's beautiful eyes turned towards Lu Pingyan, a glimmer of light appearing within as she gently shook her head. Subsequently, as if recalling something, the girl looked at Lu Pingyan, her lips slightly parted. Thank you. I currently have no way to repay this kindness, but I shall return it in the future. Gratitude shone in Ren Shui's icy eyes. Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, then sat beside Ren Shui, his gaze earnestly fixed on the girl, who resembled an iceberg. It can be repaid, it truly can. Perhaps fearing the girl had not heard him clearly, he emphasized it twice. As his words fell, the atmosphere in the No. 3 ward of Dongli City Beastmaster Hospital descended into a state of near silence. Ren Shui's beautiful eyes continued to quietly gaze at Lu Pingyan. After a long pause, the girl earnestly regarded Lu Pingyan and asked, Do you desire this spatial spirit crystal? Her eyes, as clear as ice and snow, seemed to see through Lu Pingyan's innermost thoughts, causing him to falter slightly and awkwardly touch his nose. Yes, Lu Pingyan admitted. Is it for the little green snake? A ripple of emotion surged through Ren Shui's calm eyes, like a boulder cast into tranquil waters, creating tumultuous waves. Her gaze bore an unmistakable fervor. After experiencing events in her childhood, Ren Shui had erected a cold wall around her heart, allowing only beast taming to penetrate her inner world. The little green snake resembled her former beast companion. Yes, good. Upon hearing this, Ren Shui's beautiful eyes focused intently on Lu Pingyan. The spatial spirit crystal could be acquired again, but this kindness, if left unreciprocated, might never present another opportunity. The girl bit her lip slightly, then earnestly looked at Lu Pingyan and murmured, I am sorry. Huh. Lu Pingyan was taken aback, wondering what she was apologizing for. What grievances could there possibly be between them? Hearing this, Ren Shui also seemed momentarily stunned, staring at Lu Pingyan for a long while before finally speaking. Is there anything else I can do? Anything at all? Lu Pingyan assessed the girl. Although her complexion was somewhat pale, her elegance remained unblemished. Ren Shui unusually nodded obediently. Such a gesture seemed out of character for her. Observing this, Lu Pingyan turned his head to glance at Wang Wu, who appeared somewhat dazed. Wang Wu seemed to understand his meaning, rising to his feet with a sigh. Am I not also one of the lifesavers? As Wang Wu exited the hospital room, Lu Ping'an shifted his gaze back to Rin Shui. The latter bit her lip, lifting her gaze to Lu Ping'an and weakly explained, "I asked as well. But the class monitor said it was unnecessary." However, Lu Ping'an paid no heed, instead looking at the girl and softly saying, "This favor aids both me and him." "All right." The girl was taken aback, seriously nodding, her expression resolute. She would accomplish this. After a considerable time, Rin Shui, listening to Lu Ping'an's murmurs, displayed a fleeting look of surprise in her beautiful eyes, leaning back against the pillow in a daze. "Just like that? Regarding this spatial spirit crystal, consider it something I purchased from you. 600,000 Dian coins, not a penny more or less." Lu Ping'an placed his belongings down, feeling light. 2 days later, at the Beastmaster Academy, Lu Ping'an still did not attend classes. The 7-day vacation was not to be shortened. In the classroom, Ruan Su was engrossed in reviewing past exam questions from the Tianan province, seemingly oblivious to the girl standing before her. "Ruan Su," Rin Shui softly called. Ruan Su was startled, and upon raising her head and seeing the girl's visage, her expression was one of sheer astonishment. Such a gentle tone emanating from Rin Shui was almost unbelievable. Had she been infected somehow? Had she not yet awakened? Ruan Su removed her round glasses, rubbing her eyes. "Happy birthday. This is a gift for you." Upon seeing this, Rin Shui's lips curled slightly. After learning of Rin Xingyu's death, a radiant sunlight poured into her world, as if her heart had been opened anew. This gift was a fire spirit crystal, akin to the wind spirit crystal, essential for the first stage evolution of most fire attribute beasts. The price was somewhat higher, although Rin Shui did not understand why Lu Ping'an did not deliver it himself. Since she had accepted his kindness, it was no trouble to perform such a simple act. Meanwhile, Lu Ping'an sat in his room, jotting down his upcoming plans on paper. The matters over there should also have reached a conclusion. At that time, he had deceived the little girl of her wind spirit crystal. Although she did not require it, Lu Ping'an inexplicably felt a twinge of guilt. Perhaps the little girl would not know that this fire spirit crystal was from him. Yet Lu Ping'an felt a sense of justified relief in his heart. Little Qing. After finishing, Lu Ping'an stretched lazily, leaning back in his chair and speaking softly. "Hiss." The little green snake nodded slightly. "Present." For the next half-month, according to the outline plan, they would strive to reach the 5th tier, with the materials in hand. There was only one task remaining, level grinding. As for the air ha, it would be a matter of fate, continuing to cling to the big thigh. Perhaps through the luck of the air ha, unexpected surprises awaited. "Hiss." The little green snake's body tensed, standing up. "I guarantee the completion of the task." Chapter 84, The Wind Spirit Snake. During the post-battle summary phase, Lu Ping'an compared the little green snake, the air ha, and other beasts based on the data provided by the Dian Beastmaster official website. The swift wind butterfly, a wind attribute beast of rare quality, unleashed powerful destruction through hurricanes generated by its wings, also enhancing speed. The howling moon thunder dog, a lightning attribute beast of excellent quality, exhibited remarkable performance in both speed and strength. From the combat videos on the Beastmaster website, Lu Ping'an estimated that a 4th-tier swift wind butterfly might be significantly weaker than the little green snake. That day, Lu Ping'an had witnessed the little green snake's abilities. Its winds could influence 8th-tier water attribute beasts and amplify their powers. Yet why was that? Lu Ping'an found himself perplexed. Although it was a positive development, it seemed incongruous. In the evening, at the dining table, Lu Ping'an absent-mindedly picked at his food while contemplating, unable to find clarity. He still could not comprehend. If judged solely by tier, the little green snake and the air ha should not possess such combat prowess. "You brat." A disdainful voice rang out as Dean Li lightly tapped Lu Ping'an's head with his chopsticks. "Can't you eat properly?" On pondering some matters, Lu Ping'an replied sheepishly. "Thinking about how to sleep?" Dean Li shot him a glare, unimpressed. "Not quite. If you have concerns, speak them out." Hearing this, Dean Li cast him a sidelong glance and replied leisurely. "Do you understand the knowledge of beast taming?" Lu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, then cautiously inquired. "What is the relationship between the tier, talent, skills, and combat strength of beasts?" Lu Ping'an's eyes narrowed slightly. The little green snake is capable of slightly contending against the 8th-tier Beastmaster, likely due to its innate attributes and advanced skills. As for the second dog's royal skill, Instant Thunder Flash, it is quite similar. One can only imagine how terrifying the heavenly and divine tiers must be. Lu Ping'an felt a twinge of apprehension at the thought. The skills of Beastmasters can be cultivated, as there are specialized Beastmasters within the Beastmaster army who teach these skills, though most are below the intermediate level. Dean Li cast a surprised glance at Lu Ping'an and began to explain slowly. "Is the proficiency of skills important?" pondered Lu Ping'an, followed by another question. "Of course. The same beast, the same skill. A novice and a master are worlds apart." After accumulating the use of beast skills, Not only is the consumption of spiritual power reduced, but the power of the skills is also significantly enhanced. Wouldn't you say that that's important? Deanly huffed lightly. What about innate talent? Do beasts with talent possess extraordinary combat strength? Lu Pingyan inquired eagerly. Indeed, but to possess talent, a beast must at least be of epic quality. Why do you ask? Could it be that your little snake has awakened a talent? As he spoke, Deanly discreetly glanced at the door. Sort of. Lu Pingyan replied after a moment of contemplation, his tone earnest. It's somewhat like that, but it's cultivated postnatally, and the little green snake currently possesses 2 talents. It seems the second dog has one too. If we round it off, doesn't that mean I, Lu Pingyan, have contracted 2 epic quality beasts? What a bargain. Are you kidding me? Deanly placed his wooden chopsticks down on the table and shot Lu Pingyan an exasperated look. Go wash the dishes, and after that, mop the floor. As he reached the door, the elder suddenly spoke. All right. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye, and the little green snake lived up to expectations, surviving for a century in the simulated world. It successfully broke through to the 5th tier, and as the tier increased, Lu Pingyan felt the importance of beast quality more acutely. Evolution could not be delayed. Xiaoqing, Lu Pingyan gently stroked the little green snake's back, speaking softly. Hiss. Before Lu Pingyan could continue, the little green snake rubbed against his palm, emitting an excited sound. It understood what was about to transpire. There might be some pain, but it should be similar to the evolution in the simulated world. Lu Pingyan slowly rose, drew the curtains, and moved a table to block the door. Everything needed to be approached with caution. The evolution of the little green snake must not be interrupted. Hiss. The little green snake raised its head. It was unafraid. Hearing this, Lu Pingyan chuckled softly and systematically arranged the materials required for evolution before the little green snake. Upon reaching the 5th tier, the little green snake's biting force had escalated to a terrifying level, capable of crushing even spiritual crystals to swallow them whole. After consuming the 2 types of elemental crystals, a dazzling light of blue and white enveloped it. Gradually, the increasingly dense light cocooned the little green snake like an egg. Lu Pingyan's gaze remained fixated on the blue-white cocoon. His heart brimmed with excitement. Following the little green snake's evolution, it would possess dual attributes of space and wind, making it formidable even against epic-quality beasts during the practical examination of beast masters. Once its skill tier was enhanced, the combat power of the evolved form would reach an astonishing level. At that time, any terrifying ambush would seem trivial. Half a day passed swiftly, and as per Lu Pingyan's prior mention, Deanly did not intrude. Time flowed by, and Lu Pingyan remained intently focused on the blue-white cocoon. After a prolonged period, a cracking sound resonated, causing Lu Pingyan's pupils to constrict sharply. He beheld the wings of blue and white. The little green snake had sprouted wings. Once the light dissipated, the evolved form, the wind spirit serpent, appeared before Lu Pingyan. In the moments prior, when the blue-white egg shattered, he had only glimpsed a fragment. At that moment, he had only seen the newly formed wings of the little green snake. When the light faded entirely, Lu Pingyan finally beheld the complete form of the little green snake. Or rather, the wind spirit serpent. Its body remained predominantly blue, yet it was slightly elongated compared to before, adorned with white patterns. Its blue eyes and white pupils rendered the wind spirit serpent exceptionally striking. In terms of aura, it was not inferior to the firewing flame dragon. If the previous little green snake, despite its power increase, still bore an unremarkable appearance, the current wind spirit serpent had undergone a profound transformation. Xiaoqing. Lu Pingyan's thoughts stirred, and he called out to the wind spirit serpent. Hiss. In the familiar voice, there seemed to be an added air of authority. The wind spirit serpent turned its head to look at Lu Pingyan, noticing the astonishment in his eyes, and proudly lifted its head. It was the space wind serpent. Xiaoqing, risen to greatness. Within Lu Pingyan's view, the panel of Xiaoqing had also transformed. Beast name, Wind Spirit Serpent, Xiaoqing. Beast attributes, Wind, Space. Beast level, 5th tier, 1 star. Skills, Wind Vortex, 6. Wind S Protection, 4. Shadow Cut, 1. Talents, Fearless, Wind Goddess Favor, Dragon S Mirage, Breath of Space. Lu Pingyan bit his lip, inhaled deeply to suppress his excitement, and began to contemplate Xiaoqing's new talents and skills. Shadow Cut, merging wind with the enigmatic space attribute, possessing the sharpness of wind and the terrifying ability to cut through space, a royal level skill. Lu Pingyan's pupils slightly contracted, unable to conceal his astonishment. A royal level skill? On par with the second dog's instant thunder flash. Wow, this evolution was incredibly rewarding. However, such a formidable skill must come with limitations, right? For example, an increased consumption of spiritual power? He had noted this during battle. That day, after the second dog used instant thunder flash twice in succession, it returned home utterly exhausted, collapsing into its dog bed for a deep sleep. Balancing teleportation, paralysis, and duplication placed a considerable strain on the second dog's stamina. Lu Pingyan reined in his thoughts and continued to observe. Breath of space. The wind spirit serpent experiences a 30% reduction in spiritual power consumption for space-type skills. Additional effect. When faced with a lethal threat, it can instantly retreat into the Beast Master space for evasion. Cooldown time. 3 days. Note. Can only be used once per simulated scenario. Lu Pingyan could not help but echo a silent wow. At this moment, those 2 words encapsulated his sentiments. Divine skill. An absolute divine skill. In reality, retreating into the Beast Master space when on the brink of death could serve as a life-saving measure. In the simulated world, it also equated to gaining an opportunity to seize fortune. With 3 talents, the Wind Spirit Serpent was already this formidable. What if there were 10 or 100 talents? As this thought crossed his mind, Lu Pingyan felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. Oh whoa! The second dog gazed at its brother's dramatic transformation, shrinking back its neck. This was it. There was no turning back now. Oh whoa! Thinking of this, the second dog's eyes darted around, its wise gaze landing on Lu Pingyan. One paw resting on his pant leg. It too desired to evolve. All right, but for the next half-month, you must obey. Only then can we swiftly simulate your evolved form, Lu Pingyan stated. In that half-month, the second dog endeavored diligently in the simulated world, achieving a level of 3 stars and 8 tiers, which was quite commendable. The skill Shunlei Tianshan has become more adept, reaching level 5, while Zilei has also attained the same tier. Furthermore, under the tutelage of a golden wolfhound, a new talent has been awakened. Erosion of Thunder. Your attacks will inflict lightning element-attached damage on enemies, reducing their resistance to lightning while they continuously suffer from the erosion of electricity for a duration of 30 seconds. Upon witnessing this talent, Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. Aside from the king-tier skill Shunlei Tianshan, the era has awakened another talent? Goodness. The erosion effect indicates that Era is straying further down the path of a dog. How? Era stands tall and proud. No problem. Let's conduct a reality simulation and observe your performance. In the past half-month, the cumulative number of script simulations has granted Lu Pingyan 2 opportunities for reality simulations. With his understanding of this perilous world, it is essential to undertake a reality simulation. Ding! Detecting updates to Beastmaster information. Loading reality simulation. 2 days later, you and your Beastmaster conducted a script simulation, but no optimal evolution route was found. Half a month later, still the same. Lu Pingyan. Did he misinterpret something? When Xiaoqing conducted a simulated evolution, she found the optimal evolution route on her second attempt. Has Era's fortuitous luck run out? Half a month later, you and your Beastmaster participated in the Beastmaster College entrance examination and achieved commendable results. A year later, you and your Beastmaster participated in a secret realm trial held in the capital to obtain evolution materials, only to encounter the extraordinary beast, the demon-faced sword ghost. And instead of escaping, you and your Beastmaster were ambushed. Your Beastmaster perished, and you met your end. Lu Pingyan was momentarily stunned. Within those brief lines, he was able to glean effective information. Firstly, his performance in the Beastmaster College entrance examination must have been commendable, granting him entrance to a Beastmaster Academy in the capital. Secondly, there was an ambush. Lu Pingyan believed that, given his character, the likelihood of making enemies was minimal, and he had no acquaintances in the large city. This enemy was apparent. Simulation concluded. Survival duration 1 year. The host may choose one of the following 3 options as a reward. Era's growth over the year. Enhancement of Era's spiritual power. Slight increase in Era's skill proficiency. Lu Pingyan gazed at the options and ultimately chose the enhancement of Era's spiritual power. Although it seemed that this would not significantly improve Era's intelligence, the talent weakling's retreat belongs to the spiritual category, which made Lu Pingyan's mind resolute. Ding! At this moment, a vibration from his phone interrupted Lu Pingyan's thoughts, and upon picking it up, he discovered a message. Rin Shui from Class 3 of Beastmasters requests to add you as a friend. Lu Pingyan was taken aback and did not rush to accept. Despite the life-saving grace owed to her, there seemed to be no other connection between them. Could it be that the 20,000 Xia coins had yet to be returned? However, given Rin Shui's character, if Lu Pingyan did not bring it up, she would likely never mention it. Could it be that the Rin family from Magic City had come to seek him out? Rin Shui. 3 days later. There will be an exchange meeting between Yusho Yizhong and several Beastmaster high schools in Dongli City. Will you attend? Another message appeared. Lu Pingyan pondered for a moment, opened the keyboard to prepare a refusal. However, just as he completed typing, his finger paused before touching the screen. His gaze fixed on the new message from Rin Shui, and he let out a soft sigh. He wished to remain low-key, yet life would not permit it. Chapter 86. Sparring. Lu Pingyan contemplated Rin Shui's message. The first prize for this exchange meeting was quite special. It was not Xia coins, nor was it any beast materials. Instead, it was an epic quality evolution route for a beast, freely selectable. He must attend, otherwise, according to Era's simulation progress, it would take nearly a year to simulate an evolved form. Ordinary Beastmasters only had the privilege to view evolution routes for rare quality beasts on the Xia Beastmaster official website. And Lu Pingyan currently lacked the authority to query epic quality beasts. If he obtained an evolution route for an epic quality beast, he could refine it further to better fit the final evolved form. Moreover, the exchange meeting between Beastmaster Academies would provide an opportunity to shine. Although Lu Pingyan wished to remain inconspicuous, he had already offended the Rin family from Magic City. With such a powerful faction, it would not be difficult for them to trace him. After all, this is a world of beasts, and it is not unusual for beasts with talents that can replicate narratives to exist. Remaining too low profile might lead to his demise unnoticed. Having already exposed himself, he might as well reveal a bit more to attract the attention of significant figures in Tiannan province. Even if the Beastmasters from Magic City sought to harm him, it would not be as straightforward. With these thoughts, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but let out a sigh. However, before proceeding, he wanted to test the strength of Xiaoqing's newly evolved form. Unfortunately, there were no suitable opponents. Observing Lu Pingyan lost in thought, Era placed its front paw on his pant leg. What was the matter? Seeing Era's robust physique, a glimmer of inspiration sparked in Lu Pingyan's eyes. Seemingly noticing Lu Pingyan's expression, Era was momentarily taken aback, its breathing becoming slightly rapid. Whenever its Beastmaster wore such an expression, it signified that good fortune was on the horizon. How? Realizing this, Era could not help but cheer with excitement, its paws patting on the bed, eagerly looking at Lu Pingyan. Come on. I, Era, am ready. Let the evolution begin. Wind Spirit Wolf. Since you are so eager, then it shall be you. Lu Pingyan smiled, patting Era's back and observing the tattered bed sheets without anger. How? Era excitedly nodded. Great. Tomorrow morning, you will spar with Xiaoqing. Era, The next day, Lu Pingyan arrived at school bright and early. At 4 in the morning, he was the only one present at Yusho Yizhong. After dropping off his backpack, Lu Pingyan headed straight for the Beastmaster Pavilion. At this hour, the pavilion was as silent as a still sea, cold and tranquil. Era, the time for redemption has arrived. Lu Pingyan summoned his beast and gently patted Era's back in encouragement. Hearing this, Era drooped its head, timidly glancing at the winged wind spirit snake, its heart racing. Howl! Era let out a dissatisfied howl. It intended to charge? In that instant, the greenish-white eyes of the snake reflected Era's figure. Era's pupils narrowed slightly. After some coaxing, both Era and Xiaoqing appeared on the field. Howl! Gazing at the wind spirit snake in midair, Era's voice softened. Big brother, be gentle. Lu Pingyan, meanwhile, settled into a chair, watching the duel between the two beasts. A 5th-tier beast against a 3rd-tier one, and with Xiaoqing having evolved, the outcome was predictable. The atmosphere in the arena became tense, as Era's wise gaze fixated on the airborne Xiaoqing. Howl! Era made the first move, activating Shunlei Tianshan and appearing behind the wind spirit snake, striking down with a claw. As long as the lightning element was attached, he would have a chance. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the space seemed to ripple, and Era felt as if his forepaw had been ensnared by an invisible force, followed by a chilling sense of impending doom. In the next moment, the body of the Era lost control, plummeting like a kite severed from its string. An invisible force emerged, catching his form. Xiaoqing watched this scene, feeling quite pleased with her own prowess. Not bad at all. Hearing this sound, Xiaoqing flapped her wings, her speed increasing exponentially, as she appeared by Lu Pingyan's side, nuzzling against him with her serpentine head. Upon seeing this, Lu Pingyan chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently stroke Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, the azure and white eyes of the wind spirit serpent squinted, the worries in her heart dissipating, the sense of crisis vanishing quietly. Xiaoqing, indeed, was the mightiest Beast Tamer. The Erha could merely serve as a mood enhancer. Nearby, the Erha let out a soft whimper, looking at Lu Pingyan with a hint of grievance. Unable to compete, utterly incapable of doing so, how could one possibly prevail? Efforts seemed futile. Strengthening oneself appeared to be an unattainable goal. Contemplating this, the Erha lay down on the ground, squinting his eyes. When one cannot win, it is best to take a nap. A wise Beast Tamer once remarked that the time for morning study should naturally be used for catching up on sleep. Without proper rest, how can one learn? Lu Pingyan shared this sentiment. Before others had even entered the classroom, he had already laid his head on the desk, slipping into a dream. The path of evolution must be pursued, yet reducing the cooldown time for scenario simulations was equally essential. As the classroom gradually filled, some students glanced at Lu Pingyan, who was dozing off at his desk, their expressions reflecting surprise. Not far away, Ruansu narrowed her beautiful eyes, focusing intently on Lu Ping'an. Could it be that, as Lu Ping'an claimed, he was diligently studying, immersed in his learning? Was his daytime slumber merely a ruse to mislead them? The girl pondered momentarily, then nodded to herself. Yes, it seemed quite plausible. With this thought, Ruansu inhaled deeply, gripping her book, her beautiful eyes seriously studying the notes. Wang Wu habitually sat in his usual spot, his mind somewhat distracted these past few days due to recent events. Upon returning home, his elder brother had shared numerous insights that had slightly shattered Wang Wu's worldview. He now understood that this world was far more perilous than he had previously imagined. No wonder he had been mercilessly beaten upon returning home during his previous arrogant days. It was all for his own good. He had long misjudged his elder brother. As the class bell rang, Wang Wu reached for the familiar Tiannan Province Beast Taming College exam paper in his backpack, preparing to tackle some questions. When his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Ping'an, still sprawled on the desk, rubbing his eyes, he thought, surely, I must be mistaken? Lu Ping'an actually came to school? Chapter 87. A man should not, at least should not. For Lu Ping'an, there was little distinction between staying at school and being at home. The only difference being that at home, he could see the old man. As the class bell rang, Lu Ping'an stirred awake. Glancing at the girl seated in front of him, her aura seemed less frigid than before. Today, Lu Ping'an had two objectives at school. First, to conduct a practical test with Xiao Qing in the Beast Taming Pavilion. Second, to inquire about certain matters regarding the Beast Communication meeting. He was not well versed in its rules or restrictions. Sensing Lu Ping'an's gaze, the girl slowly turned around, her beautiful eyes meeting his. In the corridor, students engaged in stretching exercises while others busied themselves, creating an atmosphere where it seemed as if only the two of them shared the same rhythm. Sighing inwardly, Lu Ping'an realized he was quite far from the girl. It would take him 30 seconds to approach and inquire, and even if she explained, it would probably take several minutes, leading to wasted time. Perhaps it was better to continue his slumber. As for the Beast Communication meeting, he trusted that old Lin would send out group messages, and he could check his phone then. In Ren Shue's astonished gaze, Lu Ping'an once again laid down, slowly closing his eyes. Ren Shue thought to herself, this guy truly is an enigma. Just as she turned away, her peripheral vision caught sight of a delicate boy standing at the door, holding a bouquet of flowers, her beautiful brows furrowing. Over the past few days, Ji Li had been acting strangely, coming to Beast Taming Class 3 just to catch a glimpse of her before departing. Now, he stood at the door with flowers, growing increasingly audacious. Had he not learned his lesson from that incident? Just as Ren Shue prepared to step out to address this situation, she was taken aback to see the delicate boy on tiptoe, a bashful look on his face, gazing toward the back of the classroom. Lu Ping'an. The boy's face radiated joy, his emotions clearly displayed. It was reminiscent of how he had pursued her in the past. Ji Li's voice, though soft, caused all the students in Beast Taming Class 3 to pause, their expressions one of astonishment. The atmosphere in the classroom became as still as an icy pond. The ticking of the second hand distinctly audible. Am I dreaming? Someone murmured, breaking the silence. Ruansu, who had just resolved to work harder, covered her mouth in disbelief. Lu Ping'an, someone is calling for you. Wang Wu swallowed hard, deciding to wake Lu Ping'an. If it were trouble, he would have simply sent them away. But in this case, even as class monitor, he felt it inappropriate to interfere. Hearing this, Lu Ping'an lazily awakened, glancing at the delicate boy at the door. Oh, it's him, holding a bouquet of flowers? Looking for Ren Shue? What does it have to do with me? Class monitor, could you do me a favor? Sure. Just tell him I'm not interested. Lu Ping'an yawned, glancing at the clock. Whether it was a duel or something else, it held little significance. Oh, Wang Wu was momentarily taken aback, then nodded. It was understandable to be uninterested. He would feel the same. At the door, Wang Wu cast a disapproving glance at Ji Li, speaking coldly. You again? The beast taming exam is approaching. Can you not be so disruptive? If it comes to a fight, can your toad defeat my armored lizard? Ji Li, about to retort, caught sight of Lu Ping'an's figure and let out a breath, casting a glance at Wang Wu. This is none of your business. As if recalling past events, Ji Li shot Lu Ping'an a lingering look before turning to leave. There would be ample time. He would have his chance. Seeing this, Wang Wu scratched his head in confusion, watching Ji Li's departing figure. Although Lu Ping'an was indeed quite handsome, possessing an enduring appeal. With this thought, Wang Wu pressed his lips together and shook his head. But a man should not. At least should not. As the class bell rang, a man of about 26 or 27 entered, dressed in formal attire with a serious demeanor. He was Song Ming, the current history teacher of Beast Taming Class 1, who had recently been assigned. Song Ming adjusted his tie, cleared his throat, and stepped inside. I am your history teacher, named Song Ming, a graduate of Tiannan Beast Taming Academy, responsible for teaching you the history of beast taming. His brief introduction and stern expression prompted some of the joking students to suppress their laughter. Tiannan Beast Taming Academy ranked first among Beast Tamer academies in Tiannan Province. Throughout the entirety of Beast Taming 1, only a handful of students had the privilege of being admitted. As a welcome gift, I will write a question on the board. It is not too difficult, but it will allow me to gauge your cultural knowledge. The sound of chalk striking the blackboard echoed, and elegant white characters appeared on the dark surface. Why are they so simplistic? Please share your thoughts. Though the prompt is brief, a single sentence, it incited a wave of indignation among numerous students. As the region with the most abundant resources for beast tamers, ants examinations were surprisingly less challenging than those of. This seemed profoundly unjust to them. Some students felt compelled to ascend the podium and passionately express their frustrations. Wang Gu. This question, Li Ho remarked, sensing something amiss as he glanced at Wang Wu. It's not that simple. Few in our class can grasp it, Wang Wu replied, his gaze fixed on the question. It requires an exceptionally deep understanding of the history of beast taming alongside the ability to set aside personal biases. While it may seem straightforward, it is juxtaposed against an overall high level of beast taming expertise. Even with Wang Wu's pride, he must concede that in actual combat, he would not stand a chance against his peers from. As time ticked by, Song Ming noticed the unusual atmosphere in the classroom. Time's up. He gently tapped the desk and turned his gaze to Lu Pingyan, who was resting his head on the table. This student sleeping at his desk, please rise and answer. Chapter 88. The History of Strengthening the Strong. As the words fell, every pair of eyes in the classroom turned toward Lu Pingyan. Momentarily taken aback, Lu Pingyan thought, shouldn't I be well known in the beast taming first high school? The teacher should have overlooked me. If your answer does not satisfy me, you may as well not sleep in my class again, Song Ming stated sternly, fixing his gaze on the standing Lu Pingyan. And if I do provide a satisfactory answer? Lu Pingyan first scanned the concise question before looking at Song Ming, his expression calm. This question is not difficult. In this era, due to the significance of beast taming, many students do not prioritize their academic scores, resulting in less competition in this regard, and the overall scores remain modest. In fact, a comprehensive examination of beast taming culture is considerably simpler than the comprehensive papers I encountered in my previous life. As for the 6 centuries of beast taming history, Lu Pingyan perceived it as not particularly lengthy. As long as you do not disturb your classmates, the teacher allows you to sleep during class. Upon hearing this, Song Ming chuckled lightly, a subtle smile breaking through his stern demeanor. Such open-ended questions intertwined with the history of beast taming would not be deemed adequate unless he explicitly stated the word satisfactory. The students of beast taming first high school are still quite young. Lu Pingyan cast another glance at the question on the blackboard, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. The may appear simple, but the beast tamers of are not. Lu Pingyan spoke slowly, drawing from his profound insights. Ren Xingyu serves as an excellent example. Although he is not much older than them, he has contracted an epic quality, fire-type dragon beast, reaching an impressive 8th tier. The phrase boundless potential may not even suffice to encapsulate his capabilities. Setting aside academic subjects, in terms of overall strength as beast tamers, both far surpass the current generation of. Please continue, Song Ming encouraged, nodding approvingly. 150 years ago, faced its greatest calamity. Cities were at the forefront, suffering tremendous losses from countless beast invasions. It was precisely due to such events that the Beast Tamer Association established its headquarters in and concentrated vast resources on cultivating beast tamers and their associated industries. The rise of top cities has propelled the overall strength of beast tamers employing a strategy of strengthening the strong, which has elevated its power to its pinnacle. Lu Pingyan spoke calmly and eloquently. This historical context is concise and easy to remember, connecting the historical backdrop to the current reality, facilitating understanding. As his words concluded, a wave of astonished gazes fell upon Lu Pingyan. Although he had performed admirably in simulated combat tests, ranking among the top 10 in his grade, most still viewed Lu Pingyan as a lazy, illiterate student, even if luck allowed him to answer a few questions correctly and score over 300 points. What would that signify during the Beast Taming College entrance examination, where fortune might not favor him? Yet now, how could Lu Pingyan so effortlessly answer such a question? Ruan Su, her lips concealed behind a book, gasped in astonishment. Is Lu Pingyan's academic performance truly this exceptional? Although her answer was similar to his, he had been sleeping throughout class. How astonishing. Wow, Wang Gu, is this for real? Li Ho blinked in disbelief, casting a glance at Lu Pingyan before leaning toward Wang Wu. What do you think? Wang Wu shot him a glance and then focused back on the teacher at the podium. As class president, he sensed that this teacher might be quite formidable, with a temper to match. If Lu Pingyan had failed to answer that question, he could forget about sleeping in class. Fortunately, very well, please take your seat. Sleeping is allowed, but do not snore. Song Ming nodded, signaling for Lu Pingyan to sit down. I maintain a rather good temper. As long as you all pay attention in class or reach the standard of the previous student, I will not be upset. Song Ming turned back, picking up the eraser to wipe off the question written in chalk. Let me tell you about the real questions from past year's Beast Taming history exams. Li Ho expressed surprise. He appreciated a teacher with a good temperament. Throughout his 3 years in high school, the teachers he encountered who were easygoing tended to be quite gentle, allowing them a degree of freedom as long as they did not overstep boundaries. This thought brightened Li Ho's mood significantly as he rifled through his draft paper, searching for the question he had encountered during morning self-study. Wang Gu, I happen to have a question I don't understand. Could you explain it to me? Li Ho held up his draft paper and looked at Wang Wu. Before he could finish his sentence, a piece of chalk accurately struck his forehead. Get out. Song Ming did not even turn around, continuing to write on the blackboard. However, his earlier words caused those with small movements to freeze, casting fearful glances at Song Ming, who had just claimed that the teacher had a good temper. Returning home, Lu Pingyan opened his backpack only to discover an additional sheet of paper. The most prominent feature on it was 5 striking characters: Beast Tamer exchange meeting. The first impression it left on Lu Pingyan was that the handwriting was exquisite. After expressing his gratitude in his heart, Lu Pingyan began to peruse the rules within. After gaining a general understanding, he tossed the document aside and turned to the resting against the ceiling. Xiaoqing, come down for a simulation. Upon hearing this, the mixed pupils of the glimmered, and it instantly appeared before Lu Pingyan, flicking its tongue. Lu Pingyan chuckled softly at its impatience. However, he was also eager to see how the evolved Xiaoqing would perform in the simulated world. Meanwhile, the scratching at its doghouse glanced over, casting a resentful look before hastening its scratching motions. It felt neglected. Just thinking about it stirred its canine emotions. Beep detected that the beast has completed its evolution. Beast information updated. Difficulty level of the script world raised. Note: rewards obtained by the beast will also improve. Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. As the difficulty of the script world escalates, one might wonder at its peculiarity. Nevertheless, the rewards obtained are somewhat satisfactory and acceptable. The Yufeng Lingxi merely needs to endure, for its growth and strength will not be hindered by the increased challenge of higher levels. However, the words that appeared on the dark interface of the system caused Lu Pingyan to furrow his brow slightly. Has the birthplace been changed? Chapter 89, Domain of the Wind. Upon birth, the Yufeng Lingxi discovered a change in its surroundings, finding itself amidst ruins, with howling winds all around. At the age of 1, the Yufeng Lingxi spent time searching for an exit, but was unable to find one. By the age of 3, after fruitless searches, the Yufeng Lingxi decided to continue to endure and focus on cultivating the newly learned royal skill, Shadow Cut. At 10 years old, the Yufeng Lingxi encountered another race within the ruins, known as Fenghuohua, a plant-type adept at wind attribute enhancement. The Fenghuohua willingly became its subordinates due to the Yufeng Lingxi's formidable strength. At 15, the Yufeng Lingxi discovered a spatial rift at the vast boundary of the ruins, sensing a powerful spatial attribute, and chose to practice Shadow Cut there, hoping to one day slice through space and escape. By the age of 25, the Yufeng Lingxi had cultivated Shadow Cut to level 3, enabling it to briefly affect spatial fluctuations. At 45, while diligently training, the Yufeng Lingxi felt a twinge of guilt for consuming too many resources from the Fenghuohua clan and imparted the skill Wind Vortex to them. Upon reading this, Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback. The entire clan dedicated their efforts to support the cultivation of the Yufeng Lingxi. Remarkable indeed. However, the Wind Vortex skill is not of an exceedingly high tier, merely mid-level, so passing it on to his subordinates is not particularly significant. At 77, during the trial of the Wind Vortex skill with the Fenghuohua clan, the Yufeng Lingxi comprehended the essence of wind and awakened a domain-type skill, the Domain of the Wind. By the age of 100, the Yufeng Lingxi had initially mastered the Domain of the Wind. At 120, it intended to use Shadow Cut to slice through space and escape the ruins that confine the free winds, but was halted by the patriarch of the Fenghuohua clan. Although perplexed, the Yufeng Lingxi restrained its inner turmoil, adopting endurance as its guiding principle in life, and continued its cultivation. At 150, while training, the Yufeng Lingxi sensed violent fluctuations in space, and suddenly, the spatial fabric of the ruins shattered, revealing a colossal dragon shadow, wielding boundless winds. The Yufeng Lingxi was instantly obliterated, and the Fenghuohua clan was eradicated. Simulation concluded. The Yufeng Lingxi survived for 150 years and is entitled to all rewards. Skills: Shadow Cut, 13, Wind Vortex, 67, Wind's Blessing, 45. The growth intensity over 150 years. Domain type skill, Domain of the Wind, non-upgradable. Lu Pingyan gasped. Such remarkable outcomes from the first simulation of the Yufeng Lingxi exceeded his expectations. Furthermore, it subtly exuded the essence of a dragon sovereign, compelling the Fenghuo clan to bow in submission. Truly exceptional, little Qing. However, Lu Pingyan noted some details. When the Yufeng Lingxi sought to leave, the Fenghuo clan obstructed it due to the presence of a dragon outside, yet after 150 years, it still managed to breach the spatial constraints. What level of dragon could instantly annihilate the awakened domain, blessed by the wind god? Extraordinary, or perhaps beyond. Lu Pingyan examined the panel of the Yufeng Lingxi. Beast name, Yufeng Lingxi, Little Qing. Beast attributes, wind, space. Beast level, 5th tier, 4 stars. Skills, wind vortex, 7, wind's blessing, 5, shadow cut, 3, domain of the wind. Talents, fearless, wind god's blessing, breath of space, dragon's illusion. At present, the level of wind's blessing has reached a 25% increase. And the power of wind vortex has grown exponentially, complemented by the existence of the domain skill. If he were to encounter the Firewing Flame Dragon again, Lu Pingyan felt he might stand a chance. Meanwhile, at a beast material market in Donglin County, Dean Li ambled through, surveying the edible materials on display. To his surprise, the lad, Lu Pingyan, had begun to engage with the term talent, a word of higher significance. Dean Li murmured to himself while selecting materials from the roadside. In the south suburbs orphanage, only he and Lu Pingyan remained. Apart from some connections, they possessed no other assets, quite devoid of background. Once enrolled in the Beast Academy, he could offer little assistance. In this phase, he could only strive to strengthen Lu Pingyan's beast as much as possible. How much does this amount to? After selecting, Dean Li turned to the stall owner. These beast materials weren't particularly rare. When compared to the spirit crystals purchased by Lu Pingyan, they were inconsequential. 23,000. Is that for real? Just these Lingfeng mushrooms and some beast meat add up to 23,000? You must be joking, old man. Dean Li touched his pocket, expressing skepticism. Even though he received some subsidies after retiring from the beast army, it was not enough to this extent. TCH, buy it or not. Upon hearing this, the vendor scoffed, swatting Dean Li's hand away with contempt. What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll throw you out. Seeing the expression on Dean Li's face, the vendor glared even more fiercely at him, rolling up his sleeves as if ready to fight. Suddenly, a wave of energy rippled through the space, and a sharp sword aura sliced through the air, piercing the vendor's raised hand, eliciting a cry of pain. A young man approached leisurely, exuding an aura of simplicity and cleanliness. His attire was a plain dark blue, reminiscent of a blue lotus in a deep, tranquil pond. The youth reached the vendor and casually tossed a bag. 20,000 daxia coins. Keep the rest as medical expenses. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority, akin to that of a natural-born leader. Confronted with the youth's strength, the vendor could only glare fiercely before relenting. After concluding the matter, the youth turned to the elder, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Old man. Upon seeing the youth, even Dean Li, who moments ago had remained unperturbed in the face of the vendor's aggression, felt his hands tremble behind his back, and a hint of redness crept to the corners of his eyes. You actually remembered to come back? Upon hearing this, the previously domineering young man was momentarily taken aback, then pressed his lips together, lowering his head with an expression of contrition. After a lengthy pause, the youth felt a somewhat rough hand caressing his head, a gesture reminiscent of the past that brought comfort. However, the elder remained silent, simply holding his peace. Eventually, the youth broke the silence. Old man, is Little Pingyan's beast still that little green snake? Otherwise, do you think everyone is as fortunate as you to be taken by someone from the capital? Dean Li shot him a glare. Although he still wore a displeased expression, it was evident that happiness lay beneath. The youth chuckled helplessly. Shall I accompany you for a stroll? You may choose freely from this beast material market. Money is no object. Oh, impressive. Grown wise, have you? Isn't it all thanks to your teachings? Humph. In response, Dean Li shot him a sidelong glance, snorted softly, and refrained from further comments. Chapter 90. The Prodigy of the Capital, by Li Hongfeng. Observing the recently concluded simulation, the proud demeanor of the canine companion, Lu Pingyan sighed in exasperation. Following the simulation, the canine's level had also ascended to 3-tier 10 stars, a rapid progression indeed. However, the most significant point is that after Erha witnessed Shaoqing's evolved form, he insisted on simulating the evolutionary path. Consequently, he requested Lu Pingyan to help him find a beast similar to the golden wolf dog. How could that be possible? Lu Pingyan had never even seen one. Isn't this somewhat similar? Lu Pingyan compromised and found a completely yellow canine beast in the beast manual. Showing the image to Erha, it was a rare quality, Huangyan Hunter. It seemed somewhat close, as both were yellow. Owl. Erha shook his head vigorously, placing his front paws on Lu Pingyan's forelegs, gesturing with both paws. This is not similar at all. That golden wolf dog is colossal and awe-inspiring. Just glimpsing a corner instills fear. How could this be the same? It's even less attractive than me. Oh well. Erha sniffled and looked at Lu Pingyan with a hint of grievance. He wanted to evolve. He wished to evolve into a form like the golden wolf dog. Work hard. And once you reach the 5th tier, we will begin simulating the evolutionary path. I promise you will evolve into that formidable form, Lu Pingyan assured him. After pondering for a moment, he painted a grand vision for Erha. Huh. Erha tilted his head, gazing at Lu Pingyan with a face full of doubt. Really? Indeed. Lu Pingyan nodded earnestly. Oh well. Erha straightened his legs and let out a long howl. Moments later, Lu Pingyan slowly awoke, noticing that the sky outside had grown dim. He stared at the suddenly changed panel in front of him, momentarily stunned. Remaining cooldown time for Yufeng Lingxi script simulation, 6 days and 17 hours. Note: constructing a simulated world is significantly more challenging than prior to evolution. Hence the cooldown time has increased to 1 week. Remaining simulation attempts for Lei Quan, 2 days and 17 hours. Lu Pingyan was bewildered. The cooldown time has increased? However, upon reflection, he found it acceptable. After all, the Yufeng Lingxi's new beginner village had such terrifying opportunities, not to mention the worlds to come. After Shaoqing transformed into Yufeng Lingxi, just one simulation awakened domain skills and advanced to a king-level offensive skill, reaching a 5-tier 4-star rank. A 7-day simulation interval was still manageable. It merely meant he would require more sleep in the future. Sigh, how troublesome. Lost in thought, Lu Pingyan couldn't help but gaze at the darkening sky outside. Once the beast examination concluded, it would be time to choose a university. He desired a rather laid-back institution. Gulp. Feeling hunger pangs, Lu Pingyan glanced back at the sky, suddenly tensing. Typically, his grandfather should have returned by now, but today he had not. With this thought, Lu Pingyan quietly turned off the lights and proceeded to the living room. Given his grandfather's character, making enemies was nearly impossible. Yet he had offended a certain faction not long ago. If anything were to happen, it would be easy to connect Lu Pingyan to it. Time passed slowly. Why are the lights off? The door swung open, and a young man entered first, hands laden with heavy beast materials. He turned on the lights, looking around the somewhat nostalgic environment. Crackle. In the next moment, a thunderous sound erupted. At Lu Pingyan's command, Erha instantly appeared before the young man. One paw imbued with the power of thunder, striking down. The young man froze, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Why had a beast appeared out of nowhere? Boom. Even without freeing his hands, the young man effortlessly sent Erha flying, crashing against the wall. Oh well. Quickly, Erha regained his composure, baring his teeth at the young man, his entire body radiating a thunderous aura. Wait. Lu Pingyan raised his hand, stopping Erha, who was eager to attack again. Gazing at the familiar face of the young man, a name emerged from his memory. Baili Hongfeng. In a world devoid of beasts. The two had grown up together and shared a close bond. Baili Hongfeng was akin to an older brother to Lu Pingyan. Oh, Xiao Pingyan has grown up. Upon hearing this address, the coldness on the young man's face instantly dissipated, and he looked at Lu Pingyan with warmth. Is this your beast? The young man pointed at the somewhat ruffled Erha and inquired. Yes, his name is Erha, Lu Pingyan replied, awkwardly scratching his head as he took the items. Erha, what a lovely name. Baili Hongfeng praised without hesitation. Owl. Erha glared at the young man, still recalling the sting of the earlier pain. The proud Erha would never yield. Yielding was something only the weak would do. This piece of Thunder Spirit Jade will serve as compensation. Please do not be angry. Baili Hongfeng smiled, producing a purple stone that appeared to have flecks of purple and white jade milk on it, looking quite enticing. Huh. Erha tilted his head, drool dripping onto the floor. He then joyfully rushed over to gnaw on the Thunder Spirit Jade, wagging his tail. He, Erha, was not weak. At the entrance, Dean Li observed the harmonious interaction between the two, his previously stern face softening with warmth, his aged eyes filled with nostalgia as he watched the scene unfold. He had thought these two little fellows might develop a rift, but they were just as they used to be. Good, very good. At the dining table. After finishing his meal, Lu Pingyan glanced at Baili Hongfeng, dressed in dark green attire, with a few questions on his mind. Feel free to ask any questions. I will share everything I know, Baili Hongfeng replied, wiping his lips and looking at the half-eaten rice before him, chuckling lightly. Where have you been all these years? Hongfeng Ge? Lu Pingyan asked earnestly. The capital city. Baili Hongfeng did not shy away from Lu Pingyan's inquiries. About that power I just witnessed, Lu Pingyan continued. That power must originate from your beast, right? Similar to how Ren Xingyu can utilize some abilities of the fire-winged flame dragon. But it seems you have only grasped the basics. Otherwise, Erha might not have stood a chance. It comes from my beast, which possesses attributes of space and sword. Oh, Lu Pingyan nodded thoughtfully. Space and sword, dual attributes. No wonder Hongfeng Gu had gone to the capital. Across from him, Bai Li Hongfeng gazed at Lu Pingyan with a fond expression, patiently explaining his inquiries. Lu Pingyan bit his lip. He still had countless questions to ask, such as how beast masters synchronize their beasts' powers, and what tiers exist beyond the extraordinary level. Bai Li Hongfeng, having spent several years in the capital, likely possessed knowledge far surpassing that in the vast archives. No rush. Ask at your own pace, Bai Li Hongfeng gently encouraged, seemingly unfazed by the now cold food on the table. Hongfeng go. Lu Pingyan took a deep breath, harboring a bold speculation. Do you know about Fengwu Hua? Lu Pingyan inquired slowly. In the simulated world, both the golden wolf dog and the previously encountered Xiaobai snake were designated names given by the system template. Surely, there could not be a beast genuinely named golden wolf dog, right? After all, how could a prominent figure bear such a name? It would need to possess something regal, like king or emperor. Conversely, Fengwu Hua was indeed a species that existed. Fengwu Hua? Bai Li Hongfeng paused, looking at Lu Pingyan, his voice tinged with confusion. Isn't that beast species extinct for over 260 years? Chapter 91. This opening is not good. Lu Pingyan was momentarily stunned, then his pupils slightly constricted. His heart brimmed with shock. What? Extinct? Initially, Lu Pingyan had merely been testing the waters with his question, never anticipating that the Fengwu Hua species truly existed in the beast world. Lu Pingyan bit his lip, sinking into contemplation. After a long while, he sighed softly and shook his head. The various matters involved may only be thoroughly explored once Shaoqing truly becomes the Hurricane Dragon Emperor. At that time, he will possess the ability to tear apart space, and, gazing across the entire Beast Master world, he should also be able to claim the title of Emperor. What? Are you intrigued by this? After your Beast Master entrance examination, I can recommend you to a friend of mine for research. Observing Lu Pingyan's keen interest, Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled softly. Upon hearing this, Lu Pingyan slowly shook his head and turned to Bai Li Hongfeng. Brother Hongfeng, do you have any information on Fengwu Hua? If so, could you share a copy with me? After the simulation concluded, Lu Pingyan did not find any relevant information on Qiandu, whether it was about the golden wolf dog or the little white snake. All he encountered were error messages. If such beasts truly existed in the real world, he could study them based on their abilities and characteristics, thus formulating strategies. This would allow for the optimal application of script simulations, maximizing the rewards obtainable. Of course, Bai Li Hongfeng replied, momentarily taken aback as he observed the boy who had matured considerably. After a brief pause, he added, I will heat up the meal. Without giving Bai Li Hongfeng a chance to respond, Lu Pingyan took the bowl of slightly cold rice and headed towards the kitchen. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Bai Li Hongfeng couldn't help but smile. He has truly grown up. Bai Li Hongfeng felt a sense of nostalgia. Not only had he grown taller, but Xiao Pingyan also seemed to have matured into a capable beast master. The strength of that thunder dog was no small feat with such a beast. He could indeed rank among the top 3 in a small place like Donglin County. He has indeed grown, far surpassing his former self. A scoff interrupted his thoughts as Dean Li stood behind him, leaning against the chair. Oh really? You think so? Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled, his eyes narrowing with an air of arrogance. There was no denying Bai Li Hongfeng's pride. He merely concealed his brilliance in front of his closest family. Today, he stood as a transcendent beast master. Few in the entirety of the Dixia kingdom could rival him. The notion that Xiao Pingyan surpassed him was something Bai Li Hongfeng could not accept. Should I regale you with the tale of how you blew up the kitchen when you were 18? Dean Li inquired, pulling up a chair beside Bai Li Hongfeng. His interest piqued. Bai Li Hongfeng froze, his pride dissipating as he shook his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his features. Perhaps we should leave that be. Cooking is not my forte. In light of this, it seemed Xiao Pingyan truly was more exceptional than him. TSK. This kid is quite cunning, leaving no opportunity unturned. Dean Li remarked. The living room fell silent as night descended, the soft sound of the lights being extinguished echoed through the space. Lu Pingyan lay on his bed, gazing at the lamp hanging from the ceiling, lost in thought. A crucial element of the script simulation concerning the wind spirit snake was the obstruction posed by the clan leader of the Fengwu Hua. Currently, the Feng Long could be categorized within the time frame of 150 years that the wind spirit snake faced. During this period, the ruins would crumble, and the wind dragon would descend. Everything would be consumed by dust, including the wind spirit snake and the Fengwu Hua clan. If this were the case, why would the clan leader of Fengwu Hua obstruct the wind spirit snake? If they were all destined to perish, why not fight for a glimmer of hope? Was it merely to extend their existence by another 30 years? With a soft sigh, Lu Pingyan looked at the pure white ceiling. Considering this, the initial circumstances for the wind spirit snake appeared rather grim. 150 years seemed to be the maximum duration for the wind spirit snake simulation. If this limitation could not be broken, the subsequent growth rate might also be hindered. After a long while, he turned off the light and closed his eyes. It was time to sleep. There was still ample time before the next simulation of the wind spirit snake, allowing Lu Pingyan to plan carefully. In the morning, Bai Li Hongfeng leaned against the courtyard wall, observing Lu Pingyan's vibrant figure, and couldn't help but exclaim, "Youth is truly wonderful. I envy Xiao Pingyan, for he can rise early for school every day." "Come on now," Dean Li interjected from his wooden recliner, eyes half closed. "Why don't you go to school yourself? Isn't it nice to come back and spend time with you?" Bai Li Hongfeng scratched his head, smiling. "By the way, was that thunder dog Xiao Pingyan's beast? It seems to be around the 3rd tier, which is quite impressive in Donglin County, stronger than the little Qing snake from back then." Remembering something, Bai Li Hongfeng asked. During this visit, he had brought a considerable amount of beast materials. If Lu Pingyan insisted on contracting the little Qing snake, he could enhance its attributes. If he chose to switch beasts, it would be even simpler. "Humph, you didn't expect it, did you? This kid has contracted 2 beasts." Dean Li scoffed. Hearing this, Bai Li Hongfeng was momentarily taken aback. 2 beasts? Xiao Pingyan has quite the appetite. Even some beast masters from the capital might not possess 2 beasts, considering the resources required are exponentially greater. After some contemplation, Bai Li Hongfeng shook his head slightly. "Forget it, it's not a problem. He can afford it." "Old man, did anyone cause trouble for you while I was away?" After a long pause, Bai Li Hongfeng finally asked. Xiao Pingyan's growth surprised him. That Thunder Dog's fierce strikes seemed indicative of a beast that had undergone battle training. In Donglin County, Xiao Pingyan had no backing and might have offended someone, forcing his beast to engage in combat. With this thought, a cold glint flashed in Bai Li Hongfeng's eyes. There was indeed something, Dean Li mused softly. As his words fell, an invisible storm manifested, causing the leaves in the courtyard to dance wildly. Though it was summer, this sight appeared exceedingly peculiar. Noticing this, Dean Li snorted coldly, slowly rising and lightly tapping the back of the young man's head. The force was not harsh, but it was enough. "You brat, it seems your temper has grown along with you." "Not at all." Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled awkwardly as the leaves swept away by the sword energy fell to the ground. "Go sweep the floor. You can ask that little rascal Lu Pingyan about it." Dean Li replied with annoyance. "All right then." Bai Li Hongfeng chuckled helplessly, internally noting this matter. There was little he could do for the old man, for Xiao Pingyan, or for the South Suburb Orphanage. If he could not even protect one family, Bai Li Hongfeng felt that all his growth thus far would be rendered meaningless. Chapter 92. Information on Feng Wuhua. In the morning, the sun's rays streamed through the classroom windows, imparting a gentle warmth. Occasionally, a breeze rustled outside, creating an atmosphere that was extraordinarily conducive to dozing off. Lu Pingyan glanced at the middle-aged man in formal attire standing at the podium, yawned, and prepared to drift into slumber. The knowledge imparted in this class was exceedingly dull. After the core lesson concluded, Song Ming began to share stories beyond the curriculum, such as his research topics at the Beastmaster Academy or other anecdotes. Most of the students felt themselves growing drowsy. However, in such moments, frantically solving problems only offered minimal benefit. Half a month had swiftly passed. It was better to listen to stories and adjust one's mindset. By the way, does anyone know what my research topic was when I graduated from Tiannin Beastmaster Academy? Song Ming asked, tugging at his tie and smiling at the class. TSK. Do we even need to guess? It must be something related to beast mastery. Li Ho curled his lips and murmured softly. Yesterday, after being thrown out, he was required to run 20 laps, each lap being 400 meters, totaling 8,000 meters. Although a beastmaster's physique is commendable, it is unreasonable to push oneself to such extremes. This teacher boasts of having a good temper. What nonsense. Song Ming turned around and wrote 3 large characters on the blackboard. Feng Wuhua. Surely, this is a term unfamiliar to everyone. After finishing his writing, Song Ming turned back, looking at the crowd with a smile, his eyes gleaming with pride. This was his graduation project on a mythical beast that does not exist in the current era. He had consulted numerous ancient texts and spent considerable time in the library of the Tiannin Beastmaster Academy before finalizing his choice. Li Ho was momentarily taken aback. What is this? Is it something edible? Or perhaps a type of beast material? Feng Wuhua? He furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the blackboard word by word. What a peculiar name. At that moment, Lu Pingyan abruptly awoke from his slumber upon hearing the term Feng Wuhua, his eyes still clouded with drowsiness. Instinctively, he glanced at the 3 large characters on the blackboard. Oh, it seems that classmate Lu Pingyan has taken a keen interest in Feng Wuhua. Song Ming looked at him in surprise. After yesterday, he had inquired about Lu Pingyan from the homeroom teacher of Class 3 and found himself intrigued by such a student. Teacher, could you elaborate on this? I am quite curious, Lu Pingyan earnestly requested a moment later. Upon hearing this, a hint of satisfaction flickered in Song Ming's eyes. Very well, very well. Although the mentors at Tiannin Beastmaster Academy did not award him high marks for this project and research report, Song Ming believed it deserved full marks. Now, It seemed that even those students who had only a superficial understanding of beast knowledge felt similarly, affirming Song Ming's thoughts. With this in mind, his admiration for Lu Ping deepened. This child truly has remarkable insight. All right. Song Ming nodded readily and began to narrate with vivid enthusiasm, even sketching the image of Feng Wu Hua on the blackboard from his memory using chalk. Beside him, Wang Wu looked at the earnest Lu Ping and in disbelief, rubbing his eyes in astonishment. This fellow has actually started paying attention? Is this really the Lu Ping I know? During the lesson, halfway through, Song Ming suddenly halted, gazing at the completed categories, attributes of Feng Wu Hua, and the chalk drawing. He paused not due to a lack of ideas on how to explain to his sheltered students, but because he had forgotten. At that moment, Lu Ping was also listening intently. He had gathered some knowledge about Feng Wu Hua, but it was merely a fragment. To discern its motivations within the context of the Beastmaster script, he needed further information. Meanwhile, the school bell rang, its melodious chime reverberating through the classroom, jolting many students who were beginning to doze off, as if they had spotted a lifeline, eagerly gazing at Song Ming on the podium. Observing this, Song Ming sighed lightly, casting an apologetic glance at Lu Ping. After a brief pause, he spoke, "I apologize, everyone. If you wish to learn more, you will have to wait until next week. I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." Lu Ping thought, what? Is that it? He had been prepared to connect the plot of the script simulation and uncover a shocking conspiracy, allowing the wind spirit snake to achieve a qualitative leap in the simulated world. And now this? This seemingly serious teacher is rather unreliable. Lu Ping, why did you suddenly ask about this? Wang Wu inquired, puzzled, glancing at Lu Ping. In his memory, Lu Ping did not strike him as someone particularly interested in the history of beasts. Actually, I have been working diligently on my studies, Lu Ping replied, picking up the pristine textbook and turning a page, his head bowed in earnestness. That Feng Wu Hua, I believe it is highly likely to appear in the Beastmaster entrance examination. So I wanted to listen carefully. Wang Wu was momentarily stunned, looking at the book Lu Ping had opened, the inverted text leaving him bewildered. Lu Ping, do you realize your book is upside down? After school, as Lu Ping exited the school gates, he habitually turned left and walked along the path towards the southern suburbs on his way home. The distance was not particularly far, but it did cut into his sleep time. If only Xiaoqing could elevate her rank and power to the point where she could tear through space for instant transportation, how marvelous that would be, Lu Ping mused. In the next moment, a familiar and soothing voice rang out. Xiaoping. A modestly dressed young man leaned against a sports car, looking at Lu Ping. Get in, for the next half-month, I will be driving you to school. Li Hongfeng approached, effortlessly lifting the backpack from Lu Ping's back with a light chuckle. All right, Lu Ping said, biting his lip and nodding obediently. After taking a seat in the passenger side, he noticed a stack of A4 papers neatly arranged in front of him and asked in confusion, "What is this?" "Oh, this is the information you requested regarding Feng Wu Hua," Li Hongfeng replied casually. Lu Ping instinctively flipped through a few pages. The illustrations of Feng Wu Hua bore some resemblance to those drawn by teacher Song Ming, albeit more aesthetically pleasing. The subsequent pages contained details about its living habits, characteristics, and general skills. Thank you, Hongfeng Ge. Lu Ping smiled, his eyes shimmering slightly. Indeed, Hongfeng Ge is quite reliable. Chapter 93, True Courage. At the highest level of the Beastmaster Association in Donglin County, this is where the president of the Donglin County Beastmaster Association conducts his affairs. What? A voice exclaimed. The vice president of the association holding a phone, his face reflecting a mix of shock and anger. Understood, he finally said after a long pause, hanging up the phone, his expression shifting between uncertainty and rage. Previously, he had received alarming news. A member of the Rin family had died in Donglin City, and just a few days prior, he had been in Donglin County. President Long, what has happened? A female secretary, clutching meeting documents, entered the room, surveying the disarray with trepidation. It's nothing. Just arrange for an inquiry into the individuals Rin Xingyu interacted with in recent days, Long Xinghai commanded, his face darkening as he turned his back to the secretary. If this matter is not handled properly, he might even lose his position as the president of the Donglin County Beastmaster Association. Long Xinghai could not allow such events to transpire. Yes, the secretary replied, momentarily taken aback, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes, yet she still responded respectfully. The efficiency of the Beastmaster Association was remarkable. Within 10 minutes, they had gathered relevant information. President Wang Wu from the Wang Group and Lu Ping from Beastmaster High School both traveled to Donglin City a few days ago, and the latter even had contact with Rin Xingyu. After reviewing the information, the secretary quickly made an accurate assessment and addressed the president, who was seated in a luxurious office chair. Should we also detain these two? The Beastmaster Association not only serves as an excellent venue for many outstanding Beastmasters, facilitating communication between employers and Beastmasters, but it also wields significant power. Lu Pingyan seems to be the primary suspect. We should bring him in for questioning. Upon hearing the name of the Wang group, Long Xinghai's expression hardened, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "But tomorrow is the day several Beastmaster schools are hosting an exchange event. Will this not cause issues? That is just perfect. Once the communication meeting concludes, you can directly seize the individuals." Upon hearing these words, Long Xinghai supported his chin with both hands, his eyes glimmering with a cold light. In recent years, despite serving as the president of the Beastmaster Association, he had not achieved any notable accomplishments. This time, by eliminating the threat in its infancy, he could also showcase the authority of the president of the Beastmaster Association. As night fell, Lu Pingyan sat at his desk, poring over the substantial documentation. After a brief moment, he set down his pen and summarized several key points. Among them, the most crucial pieces of information pertain to the attributes and behavioral traits of the Fengwu flower. The Fengwu flower, a wind attribute plant-type beast, is not particularly powerful, possesses low intelligence, and exists in colonies. Due to its rapid reproductive nature, it often becomes prey for other beasts. Even the most inept beast masters would refrain from forming a contract with the Fengwu flower. However, if its intelligence is indeed low, how can the existence of a tribal leader be explained? Moreover, how is it capable of conversing with the Yufengling snake? The Fengwu flower clan reveres Shao Qing as their leader, a fact Lu Pingyan could comprehend, as the wind elements emanating from her attracted them. Yet, the notion of dialogue perplexed him. At this moment, two hypotheses emerged in Lu Pingyan's mind. The first is that the Fengwu flower has been possessed. This possibility seems rather slim, as the Fengwu flower is not a particularly formidable species. The second is that it is being manipulated by some mysterious force, compelled to undertake certain actions, akin to the influence of the black mist within the secret realms over the beasts. However, these remain mere speculations. Erha! Lu Pingyan suddenly exclaimed. How? Erha, bewildered, lifted his head, still chewing on a piece of thunder attribute beast material. It is your turn to simulate. How? Upon hearing this, Erha excitedly raised his front paws, casting a smug glance at Shao Qing. Ha! My beast master has finally recognized my greatness. Hence, he has decided to let me simulate first. In his mind, Erha was already envisioning himself becoming a prominent figure. Seeing the expression on Erha's face, Shao Qing could not help but roll her eyes. Silly dog. This time, you have a purpose, do you understand? Lu Pingyan gently ruffled Erha's soft fur and spoke softly. How? Erha stood tall and proud, brimming with confidence. I guarantee I will accomplish it. Isn't it just survival? I excel at that. This time, inquire of that great being about what transpired in the era of the Legu. Lu Pingyan's gaze sharpened as he looked at Erha. If the Fengwu flower is a species lost to the annals of beast history, could the Huangjin Langquan also share the same fate? Ding! Detected updates to beast information, loading script world generation. Before Lu Pingyan, a black panel materialized, with conspicuous white text displayed prominently. In the first year, Erha scampered to the territory of the Huangjin Langquan, establishing a rapport with the latter. By the third year, Erha felt the timing was right and recalled his beast master's words, thus inquiring. Unfortunately, the two could not communicate, and the Huangjin Langquan ignored Erha's intentions. Lu Pingyan was taken aback, his mouth slightly agape. Language barrier? Is there truly such a thing? What then? Of the great being's meticulous guidance towards Erha? It cannot be that the great being found Erha's clumsiness amusing and engaged in random acts out of sheer boredom over the long years, could it? A series of questions flooded Lu Pingyan's mind. In the 10th year, Erha diligently trained under the Huangjin Langquan's tutelage, showcasing the skills he had learned. The great being seemed to perceive its own reflection in Erha, regarding him with a dubious gaze. By the 20th year, Erha could finally communicate using body language with the Huangjin Langquan. In the 25th year, the Huangjin Langquan understood Erha's intentions and strictly forbade him from touching the seal of the Legu, stating that it would not lend assistance, leading Erha to reluctantly acquiesce for the time being. In the 35th year, Erha continued his efforts to persuade the Huangjin Langquan, who merely cast him a glance and ignored him completely. Consequently, Erha stood up and pointed at the Huangjin Langquan's nose, berating it, only to be sent flying miles away, his body crashing through solid rock before coming to a halt. Upon witnessing this, Lu Pingyan's pupils constricted involuntarily, and he mentally gave Erha a thumbs up. You are truly courageous. In the 45th year, Erha healed from his injuries and gleaned a new talent from the blow dealt by the Huangjin Langquan, embracing a fearless spirit. In the 55th year, unable to withstand Erha's persistent pleas, the Huangjin Langquan relented and swiftly sent Erha out while the seal was momentarily distracted. Suspended in midair, Erha, bewildered, gazed around, his body akin to a kite with severed strings, plummeting into the eerily silent sea, meeting his end. Simulation concluded. The host may choose one of the following 3 rewards to retain. Chapter 94. Possessing intelligence, yet not much. Erha's growth over 55 years. Erha's skill proficiency over 55 years. Talent, fearless. Lu Pingyan regarded the 3 options and, without a moment's hesitation, selected the third. Although he was unaware of the precise nature of this talent, even the most ordinary talent would significantly enhance a beast's capabilities. Fearless, when faced with dire straits. One can unleash 150% of their strength. Gazing at this skill description, Lu Pingyan paused momentarily, a look of joy illuminating his features. This talent is a remarkable asset. Although it may not be of daily use, when confronted with danger, it serves as a formidable trump card. In the next instant, Erha awoke, letting out a mournful howl. Howl! I nearly died of fright. The abyssal ocean was steeped in the scent of death upon his descent. Erha felt as though he could not breathe, and then, upon opening his eyes, he found himself awake. It's all right, it's all right. Lu Pingyan sighed softly, offering a token of consolation as he patted Erha's head. Howl, howl. In response, Erha cried even louder, burying his head in Lu Pingyan's embrace. Wiping his tears and snot on the latter's clothing, feeling even more aggrieved. No, his beast master must never allow him to engage in such perilous endeavors again. It was far too terrifying. Lu Pingyan was momentarily taken aback, observing Erha, who continued to weep yet occasionally peeked through his paws at him. That gaze remained as astute as ever, devoid of any sorrowful expression. Is he pretending? Possessing intelligence, yet it seems limited, he scrutinized further. In Lu Pingyan's view, Erha's template quietly emerged. Beast name, Lei Quan Erha. Beast attribute, Thunder. Beast level, 3rd tier, 10 stars. Skills, Zilei 5, Shun Lei Tian Shan 5. Talents, Lei Ting Ji Li, Weakling's Retreat. Fearless, Lei Ji Qin Shi. 3rd tier, 10 stars, skill levels at 5, and possessing 4 talents. Lu Pingyan inexplicably felt that Erha, unleashing 150% of his strength, might just be able to contend with the Yufeng Ling snake. With this thought, a smile crept onto Lu Pingyan's lips as he turned to the slightly sobbing Erha, saying, It's all right. Next time, you can experience this new talent, Fearless. As for your opponent, it shall be Xiaoqing. As the words fell, the expressions of the 2 beasts diverged entirely. Erha was filled with dread, while Xiaoqing appeared elated. How? Erha questioned, somewhat incredulous. It shouldn't be like this, should it? Looking at how pitiable and adorable I am. My beast master should be more compassionate and protective of me, shouldn't he? Just like that Huangjin Langquan. But why? Something feels amiss. A profound perplexity clouded Erha's small mind, leaving him utterly baffled. As the Era pondered in confusion, a gentle breeze brushed against its head, and the Yufeng Lingxi materialized above, delicately flapping its serpentine wings against the Era. Hiss, do not worry, all is well. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable chill ran down the Era's spine. This is the end. The area occupied by Yusho Yizhong is considered quite substantial within Donglan County. Yet today it still appeared overcrowded. The Yusho Exchange Conference is a rare grand event in the entirety of Dongli City, and hosting it at the first Yusho High School of Donglan County is indeed a distinguished honor for Yusho Yizhong. Is this truly the best school in Donglan County? It seems rather ordinary. A certain youth, strikingly handsome, yet marred by a trace of disdain upon his countenance, stood among a group clad in identical uniforms. They hailed from the first Yusho High School of Dongli City, also known as Yusho Yizhong, but with significant disparities. It is said that the reward for the first place in this exchange conference is the opportunity to select an evolution route for any one epic quality Yusho. The Daxia Yusho official website grants all Yusho masters access to evolution routes for Yusho below epic quality, yet those above epic quality are accessible only to select Yusho masters. This is due to 2 primary reasons. Firstly, the funding for research at the Yusho Research Institute is exceedingly costly. Even the evolution route for a single epic quality Yusho has undergone countless trials and extensive research before being deciphered. Secondly, the materials required to evolve Yusho to a higher quality are exceedingly rare, with some nearly impossible to find on the market. To procure these materials, one must venture into perilous secret realms of higher danger. Despite the inherent risks, countless Yusho masters are drawn to these challenges. Preventing such circumstances is one of the reasons why the Daxia Yusho network does not disclose evolution routes for epic quality Yusho. Chugu, are you interested? The youth inquired of his companion, who was similarly attired in the uniform of Dongli City's first Yusho High School, a smile gracing his lips. In his words, he had already claimed the position of leader as his own. while others may remain oblivious. He was acutely aware of his companion's identity, the only son of the president of the Dongli City Yusho Masters Association, a prodigious 5th-tier Yusho master. In terms of strength, he might even rival some of the teachers at Yusho schools. With such achievements, gaining admission to the Tiannan Yusho Academy would undoubtedly pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, the individual known as Chu Ge shook his head. Although the evolution routes for epic Yusho are rare, they are of little consequence given his background. He had come here merely to follow the path once tread by a certain individual. That person had once, as a 4th-tier Yusho master, defied a 6th-tier Yusho master, manipulating the latter's Yusho entirely with spatial attributes, before being personally taken away by the esteemed Dasha Yusho Academy in the capital. As Chu Qian's reputation began to soar, he often found himself compared to this individual by the elders at home, a notion he could not accept with pride. If he could achieve what that person had accomplished, would it not signify that he was equally formidable? Lu Pingyan quietly passed by this group, his eyes scanning the unfamiliar faces without a hint of curiosity, making his way directly toward the Yusho Pavilion. "Excuse me, could you direct me to the Yusho Pavilion?" Upon encountering Lu Pingyan, the youth sheathed his haughty demeanor, turning to inquire of the former. As a student of this school, he ought to possess knowledge of the way, right? "Just proceed this way." Lu Pingyan continued his stride without pausing. The youth, "Just proceed this way? How does one do that? Hey, you." Just as the youth was about to erupt, he was halted by Chu Qian beside him. "It says right there." Hearing this, the youth finally lifted his gaze, noticing the arrow pointing forward along with the 3 prominent characters spelling Yusho Pavilion. Ah, it seems that person was indeed correct.